please, end my life. Those foolish souls consumed by desire are the most pitiable sacrifices on this battlefield. Eternal life has never aligned with the principles of the universe, all for a mere thread of heavenly insight. By trading with malevolent spirits, one ultimately becomes an undying, soulless husk. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, a diviner known as Ling Xiaozi foretold the awakening of the ancient gates of purgatory. The return of the dark deities would unleash chaos upon the world, leaving living beings to suffer while the heavens and earth became prisons. In his previous life, he roamed the realm of cultivation, wielding the forbidden power of the unreturned, silencing all sects. Yet, due to the cosmic order's disdain, he was besieged and fell, only to be reborn in an enigmatic world of cultivation. Since the incident in Baiyin village, everything seemed to have changed, as if an invisible hand were orchestrating this grand game. As the two great systems of cultivation and sorcery collide, which will prevail, the enigmatic celestial sovereign or the demonic sorcerer? With deep understanding of military strategy, he observes the world as a battlefield, strategizing against countless foes. In these turbulent times, can he, armed solely with his intellect, aid Zhao Wu in restoring peace to the realm? What constitutes the righteous path, and what defines the demonic? It all hinges upon the whims of those in power. At this moment, a colossal serpent looms between heaven and earth, its immense form akin to a towering mountain, its scales glinting like iron, casting shadows that obscure the sun. It stands tall, as if challenging the heavens, its cold vertical pupils reflecting the vastness, evoking a sense of insignificance in the observer. Upon the serpent's back stands a figure clad in black robes, hands clasped behind him, donning a peculiar mask. The mask is pale as parchment, its features grotesquely exaggerated, the corners of its mouth curved in a rigid, eerie smile, evoking both laughter and tears, sending chills down one's spine. This figure is none other than Lu Chun, the leader of the Blood Moon sect. At this moment, he embodies the will of the heavens, gazing down upon the multitude, as if all existence were but dust beneath his gaze. Lu sect leader, do not remain obstinate. If you surrender now, self-destruct your cultivation, and relinquish the secret arts, perhaps we may spare your life. The speaker is by Xiaosheng, the leader of the Qingyun sect. The tall tree in the forest must face the wind. The pile on the shore must be swept away. Those who rise above others will inevitably face disdain. 3 years ago, various sects grew wary of the Blood Moon sect's emergence, especially upon hearing that its leader Lu Chun had acquired the legacy of a great master of the enigmatic path. Turning to the secret art soul transfer of misery, nearing the threshold of divine transformation. It is said that soul transfer of misery is the most mysterious forbidden technique in existence, requiring the practitioner to use their own life force as a lure, igniting their heart to become a soul lantern, capable of summoning spirits to break the shackles of the underworld. Not only can this grant the practitioner a sudden surge in power, but it also possesses the ability to reincarnate. Yet, rumors remain mere whispers, for no practitioner of the enigmatic path has successfully cultivated it. Lu Chun has only glimpsed its threshold, yet it is sufficient to attract countless covetous and fearful gazes. Among them is Bai Xiaosheng. He understands that once Lu Chun steps into the realm of divine transformation, the Blood Moon sect will become an indomitable force. Thus, he secretly plotted, inciting the various sects to slander the Blood Moon sect, branding it a demonic scourge, labeling Lu Chun as demonic sovereign, claiming that if they did not unite to eradicate him, the righteous path would suffer. Eventually, under his cunning persuasion, the major clans reached an agreement to launch a full-scale assault before Lu Chun could attain divine transformation, seeking to eradicate the root and seize the secret arts. The war raged for 3 long years, with disciples of the Blood Moon sect falling one after another. Corpses littering the ground, rivers stained with blood, the air thick with the stench of death and the wails of despair. Some disciples, in the face of desperation, wavered, betraying their sect to join the self-proclaimed righteous camp. Whether seeking survival, succumbing to fear, or harboring self-preservation, Lu Chun watched as his trusted allies turned against him, former disciples either betraying or perishing. In the vast Blood Moon sect, only he and 2 loyal guardians remained, desperately holding on. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found the enemy encircling the mountain gate, cutting off all routes of escape, leaving only the path of death. Bai Xiaosheng, seeing that Lu Chun remained silent, wore a knowing smile, his tone laced with provocation. Lu sect leader, look who has come. As his words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the crowd, clad in the Blood Moon sect's black robes. Walking steadily and calmly, Qin Yelan, the deputy leader of the Blood Moon sect. Lu Chen's pupils contracted slightly, his deep voice emanating from behind the mask. So it is you. In truth, Lu Chun had long suspected the presence of a traitor within the sect. After all, the moment the secret arts fell into his hands, the news leaked almost instantly it could only be the work of an insider. However, he never anticipated that the betrayer would be his most trusted confidant, Qin Yelan. Why betray the leader who has trusted you so dearly and treated you well? The two guardians, Xian Ning and Xian Jia, rebuked him. Yet, Qin Yelan merely chuckled lightly, a hint of derision in his eyes, as if their anger and accusations were but the antics of jesters. Betrayal? He echoed softly, as if he had heard an absurd joke. What do you mean by betrayal? I merely infiltrated your ranks, acting as an undercover agent among you demonic sect thieves. Did you truly naively believe I would ally myself with you rogues? Then his tone shifted, sharp and cold. Only true strength can command all. As for me, Qin Yelan, I shall never pledge allegiance to a loser. I will only attach myself to a true sovereign. You treacherous opportunist, may you meet a fitting end. Xian Ning spat, her voice brimming with indignation and fury. But Lu Chen merely waved his hand. Enough. Let him be. All of this is my fault. You two should leave. Do not sacrifice yourselves for me. It is not worth it. However, just as Lu Chun turned his back to the two guardians, Xian Jia suddenly struck, his palm aimed directly at Lu Chen's back, the force slicing through the air, imbued with deadly venom. Leader, watch out! Quick to react, Xian Ning leaped forward without hesitation, placing herself in front of Lu Chun, enduring the blow the devouring pulse shadow palm. The force penetrated through, corrupting Xian Ning's meridians, a fierce toxin instantly sealing her chi flow. Her entire body weakened, limbs turned limp, she collapsed to the ground, her complexion paling to that of paper. The poison surged through her veins, blood oozing from her 7 orifices. With trembling fingers, she gazed in disbelief at Xian Jia, her voice shaky as she asked, Why even you? Before she could finish, Xian Ning's eyes glazed over, her form slackening, sliding toward the edge of the serpent's scales, on the brink of falling. Lu Chun hurriedly reached out to catch her, pulling her back to his side, however, as his fingers touched her pulse. Feeling the absence of life, his heart sank. Xian Ning was already lifeless. Xian Jia, at the level of core formation, though his strike could not take Lu Chen's life. A successful ambush would suffice to hinder Lu Chen's chi flow with the poison of the devouring pulse shadow. At that point, no matter how powerful Lu Chen might be, he could not escape the fate of being worn down by the crowd. Seeing his attack fail, Xian Jia dared not linger. Seizing the moment of Lu Chen's distraction, he vanished in a flash, appearing beside Qin Yelan. Even you have conspired with them. Lu Chen raised his gaze to Xian Jia, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Xian Jia lowered his head, avoiding that piercing gaze, his shoulders trembling slightly. He stammered, his voice choked with suppressed sobs. I'm sorry, leader. I truly do not wish to die. Lu Chen made no move to strike. He merely watched Xian Jia silently, his expression growing complex. He gradually sighed, as if through Xian Jia's figure, he saw his former self. Visions of the Blood Moon sect in its prime flooded his mind. He remembered the youthful, yet resolute faces, their dreams for the future and loyalty to the sect. Chapter 2. Desperation. He had once questioned the impropriety of cultivating the path of deception. In contrast to the immense toll of celestial arts, the secret methods of trickery proved far more efficient. Although they required a modicum of sacrifice, they could be transformed into instruments for the salvation of the masses. If one could wield them for righteous purposes, what fear was there of others? Is the distinction between good and evil truly so clear-cut? Yet, at this moment, he had long since seen through the hypocrisy of the sect. Regardless of how resplendent their rhetoric, they coveted only your power. Even if you forsook the path of deception, they would concoct other justifications to swiftly eliminate you. Such is human nature. Since you regard me as the demon lord, then I shall embrace this role without hesitation. Lu Chun stood atop the colossal sky-eating python, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the crowd with an air of defiance. What fear could mountains and rivers instill? He laughed in the face of the swirling clouds above. Life and death are inevitable. If death is to come, let it be a splendid demise, leaving behind a magnificent echo in the annals of existence. In that moment, Lu Chun stood alone, devoid of any lingering concerns. He formed a seal with his fingers, and beneath the vast sky, dark clouds churned, thunder rumbled, and the entire battlefield quivered in anticipation of this confrontation. The leaders of the major sects at the nascent Soul stage converged. With Zhang Xian of the Breaking Heaven Pavilion at the forefront, his spear shimmering with a frosty light, radiating an aura of invincibility. Four formidable masters from various clans coordinated their efforts, weaving a net-like formation that ensnared the surroundings. Where sword light and spear shadows intertwined, tightening like an invisible web, inching closer to Lu Chun. As the murderous intent surged like a tidal wave, the flicker of resolve flashed in Lu Chun's eyes as he summoned his true essence with all his might. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, "Celestial art! All things return to origin." Accompanied by an overwhelming surge of energy, the world seemed to pause for a moment, followed by a resonant sound that echoed through the heavens. Shaking the very earth, an immense force surged forth like an ocean, as the spiritual essence of the world coalesced into invisible waves, converging upon Lu Chun, exuding an aura that approached the divine. Impervious to resistance, beneath him, the sky-eating python raised its head and let out a deafening roar, its serpentine eyes gleaming with ferocity, its colossal form thrashing like a mountain, stirring the winds and clouds into chaos. It charged toward the onlookers, its gaping maw opening wide, dark and unfathomable as an abyss, threatening to devour all of creation. In an instant, several nascent soul cultivators were severely injured, while those of lesser cultivation could scarcely endure the terrifying pressure. Some were turned to dust in an instant, while others became mere sustenance for the giant serpent, not even a remnant of their souls escaping, all obliterated in this cataclysm. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaosheng and Qin Yelan had retreated to the rear. Their eyes meeting, filled with a cold smirk of conspiracy fulfilled. Bai Xiaosheng slowly brushed his sleeves and stood there, seemingly unfazed by the carnage before him, merely stating, "In this world, good and evil are but a matter of victors and vanquished. After today, the name of this demon lord will surely be affixed to Lu Zongzhu." Qin Yelan chuckled softly, as if relishing a well-orchestrated farce. Indeed, Lu Zongzhu possesses a degree of intrigue. Were it not for his obsession, he might have survived longer. The two aimed to pit the major sects against Lu Chun, ensuring mutual destruction, allowing themselves to profit amidst the chaos. More cultivators surged forth like a relentless tide, fearlessly assaulting Lu Chun. Although his cultivation was formidable, he was ultimately outnumbered. Even with the celestial arts honed over a century and the esoteric techniques acquired from the path of deception, his true essence gradually dwindled amidst the slaughter. Deprived of true essence, even his powerful techniques became difficult to wield. At this moment, the sky-eating python had long since lost its vigor, and only a few forcibly summoned spectral knights stood guard nearby, ready to spiral out of control at any moment. Having repeatedly invoked the possession of malevolent spirits, Lu Chun had transformed into a being neither human nor ghost. Yet, even so, the clansman dared not approach recklessly. Fearing that this demon lord might launch a final, deadly counterattack, he gasped for breath, the light in his hands dimming, as if it could extinguish at any moment, murmuring softly, a fierce unwillingness flashing in his eyes. It seems this is where it ends. Suddenly, a mad thought surged in his mind. Use the soul transfer catastrophe. Even the pinnacle of nascent soul cultivation could not withstand the backlash of that secret technique, destined to return to dust. Blood trickled from Lu Chun's lips, yet a strange smile crept across his face. He slowly raised his hand to press against his chest, his gaze filled with determination and madness. A low incantation spilled from his throat. The air around him turned icy and bone-chilling, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Using his hand as a blade, he plunged it into his chest, on a certain day. As the final piece was placed upon the chessboard, Lu Chun lifted his gaze, a glimmer of enlightenment shining in his eyes. His black robe had long since lost some of its luster, and his entire demeanor had become significantly more tranquil. Elder, I understand now. This chessboard resembles the cosmos. The great Tao is devoid of fixed patterns, and only by aligning with the natural flow can one break the stalemate. The elder, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile. Alas, you still do not fully comprehend. The game is akin to the world, yet beyond this realm, there exists another realm. Should you remain fixated solely on this chessboard, you are confined within mere inches. How can you fathom the infinite? Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback, poised to inquire further, but saw the elder wave his hand, turning and melding into the mist. His last words carried away by the wind. Go forth. This realm does not require you, but another world is in need of your salvation. Time slipped away unmeasured, and Lu Chen's consciousness struggled to ascend from the abyss. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his vision clouded and his limbs seemingly weighed down by an invisible burden, making even the slightest movement of his fingers feel foreign. Have I perished? A thought arose, and an indescribable sense of void surged within him. He sought to recall his memories, only to find them fragmented like a shattered mirror, allowing him to piece together but scattered fragments. He only remembered having just endured a monumental battle, ultimately being consumed by an endless darkness. That old man, as Lu Chen attempted to clarify his thoughts, confusion only deepened. Images of swirling white mist lingered in his mind, only to dissipate in an instant. He gradually rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings, and was struck by the profound unfamiliarity of the vast expanse before him. Suddenly, he felt a faint flicker of light beneath his feet, imbued with a peculiar allure. Lowering his gaze, astonishment filled his eyes. On the ground lay intricate and enigmatic runes, resembling a meticulously structured array, interconnected and pulsating with mysterious energy. He crouched down, intently examining the shapes and arrangements of the runes. A familiar memory surged forth. This seems to be a magic circle, Lu Chen murmured. Could it be that I have traversed into another world again? Thoughts flooded his mind, memories unfolding like a tide. A century prior, he had inadvertently crossed into a realm of cultivation, as if destiny had favored him. With astonishing talent for cultivation, within mere decades, he achieved the early stages of the nascent soul, mastering numerous high-tier celestial techniques, becoming a prominent figure revered by many. Harnessing unparalleled strength, he founded the Blood Moon sect, commanding respect and fear. Within and beyond the sect, countless cultivators flocked to him, his extraordinary spirit inspiring disciples who vowed to follow him faithfully. Viewing him as an unwavering pillar of strength at that time, the Blood Moon sect rose to prominence, becoming a formidable force in the world of cultivation. However, through a twist of fate, he encountered the esoteric teachings of the enigmatic figure, Kuyu Sanrun, embarking on an unprecedented path of peculiar cultivation. Thereafter, his progress surged, akin to a tidal wave. Yet, the heavens are often envious. His meteoric rise drew the covetous eyes of many sects, and under the pretense of ridding the world of evil, the so-called righteous cultivators conspired against him. How absurd it was for him to traverse life and death, only to be reborn in another world. Lu Chun chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling as though he had become a mere plaything of fate. The memories of his past life, the experiences of this life, and the magic circle before him, all seemed to weave an intricate web of destiny, ensnaring him within at the very least. Let me understand my current predicament. The moment those words were spoken, the memories of the original owner of this body surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing his thoughts in an instant. The original owner was named Lin Beiji, courtesy name Huayan, hailing from Luchuan County in the Yangzhou prefecture of the Zhao dynasty. Orphaned at a young age, he lost his mother in childhood and his father in adolescence. An elder once remarked, "Those who are orphaned are never simple." From the moment Lin Beiji could remember, his uncle took him in, raising him and teaching him the arts. However, due to his lack of innate talent, he remained at the rank of an apprentice, causing his uncle to expend considerable resources. His aunt often voiced her grievances, repeatedly urging his uncle to cease wasting the family's savings on a hopeless cause. Chapter 4. The Misstep into the World of Magic. Chapter 5. Facing the enemy, Lin Beiji's figure swayed slightly, yet his steps remained steady, swiftly raising his hand to block the two individuals before him, coldly stating, Esteemed elders, tread carefully. This is within the borders of the Zhao Wu kingdom. If you dare to intrude, do you not fear the onslaught of our army of sorcerers? However, before his words could fully escape his lips, the two men exchanged glances that bore ill intent, one of them sneering, "Brat, do you think you can intimidate me? You are still far too green. Since you are so eager to meet your end, allow me to grant your wish." The burly sorcerer scoffed, and before his words could fade, he stomped down, his form descending upon Lin Beiji like a mountain. Drawing his long sword, its blade gleamed coldly under the moonlight, and as he swung it, the air resonated with a low hum, as if the very fabric of space was being cleaved apart by the ferocity of his sword's intent. Realizing the peril, Lin Beiji's eyes flashed with a cold light, his figure moving like lightning as he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. Observing this, the burly sorcerer coldly huffed. "Not bad, kid. You are quite nimble." He then pivoted, his steps twisting with a speed akin to flowing light, his sword sweeping towards Lin Beiji once more, accompanied by a gust of howling wind. Each strike he delivered was imbued with tremendous force, leaving Lin Beiji with little room to breathe, clearly intent on overwhelming him swiftly. Yet, Lin Beiji remained agile, dodging with precision at the last possible moment, which only served to infuriate the burly sorcerer. "Use your sorcery to deal with him," the slender sorcerer interjected, unable to restrain himself. Upon uttering this, he rapidly formed hand seals, reciting incantations, and a surge of spiritual light enveloped him, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum. The energy within him circulated rapidly, and a heavy pressure began to manifest in the air. The burly sorcerer, upon hearing this, sheathed his sword, spreading his palms wide as his own energy surged forth. Encased in a golden glow, he exuded an even more formidable presence. "Let me show you what true sorcery is, brat. Don't soil your pants out of fear." Lin Beiji's heart sank as he sensed the gravity of the situation escalating. Despite nearly a century of combat experience, facing the unknown sorcerers was undeniably intimidating. Their confidence and overwhelming aura made it clear that he would need to muster all his strength, even at the risk of backlash, to forcefully invoke high-tier celestial techniques. Caution was imperative. Lin Beiji observed their movements, witnessing them simultaneously channeling their energy, their fingers gliding over their swords, which instantly ignited with searing flames. The flames seeming almost sentient as they leaped and emitted a scorching hum, making the surrounding air unbearably hot. Simultaneously, a series of eerie blue runes appeared upon the blades, writhing as if alive. Releasing an ominous pressure as the flames surged, the sword bore a chain of ethereal blue runes that flickered in and out of visibility. Action must be taken swiftly. His instincts warned him that this was no ordinary attack. "Sorcery! Flame slash!" the two shouted in unison, and in an instant, fiery sword energy erupted, two blazing scarlet streaks slicing through the air, trailing sparks like shooting stars plummeting to the earth, racing towards Lin Beiji. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Beiji rapidly summoned his inner essence, shouting, "Celestial technique, flame dance of the 8 directions." In that moment, torrents of flames surged around Lin Beiji, akin to a volcanic eruption, the intense heat streaming forth from him, transforming into a tidal wave of fire that swept outward. The flames surged forward like an enraged primordial beast, roaring to meet the 2 streaks of sword energy. Instantly, the fiery slashes were extinguished by the overwhelming inferno, the intense heat distorting the very air around them. The 2 sorcerers stood agape, rooted in place, utterly astonished that they, the proud wielders of sorcery, could be so decisively subdued by an apprentice. They murmured in disbelief. "What kind of sorcery is this? I've never seen such a thing." Shock and incredulity filled their faces, and in an instant, sweat poured down their brows, their legs trembling as they felt their spirits wane under this overwhelming force. Their once revered strength now felt as fragile as paper before this terrifying power, as if death itself had gaped wide before them. The raging flames surged forth like a torrent, consuming everything in their path, instantly reducing the 2 to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, or perhaps it merely felt like a blink as the violent waves of fire dissipated without a trace, leaving only a lingering warmth in the air, a testament to the cataclysmic strike that had just occurred. As the flames gradually subsided, The ground was scorched black, and the air was thick with the remnants of heat and the faint scent of charred earth. Lin Beiji slowly retracted his hand, exhaling deeply, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He gazed towards the area consumed by the flames, and aside from the lingering smoke, there was no sign of the two sorcerers remaining. He had not anticipated that the sorcerers of this world would be so easily vanquished. Lowering his head in contemplation, he surmised. The abilities of these two sorcerers likely correspond to the Qi refining stage among cultivators. However, this was merely a rough estimation. The hierarchies of sorcery in this realm differed from the cultivation methods of the celestial path, and many subtle distinctions could not yet be accurately compared. Furthermore, there surely existed higher-tier sorcerers, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Therefore, he must remain vigilant and not allow arrogance to cloud his judgment. He then turned, imprinting the erase patterns firmly in his mind. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind surged forth, transforming into invisible blades that obliterated the magic circle beneath him. Leaving no trace behind, he sighed in relief, a smile creeping onto his face. It appears that he can no longer afford to carelessly expend his vital essence. He sensed that he had drawn excessively upon his reserves, and thus began to deliberate in silence. On one hand, it was to avoid attracting attention. On the other, the flow of vital essence in this world was exceedingly sparse, resulting in a slow recovery rate. In a previous realm, such expenditure could be replenished in mere moments. And the consumption of high-tier celestial techniques could often be swiftly replenished by merely shattering a few essence stones. However, here, without such auxiliary resources as essence stones, even a slight depletion of vital essence would necessitate an entire day for full restoration. The recent use of a nascent soul technique would likely require several days for complete recuperation. Thus, Lin Beiji collected his thoughts and made his way homeward, all the while contemplating the direction of his cultivation. If he could simultaneously restore his cultivation to the nascent soul stage while studying incantations, he could assimilate the versatile techniques of the sorcerer system with the might of celestial arts, forming a complementary dual system combat style. This would render his offensive strategies not only more agile and varied, but would also enable him to combine incantations with celestial techniques, rendering him nearly indefensible. In terms of defense, the sorcerer system's barriers and formations possessed remarkable practicality. If arranged in advance, they could construct a formidable shield before a battle, effectively thwarting sudden attacks from formidable foes and affording him precious moments to adjust and recuperate in times of peril. Chapter 6. Seclusion. Even if he could not break through to the transformation stage in the future, the amalgamation of the two systems would suffice to significantly enhance his power, potentially increasing his combat prowess by at least 30%. At this thought, Lin Beiji's lips curled into a slight smile. Unbeknownst to him, it was already the hour of the tiger. He had overestimated his walking speed. With a wry smile, Lin Beiji shook his head. To avoid detection by the household servants, he carefully scaled the wall and stealthily entered the backyard, gently pushing open the door to his room and stepping inside with utmost silence. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with moonlight filtering through the window to cast a silvery glow upon the floor. Lin Beiji quietly closed the door behind him, letting out a sigh of relief. The long journey had left him somewhat fatigued. But he merely sat at the edge of his bed and immediately began circulating his vital essence, savoring the warm sensation of it flowing within his essence pool. He pondered to himself, henceforth, he must cultivate celestial techniques while delving into the sorcery of this realm, leaving no moment wasted. Rest? That is something only a fool would indulge in. The nascent soul stage allowed him to practice day and night. Such is the disparity between cultivation systems. With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips, and he felt a tinge of disdain for the sorcerers of this world, continuing to circulate his vital essence for 2 small cycles. The room remained profoundly silent, yet as time dripped away, a faint snoring sound began to echo in the stillness. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of urgent knocking grew more insistent, jolting Lin Beiji awake from his slumber. His expression momentarily dumbfounded. Lowering his gaze to the damp impression left on his pillow, he felt a rush of embarrassment, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth and inwardly lamenting. I didn't even realize I had fallen asleep. How embarrassing. After enduring 3 years of clan warfare and then this prolonged journey, it was only natural for him to be utterly exhausted. He consoled himself. those who do not understand the balance between work and rest, who only know relentless cultivation, are the true fools. Lin Beiji adjusted his attire and opened the door, only to find the household maid, Chuntao, standing before him. Chuntao possessed a graceful and unassuming beauty, while not breathtaking. Her countenance exuded a gentle allure that was intriguing. "Young master, the master requests your presence for breakfast," she said. Noticing the dark circles under Lin Beiji's eyes, she inferred that he had once again sneaked out to indulge in drink the previous night, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy, knowing that the mistress would likely scold him again. Lin Beiji offered a faint smile and nodded, rubbing his temples as if to mask a hint of last night's fatigue. Detecting Chuantao's subtle sympathy sparked a sense of curiosity within him. As he entered the inner hall, Lin Beiji scanned the room. Seated in the main seat was his second uncle, Lin Rahai, with his aunt, Lin Chunhua, to his left. Following them were his younger brother, Lin Qingyan, and sister, Lin Daihe. Lin Qingyan, who had always looked down upon his elder brother, was more talented and had already broken through to the first tier of sorcery at a young age. Yet, he was not content with this. His ambitions lay in attaining official status and making a name for himself in the world. With his exceptional talents, he had been granted admission to the prestigious Shuyuan Academy. A rare opportunity in the eyes of the public. It is known that those who emerge from Shuyuan either become renowned masters or navigate the officialdom with ease, at the very least securing a position as a county magistrate, which made Lin Qingyan's future prospects particularly bright. Meanwhile, his sister Lin Daihe held no strong dislike for her elder brother, but they had rarely interacted, leading to a somewhat distant relationship. She was gentle, wise, and reserved, yet unlike typical young ladies, she was well-versed in military strategy and tactics, excelling in areas beyond poetry and painting. These memories whirled through Lin Beiji's mind, allowing him to quickly grasp the current situation. His aunt cast a cold glance at Lin Beiji's dark circles, her tone laced with discontent. "Huayan, did you sneak out again last night?" Startled, Lin Beiji quickly realized that this overbearing aunt was addressing him. Although the name sounded unfamiliar, he soon recalled that this was his current identity. Had this been his past life, anyone daring to speak to him in such a manner would have had their tongue torn out. Yet in this life, he was forced to endure this indignity. However, he could do nothing but suppress his identity for now. He raised his head slowly, casting a calm glance at her, his tone as tranquil as still water. "Yes." His aunt sneered coldly, her voice tinged with disapproval. "You should learn from your brother Ningyuan. The difference between you two is like heaven and earth." With that, she reluctantly beckoned. "All right, come and eat. I say this for your own good. Your qualifications are indeed lacking, and you are not suited for scholarly pursuits. It would be better for you to find a job and settle down." Rather than daydreaming about those sorcerous arts, Lin Beiji could only shake his head in resignation and take his seat. Lin Qingyan then stood up. "Father, mother, I have finished my meal. I shall head to the academy now." Seeing this, his aunt also rose, her demeanor shifting dramatically as warmth flickered in her eyes. "Ningyuan, do you have enough travel money? If not, tell your mother. Do not suffer in silence, due to the considerable distance." Lin Qingyan usually stayed at the academy, bringing enough provisions for a week. Lin Qingyan smiled slightly and reassured her. "Mother, do not worry. I have sufficient funds. I will diligently apply myself and not disappoint your and father's expectations." After bowing in farewell, he stepped out, where a carriage awaited him. A short while later, his aunt and sister Lin Daihe finished their meals and left the inner hall, leaving only Lin Beiji and Lin Rahai. At this moment, the usually taciturn Lin Rahai spoke. "Huayan, do you have confidence in breaking through to the first tier recently?" Seeing his uncle's gentle demeanor, Lin Beiji felt a flicker of fondness towards him. "Second uncle, I am indeed planning to break through and intend to enter seclusion in the coming days." Lin Rahai nodded slightly, an intricate expression crossing his face as he said slowly, "In that case, prepare well for your seclusion. I shall instruct the servants not to disturb you for the next few days. However, remember that the path of sorcery relies on steady progress. Haste will lead to failure." His tone, though calm, carried a note of concern. Lin Beiji solemnly nodded, a hint of determination on his face. "Second uncle, rest assured, I am well aware." Lin Rahai gazed at Lin Beiji's departing figure, a look of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Lin Beiji had attempted to break through to the first tier of sorcery multiple times, all of which ended in failure. Moments later, he let out a long sigh, as if making a resolution. Do not worry. Elder brother, if Huayan truly cannot break through, I will find a stable path for him. Although the Lin family is not currently prominent, leveraging my connections in Luchuan, it should not be difficult to secure him a position. In Lin Beiji's room, the key to advancing from a sorceress apprentice to the first tier of sorcery lies in condensing the essence of the law, channeling all internal essence into the spiritual orifices, breaking through their constraints to enhance their capacity for accommodating more essence, thereby enabling the release of first-tier sorcery techniques. Chapter 7. The Sorcerer System Recalling the Memories of the Original Host. Lin Beiji began to summon the essence of the law. Yet, the breakthrough from sorceress apprentice to first tier seemed simple, but it was fraught with challenges. Each tier of advancement had its own requirements. And while the transition to the first tier was the most fundamental, the associated risks should not be underestimated. Many, despite having the aptitude for sorcery, failed to manage their essence with precision during its circulation, forcibly flooding their spiritual orifices with excess essence, which could damage them and result in a permanent loss of the ability to condense essence, thus relegating them to the ranks of the mundane. Consequently, every subsequent stage of advancement would be even more arduous. Within the sorcerer system, practitioners were often categorized into different sects based on their specialties and cultivation paths. Each sect possessed unique sorcerer's capabilities, such as battle sorcerers, incantation sorcerers, spirit summoners, healing sorcerers, manipulation sorcerers, formation sorcerers, and auxiliary sorcerers, among others. Some excelled in curses and talismans, while others were adept in summoning techniques, able to guide or bind spiritual entities, ghosts, and demonic beasts. For instance, the academy where Lin Qingyan studied was renowned for its expertise in formations, with its headmaster being a sixth-tier formation master, while his second uncle, Lin Rahai, was a second-tier battle sorcerer, demonstrating formidable combat prowess. However, this does not imply that every sorcerer's path of cultivation is predetermined. A sorcerer, provided they possess sufficient magical essence, can practice multiple divergent sects, and such a sorcerer is referred to as a mixed cultivation sorcerer. Typically, demonic sorcerers are predominantly mixed cultivators or practitioners of unique bloodline sorcery. Although there exist numerous distinct sects within the realm of sorcery, the classification system remains consistent. This system was established centuries ago by the celestial sorcerer Ling Xiaozi, delineated according to the realms of sorcery. From the bottom up, the classifications are as follows. Sorcerers prior to the first stage are collectively known as sorcerer apprentices, capable only of perceiving and utilizing feeble spells. First-stage sorcerers are termed condensing spirit sorcerers, having the ability to coalesce magical essence and unleash fundamental spells. While their power may be modest, they can easily vanquish mortals. Second-stage sorcerers are referred to as spirit talisman sorcerers, who command the power of talismans and basic formations, able to inscribe spells onto talismans or utilize those crafted by higher-stage sorcerers, often achieving victory through surprise. Third-stage sorcerers are known as Yuan spirit sorcerers, who have mastered more intricate and advanced spells, achieving a small level of completion. Fourth-stage sorcerers are called spirit illumination sorcerers, possessing a profound understanding of sorcery, capable of creating and executing unique spells. Fifth-stage sorcerers are termed profound understanding sorcerers, whose cultivation has reached a profound depth, allowing them to perceive the spiritual energies of heaven and earth and to begin wielding elemental forces, thus altering the surrounding environment. Sixth-stage sorcerers are known as master sorcerers, transcending the ordinary, capable of breaking the natural laws and commanding the magical essence of the universe, their spells wielding immense power. Seventh-stage sorcerers are referred to as celestial sorcerers, or divine profound sorcerers. Aside from the legendary Ling Xiaozi, no further records exist, representing the divine realms spoken of in lore, having achieved the utmost in cultivation. Speculations abound regarding higher realms of sorcery. Most believe that the seventh stage represents the pinnacle for sorcerers, the terminus of cultivation, sufficient to be deemed divine. Whether realms beyond exist remains unknown to the world. A.S. Lin Beiji's thoughts stirred. The magical essence within his meridians flowed like a gentle stream, converging towards his spiritual orifice, Ayan the Ren meridian. The magical essence flowed like a trickling brook, gradually ascending from beneath the dantian, coursing through his abdomen and chest to his throat, gently and steadily cleansing the meridians, paving the way for the concentration of magical essence. The Du meridian surged like a torrential river, the magical essence erupting from his coccyx. ascending along the spine in a fiery, undulating manner, penetrating through the vertebrae straight to the crown of his head. The magical essence in the Du Meridian blazed like a fervent flame, exuding vigor and vitality, invigorating his entire being and intensifying the breadth of his spiritual orifice. Meanwhile, the Chong Meridian resembled a broad river, radiating from the Dantian, gathering magical essence from all directions before surging into the spiritual orifice. The Dai Meridian encircled his waist like a binding belt, smoothly guiding the flow of magical essence between the upper and lower body. The magical essence flowed into the limbs through the Yin-Yang Chao meridians. Spiritual energy was swiftly infused into every part of his body, instilling a subtle vibrational essence. The Chao meridians distributed the spiritual energy evenly like fine threads, imparting renewed vitality to each cell and augmenting Lin Beiji's perception and reflexes. All the magical essence within the meridians converged into the spiritual orifice like a myriad of rivers flowing into the sea, coalescing into a powerful and enduring vortex of spiritual energy. Ultimately, under the cleansing of the magical essence, the spiritual orifice began to quiver gently, as if sensing the imminent breakthrough. Thus, after 2 days and nights of purification, the spiritual orifice could no longer withstand the surging influx of magical essence. Akin to a long-suppressed dam being abruptly breached, the essence surged swiftly through the meridians, forming an entirely new energy cycle. A force previously unexperienced surged within him, strong and abundant. Lin Beiji broke through to the first stage. He officially ascended to the rank of Condensing Spirit Sorcerer. What a marvelous sensation! A new power coursed within him. Distinct from true essence, the magical essence flowed gently like a river, whereas true essence roared like the tumultuous sea. Its waves crashing fiercely, he closed his eyes once more, attuning himself to the delicate balance between the two forces. This newfound power cleansed his meridians, allowing him to experience the spiritual energies of heaven and earth in their fullest expression. Lin Beiji perceived how this nascent power flowed within him, complementing his true essence. It seemed that the cultivation of sorcery could aid him in breaking through to the mid-stage of Dan formation. Pushing open the door, he inhaled the fresh air laced with a hint of floral fragrance. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room. He took a deep breath and stepped outside. Several maidservants, upon seeing Lin Beiji emerge from his seclusion, promptly reported to the master. Upon learning of Huayan's successful breakthrough to the first stage, Lin Rahai was overjoyed, yet merely patted Lin Beiji's shoulder lightly, smilingly proclaiming, as expected of my nephew. Sometimes, between men, words are unnecessary. Their sentiments are already conveyed in silence. That evening, a sumptuous feast was laid out to celebrate Lin Beiji's successful ascension, and he appeared remarkably composed. As if advancing to the rank of sorcerer was an ordinary occurrence. Indeed, it was quite ordinary for him. Lin Rahai, however, seemed particularly elated. His face flushed after a few cups of wine, and he became increasingly loquacious, occasionally patting Lin Beiji's shoulder and lamenting the growth of the younger generation, while his aunt maintained an unusual silence. The next day, Lin Beiji rose early, inwardly mocking himself. Last night, I had intended to cultivate diligently. Yet I fell asleep the moment my head touched the pillow. Truly, no one can escape the allure of a good night's rest. His second uncle had advised him the previous night to accompany him to the Tiansu Academy in the morning. Now that he was a first-stage sorcerer, it was time to secure a position for him. Chapter 8. Tiansu Academy in this world. Sorcerers hold a revered status in the Bureau of Celestial Monitoring. Composed entirely of sorcerers, stands as a direct institution of the imperial court, enjoying a position of great prominence. It directly reports to the emperor, and its officials typically hold high ranks, such as 3rd or 4th grade officials, or even higher. The Tiansu Academy is affiliated with the Bureau of Celestial Monitoring, specifically responsible for the management of sorcery-related affairs within the dynasty, ranking just below the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice. The leader of the Tiansu Academy is referred to as the Grand Master of Destiny, akin to a chief, with deputies overseeing various departments. Lin Beiji's second uncle serves in the Zhaowei Hall, led by Wu Zhongxin, a pinnacle 4th-stage sorcerer, who excels in the art of combat and is the most formidable among the 4 hall masters. The Zhaowei Hall primarily oversees public order within the capital, conducting regular patrols to ensure the safety of the imperial palace, and can swiftly mobilize sorcerers to address various assassination attempts, often entrusted with escorting important ministers, confidential documents, and precious materials, acting in the roles of bodyguards and protectors. As the strongest Jiaowei Hall, it requires those who wish to join to attain at least second-stage sorcery, and the remuneration is comparatively high. Lin Beiji could only be assigned to the Tianshu Hall, which has the lowest overall level, with a monthly stipend of merely 5 taels of silver. The head of the Tianshu Hall, Chen Shang, is a mid-stage 4th-stage sorcerer, and most of the members within the hall are 1st-stage sorcerers, with those reaching 2nd stage able to serve as team leaders, guiding 1st-stage sorcerers in their missions. The deputy head of the Tianshu Hall, Jingku, reached the pinnacle of the 3rd stage. Unfortunately, he suffered severe injuries during an ambush by demonic sorcerers a year prior while on a mission. Although he successfully eliminated the enemy, he succumbed to his wounds, leaving the deputy position vacant ever since. What a remarkable pair, Chen Shang and Jingku, Lin Beiji thought to himself. It is a miracle that the Zhao Wu dynasty has endured until now. Yet, with no one to confide in, he could only suppress his grievances within, feeling a certain discomfort. Lin Beiji's team leader, He Tianzhong, a pinnacle 2nd-stage sorcerer practicing the combat sorcerer system, brought Lin Beiji to the academy's library upon his arrival. I heard from your second uncle that you have just broken through to the 1st stage and have yet to determine your cultivation direction. You may select from the sorcery manuals here. He Tianzhong indicated towards the shelves. As most disciples within the hall practice the combat sorcerer system, there is an abundance of related manuals. As a 1st-stage sorcerer, one may only practice a single type of sorcery and must choose one manual to serve as their primary sorcery. Lin Beiji casually flipped through several books, the titles reading Sorcery Wind Blade Technique, Sorcery Thunderclap Break, Sorcery Spirit Serpent Flowing Shadow, Sorcery Mountain Shatter Strike. Indeed, the sorcery here leans heavily towards combat techniques, he mused. Faced with the dazzling array of manuals, Lin Beiji felt overwhelmed and somewhat indecisive. He Tianzhong stood by patiently, explaining the effects of each manual. Wind Blade Technique excels at gathering wind into blades. Suitable for swift assaults. Flame Burst Palm dominates in close combat, erupting flames upon striking the enemy, injuring both flesh and bone. Ice Bind Technique is solely for restricting an opponent's movements, encasing their spiritual energy in ice. While Thunderclap Break can condense thunder into blades, delivering a force akin to thunder upon impact, making it nearly impossible to resist. Lin Beiji scrutinized these techniques, furrowing his brow, feeling they did not adequately meet his needs. In terms of offensive capabilities, his celestial techniques were already sufficiently formidable, and his enigmatic secret arts were profoundly unpredictable, catching foes off guard. What he required now was a technique capable of preserving his life in perilous circumstances. As the saying goes, the death of a fellow cultivator does not hinder the survival of a fellow practitioner. Suddenly, Lin Beiji's eyes brightened as he spotted a slightly worn manual on the bookshelf. Pulling it out, he was met with the bold title Tortoise Shell Protection Technique. This technique is defensive in nature, manifesting a protective barrier akin to a tortoise shell, impervious to blades and spears. He Tianzhong explained from the side, "This technique is a defensive one. I'll choose this one," Lin Beiji declared resolutely, without hesitation. What? He Tianzhong was somewhat incredulous. He had been in the Tiansu Academy for quite some time and had never heard of anyone practicing this technique. Are you not considering further? This manual lacks offensive capabilities and is purely defensive, classified as an auxiliary technique. That's precisely why I want it. This manual is perfectly suited for me. He Tianzhong shook his head with a hint of helplessness, finding himself at a loss with Lin Beiji. Lin Beiji paced back and forth for a few moments, and suddenly, his gaze fell upon a dusty tome nestled in the far corner of the bookshelf. Seemingly untouched for ages, curiosity piqued, he reached out to retrieve it. Upon examination, he discovered that this book did not record any spells, but instead detailed a different kind of power hidden within the human body, true qi. With this realization, Lin Beiji's eyes sparkled. Was this not akin to the true essence from his own realm of cultivation? It appeared that this world also held scholars who had explored the potential of the true essence system for cultivation. As he continued to read, his excitement grew, for the text contained methods of transforming law essence into true qi. If he could successfully convert law essence into true essence, his reserves of true essence would undoubtedly increase significantly, enhancing his cultivation speed. Enthralled, he hastily inquired, "Master Ban, may I take this tome with me?" He Tianzhong glanced over and casually replied, "These old books in the corner have long been neglected. Feel free to take whatever you wish. Thank you, Master Ban. Lin Beiji expressed his gratitude with a formal bow. He Tianzhong nodded before continuing. I will grant you 10 days to practice. After that, come to the hall to undertake your first commission task. Should you pass the assessment, you shall be officially employed. Upon returning home, Lin Beiji devoted himself to his cultivation. Drawing upon his wealth of experience and solid foundation, he mastered the turtle shell protection technique in a mere 6 days, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his abilities as a sorcerer, reaching the mid-stage of the first level. When he activated his law essence, a sturdy barrier materialized around him, resembling a robust turtle shell that enveloped him completely. Satisfied with this technique, Lin Beiji mused that its name was rather unappealing. Surely he could not shout turtle shell protection technique in the heat of battle. It would be beneath his dignity, given that he had once been a sect leader in his previous life. Thus, he recalled the incantation from his memories of Harry Potter, Expecto Patronum. With this thought, Lin Beiji recited the spell, Expecto Patronum. Upon finishing, a wave of embarrassment washed over him, and he hastily pushed open the window, glancing around to ensure no one had witnessed this moment, sighing in relief when he confirmed he was alone. However, his gaze fell upon the tome concerning true qi cultivation, and he could not help but furrow his brow, pondering. Attempting to cultivate from this book is far too perilous for my current abilities. If I carelessly exhaust my law essence, I may suffer a backlash. It would be unwise to take such risks. I ought to reach the 4th level of sorcery first, ensuring my law essence is abundant before embarking on this path. Chapter 9. The Prophesied One. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Palace, Emperor Xiaowu was engaged in a game of Go with the national master, Bai Shiwang. Revered as Bai Shuangjia, the master dominated the board with unparalleled prowess in both strategy and adaptability, often taking on numerous opponents at once, earning him the title of Supreme in the realm of Go. Once a proud disciple of the Tianqi Academy, he had been mentored by the divination master Lin Baiqia, surpassing his teacher in skill, adept at predicting fortunes through hexagrams, and deeply knowledgeable in the principles of yin and yang. After placing a stone on the board, Bai Shiwang stroked his beard and murmured, Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena. The southern stars have converged, resembling a surge towards the heavens. It appears the prophesied chosen one is soon to arrive, destined to aid our dynasty in overcoming the impending demonic beast tide in a decade. 50 years prior, the righteous sorcerers led by the Xiaowu dynasty united to resist the demonic forces, igniting a cataclysmic war that shook the world. Although the demons possessed numerous high-level sorcerers, they were overwhelmed by the might of the Xiaowu dynasty's 300,000 iron cavalry, swiftly being eradicated within months. However, in their moment of desperation, 5 6th-level demonic masters sacrificed their lives to activate a forbidden ancient formation, forcibly opening the gates of hell. Instantly, a torrent of beasts surged forth. Countless vengeful spirits sweeping across the land, bringing devastation. In the face of this dire crisis, human sorcerers and soldiers fought valiantly, pledging to defend their homeland at the cost of their lives, but the onslaught of the beast tide proved insurmountable. In a critical moment, the headmaster of the Xiao Yuan Book Pavilion, along with several disciples, employed a summoning technique to call forth the creator of their pavilion, the 7th-level Tianyan sorcerer, Ling Xiaozu. The immense figure radiated a green luminescence, gazing down upon the crowd with an aura of absolute invincibility, sealing the gates of hell with astonishing power, thus allowing the world to bask in sunlight once more. Before departing, Ling Xiaozu left behind a prophecy. 40 years hence, the gates of hell would open again, and a demonic lord, Yi Zhu, would awaken, surpassing even the 7th-level sorcerers, heralding a cataclysmic disaster. Yet the prophecy also foretold the emergence of a chosen one among humanity, destined to shoulder the responsibility of saving countless lives and leading mankind in defending the Xiaowu territory. Now, precisely 40 years had passed. After hearing this, Emperor Xiaowu could not help but reflect, though our Xiaowu nation is powerful, many high-level sorcerers have sacrificed themselves since the beast tide's incursion. Now, with foreign nations lurking, the situation grows perilous. We are in desperate need of a top-tier sorcerer to guard our borders. After a moment of contemplation, he waved to summon a nearby attendant, his voice low but resolute. Issue an order to search for the chosen one, no matter the distance. We must find him. If he is indeed favored by destiny, he should quickly assist me in resolving the tribulations facing the Xiaowu dynasty. The following morning, within the Lin family courtyard, it was the day of Lin Qingyan's return. The family steward and servants bustled about, preparing to welcome the second young master home. Upon his return, Lin Qingyan was astonished to learn of his elder brother's ascension as a sorcerer, though it was not entirely unexpected. Had it been any other sorcerer apprentice, they would have succeeded in breaking through long ago after so many attempts. After dinner, Lin Qingyan, prompted by his younger sister Lin Daihe, finally extended his congratulations to his elder brother before hastily retreating to his own chambers. With years of experience in reading people, Lin Beiji immediately sensed that Lin Qingyan was harboring concerns. He realized this could be an excellent opportunity to bridge the gap between him and his younger brother. Knocking on Lin Qingyan's door, he entered upon receiving permission. There's something on your mind, brother? Lin Qingyan remained focused on the scroll in his hands, not even glancing up. Nothing specific, but you seem troubled. And I thought we could talk. If there's nothing important, please leave. Don't disturb my reading. Lin Beiji chuckled inwardly at this, amused by his younger brother's prideful demeanor. Here he was, a sect leader with 100,000 disciples, being treated with such disdain by this young boy. It was indeed comical. In his previous life, had anyone dared speak to him in such a manner, they would have found themselves at the receiving end of a swift punishment. However, he understood that true greatness lay in the ability to endure, and he would not stoop to quarrel with the child. Seeing his elder brother's lack of response, Lin Qingyan's mischievousness sparked, and a sly smile crept onto his face as he picked up a teacup and hurled it at Lin Beiji. Lin Beiji sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectile, which shattered upon impact. Just as he was pondering the intent behind this act, Lin Qingyan laughed. "Watch out, brother." To Lin Beiji's surprise, the shards of the teacup glimmered with a faint green light, tracing their original trajectory in reverse and hurtling back towards him. Only then did Lin Beiji recall that his younger brother was also a first-level sorcerer, specializing in auxiliary techniques. This was clearly a first-level restoration technique, deliberately shattering the teacup and then using the restoration spell to return the fragments at high speed. He cast a look of admiration at Lin Qingyan for managing to use an auxiliary spell to inflict harm. Such an understanding of sorcery was indeed impressive, marking him as a talent. Yet, he thought to himself, mere talent was just the threshold to his door. The wave of self-importance washed over him as he prepared to respond. But before he could, Lin Qingyan had already launched a shard back at him with far greater speed. Lin Beiji barely managed to evade, but the shard grazed Lin Qingyan's sleeve, drawing blood. Lin Qingyan glared at his brother with a mix of annoyance and respect, though he understood this was merely a consequence of his own actions. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Beiji recognized that Lin Qingyan was not inclined to engage in a heartfelt conversation. So, he feigned profundity, stepping towards the door, reciting a line of poetry with each step. Boiling beans burn the stalks, the beans weep in the cauldron. Lin Qingyan paused, echoing the lines, boiling beans burn the stalks, the beans weep in the cauldron. To his surprise, his elder brother was also capable of poetry, yet the imagery felt rather mundane, and the wording seemed juvenile. We are of the same root. Why must we hasten to harm each other? As Lin Beiji recited the latter lines, Lin Qingyan felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. We are of the same root. Why must we hasten to harm each other? These lines possessed a certain enchantment, momentarily leaving Lin Qingyan in a daze. Marvelous, simply marvelous, he thought, feeling a wave of regret for his previous shallow assessment. He finally comprehended that this was not merely a depiction of beans boiling. Rather, it profoundly mirrored the relationship between him and his elder brother. Although they were not biological siblings, they had shared a home for years, and it dawned on him that his elder brother had always regarded him as a true brother. What had he done in return? Reflecting on past events, Lin Qingyan's mind conjured an image of his elder brother possessing a hidden talent for poetry, one he had chosen not to reveal out of humility. Such solitude was indeed admirable, and this talent extraordinary. Upon this thought, tears welled in Lin Qingyan's eyes, his heart laden with guilt and self-reproach. Chapter 10. Undercurrents surging just as Lin Beiji was about to push the door and leave. He suddenly spotted Lin Qingyan rushing towards him, tears streaming down his face, calling out "Elder brother" with fervor, reaching out to grasp his arm. Lin Beiji's expression froze, inwardly cursing. What is this unfortunate child doing? Has he been stunned by my earlier blow? He swiftly sidestepped to avoid Lin Qingyan's grasp, quickly yanking the door open. Once outside, he immediately shut the door, trapping Lin Qingyan within. As he evaded Lin Qingyan's outstretched hand, he heard a resounding thud as he closed the door behind him. Gasping for breath, Lin Beiji thought, "Surely, I must have approached this incorrectly." He reopened the door, only to find Lin Qingyan still gazing at him, tears streaming down his face. After listening to Lin Qingyan's explanation, Lin Beiji realized that the few lines of poetry he had casually recited were surprisingly relevant. He had merely thought it somewhat impressive at the time, and they had slipped from his lips. At this moment, he wished to tell Lin Qingyan, "Practice more often." Lin Qingyan gradually opened his heart to his elder brother, confiding his recent troubles. The son of Wang Zhao Yanqing, Zhao Chonglu, was to host a banquet at Yinfeng Pavilion, inviting distinguished scholars and heroes from all corners to indulge in merriment and poetry. The invitees were all exceptionally talented young individuals. Among the more notable were the calligraphy master Wang Mashuan, who, despite his youth, had gained fame in the capital as a new master of cursive script, the poet Li Qingyun, who had made a name for himself with his poem Falling Flowers, and the talented Qin Shuyu, whose pipa melodies were both enchanting and moving. Lin Qingyan, as a promising youth of Shuyu and Shulu, had already garnered considerable renown locally and was naturally among the invitees. Lin Beiji was well aware that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Wang Zhao Yanqing, a prince of the royal family, held a position of privilege yet wielded no real power and was known for his disinterest in political affairs, remaining untouched by the intrigues of the court. His disposition was as serene as a chrysanthemum, with a fondness for poetry, painting, and ancient verses, embodying the essence of a cultured recluse rather than a prince. His son, Zhao Chonglu, however, exhibited a personality entirely different from his father's. Reveling in lively company and forging connections with scholars, and particularly the younger generation of talented individuals. At first glance, Zhao Chonglu appeared to be a dashing figure, much like his father, seemingly distanced from the court, preferring to bask in the pleasures of poetry and wine. Yet, as the head of a prominent sect, Lin Beiji quickly sensed a deeper intrigue in this arrangement. Among the literati associated with Zhao Chonglu was a talented individual named Han Shiqing, a close confidant of the second prince, and Zhao Chonglu maintained a particularly close relationship with him. Any astute politician would discern that Zhao Chonglu was subtly aligning himself with the faction of the second prince, skillfully and discreetly gathering talented individuals to win their loyalty. As for the invitation extended to Lin Qingyan, it bore significant implications. Lin Qingyan's unique status, with his uncle serving in the Tiankai Academy and his own reputation as a rising star in Shiyu and Shulu, made his presence at the banquet particularly meaningful. It seemed that Zhao Yanqing was delicately attempting to curry favor with both factions. Inviting someone of a higher status would have been too obvious. While Lin Qingyan's identity was perfectly suited for the occasion. "You foolish younger brother, you are still too young," Lin Beiji chuckled inwardly. With Lin Qingyan's talents, he would not falter at the banquet, yet he seemed to be in a state of distress. Listening to Lin Qingyan's slow recounting of events, Lin Beiji discovered that Zhao Yanqing's second daughter, Zhao Ruoxue, would also be attending the banquet. As a daughter of nobility, Zhao Ruoxue had been raised in a family steeped in the arts and was exceptionally gifted in poetry, surpassing her brother Zhao Chonglu and sister Zhao Ruolin in talent, earning her the esteemed title of one of the 10 most talented women of her time. Her remarkable abilities not only made her a prominent figure among scholars, but also garnered her the admiration of many suitors, Lin Qingyan being one among them. The desire to compose poetry at the banquet to showcase his talents and win Zhao Ruoxue's favor could easily be perceived as desperate flattery in the world he had traversed. The thought of his usually proud younger brother secretly being so infatuated brought a smile to his face. Noticing the mischievous grin on his elder brother's face, Lin Qingyan's cheeks flushed, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Do not misunderstand, elder brother. I merely wish to bring honor to our family at this banquet. If I can earn Zhao Chonglu's recognition, my future career will surely be smoother." Having encountered countless people, Lin Beiji understood Lin Qingyan's underlying intentions well. After all, there is a saying, a hero does not inquire about origins, and a wealthy woman does not ask about age. The rich woman you truly admire will not care about the color of the Ferrari she buys you. Lin Beiji patted Lin Qingyan's shoulder. "Elder brother understands your intentions. What is a mere princess? Allow me to teach you how to win her over." As the head of a sect, with numerous beauties at his disposal, securing the affections of a simple princess would be a trivial matter. Besides, He himself had once been a charming young man before his traversal. How he longed for those days, elder brother. Please do not jest at my expense. Lin Qingyan gently shook his head, interrupting his reverie, though a hint of distress appeared on his face. However, composing poetry spontaneously is not my forte. I fear I may suffer from writer's block and produce nothing of merit, ultimately appearing contrived. Poetry should not be too superficial. If you are to compose, let it be prose, for that will astonish the audience and showcase your true talent, Lin Beiji advised. Sighing softly, Lin Qingyan replied, Elder brother, you may not understand. While prose is indeed grand in spirit, at a banquet filled with eminent figures, my own abilities are inadequate, and since poetry is the main focus, should I rashly present prose? I risk overshadowing the occasion and becoming the subject of ridicule. Lin Beiji merely sipped his tea before responding, the essence of poetry lies in true emotion, and prose must possess a magnificent spirit. You possess both talent and ambition. Why not bring this daring spirit to the banquet? There is no need to cater to others or shy away. Do not let rules constrain you. Simply showcase your learning, and you shall earn the respect of those around you. After hearing his elder brother's words, Lin Qingyan felt a sudden clarity in his heart. Many things in life are like this, while rules hold significance. When everyone else silently disregards them, being overly earnest may lead to exclusion. Thus, Lin Qingyan and his elder brother conversed for a considerable time, gradually realizing that not only in literary pursuits, but Lin Beiji far surpassed him in military strategy and tactics. Before his traversal, Lin Beiji had been a genuine graduate student. Although his field was in the sciences, he was well-versed in classical texts such as Zhuozhuan, Chuxi, Weilu, and Jiuzhou Chunqiu, deeply understanding the wisdom and strategies of the ancients. Lin Qingyan pondered quietly, realizing that he had previously failed to recognize his elder brother's talents, having regarded him merely as a coarse individual. This realization filled him with a surge of shame, for now it appeared that he had viewed his elder brother like a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. After an entire night of conversation, Lin Qingyan felt immensely enlightened and half-pleaded for his elder brother to accompany him to the banquet, as it would bolster his confidence. Lin Beiji readily agreed. Paving the way for his younger brother was not merely for the sake of familial affection, but rather to ensure that he could be of use to him in the future, serving as a valuable pawn. Before departing, Lin Qingyan inquired, by the way, elder brother, what is the name of the technique you use to counter my attack? This is my signature technique, the tortoiseshell. No, it's called Guardian Spirit. Yes, that's right. The technique is called Guardian Spirit, Lin Beiji replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nearly revealing too much. Guardian Spirit? Truly befitting of an elder brother. Even the name of the technique is so profound and inscrutable. Lin Qingyan did not press further, his gaze filled with growing admiration. Chapter 11. The beginning of everything. The following day, Lin Beiji reported to the Tiankai Academy.at. That moment, He Tianzhong was reviewing documents and was somewhat surprised by Lin Beiji's rapid progress in cultivation. Today's new commission was directly dispatched by the Monitoring Division, indicating the high level of importance placed upon it. Typically, it would have been executed by the Zhaohuaitang, but they were occupied with other tasks and unable to spare personnel. Ultimately landing in the hands of the Tianxitang, He Tianzhong carefully explained the details of the commission to Lin Beiji. 2 days prior, Baiyanggang village in Bada County, Yangjiang Prefecture, seemingly suffered an attack, with hundreds of villagers reported deceased. However, when local officials dispatched personnel to investigate, all the bodies had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only empty houses. Even more bizarrely, the 4 officials sent to patrol that night all committed suicide in a frenzied manner. And the sole survivor, while retaining his life, had gouged out his own eyes, rendering him completely deranged. The records abruptly ended there, with the last line being the county magistrate's urgent plea, requesting the esteemed sorcerers to come to our aid at once. Time is of the essence. We must set out immediately. This matter is likely connected to demonic sorcerers. He Tianzhong intended to handle this matter alone, but since Lin Beiji had completed the cultivation of his signature technique, it was an opportune moment to bring him along for training. With that, He Tianzhong retrieved 2 swift travel talismans from his robe and affixed them to 2 fast horses. The swift travel talismans served as tools for sorcerers to store their techniques, enabling the horses to truly cover 1,000 miles in a day. They were a commonly used consumable in the Tiankai Academy. In an instant, the talismans ignited into flames, leaving a blazing mark on the foreheads of the horses. which began to stir, as if ready to charge forth. The two mounted their steeds, and with a sharp command from He Tianzhong, the horses surged forward, kicking up clouds of dust, as the sharp crack of the whip echoed. Two swift steeds galloped away like arrows released from their bows, the wind howling and their garments fluttering, as if only two fleeting figures remained on this vast earth. Empowered by the divine speed talisman, the horses raced like the wind, their hooves kicking up clouds of dust. Along the journey, the relentless pounding of hooves blurred the transition between nightfall and dawn, transforming what was meant to be a long journey of several days into a mere day and a half. As evening approached, the setting sun cast its lingering hues upon the horizon, and the two riders had already ventured into the territory of Yangjiang County. The mark of the divine speed talisman upon the horses' foreheads began to fade, its brilliance dissipating into the breeze. They gradually relaxed their reins, allowing the horses to slow their pace and catch their breath. In the distance, the outline of Batuxian emerged from the twilight, quiet yet imbued with an eerie stillness. He Tianzhong and Lin Beiji stood side by side, gazing toward the gradually approaching Batuxian, shrouded in a thin mist, as a subtle wave of apprehension washed over them. Since entering Yangjiang County, they had traveled for quite some time, yet encountered not a single passerby or villager. Even the sounds of birds and beasts seemed stifled in this uncanny silence. Just then, a piercing crow's caw suddenly shattered the stillness. Hoarse and deep, the silhouette of Batuxian, veiled in mist, resembled a solitary fortress standing in silence. The two spoke little, merely drawing closer, when suddenly, the figure of a girl appeared before them. They halted their horses, scrutinizing the child. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, clad in a slightly faded floral shirt, the cuffs and hem showing signs of wear, revealing the fabric's unique softness from repeated washings. Her form was slight, her shoulders somewhat fragile, and her cheeks bore a faint flush. Her hair was a bit tousled, cascading freely, lending her an air of refreshing charm. However, encountering a young girl alone in such a place was indeed peculiar. Upon inquiring, they learned that her name was Chuanmiao, and she resided in a nearby village called Nujia. Her younger brother had gone missing the day before while playing, and the little Chuanmiao, unable to shake off her concern for him, had ventured along the fields and paths to find him here. What a pitiable soul, Lin Beiji and He Tianzhong thought to themselves. He Tianzhong gently lifted Chuanmiao onto the horse's back, intending to seek assistance from the local county office once they arrived in Batuxian. Under He Tianzhong's soothing words, the sorrow on Chuanmiao's face gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of hope as she began to open her heart to the two men. Although her gaze softened, it still flickered with worry from time to time. When she spoke of her brother, her tone betrayed an unmistakable urgency and unease, as if this small frame bore an overwhelming burden. My brother's name is Chunxing. He's only 6, she whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of sobs. He is younger than me and always loves to run about in the fields. Today, when I called him back home, he said he wanted to go to the hillside to watch the clouds. And then, he just disappeared. She paused, seemingly lost in memories. My brother and I were raised by our grandfather. Our parents died long ago, and grandfather is the only one who takes care of us. Every year, we have little harvest and grandfather works hard in the fields. As he grows older, I often have to help him. Although we live in poverty, grandfather always says that as long as we can survive, nothing else matters. She lowered her head, her fingers tightly gripping her clothing, as if struggling to contain the swell of emotion. I remember one winter, grandfather suddenly fell ill that year. The snow fell particularly heavily, and grandfather was bedridden. My brother and I could only huddle by the stove for warmth, but I dared not trouble him. Though ensure grandfather had enough to eat, I often saved the last bite of my meal for him. Enduring hunger myself, sometimes when I couldn't sleep at night, I would listen to the sound of snow falling outside. Chuanmiao's voice grew softer. He Tianzhong listened quietly as Lin Beiji's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of sympathy and sorrow crossing his eyes. Later, grandfather's illness could not be cured. During that time, my brother and I had to rely on some charity from the village. Although everyone knew of our orphan status, occasionally someone would bring us food. But when real illnesses struck or hardships arose, who could truly help us? Chuanmiao sighed softly, an undercurrent of stubbornness evident in her eyes. He is my own brother. I must find him. Her voice suddenly turned resolute, the confusion and sadness in her gaze gradually dissipating. He Tianzhong silently regarded this fragile yet strong little girl, a surge of compassion rising within him, while Lin Beiji sensed an unsettling dissonance. He felt that the memories of this girl were inexplicably jumbled. "Do not worry. We will surely help you find Chunxing," Lin Beiji finally spoke, his tone firm yet gentle. Chuan Miao nodded, though her eyes still concealed worry. Yet she seemed to sense a glimmer of hope. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from the girl's stomach, and Lin Beiji retrieved the last 2 pancakes they had from his pocket, offering one to Chuan Miao. A flicker of gratitude flashed in her eyes as she accepted the pancake with both hands, eagerly tearing off a small piece to eat, then offering the remaining portion back to Lin Beiji. "It's all right. You can eat it all," Lin Beiji smiled, pushing the pancake back toward her. Chapter 12. Into the game. Chuan Miao gazed up with wide eyes, a hint of shyness and sincerity in her expression, and asked, "Thank you, big brother, but may I keep this pancake to take back for my brother and grandfather?" Lin Beiji and He Tianzhong exchanged smiles, and He Tianzhong gently patted her head, softly saying, "Of course. Little sister, eat to your heart's content. Once we reach the county town, we will buy you more to take home." Chuan Miao nodded earnestly, clutching the pancake tightly, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as if she had received a priceless treasure. She quietly added, "This is already quite enough. After finding my brother, you must come to my home for a visit. I will ask grandfather to make you corn porridge." As they conversed, the trio arrived at Batuxian, dismounting and walking slowly toward the county office. Along the way, every household had tightly shut their doors, a thin veil of mist hanging in the streets, and an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. Something felt amiss. It was merely the hour of you, and logically, there should still be people about, yet not a single passerby was in sight, and every door remained bolted. "This is quite unusual," He Tianzhong murmured to Lin Beiji. Lin Beiji nodded, having sensed the same eerie atmosphere, reminiscent of their earlier journey. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind laden with thick fog swept toward them, causing both He Tianzhong and Lin Beiji to feel dizzy. Their vision blurring, when they opened their eyes again, a flickering flame came into view. They approached with curiosity and discovered an elderly woman crouched beside the fire, her frail form and disheveled white hair curled up before a weathered old door. Her expression was vacant as she slowly burned paper offerings, muttering, "They are dead. All dead. They are all corpses." The old woman's gaze shifted to He Tianzhong and his companions, her eyes suddenly widening in terror as if she had encountered something horrifying. Just as Lin Beiji was about to inquire, the old woman recoiled in fear, hoarsely exclaiming, "Corpses! Why do you bring corpses with you?" Lin Beiji was taken aback by her unexpected reaction but managed to remain composed. Silently cursing, "What is wrong with this old woman?" Beside him, Chuan Miao clung tightly to He Tianzhong's sleeve, frozen in fright. "Elderly lady, what do you mean?" Lin Beiji, though somewhat irritated, maintained a polite demeanor, sensing that something strange lay beneath her words. "Please, spare my child, do not entangle my grandson. Let us survive," the elderly woman whispered, her voice a mournful wail laced with threads of pleading and fear as she gazed at Lin Beiji and his companions. Just as Lin Beiji was about to speak again, the old woman bowed her head, resuming her ritual of tossing paper offerings into the fire while murmuring, "They are dead. All dead. They are all corpses." As if the earlier outburst had never occurred, He Tianzhong shook his head helplessly, turning to Lin Beiji and saying, "It seems we have been overly cautious. She is perhaps just a madwoman, and we are unlikely to glean any information from her." With that, the three continued on their way. The road remained silent, a chill settling in the air, until they soon arrived at the county office. Upon learning of the arrival of the sorcerers from Tiankai Academy, County Magistrate Su Guiquan did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly came out to greet them, leading He Tianzhong and the others into the side hall of the county office. The side hall was situated on the eastern side of the office, nestled against a lush bamboo grove, providing a tranquil atmosphere. He Tianzhong recounted the matter he had been commissioned to investigate to Magistrate Su Guiquan. After hearing this, Su Guiquan appeared puzzled, stating that he had never penned any such letter of commission, and that the villagers of Baiyin village were living quite well, with no reports of any assaults. This left He Tianzhong bemused. Could it be a clerical error in the records? However, throughout his tenure at Tiankai Academy, he had never heard of any discrepancies. He decided it was best to personally visit Baiyin village to verify the situation. Seeing He Tianzhong's determination, Su Guiquan advised, "The night is drawing near, and the fog has not yet lifted. It would be prudent to wait until tomorrow. Tonight, I will host a banquet to honor the two sorcerers and welcome you properly." He Tianzhong nodded in agreement and entrusted Chuamiao to Su Guiquan, requesting that he arrange for assistance in searching for her lost brother. Su Guiquan immediately dispatched personnel to commence the search, while Lin Beiji, however, found his brow involuntarily furrowing. Although he had employed his spiritual vision to scrutinize the surroundings upon entry and had detected nothing amiss, an instinctual unease lingered within him, an unsettling feeling that he could not shake. Su Guiquan instructed his servants to prepare a banquet and extended invitations to several local officials. Soon, the side hall was filled with a lively atmosphere. Several tables were neatly arranged, laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Su Guiquan sat at the head of the table, with He Tianzhong and Lin Beiji occupying the prominent positions to his right. The subsequent seats were arranged in descending order, filled by local officials and gentry, who, while seated lower, were still positioned not far from the head table. Each official had an abundance of sumptuous dishes and fine wines before them. Lin Beiji lightly brushed his fingers across the table, only to discover a layer of dust, suggesting it had not been wiped in quite some time. The dim lighting made it difficult to notice at first. He furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. This table had been freshly set. Why was it covered in dust? Beside him, He Tianzhong seemed entirely oblivious, engrossed in conversation with others. Lin Beiji contemplated whispering a warning. But at that moment, County Magistrate Su Guiquan raised his cup, cheerfully inviting everyone present to share a drink. Lin Beiji subtly leaned to signal He Tianzhong to abstain from drinking. However, He Tianzhong, dismissive of Lin Beiji's caution, waved him off and promptly downed his drink, placing the cup down with a nonchalant expression. Cups were raised and lowered. The night deepened unnoticed. He Tianzhong's complexion grew slightly flushed, the effects of the wine becoming apparent, and his speech grew more animated than usual. Meanwhile, Lin Beiji remained poised at the table, maintaining his sobriety, untouched by the culinary delights before him, just as he pondered whether he was being overly cautious. A sudden chill swept silently into the side hall. The candlelight flickered violently, dimming before flickering back to life. In that fleeting moment, Lin Beiji's pupils constricted, and he was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. The exquisite food and wine on the table had transformed into decayed remnants, exuding a gruesome stench, while the guests at the table morphed into figures clad in rotting garments, their hollow eye sockets flickering with a ghostly light. In an instant, everything reverted to normal. The candlelight danced brightly, laughter echoed among the guests, as if the horrifying vision had never occurred. Lin Beiji activated his spiritual vision once more, focusing intently to investigate. Yet everything appeared unchanged. The guests were still conversing merrily, the shadows on the walls casting warm hues, as if the bizarre spectacle had merely been a fleeting illusion. Yet deep within, he was utterly convinced that what he had witnessed was no mere figment of imagination. As the lingering stench still seemed to cling to his nostrils, sorcery. Lin Beiji's gaze darkened, a sense of alertness and dread rising within him. Chapter 13. A pile of bones? It appears this place indeed harbors traces of dark sorcery. He cast a furtive glance at He Tianzhong, who remained seated as usual, completely unaware of the momentary transformation, even taking the time to sip his drink. Lin Beiji inwardly rolled his eyes, thinking, He Tianzhong is far too carefree. Even under the influence of sorcery, he remains oblivious, seemingly undeterred in his indulgences. The contrast struck Lin Beiji as profoundly discordant, leaving him at a loss as to whether to admire or be exasperated. He rose from his seat, pulling He Tianzhong towards the hall's exit. Although He Tianzhong appeared puzzled, he followed Lin Beiji outside. The fog outside had thickened, enveloping the night sky, as light struggled to penetrate the murky haze, resembling a sheer veil that consumed the entire world, rendering it even more eerie. A gust of cold wind blew through, and He Tianzhong's inebriation began to dissipate. Without waiting for He Tianzhong to speak, Lin Beiji recounted the chilling scene he had just witnessed. He Tianzhong patted Lin Beiji on the shoulder, chuckling, Huayan, you must be exhausted from your journey, leading to such hallucinations. I conducted a thorough investigation upon entering the hall, and there were indeed no anomalies. Rest well tonight. We need to investigate Baiyin village together tomorrow. With that, He turned to head back inside. Lin Beiji hastily grasped his arm, his expression grave. "Chief, don't you find today's events rather peculiar? Think carefully about what that old lady said." He Tianzhong, sensing Lin Beiji's concern, thought he might simply be overly anxious due to his first assignment, and waved it off reassuringly. "Huayan, don't worry. With me around, nothing will go wrong. The magistrate has arranged accommodations for us, so why don't you head back and rest?" Seeing that He Tianzhong remained unconvinced, Lin Beiji lowered his voice, speaking earnestly. "If you still do not believe me, then come with me to the kitchen in the back courtyard and see what they have actually prepared for us." Upon seeing Lin Beiji's resolute demeanor, He Tianzhong finally relented, nodding reluctantly. "Fine, since you insist, I will accompany you." Guided by the faint moonlight, the two traversed the courtyard shrouded in fog and arrived at the kitchen's location. Through the kitchen's gauzy window, a faint red glow flickered, as if several candle flames danced erratically, enveloping the entire kitchen in an eerie crimson haze. A peculiar foul odor permeated the air, reminiscent of rotting flesh. He Tianzhong sensed something amiss and held his breath as he slowly pushed open the kitchen door. The scene that unfolded before him left him momentarily frozen in shock. Several kitchen staff stood with bowed heads at the counter, wielding sharp knives as they methodically sliced through chunks of flesh. However, the horrifying revelation struck him. The meat was not ordinary fare. It was their own blood and flesh. One individual had already severed a finger, the blade gliding slowly over the bone, while another was carving pieces from his own arm. Seemingly oblivious to the excruciating pain, their eyes were vacant, and they emitted a chilling laughter, mechanically repeating their gruesome task. Blood dripped from their wrists onto the floor, mingling with the kitchen's putrid stench, creating a nauseating concoction. He Tianzhong's eyes widened in terror and disbelief, and suddenly, he felt a violent churn in his stomach, an overwhelming wave of nausea crashing over him, as if something within him was raging. The queasiness surged up his throat, and unable to suppress the revolting sensation any longer, he bent over, hands on his knees, and began to vomit. The remnants of his earlier meal spewed forth, intermingled with clumps of hair and decaying flesh, releasing a repugnant stench. Staring at the grotesque remnants on the ground, He Tianzhong was gripped by a sudden chill. This was dire. They needed to find Chuan Miao. Lin Beiji's realization struck him, and he urgently addressed He Tianzhong. He Tianzhong, demonstrating the composure characteristic of a late-stage, second-rank sorcerer, quickly regained his calm upon hearing Lin Beiji's words, understanding that pressing matters lay ahead. With a flicker of determination, he attempted to summon his magical energy to obliterate the kitchen, only to find that his sorcery could not be executed smoothly. "Damn it! How could I not release my magic?" His face paled further as he muttered under his breath. It was likely related to the fog. The mist had infiltrated their bodies, obstructing their spiritual veins, thus preventing the smooth flow of magical energy, rendering them incapable of casting spells. At that moment, Lin Beiji also grasped this reality, furrowing his brow with concern. "This fog seems more complex than anticipated. It might be a special form of restriction or sorcery. Even covering our mouths and noses would not exempt us from its effects." Their situation grew increasingly perilous, and both understood that time was of the essence. Hesitation was no longer an option. They hurried back to the side hall, but the sight that awaited them halted their steps, leaving them momentarily stunned. This was no banquet. The oil lamps had long extinguished, plunging the hall into darkness, with only a faint moonbeam filtering through the intricately carved window, casting eerie shadows around them. The county magistrate, who had been seated at the head table, had transformed into a pile of decayed bones, the mottled remnants indicating he had perished here many years ago. The once vibrant guests were now nowhere to be found, leaving behind a disarray of skeletal remains, frozen in poses that suggested they had once reveled in merriment. The lavish feast that had adorned the table was now a pool of putrid sludge, the stench of decay saturating the air, while tiny insects crawled amidst the remnants, voraciously devouring the last vestiges of what had once been. Chuan Miao was absent, and Lin Beiji felt a surge of regret for not having brought her along when they had left. A grievous oversight on his part. Yet, he quickly realized that something was amiss. Why would anyone capture Chuan Miao? That seemed senseless. Perhaps she hadn't even taken but had instead fled in terror at the bizarre scene before her. Frantically searching for them as he grappled with his turbulent thoughts, A shadow darted past like a phantom, silently slipping outside the window. Lin Beiji's gaze sharpened. There had been someone covertly monitoring their movements. He exchanged a glance with He Tianzhong, and they both instinctively thought the same thing. Pursue! That shadow could very well be the mastermind behind it all, perhaps even the dark sorcerer they had been investigating. With the fog enveloping them, the elusive shadow was undoubtedly their only lead. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprinted in the direction the shadow had vanished. He Tianzhong, with keen eyesight and swift movements, led the way, vigilantly scouting ahead, while Lin Beiji followed closely, his strides firm and steady as they navigated the labyrinthine alleys in pursuit of the fading figure. Chapter 14. An Unfathomable Presence. Chapter 15. Baiyin Village. The two raced through the thick fog, which seemed to possess a will of its own, wrapping around them in layers, like an invisible net, ensnaring them within its grasp. The surrounding scenery twisted and transformed like a labyrinth, rendering one's sense of direction increasingly vague. We just passed this way. Lin Beiji pointed at the notch in the corner, a hint of concern lacing his voice. This marked their third return to this place. A chill subtly crept into He Tianzhong's heart. Regardless of how they altered their course, they always found themselves meandering back to the starting point. Let's split up and seek an escape, He Tianzhong decisively stated, aware that continuing in circles would assuredly lead them nowhere. Although he recognized that parting ways might pose greater dangers, two individuals encountering an enemy might still have a chance of survival. There was no alternative but to take the gamble. Lin Beiji nodded in agreement. If we fail to find a way out, we will reconvene at the marked point. With that, he placed his hand on his dagger and swiftly made his way into the dense mist on the left. He Tianzhong inhaled deeply before turning to stride into the fog on the right. Silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the chilling mist swirling around him, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, watching intently. After approximately half an hour of walking, Lin Beiji noticed the thick fog around him gradually thinning. His vision clearing somewhat. In the distance, he discerned a village, the entrance marked by an archway emblazoned with three prominent characters, Baiyin Village. Had he finally found a way out? Lin Beiji mused internally, only to swiftly dismiss the thought. No, this place was still ensnared within the enemy's web, likely a part of some formation. At this moment, Lin Beiji felt akin to a bird trapped in a cage. He understood that from the moment he set foot in Bata County, he had become a player in this game. Despite having just arrived in this world, the memories from his previous life remained intact. He knew that every formation must have a focal point. The core of its very existence. He remembered watching a film prior to his transmigration, in which a formidable elder crushed a formation's focal point, shaped like a skull, beneath his foot, causing the entire array to collapse in an instant. That scene was etched deeply in his mind, revealing to him that the key to dismantling a formation lay within its focal point. Lin Beiji contemplated. An eerie melody wafted from the village, haunting and sorrowful, reminiscent of a forlorn maiden lamenting her cruel fate. The song lamented, "Why does fate toy with me so mercilessly, showing no compassion for my lifelong suffering? The biting cold wind makes tears hard to shed. Who knows the blood-stained hands I bear? For whom do I weep like rain? For whom do I bleed with no one to care?" The song pierced through the mist, imbued with an ineffable pain and sorrow. Chilling the heart of anyone who heard it in that moment, it became indistinguishable whether the mournful melody infused the atmosphere with its eerie quality or if the eerie ambience deepened the song's sorrow. Although in his previous life Lin Beiji had been labeled a demon lord by those claiming to be righteous, he had never encountered such a bizarre scene, and a wave of inexplicable chill washed over him. He couldn't help but mock himself. It seems that the most pressing concern at the moment is to not wet my trousers. Despite such thoughts surfacing, he maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze sharp as he surveyed his surroundings. His steps measured, as if everything was well within his grasp. Just as he was about to step into the village, he was unexpectedly halted by a standing weasel that had appeared out of nowhere. He paused momentarily, puzzled, but was taken aback when the weasel suddenly spoke, its voice shrill and grating. "Young friend, do not be in haste to leave. I have a question for you." This scene startled Lin Beiji momentarily, but he quickly reconciled with it in a world where curses and magic existed. Encountering talking beasts seemed no longer extraordinary. He thought to himself, well then, if even the dead can speak, what is a talking weasel? The weasel continued, "Do I resemble a human or a deity? Upon hearing this, Lin Beiji instantly grasped the situation. This was clearly a trick employed by the weasel to solicit a tribute before his transmigration. He had heard many folk tales regarding spirits and demons, always believing them to be mere stories to deceive children. Never did he expect to encounter such a bizarre occurrence firsthand. If he were to say it resembled a human, the weasel would consider its cultivation a waste and seek vengeance. However, should he say it resembled a deity, it would aspire to ascend as an immortal, but would thereafter cling to him. Both answers posed a danger. At this moment, Lin Beiji appeared caught in a dilemma. Yet who was he? In his previous life, he was a sect leader commanding 100,000 disciples, and the antics of a mere weasel seeking tribute were nothing more than a joke to him. While it seemed he was cornered, he regarded this small trickery as a mere farce, utterly insignificant. With a hint of disdain flitting through his mind, he feigned seriousness and replied, "You look like a human, though your height is rather inadequate to ask for resembling a deity. To be frank, that image is somewhat forced." His tone, while appearing earnest, concealed a playful undertone. After a brief pause, he scrutinized the weasel from head to toe, as if appraising it, before smirking and adding, "To be honest, I think you look more like a sausage dog." Upon hearing this, the weasel's expression froze, quickly darkening as it clearly became enraged by Lin Beiji's contemptuous words. Its centuries of cultivation were belittled by a mere human, igniting a fiery wrath within. The weasel narrowed its eyes, its gaze turning menacing. In the next moment, a dense wave of black energy surged from its body, rapidly engulfing the surroundings like a tide, the previously clear air growing heavy and oppressive, the atmosphere suddenly shifting to one of tension and danger. "You seek death," the weasel snarled, baring its teeth as its form swelled, expanding several times its size, as if intending to devour everything in sight. Nevertheless, Lin Beiji remained steadfast, a rock amidst the storm, standing firm without wavering in the face of the weasel's threat. He merely casted a fleeting glance, his gaze as cold as iron, his tone devoid of emotion. "Are you certain?" The weasel, perplexed by the audacity of this youth, felt a strange chill run down its spine when its gaze met Lin Beiji's. Chapter 16. Illusion or Reality. Just a fleeting glance, yet the weasel seemed to plummet into an abyss, enveloped by an invisible pressure that rendered it immobile, as if countless malevolent spirits writhed and twisted in the depths of that abyss, exuding a suffocating aura of terror, as though from a hell of another realm. At that moment, its body became rigid, unable to move, fear swelling within, as if the next second, those countless malevolent spirits would surge forth to tear it apart. Who is this being? The weasel's heartbeat seemed to halt. Before it stood not an ordinary youth, but an entity akin to a demon lord. Its entire being shuddered, cold sweat breaking out as its inflated form rapidly deflated. As if all will to resist had vanished in an instant, trembling, it stammered, "My lord, I have failed to recognize the mountain and have offended you. I shall take my leave." Its tone was rife with trepidation. Not daring to show even a hint of defiance, scram, Lin Beiji casually uttered two words. In an instant, the weasel spun around, darting away like a streak of black lightning, vanishing without a trace, fearing that even a moment's hesitation could lead to its demise. The hauntingly sorrowful melody continued to drift through the night, echoing in Lin Beiji's ears as if recounting endless grievances and melancholy. Yet, Lin Beiji's expression remained unchanged. Not a flicker of hesitation crossed his face as he stepped directly into Baiyan village. The moment he crossed into the village, the mournful song that had enveloped the air abruptly ceased, as if sensing his arrival. Even more bizarrely, the heavy night was suddenly replaced by a blinding daylight. Yet the dense fog still clung to the surroundings, showing no signs of dissipating. "Why do you forsake me, cold as frost? That year you left home, I sold all I had to support your journey to Ningjing. Waiting in vain." The song concluded, sending a slight tremor through Lin Beiji's heart. Before he could ponder further, a wave of familiar dizziness surged over him. As he struggled to steady his mind, figures began to materialize through the fog. For individuals clad in plain white mourning garments approached slowly, carrying a dark coffin, their steps heavy as if treading upon a silent drumbeat. A chilling aura radiating from the coffin. Two boys in front bowed their heads in silence, clutching white paper money, scattering it step by step, the paper fluttering like snowflakes in the mist, spreading a sense of sorrow across the ground. The fog thickened, obscuring Lin Beiji's vision, and just as that chilling aura drew near, he felt a violent jolt before him, realizing the peril he was in, a sensation he had never encountered even in his past life. Suddenly, countless fragmented and chaotic memories surged through his mind. Damn it! Lin Beiji furrowed his brow, clenching his teeth as those disjointed fragments flooded in, filled with cries, laughter, disputes, and despair. He sought to stabilize his form, yet found the surroundings had become a haze, an invisible force gradually dragging his consciousness into the depths. When he opened his eyes once more, he discovered himself lying on the upper bunk of a bed, his head clouded and disoriented, teetering on the precipice of wakefulness. He attempted to rise, only to quickly realize that his body was utterly immobilized. As if firmly bound by some unseen force, reminiscent of the legendary phenomenon of sleep paralysis, he recognized this place, though it lay far back in time. It was the dormitory where he had spent 4 years of university life, a sanctuary that had housed his most joyous and unforgettable moments. At this moment, his memories remained jumbled, and he was unaware of why he found himself in this location, sensing that something of great significance was slipping away from his mind. Although he lay flat, his vision seemed unaffected. He observed his dormitory mates returning one after another. Due to the passage of time, he had long forgotten the features of his roommates, and those appearing before him now were mere blurred figures, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Just as he struggled to comprehend his predicament, a person who bore an uncanny resemblance to him entered the room, walking with a composed stride and an indifferent expression. Lin Beiji's eyes widened in shock, his heart pounding. He wished to shout, to inform his roommates that this individual was not him. However, no matter how he strained, he could not utter a sound, his fingertips refusing to move. The scene that followed sent chills down his spine. 4 figures gathered at the foot of his bed, seemingly engaged in some arcane ritual. They held yellow paper inscribed with symbols, methodically affixing these strips to his bedding. As if he did not exist at all, they murmured incantations in a strange tone, neither human nor beast, an eerie and sinister atmosphere causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. Lin Beiji jolted awake again. He gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Slowly, he sat up, his chaotic thoughts gradually clarifying. Lin Beiji surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was ensconced in an ancient dwelling, shrouded in a profound darkness. The sole source of light was a flickering oil lamp suspended from the beams, casting a dim yellow glow that illuminated the shifting shadows on the walls. He sat upon an old wooden bed, the planks creaking under him, as though they might collapse with the slightest pressure. The coarse burlap bedding exuded a damp, decaying odor, and there lingered an indescribable metallic scent. It was hard to fathom that anyone could reside here. Beside him, on a low stool, lay a pair of old red cloth shoes, their toes slightly curled up, the vibrant red glinting ominously in the dim light. As if stained with blood, on the mottled earthen walls hung several New Year paintings, the paper yellowed and curling, yet the depictions of spirits and demons were disturbingly vivid. Grinning faces, contorted limbs, and some of these figures seemed to gaze directly at him, resembling more a malevolent entity than a mere ghost. In the corner stood a tall, offering table, upon which rested a blurred effigy, seemingly of the earth god. However, its features were obscured by a thick layer of soot, rendering its countenance almost unrecognizable. 3 incense sticks smoldered, wisps of smoke spiraling in the air, coalescing into the shape of an elongated hand. He noticed what appeared to be water marks on the ground, but upon closer inspection, they were not water. Rather, they were dark crimson stains, like traces of dried blood, glaringly conspicuous in the feeble light. Confronted by such a bizarre scene, Lin Beiji felt a shiver run down his spine, immediately realizing he remained ensnared in an illusion. The difference this time was that his thoughts had become much clearer. He vaguely deduced that he was likely within a house in Baiyin village. He recalled the last events before entering the illusion. When the coffin had approached him, his consciousness had begun to spiral into chaos, and the haunting song had emanated from within the coffin. Lin Beiji understood he had fallen victim to some form of illusionary magic. He had heard his second uncle mention such sorcery before, capable of ensnaring individuals in a web of reality and delusion, leading them astray without their knowledge. His current predicament aligned almost perfectly with his uncle's description, and thus he concluded, Chapter 17. Unraveling the Woman's Heartstrings. However, this illusion was not insurmountable. There were 3 methods to break it and escape the phantasm. The first was to utilize a higher-level magic, several times more potent than the illusion, to forcibly shatter it. Though this demanded an extraordinary level of skill from the sorcerer, the second relied on the assistance of companions. If a comrade could inject their magical essence into the sorcerer trapped within the illusion, it could awaken the consciousness ensnared by the spell. Alternatively, the most straightforward method, delivering several resounding slaps, could also jolt a person awake from the illusion. The third method involved passing the test set by the one who cast the illusion. While this did not require any particular skill from the sorcerer, many of these tests were quite demanding and exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Lin Beiji inwardly attempted to channel his true essence. Seeking to tear through the illusion with the overwhelming force of his celestial arts, however, he discovered that he was unable to summon his true essence within this phantasm. Worse still, he had no companions nearby to rely upon for assistance. It seemed he could only opt for the third method. Lin Beiji furrowed his brow, yet maintained his composure. Although he was uncertain why he had been drawn into this illusion, it surely related to the woman within the coffin. Just as he was lost in thought, the door was gently pushed open, and a woman clad in a simple red wedding gown entered. The woman was slender and frail, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Her hair was meticulously styled in a bun, adorned with hairpins that were not extravagant but rather tarnished and cracked, bearing faint dark spots as if eroded by time. Her pale face was devoid of color, nearly indistinguishable from that of a corpse, her skin clinging to her bones as if lacking flesh to support it. More bizarrely, her face bore no features, only a pair of hollow eyes, devoid of pupils. The depths of her eye sockets a realm of lifeless gray. The woman walked directly to the vanity, seemingly oblivious to Lin Beiji's presence. Before the vanity stood a copper mirror riddled with cracks. Its surface rusted, reflecting her indistinct figure. After she sat down, she slowly raised her hands, which were slender yet marked with black, crack-like patterns, resembling desiccated branches pried from a corpse, as she mechanically combed her long hair. She began to softly sing in a theatrical tone, her voice gentle and trembling, like mist wafting in the cold night, imbued with an indescribable sorrow. Winter fades easily, spring flowers wither swiftly, who would have thought you would return in glory? Yet treat me with cold indifference, turning away from the old bridal finery. Black tresses turn to white hair, sorrowful heart turns to frost, past events become dreams, never to be pursued. Lin Beiji suddenly froze. Recognizing that familiar voice, could this be the mistress from the coffin? The song was disjointed, her fingers gliding through her hair, as if untangling a web of entangled memories. This life was wasted waiting for you. Why are you so heartless, severing ties of gratitude and affection, leaving deep love unrequited? She sang to this point. Her voice dwindled to a near inaudible whisper, as if something had choked her throat, leaving only echoes reverberating in the silent room. At that moment, a bitter smile curled at the corners of her lips, a grin that bore an unsettling peculiarity. She slowly hung a bundle of hemp rope from the beam, then moved to retrieve a low stool, gently standing upon it. Lin Beiji's heart tightened. He knew he must act. Despite the eerie aura surrounding this woman, she was currently his only lead. Wait, Lin Beiji called out loudly. Yet no matter how fervently he shouted, the woman appeared entirely deaf to his voice. Frustrated, Lin Beiji rushed forward, attempting to grasp her wrist. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, he felt no icy sensation. The woman's figure dissipated like mist, vanishing from sight. What on earth was happening? Before Lin Beiji could ponder further, the scene before him abruptly transformed. He found himself still standing at the doorway of that house. Gently pushing the door open, he was met with an entirely different tableau. The oppressive, eerie atmosphere had vanished, replaced by tranquility and warmth. The old wooden bed was now adorned with a neatly arranged cotton quilt, plain yet clean, and the low stool still held that pair of red cloth shoes, now infused with the essence of an ordinary household. The earthen walls, though somewhat mottled, bore fresh paintings, no longer depicting indistinct ghosts. The offering table in the corner was tidy, atop it a small, lifelike statue of the earth god, with a kind and benevolent expression. Though he remained within this house, it felt as if he had traversed through time. Returning to many years prior, Lin Beiji peered through the window, witnessing the woman gradually approaching the house. Yet unlike before, she was no longer alone. Two companions accompanied her. One was a middle-aged man clad in simple coarse cloth, while the other appeared to be a scholar, dressed in a neat, albeit worn, long robe, supported by the middle-aged man. However, like the woman, their faces were blank as paper, devoid of features. They, too, remained unaware of Lin Beiji's presence and entered the house. Listening to their conversation, he gleaned their identities. The woman's name was Lu Suzhen, the middle-aged man was her father, and the young scholar was named Chen Shuyuan, a destitute scholar who, having fallen ill while wandering in search of exams, was taken in by Lu Suzhen's father. The scene flickered past like a revolving lantern, with Lin Beiji as the sole observer. He observed as Lu Suzhen willingly took on the responsibility of caring for Chen Shuyuan, tirelessly devoted to his side day and night. In the dim light of flickering candles, she served soup and medicine, tending to him with utmost care, creating an atmosphere of warmth and tenderness. Days turned into nights. Chen Shuyuan found himself deeply moved by Lu Suzhen's kindness, and their feelings gradually blossomed into profound affection. However, this idyllic scene was short-lived. The images shifted frame by frame, while Chen Shuyuan's health steadily improved. His obsession with gaining scholarly recognition showed no signs of waning. At the moment of parting, he earnestly promised Lu Suzhen, "When I triumph in the imperial examinations, I shall return to take you as my wife." Filled with hope, Lu Suzhen, along with her father, pooled all their savings to support Chen Shuyuan on his journey, wishing for his success in the examinations that would bring her to his home. Lu Suzhen awaited each day with eager anticipation, longing for Chen Shuyuan's triumphant return. Yet, 7 years passed in this fashion. During this time, Lu Suzhen's father, having succumbed to an old ailment exacerbated by an early exposure to the cold, departed this world without ever witnessing his daughter's marriage. Left alone, Lu Suzhen clung to a promise that had long since faded into obscurity. Lin Beiji, observing all of this, suddenly comprehended that these were the memories of Lu Suzhen, seemingly intended for him to witness. Chapter 18. Clue. The only faith sustaining Lu Suzhen was the belief that the man who had once made a vow would return to her. Yet, year after year, with no news, her hope gradually transformed into torment. The scene shifted once more, and Lin Beiji found himself in a modest tavern within the village. The few villagers were seated nearby, engaged in hushed conversation, their indistinct faces reflecting a complex array of emotions. He overheard an elder sigh. "That young woman truly has a tragic fate. Such a good person, yet she met such an end." Another villager quietly inquired, "Are you referring to the one who hanged herself a few days ago? I heard she lost her father as well." The villagers shook their heads in lament, beginning to speculate on the reasons behind Lu Suzhen's suicide. Various theories circulated. Some claimed Lu Suzhen had sold her possessions and ventured to the capital in search of him, only to find Chen Shuyuan had married into a wealthy family, completely forgetting her and casting her aside, which led to her despair and subsequent demise. Others suggested that Chen Shuyuan had met with misfortune on his journey to the capital, resulting in years of silence, and upon learning this, Lu Suzhen took her own life. However, Lin Beiji already harbored an answer in his heart. He was convinced that Chen Shuyuan had indeed returned. The melancholy lyric sung by the woman earlier had already hinted at this, returning in glory, turning away from the former bride. This clearly narrated how Chen Shuyuan had betrayed Lu Suzhen's deep affection upon returning home. Yet questions arose. If Chen Shuyuan had truly returned in glory, why did the villagers seem not to recognize him? Why had his return stirred no ripples in this small village? The scene around him appeared to resonate with Lin Beiji's inner turmoil. Shifting once again, this time, he found himself in a desolate graveyard outside the village. Lin Beiji's gaze fell upon a solitary grave, concealed amidst the wild grass, exuding a profound sense of desolation. The freshly turned earth bore a crude gravestone, upon which were inscribed the words "Grave of Lu Suzhen," scrawled in a haphazard manner, seemingly etched by the villagers in haste. In his memories, he had indeed witnessed Lu Suzhen's hanging, yet being led to this place indicated that there must be more to the story. Without hesitation, Lin Beiji began to dig up the grave. Soon, a simple wooden coffin emerged before him, and he gently lifted the lid. Inside, Lu Suzhen's lifeless body lay still, while her corpse had not fully decayed. Faint traces of livor mortis had begun to appear on her cheeks and neck. her skin displaying a cold, rigid pallor, her fingers slightly curled. Her long hair lay disheveled upon her shoulders, a few strands clinging to her already parched lips. Lin Beiji knelt down to examine her remains closely. He noticed that there were no scratch marks beneath Lu Sujin's nails, and her finger joints showed no signs of the tension one would expect from a struggle against suffocation. A person instinctively fighting against the noose would typically grasp the rope tightly, leaving deep impressions at the fingertips and joints. However, Lu Sujin's hands appeared eerily tranquil, devoid of any signs of struggle. As if she had not reacted at all before her passing, he shifted his gaze to her neck, scrutinizing the ligature marks. These marks were shallow and positioned low, clearly not conforming to typical hanging characteristics. If it had indeed been a hanging, the marks would have been displaced due to gravity and struggle. Yet there were no such indications on Lu Sujin's neck. Even more strangely, her expression remained serene, devoid of any contorted pain. All these anomalies conveyed to Lin Beiji that this was far from a simple suicide. A bold conjecture surfaced in his mind, sorcery of accursed nature. He recalled the scene of Lu Sujin's hanging, her frail form seemingly manipulated like a marionette, that eerie action appearing more like a manifestation of sorcery than a natural response of a living being. This solidified his conviction. If his hypothesis held true, it would imply that a malevolent sorcerer had infiltrated Baiyin village prior to Lu Sujin's demise. It was now the year of Gongxiu, indicating that the sorcerer had likely appeared here at least 4 years ago. Yet, why had this letter of commission only reached Tian's academy now? Lin Beiji pondered in silence. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, if this letter had not been sent by the county magistrate, then who had delivered it to Tian's academy? This question pierced his mind like a needle, and he instinctively felt that the key to unraveling this mystery lay in Chen Shuyuan's true identity, which very well might be the malevolent sorcerer that Tian's academy was pursuing. Could it be that Chen Shuyuan's purported quest for scholarly achievement over these 7 years was merely a facade, and he had actually been practicing sorcery all along? Yet, doubts soon crept in. An ordinary person without any foundational skills could hardly attain such a level of mastery in just 7 years. While sorcery was indeed enigmatic and perilous, its practice was fraught with challenges, only accessible to those with extraordinary talent or the inheritance of a sorcerer. Someone like Chen Shuyuan, hailing from a modest background, would find it nearly impossible to reach such heights in a short span of time. As Lin Beiji continued to contemplate, the scene before him shifted once more, as if layers of silk were being peeled away. Each time he uncovered a new clue, the surrounding images morphed, gradually revealing the truth hidden within the fog. The one who cast the illusion seemed bound by some constraint, unable to unveil the truth directly, instead guiding Lin Beiji to explore personally, piecing together the entire narrative. At this moment, the image of a woman emerged, being cast out from a grand estate. Her frail figure swayed in the biting wind, collapsing onto the icy steps, her eyes filled with desperation as she gazed pleadingly towards the door. Within the estate stood a figure, cold and indifferent, devoid of any compassion. Lin Beiji focused intently, and a jolt of recognition surged through him. The figure was none other than Su Guiquan, the county magistrate who had once received him. But at this moment, he appeared significantly younger, with remnants of scholarly demeanor still evident in his demeanor. In that instant, Lin Beiji comprehended everything. It turned out that Chen Shuyuan's true name was Su Guiquan, who had deceived Lu Sujin's family 7 years prior, and after achieving scholarly success, had completely betrayed the promises and conscience of his past. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Sujin confronted Su Guiquan, demanding to know why he had forsaken her. Yet Su Guiquan responded coldly, devoid of any pity, "You are but a village woman, long divorced from my life. Do not humiliate yourself further." His words struck like a blade, piercing Lu Sujin's heart. Nevertheless, Su Guiquan was not finished. Fearing that Lu Sujin might divulge his past and tarnish his current esteemed reputation, he summoned a sorcerer to cast a spell upon her. Chapter 19. The Nexus. The sorcerer, clad in a black robe and masked, exuded a chilling aura. He was unmistakably the malevolent sorcerer Lin Beiji sought. It became clear that Su Guiquan had secretly colluded with the sorcerers, and everything now fell into place. Lin Beiji had witnessed the sorcerer's methods before. It seemed that he was also responsible for altering the villagers' memories. As the truth gradually surfaced, Lin Beiji was suddenly enveloped by a low, sorrowful weeping, echoing from afar yet resonating closely. The sobs were intermittent, as if silently recounting her suffering and injustice, blending into the howling winds, refusing to dissipate. That moment, the vague apparitions before Lin Beiji, Lu Suzhen kneeling in tears. Indistinct villagers seemed to lose their vitality and color, resembling silhouettes devoid of souls, gradually losing their dimensionality, until they shattered into countless tiny specks of light, dispersing into the void. Is this the end? Lin Beiji mused, as a faint white mist began to rise beneath his feet, enveloping the ground. When the illusory scene finally vanished, he found himself once more in the desolate graveyard outside the village. Lu Suzhen's grave stood solitary in a corner of this barren land. Obscured by wild grass, nearly indistinguishable, there were no incense or offerings at the grave. Only a dilapidated gravestone leaning against a mound of earth, the name etched upon it long faded, as if forgotten by time. The cold wind swept through, stirring fallen leaves that settled upon the grave, as if whispering tales of endless solitude and sorrow. This scene silently mirrored Lu Suzhen's fleeting and tragic life. Once filled with hope, she had been mercilessly abandoned by fate. She had poured her heart out, only to be met with boundless betrayal. In this present moment, her final resting place, even in death, is steeped in desolation, where she can only find companionship in the wild grass and the whispers of the wind. Lamenting a sorrowful ballad that goes unheard, Lin Beiji approached the stone tablet, calming his mind, and spoke slowly. Chen Shuyuan has already departed to the Yellow Springs, upon my return with the sorcerer of the demonic path. I shall vindicate you and ensure he has no escape. Lu Suzhen, it is time for you to relinquish your obsessions. No sooner had his words left his lips than a low, mournful song seemed to respond, echoing faintly from the graveyard. The voice was ethereal and sorrowful, both weeping and narrating, drifting hauntingly through the air. Why has the young master forsaken me, cold-hearted as frost, cold-hearted as frost? That year you left home to pursue your ambitions. I sold all I had to support your journey to Ningjing for the examinations, waiting in anguish. Winter fades, spring blooms. Yet who could have foreseen your return in glory, treating me with indifference, turning your back on the beauty of our past? My dark hair has turned to white, my heart heavy with sorrow, the past now a dream, forever out of reach. I have waited my whole life for you. Why must you be so heartless? Severing all bonds, leaving love unreciprocated? This song was like the soft weeping of a soul, filled with grievances, recounting the tragic life of Lu Suzhen. Lin Beiji noticed that the stone tablet before him was subtly emanating signs of magical fluctuations. In that instant, he realized this was the focal point of the formation. It turned out that Lu Suzhen had brought him here not only to seek justice for herself, but also to assist him in unraveling this enigmatic formation. Acknowledging this, Lin Beiji nodded slightly, conveying his profound gratitude to the spirit of Lu Suzhen. The stone tablet not only suppressed her soul but also harnessed her resentment to fuel the formation. What a vile sorcerer this demonic practitioner must be! Lin Beiji cursed inwardly. It was time to put an end to this. Just as Lin Beiji was about to approach and destroy the stone tablet, an unexpected change transpired. The surrounding white mist began to swirl violently, as if countless invisible hands were reaching out from all directions to seize him. At that moment, a piercing flute sound shattered the silence. Its sharp, eerie tones seeming to penetrate the very depths of the soul as the flute's melody reverberated. The graveyard began to tremble, and hundreds of decaying corpses burst forth from the earth, their hollow eye sockets exuding a thick, black resentment as they slowly advanced towards Lin Beiji. So, they have finally arrived, Lin Beiji pondered to himself. He had long anticipated that the force behind this would not allow him to easily destroy the focal point of the formation. And these zombies were clearly summoned to protect it, with the flute sound triggering some sort of defensive mechanism. As the flute's melody quickened, the movements of the surrounding zombies became frenzied and violent. Each tremor of the notes seemed to pull at their limbs, the resentment that permeated the air twisting and entwining, attaching itself to their limbs and joints, transforming them into puppets dancing to the tune of the flute. Under the influence of this resentment, these puppets lunged at Lin Beiji with chaotic yet precise ferocity, their murderous intent crashing over him like a tidal wave. At that moment, a low note resounded. The earth heaved, and from beneath his feet, a pair of pale, decaying hands suddenly emerged from the soil, their cold and rigid fingers gripping his ankle like iron pincers. He struggled to break free, only to discover the grip was unnaturally strong. With zombies charging at him from the front and ghostly hands restraining him from behind, Lin Beiji felt as if he were a beast trapped in a cage, awaiting slaughter. In this dire moment, Lin Beiji swiftly drew his dagger, its cold gleam flashing, and with a swift motion, the ghostly hands were severed, flesh and soil splattering in the process. Without pausing, Lin Beiji tightened his grip on the dagger, the cold light swirling in his hand, transforming into a silver streak. The blade sliced through the air, accurately severing the advancing zombies. "Get away!" he bellowed, the blade flashing like lightning, and in an instant, a zombie's head was cleaved off, black liquid splattering and releasing a nauseating stench into the air. However, before he could catch his breath, more corpses surged from all directions, enveloping him like an endless tide. Lin Beiji gripped his dagger tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the focal point of the formation, striving to break through. Yet, with each step forward, more corpses lunged at him, frantically obstructing his path. His dagger danced through the air, cutting a swath as he cleaved through the zombies, their limbs and remains flying in all directions, the ground now littered with shattered bodies and oozing black liquid. Despite this, Lin Beiji remained unperturbed. "A demonic practitioner. You possess rather intriguing methods," he thought, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he murmured, "Let me witness whether your sorcery surpasses my deceptive celestial arts." In his previous life, Lin Beiji had encountered cultivators adept at manipulating puppets, and he had inherited the teachings of a master of deception. Thus he was well versed in the ways of puppet control. Initially, he had been reluctant to expend his true essence, but the present situation left him no choice. Manipulating zombies with mere flute sounds? How audacious! This was not arrogance on Lin Beiji's part, but rather the instinctive disdain of a former demon lord who had once stood at the pinnacle, now looking down upon this junior sorcerer of the demonic path. He ceased to engage with the zombies, taking a decisive leap, his movements as light as a swallow, stepping onto the heads of the zombies as he dashed forward. Chapter 20. The green-clad swordsman as he neared a massive tree. He leaped into the air, the heads of the zombies beneath him shattering into fragments, and he used that momentum to land firmly on the trunk, standing tall and proud like a pine. Lin Beiji's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he quipped, "What is the best remedy for zombies? Indeed, it is plants." He cast a teasing glance at the barren surroundings and sighed. Alas, there are no peas nearby. In no time, the zombies had surrounded the massive tree, their sharp claws embedding into the thick trunk, producing a deafening scratching sound as they climbed up in a frenzied tide. Lin Beiji hesitated no longer. Channeling his true essence, his right hand with 2 fingers pressed against the tree trunk, in an instant, a purplish-black radiance surged from his fingertips, taking the form of a spinning disc-like illusion. He murmured a spell. "Blood sacrifice stains the nether. Soul sounds summon the 9 realms. I become the harbinger of causality. All things bend to my will." With that, he lightly traced his left index finger, and several drops of blood rolled off, falling into the purplish-black disc. In that moment, ripples spread outwards, and simultaneously, the massive tree trembled violently, its sturdy branches shaking as if responding to a summons, and the surrounding air became chaotic. This was the secret technique of the deceptive path, blood spirit summoning technique. The tree suddenly quaked, its bark splitting open to reveal twisted black patterns pulsating like veins. The roots erupted from the ground, tearing through the earth, lifting soil and stones as they surged forward. If only the sky-devouring python were here, Lin Beiji sighed quietly, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. The sky-devouring python had been the first ancient beast he had tamed, and it remained the only one. His practice of deceptive path divine powers encompassed soul-driving, shadow manipulation, spirit communication, fate insight, and more. But these secret techniques often required a medium to unleash their true might, and the sky-devouring python was one of his most formidable allies. Compensating for his own shortcomings in days past, this python had accompanied him in battles far and wide, wielding unmatched ferocity to obliterate enemies and achieving numerous victories. It had also been the symbol of his most trusted strength. However, the current predicament demanded his full attention, leaving no room for reminiscence. Secret technique, 1,000 hands binding souls. Lin Beiji clapped his hands together, then raised them in prayer, unleashing a powerful force from the trunk of the massive tree. As countless tendrils shot forth like a furious swarm of serpents, swiftly and precisely targeting the climbing zombies. They struck like sharp iron hooks, impaling the zombies into the ground, binding them as if caught in invisible chains, rendering them immobile. Simultaneously, the robust branches suddenly bent, intertwining to form two massive, muscular arms. Secret technique, thousand armies breaking. One of the colossal arms swung out with a punch, akin to a mountain collapsing, unleashing an unstoppable gale that crashed down upon the horde of zombies. In an instant, a tempest of dust was stirred up, accompanied by a resounding boom. As the zombies were smashed to pieces, their remains scattering in all directions, the arm swung again, delivering a second punch, and hundreds of zombies were reduced to mere paper, collapsing helplessly to the ground. With this series of thunderous sounds, the entire battlefield shifted dramatically, the zombies utterly suppressed and unable to retaliate. Faced with such a vast disparity in power, the zombies halted, and the flute's melody ceased abruptly. Is this the end? Lin Beiji mused. Yet, the flute's sound suddenly rang out once more, this time with a melody starkly different, becoming increasingly frantic and urgent. The notes pouring down like a torrential storm. The resentment that surrounded him surged into his body like a long whale gulping down water, causing the atmosphere to freeze abruptly. An overwhelming sense of oppression bearing down upon him. Seizing the initiative, Lin Beiji's thoughts flickered, and the colossal tree swung its fist like a mountain, crashing towards the green-clad swordsman. However, the swordsman, with an ethereal grace, evaded the attack with a mere sidestep, swiftly creating distance between them. In that fleeting moment, the vines on the giant tree lashed out like venomous serpents, striking at the swordsman from all directions. Intent on ensnaring him, the swordsman unsheathed his long sword, its blade gleaming like snow, and in an instant, he severed the attacking vines with decisive and fierce motions, reminiscent of a swift knife slicing through tangled threads. As the giant tree retracted its fist, the swordsman darted up the tree's arm with the speed of lightning, advancing towards Lin Beiji. Yet, Lin Beiji would not remain passive. The other arm of the giant tree swung out violently towards the swordsman. The swordsman leapt deftly, dodging the assault. However, in that moment of suspension, Lin Beiji clasped his hands together and intoned, "Thousand hands binding soul." In an instant, countless tendrils surged forth like a furious swarm of serpents, piercing towards the swordsman. The swordsman, left with no avenue of escape, was instantly impaled by the tendrils, his body shattering into pieces. Yet, before Lin Beiji could breathe a sigh of relief, a thick wave of resentment surged back into the remnants of the swordsman's body, which began to visibly regenerate at an astonishing rate, once again brandishing his sword against Lin Beiji. Lin Beiji's brow furrowed in concern. This was not a sustainable solution. He must destroy the core of the formation to achieve a true victory. As the sound of the flute grew increasingly urgent, the swordsman's onslaught intensified. Under the cover of the horde of corpses, he swiftly approached the giant tree, his long sword suddenly gleaming with a cold light as he severed the tree's double legs formed from its roots. With a thunderous crash, the giant tree's massive form collapsed to its knees. The tree's stout arms flailed like the wind, attempting to fend off the swordsman. Yet the swordsman's movements were ghostly, each attack effortlessly evaded. Then, with a sweep of his sword, two sharp beams of light sliced through, and the giant tree's arms were cleaved off. Under the relentless assault of the swordsman, the giant tree finally succumbed to its burden, crashing down as a tide of zombies surged forth, surrounding the tree completely. The swordsman stood atop the remnants of the giant tree, his gaze cold and piercing, searching for Lin Beiji's whereabouts. Chapter 21. The Malevolent Spirit. Yet, at that very moment, a crisp sound echoed. The distant stone tablet had been shattered. The swordsman's expression changed dramatically as he turned to see Lin Beiji standing beside the ruins of the tablet. A cold smile gracing his lips. It turned out that this had all been a ruse, a diversion orchestrated by Lin Beiji. The giant tree was merely a decoy. He had quietly circumnavigated to the rear amidst the chaos and shattered the stone tablet with a single blow. Lin Beiji lightly brushed off his sleeves, his tone laced with mockery. "Youngster, you are still too naive to contend with me." Before long, the resentment emanating from the green-clad swordsman and the zombies dissipated swiftly, as if they had lost their source of strength. their bodies visibly withered, ultimately transforming into mere piles of stark white bones, lifeless upon the ground. Concurrently, the sound of the flute gradually faded, and the dense fog that enveloped the surroundings began to disperse, revealing the true visage of Baiyin village. Lin Beiji understood that it was unwise to linger here. He needed to reunite with He Tianzhong swiftly, locate Chuanmiao, and then find a way to escape. He hastened towards Baiyin village, and before long, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. He Tianzhong was supporting Chuanmiao, taking slow, measured steps towards him. He Tianzhong's left arm was missing, the empty sleeve fluttering in the wind. Stained dark red with blood that soaked half of his body, he bore countless wounds, his complexion pale as paper, his steps heavy, and his body slightly swaying, evidently having just endured an exceptionally brutal battle. It was no surprise, given his strength was merely that of a peak second-tier sorcerer with limited means. Coupled with the obstruction of his magical essence, it was fortunate for him to have emerged with his life intact after confronting the enemy. Upon hearing He Tianzhong's account, Lin Beiji learned of his recent ordeal. Shortly after parting ways with Lin Beiji, He Tianzhong had discovered a hidden village temple, from which flickering candlelight emanated, the temple door slightly ajar. As if someone had just entered or exited, he keenly spotted a shadow flit within the temple. On high alert, he grasped the short blade at his waist and cautiously stepped inside. Upon the altar of the village temple lay an eerie idol, strikingly similar to the one in Lin Beiji's illusion. The idol, wholly black, appeared to be constructed from actual flesh and blood, its surface marred by dry cracks, exuding a scent of decay and rust. Its head was grotesque, seemingly fashioned from countless shattered bones, rough and asymmetrical, with twisted features that unnaturally curled into a mocking grin. Most chilling were the idol's eyes, two deep-set hollows, each embedding a pulsating mass that glimmered with a dim red light. As if slowly writhing, the area around the eye sockets was etched with blood-like patterns, resembling solidified tear stains, eerie and mournful. The idol's limbs were emaciated, yet upon closer inspection, the fingers were remarkably delicate. Even revealing vein-like textures, He Tianzhong stood before the altar, a chill creeping down his spine, as if the idol were fixating on him, sending shivers through his being. However, he quickly suppressed the unsettling feeling. His gaze drawn to several stacks of scrolls upon the altar. With a modicum of caution, he reached for one, carefully unfurling it for inspection. To his horror, it detailed an ancient curse ritual, forcibly merging vibrant life force with a curse. Utilizing dark sorcery to resurrect corpses, transforming them into soulless monstrosities, zombies. The process was steeped in bloodshed, clearly intended as a sacrificial rite for some malevolent deity. The more he read, the more alarmed he grew. His back unknowingly dampened by cold sweat, he realized that someone was attempting to summon an ancient evil deity, Qiyu. Through this ritual, the bizarre idol on the altar was none other than Qiyu's manifestation. He Tianzhong had previously studied this ancient malevolent deity in the scrolls. Legend has it that Qiyu was once the guardian spirit of an ancient tribe, residing in a secluded valley surrounded by mountains. Isolated from the world, with distinct seasons and fertile lands, akin to a paradise on earth. The tribe revered Qiyu as a divine being bestowed upon them, firmly believing he was the protector of their bounteous land. Qiyu wielded supreme divine power to suppress marauding beasts, shielding the tribe from natural calamities, becoming a symbol of their life and tranquility, as their guardian. Qiyu not only governed the flow of vitality in nature, but also served as a guide for the tribe's way of life. He taught them the arts of agriculture and hunting, imparting wisdom for harmonious coexistence with nature. He had once summoned nourishing rains to revitalize parched crops, guided migratory birds to linger, providing ample sustenance for the tribe, and displayed divine might to expel the beasts that plagued them, bringing enduring peace to the tribe. Under his protection, the tribe thrived in a harmonious existence, and the valley flourished as a land of abundance and serenity. Qiyu became the embodiment of their faith. However, according to legend, Qiyu's eyes possessed the divine ability to perceive the deepest recesses of human hearts, gazing into the greed and desires that lay within. Over the long passage of time, he witnessed countless avarice and darkness, these negative emotions coiling around him like unseen serpents, gradually eroding his inherent nature. Ultimately, the malevolent side supplanted his former compassion, distorting his guardianship into an insatiable desire for life itself. evolving into a voracious appetite for devouring existence. As his desires swelled, Qiyu began to use the living as experimental subjects. He cast curses, forcibly merging vibrant souls with decaying corpses, twisting the essence of life to create undying monstrosities, zombies. These zombies were not mere cadavers. They were the products of vivacious lives grotesquely distorted. Each zombie retained memories and pains from their former lives, but as time passed, these memories and pains would warp, ultimately crystallizing into their sole existence, an unending thirst for life. Yet, Qiyu's insatiable hunger for souls did not cease. He breached taboos, seeking to allow the souls of the dead to fully merge with dark sorcery, liberating them from the shackles of their flesh. In the end, Qiyu succeeded in merging his own body with an endless mass of zombie corpses. To this point, Qiyu had long ceased to be the deity of peace and hope. His form twisted and grotesque, his visage unrecognizable as human, his entire being composed of countless decaying bodies, reeking of suffocating stench, resembling a walking corpse. With every step he took, the ground was tainted by his putrid aura, leaving behind a landscape marred by the traces of rotting corpses. Above his head, a burning evil eye blazed eternally, as if gazing upon the insatiable greed and despair of the world. At this moment, Qiyu was no longer a guardian of life but rather the embodiment of death and decay, synonymous with despair and terror. Chapter 22. The invisible hand. Qiyu's power stemmed from the desires and greed that dwelled deep within the human heart. The burning evil eye serving as the source from which he drew these negative emotions. The malevolent eye, akin to an abyss, peered into human souls, transforming countless desires and wicked thoughts into boundless dark power. With this power, he wielded formidable curses, commanding a resurrected army of zombies that rampaged across the world with a devastating presence, becoming a terrifying entity of the ancient era that instilled dread in the hearts of many. As Qiyu's dark forces rapidly spread, enveloping the land in fear and despair, a great deity named Siyuan descended like a miraculous intervention. Leading a host of divine soldiers, he appeared with the thunderous roar of heaven, resolutely confronting Qiyu in an epic showdown. This battle between gods and demons raged for centuries, shaking the heavens and earth, obscuring the sun and moon. At long last, Siyuan, wielding unparalleled divine power, summoned heavenly thunder to strike the malevolent eye of Qi, utterly obliterating the source of its desire and greed. Subsequently, he ensnared Qiyi's vast and decaying form with the chains of celestial law, sealing it within the rifts of time and space, ensuring that Qi could no longer manifest in the realm of mortals. Thus, the reign of terror brought forth by Qi was finally brought to an end. However, despite the sealing of Qiyi's power, legends foretold that should the seal ever be broken, the malevolent deity would return, unleashing even greater calamities upon the world. In a fit of desperation, he contemplated setting the temple ablaze. He tightly gripped the firebrand in his hand, inwardly reflecting, fully aware that if this ritual were to come to fruition, the nature of the horrific entity summoned would be beyond comprehension, inevitably unleashing a torrent of bloodshed and chaos. Just as Tianzhong prepared to act, an eerie whisper emanated from the direction of the statue. Protector. Sacrificed Protector. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, as if invisible hands were entwining the chilling essence, engulfing the entire temple. Before Tianzhong could react, he was violently thrown to the ground, his body tossed aside like a withered leaf. Thud. He crashed onto the stone steps outside the temple, pain searing through his chest, darkness clouding his vision. Struggling to regain his composure, he glanced back, only to witness swirling black mist within the temple, the statue flickering in and out of sight amidst the tempest. At this moment, the strange whispers echoed in his ears. Protector. Sacrifice. Protector. It was as though demons were silently gloating, their voices incessantly tearing at his sanity. He drew his dagger with a sudden burst of resolve, his eyes alight with vigilance and fury, the blade glinting ominously. Show yourself. Who's there? His voice roared, yet the only response was an intensifying aura of malevolence, slithering closer like a venomous serpent. Abruptly, deep wounds appeared across his body, blood gushing forth, soaking his garments and dripping onto the ground. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily vacant, the demonic whispers continuing their relentless assault. Tianzhong sensed an overwhelming intent to kill, yet no figure emerged. His body bore fresh wounds, blood seeping uncontrollably, and as he attempted to channel his arcane energy to unleash a spell. He recalled the obstruction within his being, rendering him utterly powerless, akin to a fish laid bare upon a chopping block, devoid of any capacity for resistance. The demonic whispers persisted, tormenting him as he pressed his hands against his ears in vain. He attempted to flee, but found himself inexplicably returned to the same spot, as if caught in a relentless loop, unable to escape. Thud. Another heavy sound reverberated, and Tianzhong felt as though a fist had struck his chest with brutal force, propelling his body backward. Before he could regain his footing, excruciating pain surged through him. His left arm felt as if it had been cleaved by a sharp blade, severed in an instant, blood erupting forth. Ah! With a heart-wrenching scream, Tianzhong knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, the unbearable agony threatening to consume his consciousness. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retrieved a blood-stopping talisman from his robe. Applying it to the stump of his severed arm, the talisman flickered with a faint light, gradually staunching the flow of blood at that moment. His spirit hovered on the brink of collapse, a tempest of rage and despair intertwining within him. As though he were suffocating under an invisible weight, clutching his dagger with a single hand, he swung it fiercely into the air, the blade igniting with a blinding radiance, as if seeking to sever the veil of endless darkness. "Come forth! Show yourself!" His voice erupted with desperation and fear, yet still, there was no reply. Just as Tianzhong teetered on the edge of complete breakdown, an eerie melody of a flute resonated, followed by a horde of zombies surging forth from the mist. Their bodies grotesque and movements heavy, as if mindlessly converging towards a singular purpose. Regaining a modicum of clarity, Tianzhong gripped his dagger tightly, bracing for the impending battle. To his astonishment, however, these zombies seemed oblivious to his presence, instead rushing towards a distant point, as if they had no intention of targeting him. Moments later, the zombies collapsed, transforming into heaps of white bones, and the surrounding fog gradually dissipated with their fall, restoring normalcy as if everything had merely been a figment of imagination. Yet, as Tianzhong glanced down at the empty sleeve of his left arm, he realized that the events that had just transpired were no illusion. His gaze sharpened as it swept over the skeletal remains of the zombies, a hypothesis blossoming within him. Perhaps Lin Beiji had succeeded in breaking the formation, prompting this dramatic shift. A glimmer of hope surged in his heart, and without hesitation, Tianzhong set forth in the direction the zombies had previously rushed towards. Along the way, he unexpectedly spotted the missing Chun Miao, standing bewildered in a shadowy corner, as if emerging from the mist. Chun Miao gazed at him, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes, as though she had not fully regained her senses, appearing almost amnesiac. However, it was not long before she collected herself and began to follow closely behind Tianzhong. The two advanced together, their pace quickening, until they finally encountered Lin Beiji, who was hastening towards them. Upon hearing Tianzhong's account, Lin Beiji furrowed his brow, a flicker of realization crossing his features. So, they intended to use the living as test subjects to create zombies, with the ultimate goal of summoning the ancient malevolent entity Qi. However, given that Bata County is remote, it is indeed difficult to attract outside attention, making it an ideal locale for conducting such forbidden rituals. Chapter 23. Survive. Tianzhong nodded, while Chun Miao gazed at him with a dazed expression, as if she had been struck by some unseen force, her demeanor starkly contrasting with their earlier encounter. This reaction was understandable. Any ordinary person would undoubtedly be terrified upon encountering zombies, let alone a mere 7- or 8-year-old girl. Yet, Lin Beiji found the situation somewhat peculiar. It seemed the mastermind behind this chaos was finally making an appearance, especially since they had stirred such a commotion and disrupted the formation. Surely their adversary would not let them escape unscathed. As expected, just as the three of them were about to depart, 2 paper puppets materialized without warning, blocking their path. Their forms were bizarre yet eerily lifelike, with rigid smiles painted on their paper faces, their hollow eyes seemingly brimming with malice, fixated intently upon Tianzhong and his companions. Before Tianzhong could react, the arms of the 2 paper puppets transformed into razor-sharp blades, slicing towards the trio. In a moment of urgency, Lin Beiji deftly pulled Tianzhong and Chun Miao behind him, drawing his dagger to counter the attack. The puppets moved with alarming speed. The clash of blades resonated with a metallic clang as He Tianzhong swiftly drew a firebrand, casting flames upon them. The fiery tongues rapidly consumed the paper puppets, which emitted piercing shrieks as their bodies twisted in the flames, eventually reducing to ashes. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind them, prompting the trio to spin around. A sorcerer emerged slowly from the shadows, clad in a black robe adorned with a white bagua symbol on his chest, a thick purple hemp rope cinched around his waist. Its rough texture emanating a dim glow. Dangling from the knot were several slender metallic adornments that chimed eerily as he moved. Most striking, however, was the mask upon his face, featuring intertwined black demonic patterns resembling serpents in motion. The eye holes were deep and shadowy, obscuring his true gaze, while the mouth bore a grotesque grin, revealing menacing fangs. His tone dripped with derision and disdain. "It seems you possess some skill, but today, you shall not leave here alive." The newcomer was none other than the sorcerer orchestrating this entire scheme. He Tianzhong's heart raced, yet he quickly steadied himself. He was already prepared to face death. The opponent's strength was at least at the 4th tier, while he himself had only reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, and Lin Beiji was merely at the 1st tier, an insurmountable disparity. Their only hope lay in. He Tianzhong's eyes flickered with determination as he resolutely stepped forward, placing himself between Lin Beiji and Chun Miao, his voice unwavering. "Huayan, take Chun Miao and go. This place is my responsibility." Lin Beiji opened his mouth to protest, but He Tianzhong forcefully pushed him back with his only remaining hand. "This is an order. Go now." Before the words had left his lips, He Tianzhong produced a talisman from his robe and pressed it to his forehead. The talisman ignited in a blinding blaze, a crimson mark appearing upon his brow, as if consuming the remnants of his very life. With the formation now shattered, the mist had lifted, and the arcane energy within He Tianzhong surged free from its restraints. He chanted incantations, summoning forth all the energy within him, a tremendous aura erupting into the air. Witnessing this, Lin Beiji felt a tumult of emotions, shock and complexity intertwined within him. He understood that He Tianzhong had activated the erosion talisman, also known as the life-burning talisman, which could forcibly elevate a sorcerer's tier at the cost of their own life. Such talismans were typically carried only by sorcerers of the Tiansu Institute, intended for desperate moments of sacrifice. Each sorcerer of the Tiansu Institute entered with the acceptance of their potential demise. Much like the former vice leader of the Tianshu Hall, who had once used this talisman to selflessly slay a malevolent sorcerer, beneath the flickering glow of the flames, He Tianzhong's silhouette appeared particularly upright and resolute. His incantations grew increasingly urgent, as the essence of magic surged violently within him, causing his aura to swell instantaneously, elevating his power to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Although he understood that the distance between the peak of the 3rd tier and the 4th tier seemed but a single step, this threshold loomed before him like an abyss, not entirely insurmountable but still presenting an overwhelming gap. Countless 3rd tier sorcerers spent their entire lives ensnared by this bottleneck, no matter how hard they labored. They could not advance even a fraction. Moreover, the sorcerer before him was at least at the mid-4th tier, possibly even at its peak. Nevertheless, He Tianzhong was confident that he could at least hold the opponent at bay. As long as Lin Beiji could lead Chun Miao to safety, it would be preferable to the 3 of them perishing here. With this thought in mind, He Tianzhong cast a deep glance at Lin Beiji, uttering 3 words in a hoarse yet resolute tone: "Survive." Before his words had fully dissipated, He Tianzhong's figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the dark sorcerer. His right arm, catalyzed by the power of the life-burning talisman, transformed into a raging inferno, within which glimmered a dazzling golden-red radiance. At this moment, he resembled an unparalleled blade of searing heat, thrusting directly at his foe. Accompanied by a deep, forceful roar, he bellowed, "Magic, explosive flame." This was He Tianzhong's ultimate technique, a desperate gambit wherein he staked his very life. Now, under the aegis of the life-burning talisman, this strike encapsulated all of his strength, manifesting as the most formidable blow of his existence. In this moment, He Tianzhong was unafraid of death, casting aside all pain and exhaustion. His singular aim was to utilize his final strength to secure a chance for Lin Beiji and Chun Miao. Perhaps this blow could severely injure the dark sorcerer, he thought to himself, As a peak, second-tier combat sorcerer, He Tianzhong retained a modicum of confidence in his magical prowess. After all, in the eyes of the elders in his hometown, he had once been regarded as a prodigy, a boy who exhibited extraordinary talent from a young age, eliciting envy from all. He Tianzhong was a legend in his village. For a century, this ordinary settlement had not produced a single individual with the aptitude for cultivation, and his arrival was akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. By the age of 10, he could perceive the flow of the essence of magic in the world, and the village elders hailed him as a gift from the heavens. Rejoicing at the prospect of their village finally having a sorcerer, even considering him the hope of the entire community, at the age of 15, He Tianzhong broke through the shackles of a first-tier sorcerer. However, the environment and resources in his village remained limited, prompting him to venture to Yangzhou Prefecture. There, the head of the Tianshu Hall, Chun Sheng, recognized He Tianzhong's potential and took him under his wing, admitting him as a sorcerer of the Tianshu Hall. Emerging from the ranks of rural youth, He Tianzhong stood out as exceptional. With his remarkable talent and diligent efforts, he ascended rapidly within mere years, achieving the rank of a second-tier sorcerer. Among his peers, this accomplishment was unprecedented, and Chun Sheng favored him greatly, naturally positioning him as a leader among his peers, bearing significant responsibilities. Chapter 24. You are the challenger yet? The path for a second-tier sorcerer to advance further was akin to scaling the heavens, but he did not disappoint expectations, steadily progressing to the peak of the second tier. Although further advancement proved arduous, he had already established himself as a paragon among his contemporaries, especially considering how few could reach the third tier. The more he contemplated this, the more his confidence surged. If he could severely wound a fourth-tier sorcerer with the power of a peak third tier, even at the cost of his life, he would have no regrets in this life. This moment, he was drawing near to the dark sorcerer, his right arm ablaze with towering flames, resembling a divine weapon forged from the very essence of the heavens. Howling as it tore through the air, aimed directly at his opponent. The flames crackled ominously, a testament to the burning of his flesh and marrow. The last strike he coalesced at the cost of his life. The scorching energy swept through like a tempest, bending and distorting the air around him in response to the might of this attack. This strike not only encapsulated all of He Tianzhong's power, but also embodied his fearlessness and determination. As if he aimed to shake the very foundations of heaven and earth with his mortal form. How laughable! The dark sorcerer coldly uttered 2 words, his tone dripping with disdain and contempt. He raised his hand, merely extending 2 fingers to effortlessly block He Tianzhong's full-force assault. The terrifying force radiated from his fingertips, causing the ground beneath to crack instantaneously, the fissures spreading like a spider's web. Yet, the dark sorcerer remained utterly unmoved, calm and composed. What? He Tianzhong could scarcely believe that his life-risking strike had been so casually dismissed by the dark sorcerer. The explosive momentum he had poured his heart and soul into had left not a trace on his opponent. Nor had it even managed to shift him by a single step. At this moment, He Tianzhong was at the end of his rope, the fire of life within him flickering like a spent oil lamp. His body akin to a charred stick, utterly incapable of launching a second strike. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast, the flames still burning as if responding to his final resolve. Seizing the moment, he grasped the dark sorcerer. Screaming hoarsely, "Let us perish together!" The raging flames engulfed him fiercely, waves of heat emanating as if his body might explode at any moment. However, the dark sorcerer remained unperturbed, his expression betraying not a hint of fluctuation. He simply retrieved a talisman, deftly forcing it into He Tianzhong's mouth, then firmly pressed his palm against his jaw, compelling him to swallow in the instant the talisman entered his body. He Tianzhong's form deflated like a punctured balloon, visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. The inferno that had once roared around him extinguished, leaving behind nothing but a charred shell. He staggered, unable to maintain his footing, and fell heavily to the ground. In his final moments, He Tianzhong's eyes, now clouded, remained wide open, filled with disbelief and shock. "Uncle!" Chuan Miao cried out, tears streaming down her face, her voice laced with uncontrollable sorrow. The entire scene had unfolded too abruptly. He Tianzhong had been so easily erased. Even Lin Beiji found himself astonished by the dark sorcerer's prowess, so weak. Yet still trying to play the hero, Lin Beiji murmured, though his acquaintance with He Tianzhong had been brief. He considered him the first friend he had made in this world. He had willingly sacrificed himself to buy time for Lin Beiji and Chuan Miao to escape, and for this bond alone. Lin Beiji felt a deep trust and admiration for him. This moment reminded him of his former master, an old man who had incessantly lectured him. That old man, though weak and pitifully lacking in strength, had unhesitatingly burned away his own cultivation to protect him at all costs. That image remained etched in Lin Beiji's memory, an indelible imprint in his final moments. The old man wore a weary expression yet managed to muster a smile. Gently admonishing, "Live well. The path of cultivation is long ahead of you." Now witnessing He Tianzhong's selfless act of protection, Lin Beiji's heart ached, as if the memories of 2 lifetimes overlapped. The dark sorcerer, meanwhile, remained utterly indifferent, as if what had just transpired was merely a trivial interlude. He turned his gaze to Lin Beiji, his eyes betraying a hint of cold amusement, and spoke languidly, "Kid, you do possess a modicum of courage. Daring not to flee in this moment. However, even if you wished to escape, it would have been futile. Directly killing you would be far too dull." The dark sorcerer offered a slight smile, a glint of mockery in his eyes. "Perhaps I shall contemplate just how to toy with you until your demise is truly entertaining." His voice was leisurely, as if he were filled with patience for the prey before him. He casually adjusted his cuffs, the movement relaxed yet his gaze sharp, his tone casual but laced with derision. "However, before I kill you, I am indeed curious. How did the Celestial Strategy Institute become aware of my whereabouts? For years, they have remained blissfully ignorant. Moreover, those who perished believed themselves to be alive." Lin Beiji was similarly perplexed, pondering who had delivered the commission letter to the Celestial Strategy Institute, but at that moment, he lacked the heart to make judgments. Noting Lin Beiji's silence, the dark sorcerer displayed a flicker of disappointment, remarking how dulled he knew well that the sorcerers of the Celestial Strategy Institute were obstinate. His gaze returned to Lin Beiji, the tone tinged with mockery. "Perhaps if you answer my question, I might show some mercy and grant you a swift death." "What? Do you truly intend to challenge me with the strength of a first tier?" "You seem to have misconstrued a matter," Lin Beiji replied, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Oh? Now, you are the challenger." The dark sorcerer laughed heartily at what he perceived as an absurdity, his gaze fixed on Lin Beiji as if he were a mere insect. "Just you? A mere first-tier sorcerer?" Lin Beiji ceased his words, gripping his saber, his figure shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow, the blade whistling as it aimed squarely at the dark sorcerer's chest. The dark sorcerer, seemingly eager to play along, refrained from employing magic, allowing 2 daggers to slip from his sleeves. With a slight lift of his arm, he deftly parried Lin Beiji's blade with the dagger in his right hand. The sound of metal clashing ringing out as sparks flew, while the left-hand dagger swiftly lunged towards Lin Beiji's ribs, the motion sharp and ruthless. Anticipating this, Lin Beiji leaned back, pressing his blade downward in a swift change of tactics. Slicing diagonally towards the dark sorcerer's shoulder, the sorcerer treaded lightly upon the ground, sidestepping half a step while deftly brandishing his right-hand dagger to intercept Lin Beiji's blade, neutralizing the force of the attack once more. Yet this time, Lin Beiji did not yield. He forcefully stomped his right foot against the ground, leveraging the momentum to execute a forward somersault, the blade tracing an arc from below, aimed directly at the sorcerer's face. The sorcerer furrowed his brow, crossing his daggers in front of him just in time to block the strike. Yet the overwhelming force compelled him to take a half-step back. Chapter 25. Suppression seizing the opportunity. Lin Beiji pressed the attack with an exceptionally fierce swordplay, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind. He executed 3 consecutive horizontal slashes, the blade slicing through the air like a tempest, effectively sealing off the sorcerer's retreat. Initially, the sorcerer managed to respond with composure, but soon he felt the strain of Lin Beiji's relentless assault. The dagger, regardless of angle or force, overwhelmed him to the point where he could only defend himself. Ultimately, the sorcerer found himself at a disadvantage. Lin Beiji swung his blade from the left toward the sorcerer's neck, forcing him to parry with both daggers. However, the strength of the blow left the sorcerer's hands numb, nearly causing him to lose his grip. A flicker of alarm crossed his face as he retaliated, throwing his left-hand dagger directly at a multitude of paper puppets attempted a flanking maneuver. only to be met with the sudden leap of a knight, whose colossal sword plunged from above, shattering several of the paper figures upon impact with the ground. The battle resembled a one-sided massacre. As the undead knights swiftly cleared the field with overwhelming force, not far away, the sorcerer of the dark arts stood, his once mocking smile now frozen in an expression of barely concealed shock. His eyes widened, and the short flute in his hands trembled slightly, as if he could scarcely believe the events unfolding before him. What kind of sorcery is this? He had always been confident in his puppet manipulation skills, having never faltered even against sorcerers of equal rank. Yet, at this moment, those paper puppets were being torn apart as if they were mere straw. This is outrageous, the dark sorcerer growled through clenched teeth, his face a canvas of unwillingness, his gaze fixed on Lin Beiji, calculating whether this first-tier sorcerer might possess an artifact imbued with high-level magic. If that were the case, he resolved to no longer hold back his strength. With a thought, his internal magical energy surged, and his aura expanded dramatically. He retrieved a dark silver bell from his waist, its surface etched with intricate runes. As he gently shook the bell, a clear chime resonated in the air. Magic, bell of binding. In the next instant, the scattered paper puppets erupted in silent bursts, transforming into a flurry of paper shreds that swirled into the air, coalescing into a tempest that surged toward the three undead knights. The paper fragments, animated as if they possessed life, swiftly entwined the knights' limbs and torsos, wrapping them in layers until they formed thick cocoons. The three undead knights struggled in fury, their skeletal joints cracking like thunder, their crimson eyes blazing like flames. Yet, the countless runes interwoven within the paper shreds acted as an unyielding cage, effectively sealing their powers. Their movements grew increasingly sluggish until they finally ceased, leaving only faint tremors. Their armor and bones began to splinter, disintegrating into fine black ash, entirely consumed by the surging power of the runes. With the last vestige of crimson fading from their eye sockets, they transformed into wisps of black smoke in the air. The dark sorcerer smiled faintly, a glimmer of triumph in his gaze, thinking, no other means left, just relying on. He was about to take the opportunity to taunt Lin Beiji, eager to witness his panic-stricken expression. However, before he could finish his thought, Lin Beiji's eyes turned icy, and he charged at him once more without hesitation. The sorcerer's words were abruptly cut off, rage boiling within him, yet he could not help but feel a flicker of admiration for the young man's decisive demeanor. Such resolve, if he were allowed to grow, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Alas, today he was destined to perish at my hands. As he watched the young sorcerer draw closer, he raised his hand and shook the bell again. The runic paper shreds seemed to heed the call, swiftly changing direction like a swarm of bees, transforming into a vortex of energy, hurtling towards Lin Beiji. Bell of binding, the dark sorcerer attempted to ensnare Lin Beiji as he had the previous undead knights. Yet, Lin Beiji granted him no opportunity. Celestial magic, flame dance of the 8 realms, Lin Beiji shouted. And a torrent of flames roared forth, the surging fire resembling a dragon with a gaping maw, emitting a deafening roar, while a searing wave of heat swept through the surroundings. You particularly enjoy playing with these paper toys. Do you? Well then, I relish playing with fire. The flames surged forth like an angry tide, scorching the ground and leaving deep crimson fissures as if the earth itself trembled. Before the approaching wave of paper shreds could reach him, it was instantly consumed by the flames. The runic paper fragments crackled in the fire, igniting into ashes before they had a chance to struggle, dispersing into the air. The dark sorcerer was taken aback. He had initially thought this young man merely relied on the high-level magical artifacts from the Tiance Academy, believing that the summoned creatures were his only trump card. However, he did not anticipate that this sudden onslaught would be so terrifying. The flame, like a dragon, exuded an overwhelming aura of destruction, akin to the collapse of the heavens and earth, bearing down upon him with unparalleled might. His heart raced as he sensed the all-consuming pressure, instantly realizing that to withstand this blow would yield catastrophic consequences. Without hesitation, he reacted, stomping his foot down, causing the 8 trigrams cloud diagram on his body to flicker with a faint light, subtly releasing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that dramatically increased his speed. Chapter 27. Devouring Yuan Worms, Null. Chapter 28. Collapse. His gaze turned icy as he continued. As long as you channel your magical energy to cast spells, they will consume your magical essence, growing ever stronger. Let us see how you deal with the devouring Yuan worms without casting spells, as he observed several of the worms biting through the barrier. Squeezing through the gaps, he swung his blade without hesitation, slaying them. Yet, as the blade passed, the corpses of the worms exploded, spewing forth a black-green liquid that splattered onto his garments, swiftly corroding the fabric into a tattered mess. Revealing its potent corrosive properties, more and more worms breached the barrier, buzzing as they lunged toward Lin Beiji. A few had already landed upon him. Burrowing into his flesh, he felt a piercing agony, as if countless tiny needles were rampaging through his body. If only the devouring sky python were here. Lin Beiji could not help but sigh softly, a wave of longing for the creature washing over him. If it were present, these worms would never have approached him, becoming mere prey for the python. Not even corrosive liquids could withstand its appetite, however. Who says Lin Beiji must cast spells? You enjoy feasting on magical essence. Do you? Today, let me change the menu for you. How about some true essence? Lin Beiji's aura surged suddenly, his true essence circulating rapidly, and the temperature around him soared. The black worms clinging to him had barely consumed a trace of his true essence before they were scorched black. As if they had swallowed flames, as the temperature surged dramatically, the surrounding worms emitted crackling sounds, shrieking as they fell from Lin Beiji's body, turning to char and scattering to the ground. How is this possible? The dark sorcerer stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He had never heard of the existence of true essence beyond magical energy. He was simply astonished that his devouring Yuan worms were being incinerated by the magical essence of this sorcerer. Just how astonishing was the quantity of magical essence he possessed? This young sorcerer from the Tiance Academy had completely shattered his understanding, leaving him in a state of utter astonishment. Who on earth is he? This sense of the unknown and fear gradually spread, and the dark sorcerer finally lost the will to fight, turning to escape. Celestial magic, binding spell. His right hand slammed down onto the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled, and countless sturdy vines sprang forth like living creatures from the soil, sweeping toward the dark sorcerer, who had just taken a step. Seeing this, the dark sorcerer's expression darkened, rapidly forming a grotesque black scythe in his hands. He swung the blade wildly, severing the encroaching vines in succession, attempting to break free from their grasp. Celestial magic, flame dance of the 8 realms, Lin Beiji shouted, giving no respite to his opponent in that instant. A dragon made of flames erupted around him, thrashing and swirling, its body coiling fiercely, the brilliant firelight illuminating the sky. The dragon roared forth, the flames radiating a destructive pressure capable of annihilating all. Its head raised high, the golden red flames seemed intent on incinerating everything in their path, charging directly at the dark sorcerer. The dark sorcerer's expression changed drastically. He had no time to evade in a panic. He opened his arms wide, conjuring a pitch-black array disc in his palms. The formation instantly radiated a dim light, dark energy surging forth, enveloping him entirely, forming a heavy defensive barrier. Indeed, a protective formation. Gritting his teeth, he growled, pushing his magical essence to its limits, attempting to use this formation to withstand the incoming flames. The dragon roared fiercely, the flames crashing against the dark barrier with a deafening explosion. The scorching fire clashing violently with the chilling dark energy, shaking the very fabric of space with the intertwining shockwaves. The dark sorcerer pressed his hands against the disc, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the dragon's assault. He howled with all his might, yet the dragon's fiery form was unstoppable, pushing him back step by step, carving a long charred scar into the ground, dust swirling in the air, the firelight blinding. His hands were scorched by the searing flames, and the dark energy could not fully fend off the onslaught of fire. His flesh gradually charred and cracked, revealing his white bones beneath. The excruciating pain coursed through him like a venomous serpent. His face contorted in agony, emitting heart-wrenching cries filled with endless suffering and mingled with terror of the formidable sorcery before him. Yet he did not relent, gripping the formation tightly, veins bulging, his eyes a chaotic blend of despair and madness. "Break for me!" the dark sorcerer roared skyward, his internal magical essence igniting like a raging inferno, the surrounding dark energy merging with his blood and sweat into a chaotic maelstrom. His features twisted in a frenzy. Expending his final ounce of strength, his hands morphing into colossal black claws, forcefully pushing against the dragon's gaping maw. One hand above, one hand below. He strained with all his might, managing to tear open the dragon's massive jaws. With a thunderous boom, the dragon disintegrated instantly, its blazing flames scattering in all directions, painting the surroundings a blood-red hue. The air was filled with the acrid scent of charred remains, as the dark sorcerer struggled to remain standing. His body swaying slightly. Both hands had long been charred black by the searing flames, exposing bare bones, with flesh nearly incinerated. The burning of his essence made his breath increasingly feeble, leaving him nearly devoid of strength to stand, which became an arduous task. Truly, he was a level 4 sorcerer, capable of withstanding a full frontal assault from Lin Beiji, who silently lamented within. Bang! At last, he could no longer endure. His knees buckled to the ground. His head bowed, a trickle of fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes reflected an unmistakable blend of despair and fury. He had never anticipated that the prowess he took pride in would be driven to such a dire strait. What a detestable brat! He muttered through clenched teeth, his voice tinged with unwillingness and weakness. I am a level 4 sorcerer. A level 4 sorcerer, indeed. But Lin Beiji merely scoffed at the notion. He stepped forward, raising his foot mercilessly to deliver a kick. Bang! A dull thud resonated, accompanied by the ghastly sound of cracking bones, as the chest of the dark sorcerer caved in violently. His body flew back like a kite with severed strings, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. The brutal impact caused him to spurt forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as a ghost, collapsing onto the ground like a shattered puppet. Lin Beiji narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly gazing down at the fallen dark sorcerer. At this moment, the dark sorcerer perceived the young man before him as a towering figure, looking down upon him as one would a mere insect. The disdain and scorn emanating from Lin Beiji shattered the remnants of his dignity, silently proclaiming, "You are unworthy to be my opponent." That gaze was akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back, utterly dismantling the dark sorcerer's already crumbling defenses. Chapter 29. The anomaly he was all too familiar with. That look. It represented the most unwelcome memories of his life, the very source that had plunged him into the abyss. The gaze that made him grit his teeth in hatred mirrored that of the sorcerer before him. Once upon a time, he too had entered the gates of the Tiansu Academy, brimming with boundless hope. Back then, he was regarded as a prodigy by his family, a youth whose future was deemed limitless by his elders. Yet, the Tiansu Academy gathered the finest talents of the entire Zhaowu kingdom, akin to rivers converging into the sea. His talents were but a droplet in a vast ocean, utterly inconspicuous. The true geniuses rose with an unstoppable momentum, while he faded into obscurity beneath their feet. Relegated to a stepping stone, he devoted years to arduous training, forsaking sleep and nourishment, exhausting his mental fortitude. Yet his cultivation remained stagnant at the late stage of the first tier, akin to a trapped beast. Shackled by invisible chains, unable to break through the confines of the second tier no matter how he struggled. Meanwhile, his peers continually shattered their limitations, ascending to great heights, and even the newcomers gradually left him far behind. He remained trapped in place, much like a beast ensnared in quicksand. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. His companions, who had entered the academy alongside him, had mostly reached the pinnacle of the second tier, some becoming leaders of their classes, and others even selected by the Zhaowu army, rising swiftly within the ranks. And what of him? He found himself bowing and scraping to those younger than himself. Respectfully addressing them as class leaders, he had once sought assistance, hoping that former friends might lend him a helping hand, even if only a few words of comfort. Yet, all he received was indifference and mockery. It felt as though he were a piece of refuse, a worthless being, their contempt and disdain mirroring that of the young man before him. His resentment and fury blazed like dry tinder meeting flame. Threatening to consume him whole, he envisioned countless times tearing apart those who had once ridiculed him, trampling their pride beneath his feet. Yet, reality forced him to wear a mask of flattery, concealing the rage that boiled within. Why, he pondered countless times, must fate be so unjust? Why was he the one cast aside? Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, a stranger sorcerer appeared before him. This individual claimed to hail from a dark organization known as the Guiding Ones. He professed that he had glimpsed the desires and resentments buried deep within him, which would become his greatest strength. Fueled by his unwillingness to accept his fate and his hatred for the Tian-Su Academy, he accepted the Guiding One's invitation without hesitation, embarking on the path of dark sorcery. Dark sorcery was fundamentally different from conventional magic. It thrived on endless resentment and dark emotions. The deeper one immersed themselves in hatred and desire, the greater their power became. Thus, he rapidly advanced in cultivation, propelled by his boundless negativity. He mercilessly slaughtered those who had once mocked him, offering their blood as a tribute to his tarnished past, and successfully escaped the Tian-Su Academy. Though dark sorcery was immensely powerful, it came at a cost that few could bear. He understood that he could never descend into despair again. Even a moment's negligence could lead to irretrievable ruin. With this conviction, he transformed his suffering into motivation, forging his hatred into a blade, never once allowing himself to waver over decades. Finally, he reached the heights he now occupied, standing atop this world, burying the weak and powerless version of himself in the past. Henceforth, he would no longer endure the cold glances and scorn of others. Should anyone dare to regard him with disdain again, he would strike them down with the fury of thunder, showing no mercy. Yet, what did it matter now? At this moment, facing Lin Beiji's gaze, the humiliations buried deep within him surged forth once more, like venomous serpents gnawing at his heart, instilling pain and despair. He fixed his red-eyed glare upon the young man before him. Teeth clenched, a hoarse growl escaping from deep within his throat. Why should this be? After years of painstaking cultivation, countless near-fatal breakthroughs, and meticulously planned schemes and formations, he found himself easily dismantled by his opponent. His pride, his perseverance, lay in ruins beneath the icy scrutiny of Lin Beiji. Like a cruel jest, he could not accept that all his life's work, the sorcery he had painstakingly honed over years, and the careful plans he had devised had come to such a hasty conclusion in this single battle, and the price? His very life. Lin Beiji advanced with his blade, preparing to deliver the final blow to the dark sorcerer. However, in that instant, the fallen sorcerer suddenly erupted into frenzied laughter, the sound sharp and hoarse, interspersed with fits of coughing blood. This bizarre scene caused Lin Beiji to halt, a frown creasing his brow. A flicker of unease rising within him, sensing that the dark sorcerer had some hidden move left. Did you think victory was assured? The dark sorcerer laughed even more maniacally, a savage expression twisting his features as he declared, "You are all the same, ha. All of you are cut from the same cloth. Hypocritical, arrogant, looking down on everything. You all deserve to die. Ha. His laughter grew increasingly grating. And this is what you forced me to do. He suddenly bellowed, the madness in his expression intensifying. If so, then allow me to show you what true hell is. He abruptly raised those hands, charred and skeletal from the flames, and plunged them fiercely into his own temples. Accompanied by a chilling scream, his body convulsed violently, blood streaming down his cheeks, staining the ground a deep crimson. In the primordial chaos, 10,000 souls returned to oblivion. The dark sorcerer's voice was low and ominous as he uttered the incantation, causing the very earth to tremble, fissures splitting the ground, revealing ominous crimson light. Lin Beiji immediately sensed something was amiss, glancing around only to be horrified to discover that the entire Bada County was manifesting intricate patterns, resembling a colossal magical array, and they stood right at its center. He had initially thought that destroying the core of the array would shatter it, but he never imagined it was merely a feint, a veil of deception crafted by his opponent. The true array he had concealed surpassed all his expectations, the entirety of Bada County. The enormous array began to activate, dense black mist surging from every direction, seemingly summoned by an invisible force, rushing towards the dark sorcerer. His entire body was instantly enveloped by the thick black mist, which writhed and twisted as if alive, finding its home within him, becoming frantic and berserk as it surged into his mouth and nostrils at an astonishing speed. Each wisp of black mist appeared to carry intense resentment and greed, clamoring to invade his body. As the black mist permeated him, a dramatic transformation overtook his form. Muscles swelled uncontrollably, tendons and bones twisted and elongated at unnatural angles, producing a cacophony of sickening cracks. Chapter 30. Chiyu. His skin seemed unable to bear the immense power. As cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, oozing a foul black liquid that exuded an odor of decay. Those fissures were not static. They writhed as if alive. He finally comprehended the dark sorcerer's intent. He should have realized that this treacherous fiend had lurked for years, meticulously laying plans, all of which were merely a prelude to this final move, to gain the power of the ancient evil god Chiyu. Only his unexpected arrival had disrupted the scheme. This is bad, Lin Beiji thought, sensing the imminent peril, yet he found himself ensnared, like prey caught in a web. He had intended to take advantage of the moment to slay the sorcerer, only to discover he could not approach him in the slightest. As the black mist surged in, he could see a bulge forming atop the sorcerer's head, a twisted horn protruding from his skull. The upper half of his body retained a human silhouette but was covered in layers of dark runes resembling a cracked shell. Suddenly, the mask on his face emitted a faint cracking sound. Tiny fissures spreading rapidly like a spider's web, and then, with a sharp snap, fragments scattered to the ground, revealing the concealed visage beneath. His visage had become grotesquely contorted. The left side of his face was entirely engulfed by a swirling black mist, leaving only a single scarlet eyeball that spun incessantly. The right side retained the semblance of humanity, yet the skin was parched and withered like that of a gnarled old tree, veins bulging ominously, and cheekbones starkly pronounced, as if he were on the brink of collapse. His hands had transformed into something fearsome and bizarre, fingers elongated with tips resembling sharp bone blades. Below the waist, he was utterly inhuman. Enveloped in a billowing black fog, within which myriad writhing shadows could be discerned, their expressions oscillating between weeping and laughing, emitting chilling wails that echoed like the lamentations of tormented spirits. The entire transformation unfolded with a swift and terrifying ferocity, the black mist having entirely infiltrated his being, rendering his form increasingly tall and distorted. He stood there, a haunting fusion of man and specter, akin to a demon returned from the depths of hell or an evil god descended upon the mortal realm. The sorcerer of the dark arts slowly raised his hand, brushing his fingers across his own face, then lowered his gaze to survey the grotesquely mutated body that seemed no longer his own. His brow furrowed deeply, his eyes betraying an unmistakable confusion and rage. How could this be? His voice trembled slightly, tinged with disbelief, as he fixated on his unfamiliar and monstrous form. Was this still his body? In that moment, he resembled nothing more than a mere shell of a man. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "The formation is flawed." He muttered through clenched teeth, his tone brimming with resentment. Clearly, this summoning array had not been fully perfected. He had only managed to harness a fragment of Chi's power, and the incomplete array not only failed to unleash its full might, but also inadvertently summoned a portion of Chi's essence. Yet the terrifying pressure it exerted still bore witness to his formidable strength. However, his failure rendered it all imperfect. "This is all your fault." The sorcerer of the dark arts abruptly lifted his gaze. His expression filled with malevolent fury as he glared at Lin Beiji, his voice rife with hatred and madness. "If it weren't for your interference, I would have never needed to resort to this imperfect array prematurely," he bellowed, the previously fearsome visage now more terrifying with bulging veins. "The summoning would have proceeded smoothly. Everything would have unfolded according to my plans. But you?" His voice rose sharply, infused with a seething hatred. "It is you. You forced me into this. You have ruined my years of meticulous planning, destroyed my hard work, obliterated everything I held dear." He seemed to transform all his dissatisfaction and anger into weapons, his eyes gleaming with a near madness as he lunged violently towards the young sorcerer before him, his grotesque expression and frenzied roar sending chills down the spine. Lin Beiji stood his ground, his demeanor still calm, yet acutely aware of the perilous situation he found himself in. He glanced back to see Chun Miao ensconced amidst the remaining 3 undead knights, her small figure curled up among them. Chun Miao was evidently terrified, her hands trembling as she clutched the nearest undead knight, its cold, rigid frame causing her body to shudder. Her embrace was neither too tight nor too loose. She dared not squeeze tightly for fear of losing her only support. Yet she could not let go. paralyzed by the deep fear inspired by the knight's ghastly appearance. Her gaze flitted nervously, occasionally darting towards the knight and then back to herself, her face a canvas of terror and helplessness. Like a small creature lost in a storm, yearning for protection, at that moment, a complex emotion flickered in Lin Beiji's eyes. He understood that if he were to escape alone, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But carrying a child would render any chance of escape impossible. Rationality urged him that abandoning Chun Miao was the only feasible option, yet he found himself incapable of leaving a child to fend for herself. Despite his past filled with countless misdeeds, despite the blood of many, both guilty and innocent, staining his hands, despite being branded as the demon lord by the world, he felt compelled to convey to the world that this was not the true essence of a demon lord. Those vile actions were merely the fade of a rogue. Those shameless deeds were the acts of a scoundrel. Those reckless behaviors that scorned life were nothing more than a reflection of the lowest of the low. He walked the path of darkness, yet he scorned to associate himself with such sordid titles. He wished to make the world understand that the name of the demon lord should never be sullied by association with such filth. Though he tread the path of darkness, he held fast to his principles and pride. Right and wrong, he judged within himself. Honor and disgrace, he never prioritized personal gain. He was no shameless wretch but a true strong man who upheld his convictions. Even if it meant standing against the world, unwilling to betray his own principles, he had promised Chun Miao that he would never abandon her. Whether she heard it or not, this was his vow. A man's responsibility and commitment in the universe. A promise is worth its weight in gold. Yet, the enemy before him was no ordinary fourth-tier sorcerer but a fearsome creature empowered by the ancient evil god. Possessing strength so formidable that it inspired despair, Lin Beiji sighed inwardly. A fourth-tier sorcerer was already among the elite, and in his bid to swiftly defeat his opponent, he unleashed all his deadly moves, denying the other any opportunity to recuperate, aiming for a decisive blow. Yet, his remaining true essence was insufficient to contend with the monstrosity before him. If only he could restore his nascent soul level. Even at its initial stage, he could crush the creature with a single hand. Lin Beiji pondered deeply, a bitter expression crossing his brow. His current state had plummeted, his true essence depleted, and he could barely maintain even the strength of a core formation. Chapter 31. The dragon battles in the wild. Confronted by the sinister entity before him, Lin Beiji was acutely aware that further lamentations would avail him nothing. Now, he could only fight to the death, at least to secure a sliver of hope for Chun Miao, thus honoring He Tianzhang's earnest intentions. Should both he and Chun Miao fail to escape, then his sacrifice would be rendered futile. With this thought, Lin Beiji hesitated no longer. Seizing He Tianzhang's lifeless form, he whispered, "Forgive me, brother Tianzhang, but I must borrow your body in death." With that, he concentrated a drop of crimson essence at his fingertip and pressed it onto Tianzhang's brow, blood spirit summoning. Instantly, the withered, charred corpse became enveloped in a surge of malevolent energy, rapidly swelling as if rejuvenated. The previously desiccated muscles were cloaked in a layer of dark, sinister force, quickly inflating and restoring, while the tightly shut eyes burst open, revealing a blinding crimson glow, exuding an aura of death and battle. Before his demise, He Tianzhang had at least reached the pinnacle of the third tier, though his strength could not be fully restored while controlling the corpse. Any additional assistance in the current predicament was a glimmer of hope. Even if it was merely a drop in the bucket against the formidable adversary before him, it was better than facing the foe alone. "Charge!" Lin Beiji commanded. He Tianzhang's corpse suddenly emanated an aura reminiscent of a death warrior, rising vigorously, positioning itself ahead of Lin Beiji as they charged fearlessly towards the dark sorcerer, who loomed like an evil god. Lin Beiji initially intended to use He Tianzhang's body as cover while he cast his celestial spells from behind, aiming for a surprising strike to defeat the enemy. After all, his remaining true essence was scant, and his only chance was to create a slim possibility through a surprise attack. However, just as He Tianzhang took 2 steps, a chilling sound of bones cracking echoed ominously. His legs trembled violently, and he collapsed to the ground like a puppet with severed strings, his skeletal frame shattering as the charred bones could no longer support his broken body. Lin Beiji, momentarily distracted, stepped on the scattered bones of He Tianzhang, eliciting a sharp crack as they crumbled beneath his foot. Alarm surged within him as he attempted to regain his balance, only to find himself stumbling, ultimately landing heavily atop He Tianzhong's head with a resounding thud. Bang! The sound of bone shattering resonated as Lin Beiji's weight crushed He Tianzhong's skull. The crack of the skull echoed like popcorn, scattering remnants everywhere, denying the peace even in death. Lin Beiji's eyes widened in shock. Momentarily dazed, his lips twitching. What the hell? He Tianzhong could never have anticipated enduring further indignities and death. Had he returned to life, he might have truly leapt out and struck Lin Beiji down with a single palm. Just as Lin Beiji attempted to clamber awkwardly to his feet, a piercing low growl erupted, the immense shadow of the evil god looming like a mountain, a wave of decaying and sanguine air assaulting him. His heart raced, and with no time to think, he rolled to the side to evade the impending doom. In the next instant, a claw as dark as volcanic rock crashed down where he had just been. The ground splintered instantly, black fissures spreading like a spider's web. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Beiji's brow. With his depleted true essence, he doubted his ability to withstand such a blow, relying solely on his shell shield technique. However, what perplexed Lin Beiji further was the dark sorcerer's vacant expression, his eyes filled with madness, muttering to himself, as if ensnared in some hallucination. Gu Changsong, Wei Qingyang, Lu Fengchen. Back then, each of you looked down upon me. Now I possess supreme power. I shall trample you beneath my feet and make you pay the price. I want you dead, Gu Changsong. That name struck a chord, resonating with some vague fragments within his memory. Lin Beiji had no time to ponder. Before him, the contorted shadow of the evil god began to ripple like flowing water, moments later coalescing into 3 humanoid phantoms, their outlines gradually sharpening, revealing the distinct forms of 3 individuals. Upon encountering the trio, Lin Beiji was instantly reminded of them. They were none other than Gu Changsong, Wei Qingyang, and Lu Fengchen, the very paper puppets that had infiltrated his team earlier. At that moment, he comprehended the truth. These 3 were the sorcerers of the Tiansu Academy who had been slain by this malevolent sorcerer, and the memories forcibly implanted in him and He Tianzhong belonged to this very dark sorcerer. Gu Changsong, with sword in hand, trembled lightly, reflecting a glimmer of cold light that pierced the heart like frost. Wei Qingyang held dual halberds, their blades flickering ominously, akin to a venomous dragon poised to strike. Lu Fengchen gently waved an iron fan, its surface unfurling to reveal a subtle aura of murderous intent. Lin Beiji understood that the 3 before him were no longer his fellow disciples, but mere manifestations of the sorcerer's lingering malice. Narrowing his eyes, he gripped the hilt of his circular-headed blade and prepared to confront the trio alone. Gu Changsong was the first to strike, swinging his sword towards Lin Beiji's chest. With a deft step, Lin Beiji slashed his circular-headed blade through the air, meeting Gu Changsong's sword with a fierce counter. The glimmer of the blade resembled a shooting star descending to the earth, imbued with immense force. Gu Changsong, undeterred, thrust his sword forward, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, managing to parry Lin Beiji's strike with the tip of his sword. Upon their clash, sparks flew, and Lin Beiji felt a surge of power reverberate along his blade. Yet Wei Qingyang's dual halberds were already closing in from the side, their blades moving like a darting dragon point. One halberd swept horizontally towards Lin Beiji's side, while the other descended menacingly from above. Realizing the danger, Lin Beiji deftly flicked his circular-headed blade, redirecting Gu Changsong's sword, while simultaneously retreating to narrowly evade the first halberd. In one fluid motion, he struck sideways, blocking the second halberd with lightning speed. The clash resonated, sending shockwaves that stirred up dust, and Lin Beiji felt a numbing sensation in his hands, staggering back 3 steps to regain his balance. Before he could catch his breath, Lu Fengchen had already advanced from behind, his iron fan closing like a knife, aiming straight for Lin Beiji's back. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Beiji caught sight of the chilling glimmer approaching. Chapter 33. The enigmatic immortal. Chapter 34. The seal. Can you withstand it? Lin Beiji's voice was as cold as frost, imbued with an air of detached authority, as if proclaiming an unavoidable destiny. The figure of the dark sorcerer faltered, acutely sensing the violent turbulence of the power within him. The formerly unbridled black aura began to twist maniacally within his body, seemingly striving to resist the inexorable force. Every inch of flesh and every thread of magical energy endured excruciating agony. as black blood and decaying flesh surged forth from him like a torrent, scattering across the ground with a heart-stopping splatter. However, soon enough, bolstered by his formidable regenerative abilities, the scattered blood and viscera began to coalesce, as if drawn together by an invisible force, gradually returning to their original state. Flesh revived, bones mended, and the torn skin swiftly healed. Lin Beiji furrowed his brow, a flicker of familiarity stirring within him at the unfolding scene. It was reminiscent of the earlier encounter with the green-robed swordsman. As long as this magical formation was not utterly destroyed, the adversary before him would continue to draw strength from an inexhaustible source. No matter how adeptly he wielded his powers, he could never truly vanquish him. Yet, achieving such a feat was no small task. In the vast expanse of Bata County, locating the formation's core was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, Lin Beiji was utterly ignorant of the principles governing the formation in this world. Given his current predicament, he could not ascertain the location of its core. He resolved to seal it first. Lin Beiji had made up his mind, but at that moment, the dark sorcerer, having regained his strength, became even more frenzied. I have not yet failed. His voice was sharp and grating, a cacophony of anger and madness, as if he were venting his hatred to some entity residing within him. This is my body. You shall not take it away. Return to me, be gone. He clutched his head with both hands, convulsing violently, his body shaking with fervor. Naturally, Lin Beiji would not let this opportunity slip away. He tightened his grip, and a deep, resonant sound reverberated through the void. In the next moment, a solid stone slab, resembling an inkstone, emerged from the earth, dust swirling around it. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the air, his fingertips shimmering with ethereal light as they traced a mysterious arc, causing ancient runic patterns to materialize upon the stone's surface, interlacing and seemingly bursting forth with invisible power. Suppressing talisman, arise, Lin Beiji intoned, employing the stone as a vessel for the runes. The runes suddenly radiated blinding brilliance, akin to the thunder of dawn, dispelling the darkness between heaven and earth. He then flipped his palm, hurling the runic stone toward the dark sorcerer. Simultaneously, he brought his two fingers together and drew a line in the air, as if wielding a brush to paint, conjuring chains entwined with black mist that surged forth from the abyss, ensnaring the dark sorcerer tightly. The sorcerer, akin to a malevolent deity, struggled and roared, the black fog around him surging in fury. But each tendril of dark energy that touched the radiance of the runes melted away like snow in the sun. The brilliance of the runes intensified, and the chain's power grew stronger in tandem. Moments later, his movements began to slow, the once earth-shattering rage subdued to a low, mournful whimper, ultimately becoming entirely imprisoned within the cage woven of light and iron chains, immobile as a statue, with a wave of his sleeve. Lin Beiji dispersed the swirling dust, restoring silence to the realm. He exhaled deeply, allowing his nerves to relax slightly, yet before he could catch his breath, the chains of the seal began to tremble ominously. He frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within him, murmuring, "Could it be again?" A loud crash echoed, a heavy rumbling that reverberated like thunder. The ground quaked violently, stones shattered, and the brilliance of the runes dimmed instantaneously, as if all power had been drained from them. The chains binding the malevolent deity shattered with a violent tremor, snapping like fragile threads in an instant. However, a most peculiar scene unfolded. The dark sorcerer slowly lifted his head, his entire form suspended in midair, limbs hanging limply like a marionette under control. His mouth gaped open, his head rigidly tilted back, eyes fixed vacantly upon the sky, the depths of his pupils swirling with unmistakable dread and despair. His body convulsed violently, akin to a dying creature engaged in its final struggle. At that moment, a faint whisper reached Lin Beiji's ears, the raspy voice of the dark sorcerer. "Kill me and I beg you. End my suffering." His tone bore the mournful wails of the abyss, desperation intertwined with unbearable pain. Lin Beiji's heart tightened, and before he could react, the sorcerer's chest suddenly split open, an unfathomable darkness spilling forth from the gash, followed by a sharp, menacing claw, exuding a potent stench of decay. Simultaneously, countless writhing tendrils surged from his mouth, enveloping his face like a skeletal mask reminiscent of a spider. What was even more chilling was that the sorcerer's forehead swelled abruptly, revealing a gigantic malevolent eye gradually emerging from beneath the skin. This eye, akin to a beacon within the abyss, burned with an eerie black flame, suffused with endless agony and madness. Its surface twisted and contorted, slowly rotating as if scanning its surroundings, capable of piercing through all, exposing the deepest fears nestled within one's soul, tearing them asunder without reservation. The aura of the dark sorcerer was utterly extinguished, replaced by an unknown, dangerously terrifying presence. Lin Beiji understood that the malevolent entity had utilized the sorcerer's body to revive. At this moment, Lin Beiji's gaze fixated vacantly upon the burning malevolent eye, as if ensnared by invisible tendrils that gripped his very essence. His desires and greed magnified infinitely beneath its gaze, like the darkness lurking in the abyss surging forth uncontrollably, unbeknownst to him. He knelt upon the ground, his visage twisted, a bizarre and infatuated smile creeping upon his lips, the crimson fire in his eyes threatening to ignite, as if intangible whispers echoed in his mind, luring and consuming him. Reflections of an illusory scene danced within Lin Beiji's eyes, revealing himself at the pinnacle of his former life, triumphant in a cataclysmic battle, the moment he transcended into the divine realm. In that instant, he swept across the martial world, severing countless foes, invincible in his path. Countless strongmen bowed before him, and the most esteemed power and strength of the world fell into his grasp. No one dared defy his command, for he was the sole sovereign. That was the ultimate glory, the supreme power he had sought, a creation of his own, bestowed by the entity he revered. Lin Beiji gazed enraptured at the illusion before him, where he knelt devotedly before the malevolent deity Qi, seemingly offering his very soul to this wicked force. Chapter 35. The evil eye. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Chuanmiao hurriedly covered Lin Beiji's fiery, blazing eyes, realizing that if she delayed any longer, his eyes would surely be scorched beyond recovery. Anxious beyond measure, she shook him desperately, her voice trembling. "Big brother, wake up!" At that moment, Chuanmiao, already faint, felt a sharp drain of her internal energy. Yet without hesitation, she gathered the last vestiges of her light, attempting to convey it to Lin Beiji. The light, akin to a faint star, slowly seeped into his body, as though it were the last remnants of her life force quietly extinguishing. Lin Beiji suddenly felt a violent jolt, as if a powerful force had yanked him back from the abyss. His consciousness hovered between darkness and light, the intense heat and pain in his eyes jolting him awake. He gasped for breath, hastily channeling his true essence to mend the damage to his eyes. Looking down, he beheld Chuanmiao's frail form, the faint glow nearly extinguished, her gaze filled with boundless fatigue and weakness. Unconsciously, he reached out, gently resting his hand on Chuanmiao's shoulder, his voice laden with gratitude and guilt. "You saved me again." His tone was low and hoarse. "Thank you, Chuanmiao." Chuanmiao nodded gently, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her eyes, though weary, remained clear and warm. She said nothing, merely watching Lin Beiji, as if her smile conveyed all her strength and comfort. Lin Beiji realized he had been ensnared. He recalled He Tianzhong's words, that Qi's power stemmed from the desires and greed deep within humanity's heart, and that burning evil eye was the source from which he siphoned these negative emotions, as well as his most fatal weakness. Whenever someone locked eyes with that malevolent gaze, the darkness within their hearts would surge like a flood, plunging them into endless madness and frenzy. Legend held that the battle between Siyuan and Qi raged for centuries. Despite the countless divine soldiers led by Siyuan, whenever they beheld that evil eye, they would uncontrollably lose control, succumbing to their inner demons, ultimately perishing and becoming the source of Qi's power. It was only when Siyuan resolved to blind himself, summoning heavenly thunder with unparalleled divine power to strike at Qi's evil eye, that he annihilated the root of desire and greed, thereby defeating Qi. With this in mind, Lin Beiji understood that as long as he did not gaze directly at that evil eye, he would not fall under its control. He tore off a corner of his black robe and deftly wrapped it around his eyes, completely severing his line of sight to the malevolent gaze. Taking a deep breath, he attuned himself to Qi's presence. At this moment, Qi had only regained a fraction of his strength, not yet restored to his peak state, and opposing him was not without hope. He sensed Qi's aura rapidly approaching and, without hesitation, waved his hand, conjuring a mass of black mist that lifted the weakened Chuanmiao away from the battlefield, ensuring she would not suffer further harm. Suddenly, he confronted Qi head-on, advancing without a trace of hesitation. At that moment, the horizon seemed to be violently clashing with two immense currents of energy, illuminating the darkness with opposing radiances akin to a feeble black flame colliding with a fierce blaze. A deafening roar erupted, stirring a tempestuous storm throughout the heavens and the earth. The air distorted violently, as if thunder were erupting from a flat ground. Looking up from the ground, one could see two orbs of black light, resembling stars, fiercely colliding in the sky, their trajectories shrouded in mystery and unpredictability. The speed and frequency of their encounters transcended the limits of mortal perception, leaving only the sight of those lights interweaving and crashing into one another. Each contact produced a cataclysmic sound, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, a reverberation that struck the very core of one's soul. The aftermath of the collisions surged through the air, transforming into a kaleidoscope of energy ripples, as if the firmament had been torn asunder, revealing countless fissures that testified to the intensity of the battle. Each clash, each exchange of celestial techniques and spells, left both sides struggling to retreat unscathed. Though Qi's form suffered severe injuries, with wounds deep enough to reach the bone and perilously close to vital points, the eerie flesh seemed to writhe with a life of its own, healing at a disconcerting speed as if no harm had ever been inflicted. In contrast, Lin Beiji appeared increasingly worse for wear. Although each injury was not fatal, the cumulative effect of the battle left him bloodied and weakened, his vital essence dwindling and hampering his healing capabilities, rendering the situation increasingly dire. From Qi's mouth, covered in a grotesque skeletal visage, emanated a peculiar rustling sound, reminiscent of whispers from the depths of an endless darkness. A language not of humanity but echoing from a primordial era. The flesh upon its form began to writhe, climbing up the giant scythe it wielded, the blade enveloped in layers of dense flesh, gradually transforming in shape. The originally sharp blade became curved and rugged, evolving into a colossal axe that appeared to possess a life of its own, its surface sprouting countless eyes that opened and rotated slowly. Even more unsettling was the fact that the axe seemed to pulse with every moment, like a distorted heart beating within the flesh. This was Qi's weapon, the axe of the malevolent spirit. How much blood had this axe soaked, and what malice did it harbor, born from the countless souls that perished beneath its edge? The essence and power of those lost lives now resided within this weapon. Although Lin Beiji's vision was obscured by a dark shroud, he could feel the overwhelming power emanating from it in his past life. He had faced countless battles and adversaries, but none had ever been as terrifying as this moment. Confronting an entity that defied all reason, this battle filled him with an unprecedented sense of strangeness and discomfort, as an aura of dread sent shivers through every nerve in his body. Nausea and a sense of oppression flooded him, as if he were ensnared in a realm alien to humanity, battling an unimaginable force. As the giant axe descended, Lin Beiji swiftly invoked the tortoise shell protection technique, channeling his vital essence into it, causing a massive black tortoise to manifest before him. The tortoise loomed large, its scales shimmering with a profound light, forming an impenetrable barrier. The terrifying force of the axe collided directly against the tortoise's shell, unleashing a thunderous roar. The tortoise's form trembled, scales splintering inch by inch, its protective glow devoured by the axe's dark radiance. In the next instant, Lin Beiji's body plummeted like a shooting star, crashing down into the ground as a black orb, erupting in a cloud of dust and debris. Chapter 36, Defeat, Arrival, Sacrifice. The tortoise's form utterly disintegrated, dissolving into countless black fragments that vanished into the air. Lin Beiji gasped for breath, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for the tortoise's protection absorbing much of the impact, he feared the blow would have shattered his very soul. At this moment, portions of Qi's flesh began to shed, akin to fragments of a black crust cascading to the ground. Though its body quickly healed due to its terrifying regeneration, the fallen flesh plummeted like black raindrops, splattering upon the earth and releasing a nauseating stench. These fallen remnants did not lose their vitality. Rather, they began to writhe in an eerie manner. They struggled upon the ground, swelling and distorting, gradually transforming into various grotesque creatures. Some dragged long, spiked, slimy tentacles, leaving corrosive black trails in their wake. Others bore jagged forms, their skin cracking with a crimson sheen, resembling a mass of pulsating blood and pus, while others gaped with mouths filled with layers of sharp teeth, emitting shrill cries akin to a wailing infant. It was as if these were living beings, tortured to death by Qi, their limbs twisted like spider legs, producing chilling sounds as they moved, their hollow eyes glinting with frenzied hunger, as if in search of prey. These creatures appeared to be extensions of Qi's will, carrying an indescribable aura of malevolence as they surged towards Lin Beiji. A wave of nausea washed over Lin Beiji. While he was not afraid of these aberrant beings, he understood that diverting his attention to deal with them could leave him vulnerable to a surprise attack from Qi. Without hesitation, he focused his mind, causing the ground to tremble as dark mist began to coalesce. And moments later, a terrifying figure of a pitch-black three-headed hellhound emerged from the thick black fog. The hellhound's massive form resembled a moving fortress of death. Its three gaping maws revealed razor-sharp fangs as it let out a thunderous roar, spewing forth torrents of black flames towards the aberrant creatures. With a wave of his hand, Lin Beiji directed the dark mist to entwine around the hellhound, and under the influence of this dark energy, the hellhound's skin began to undergo a transformation, revealing layers of armor-like scales. These scales not only covered the hellhound's body, but also sprouted sharp spines along its back and limbs. The creatures shrieked in the flames, their bodies rapidly incinerated, emitting a nauseating stench of charred flesh. Yet they did not completely disintegrate. Some, in their final moments, erupted with the black liquid they had stored within. This liquid, highly corrosive, surged towards the hellhound's form. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black liquid splattered upon the hellhound's scales, producing wisps of smoke as fine cracks appeared on the hardened surface, while the liquid that touched its exposed skin corroded deep pits, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth. Despite its unparalleled strength and ferocity, the hellhound could not emerge unscathed. The toxic, corrosive blood of the creatures penetrated its body like invisible daggers. The three-headed hellhound finally let out a low, mournful howl, its massive form gradually becoming ethereal, ultimately dissipating into the air as a wisp of black mist. On the surface, it appeared that both were evenly matched. Yet in reality, the tide of battle had begun to tilt. Lin Beiji's vital essence was nearly depleted, his physical strength exhausted, while Qi, harnessing the absolute advantage of the battlefield, continuously drew energy from the magical array, growing ever more powerful like an unending abyss. The scales of this conflict were tipping in Qi's favor. At this moment, Qi emitted that eerie rustling whisper once more, its syllables fragmented yet penetrating to the depths of the soul. Lin Beiji suddenly realized that ever since he beheld that evil eye, he could faintly comprehend the meaning behind these sounds: defeat, arrival, sacrifice. Just a few succinct phrases etched themselves into his mind, their significance resonating without the need for translation. Qi's arrival was not yet complete. It required a vast number of lives to restore its full power, and in exchange, it promised to bestow limitless strength. Lin Beiji's expression hardened, recognizing that this was an attempt to entice him. However, his gaze turned cold as visions of the fate that befell that sorcerer flashed through his mind. Those greedy souls who sought to ally with Qi ultimately had their bodies and souls stripped away, becoming mere puppets for Qi to consume. Such a fate served as a mirror, sharpening his awareness. This was merely a bait, Lin Beiji pondered, well aware that greed is never salvation but rather the genesis of ruin. Those consumed by desire are the most pitiable victims on this battlefield. Come, even if it costs my life, I shall drag you into the depths of hell. Exhausted, Lin Beiji cried out, embodying a resolve that was unwavering. Qi, enveloped in a tempest of resentment, descended like a bolt of black lightning, its murderous intent surging like an abyss. Meanwhile, Lin Beiji concentrated the last remnants of his vital essence, igniting his final spark of life. Determined to unleash a desperate strike to perish alongside Qi, this was the only conclusion he could choose after weighing the pros and cons. Their auras clashed violently in the heavens and the earth. Akin to a tempest on the verge of unleashing cataclysmic destruction, they were both prepared to embrace this world-shattering confrontation. Yet, at the very moment they were about to collide, Lin Beiji suddenly froze, whispering softly, The world was stripped of all color, leaving only shades of black and white, transforming into a realm of monochrome. An indescribable pressure suddenly descended upon him, nearly suffocating him, and at that instant, a figure appeared between him and Qi. In that fleeting moment, the figure's form was etched into Lin Beiji's vision. He beheld a figure merging seamlessly with the surrounding black and white hues, clad in black garments that rendered their silhouette tall and sleek. The conical hat hung low, its edges casting a faint circle of shadow that enveloped his demeanor in an air of solemnity and enigma. A metallic mask adorned his face, smooth as glass, yet emblazoned in its center was a prominently etched character for noon, with a sharp and incisive stroke, a belt of pitch-black leather cinched tightly around his waist. Securing a dagger firmly at his side, Lin Beiji's gaze narrowed slightly. This individual, astonishingly, was also a wielder of the blade. The dagger hung quietly, its scabbard equally devoid of luster, save for a cold silver gleam at the guard, as if softly whispering tales of countless blood-stained blades and the ravages of time. Chapter 37. Noon horse. At this moment, he stood slightly angled, one hand pressing down while the other rested delicately on the hilt of the dagger, as if subduing a slumbering beast. Merely observing his stance revealed the formidable strength he possessed, and no matter how Lin Beiji pondered, he could not comprehend why this man had approached him without arousing any suspicion. Logically, with his current sensitivity to the essence of law, he should have sensed even the slightest disturbance. Yet, this person emitted no trace of energy, as if he were utterly non-existent. One possible explanation for this anomaly was that the individual was simply too weak, his essence so minuscule that it eluded perception. However, Lin Beiji swiftly dismissed this hypothesis. The aura and posture of the man before him exuded the unmistakable presence of a strong adversary, far from being an ordinary foe. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Both he and Qi moved with excruciating slowness, as though every inch of their motion was burdened and dragged in that moment of suspended animation. The man in the conical hat and mask finally made his move. His hand flicked against the dagger's hilt like a flash of lightning, and in an instant, the blade gleamed forth, as the dagger was drawn. The surrounding space appeared to be sliced by an invisible force, producing a crisp, resonant hum, as if a mirror had shattered, countless fine cracks spreading through the air, distorting even the light itself. Lin Beiji barely registered the movement, caught only the fleeting moment of the blade being drawn and the subsequent soft chime as it returned to its sheath, the entire action flowing like water. Time resumed its flow, and the colors of the world re-emerged. Qi's massive form froze for an instant before erupting outward in a violent explosion, torrents of blood and flesh raining down, the stench overwhelming and staining the earth crimson. The wicked eye, aflame with an eerie fire, steadied itself in the masked man's grasp, its pupils suddenly widening, a look of indescribable astonishment and fury within. The masked man gently placed it into a small bag. And in that instant, the flame extinguished entirely, the light in its gaze fading away. The masked man sheathed his blade and stood still, his gaze passing through the shadow of the conical hat to sweep over Lin Beiji. Calm as if nothing had transpired. Qi had been dispatched with such nonchalance. The abruptness of it left Lin Beiji in disbelief. He could not relax his vigilance, uncertain whether this figure before him was friend or foe. "Thank you for your assistance. May I inquire your name?" Lin Beiji asked in Yuma. The masked man uttered the two words in a low, indifferent tone, as if he were disinterested in Lin Beiji. Just as he intended to turn away, Lin Beiji suddenly blocked his path. He understood the terror of that wicked eye. It was not merely a vile object, but the very essence and soul of Qi. That eye is Qi's true form. Immortal and indestructible, I implore you to hand it over to me, so I may seal it back at Tiansu Hall. Should it fall into the wrong hands, it would surely spell disaster. "I am merely carrying out an order," came the cold voice from behind the mask. "Someone has commissioned me handsomely to retrieve this object." Upon hearing this, Lin Beiji recalled a detail from the memories of his previous host. Having heard of a mysterious organization akin to a mercenary group, known to execute any task for the right price, whether assassination, protection, or other perilous endeavors. This organization was called DG, comprising 12 members, each corresponding to one of the 12 earthly branches, each a top-tier warrior capable of single-handedly confronting 1,000 foes. Some had deviated from the traditional sorcerer system, never having practiced magic, dedicating their energies solely to the pursuit of raw power. Much like the new Ma before him, Lin Beiji marveled inwardly. I, Lin Beiji, shall deem you the strongest. At this moment, he was convinced that the masked man before him was indeed a member of DG. However, having expended nearly all of his true essence in the recent battle, he could barely maintain his foundation in the initial stages of the Golden Core realm, rendering him incapable of contending with such a monster. Then might you disclose the identity of your employer? Lin Beiji pressed on, maintaining a tone of neither subservience nor arrogance. I shall not divulge the employer's information, Nu Ma stated, his tone still indifferent. Before his gaze sharpened, you are Lin Beiji, are you not? At this revelation, Lin Beiji furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. You know me? Just then, Nu Ma's sleeve moved slightly, and a flash of yellow darted forth, landing gracefully on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was a weasel, the very one Lin Beiji had encountered in Bai Yin village. Now it stood upright, grinning broadly, and spoke, Young friend, we meet again. It's he this utterance. Lin Beiji's heart jolted, his demeanor suddenly turning cold in an instant. Many details coalesced into a coherent understanding. It dawned upon him that his encounter with the weasel was not mere happenstance, but a deliberate guise of a demon, secretly lurking beside him all along, observing his movements without his awareness. More critically, it was evidently Nu Ma's spirit companion, and the timely appearance of Nu Ma alongside Qi was likely no coincidence. What a clever strategy of placing pieces on the board. Lin Beiji contemplated inwardly. Why leader holds you in quite high regard, Nu Ma remarked, his tone suddenly turning icy, revealing his sharp edge. However, today's visit is not for your sake. Should you insist on obstructing my path, I would not hesitate to eliminate you here and now. Nu Ma stood firm, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him, weighing down like a towering mountain, suffocating in its intensity. Had it been another, they might have crumbled under such pressure, perhaps even succumbed in fear. Yet, Lin Beiji was no ordinary individual. The once invincible demon lord feared not threats. Are you threatening me? Lin Beiji replied coolly, a palpable air of murderous intent in his voice. Meeting Nu Ma's oppressive force head dash on in his former incarnation as a nascent soul, he could have crushed this man as easily as squashing an ant. But now, like a tiger fallen to the plains, he could only endure, his fury simmering beneath the surface. Nu Ma's gaze narrowed slightly, evidently taken aback by the young man's unyielding demeanor in the face of such pressure. This individual was truly extraordinary, able to remain steadfast under such overwhelming force. Indeed, a worthy subject of admiration for his leader. You possess courage, Boyd. We shall return to seek you out in the future. I hope you are still alive by then. Chapter 38. Spring Seedling. The spirit companion chimed in, young friend, until we meet again, before burrowing into Nu Ma's embrace. Lin Beiji's lips parted slightly, intending to voice something further. But Nu Ma vanished like a wisp of wind, suddenly disappearing from his sight. With Nu Ma's departure, the tension in Lin Beiji's nerves finally eased a fraction, yet his foremost concern lay with Chun Miao's well-being. At that moment, Chun Miao had approached Lin Beiji, her dim and somewhat frail figure stirring a complex wave of emotions within him. Though their acquaintance had been brief, this tragically fated girl had left a profound impression on him. He detested the suffering and desolation of the world, whether in this life or the last, especially since she had aided him in his peril. It seems we must bid farewell, do we not? Lin Beiji's voice was low and measured, a smile directed at Chun Miao. Even before entering Bada County and encountering that elderly woman, he had sensed something amiss in her words. The seed of premonition had been sown in his heart, and therefore, Chun Miao's subsequent rescue of him was not entirely surprising. Yes, Chun Miao replied softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. I remember now. I remember everything in that moment. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a deep crimson hue blooming around her eyelids, yet she valiantly held back her tears from falling. Chun Miao's memories surged forth like a rapid film reel before Lin Beiji's eyes, embedding themselves deeply within his mind, revealing a sorrowful past steeped in darkness. 10 years prior, in Niujia village, a humble thatched cottage sheltered Chun Miao and her family. She, along with her younger brother Chun Shang and their elderly grandfather, depended on one another for survival. Though her grandfather was aged, His hands and feet were still nimble. Each day before dawn, he would lead the family's sole aging ox to the fields, shouldering the burden of their livelihood with his lean frame. He survived by farming and occasionally repairing tools for others, barely scraping by for the three of them. Chun Miao was wise beyond her years. Though still young, she had already learned to manage household chores. Every day, she would accompany Chunxing to the stream to fetch water, venture into the woods to chop firewood, and stand by the stove, blowing the fire to cook porridge amidst the simplicity of their meager meals. Filled with the essence of life, her younger brother, Chunxing, playful and mischievous, would often chase butterflies in the fields or climb trees to catch birds, prompting Chun Miao to laugh and scold him as she pulled him back. Although their lives were impoverished, they never lost their laughter. Despite the material scarcity, their companionship infused their humble cottage with warmth and tranquility, which was the only happiness amidst their hardships, however, in the tapestry of life. Tragedies often quietly lay their groundwork within moments of warmth, and the most heartrending endings are always accompanied by a prelude of tenderness. A drought swept through the village, bringing with it a complete absence of rain. The earth had long lost its moisture. The stream ran dry, the fields cracked, and the crops turned to withered husks, devoid of life. The family of Chun Miao was no exception, reliant on their meager land for sustenance. They soon found themselves without food, caught in the grips of hunger and cold. Their old cow, emaciated and frail, resembled a mere skeleton. Whether by coincidence or design, at this critical moment, a sorcerer arrived in the village. Upon witnessing this, Lin Beiji understood. This was no mere coincidence. The so-called drought was merely one of the sorcerer's schemes. The sorcerer, appearing as a savior, prayed for rain over the parched land. Moments later, the sky revealed an unusual sight. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and then the sweet rain poured down, nourishing the cracked fields and reviving the desiccated stream. The village, once lifeless, regained vitality and hope with this sudden, auspicious rain. He proclaimed himself a messenger of divine mercy, tasked with saving the souls of the suffering from calamity, and declared that all who followed him could attain enlightenment and ascend to a pure land of bliss, escaping the tribulations of the mortal world. Henceforth, he settled in the village, and the villagers revered him as a deity, a messenger sent by heaven. In gratitude, they united to construct a temple in his honor, erecting a monument to commemorate his virtues. From that point on, the incense burned brightly, and the worshippers flowed in continuously, creating a scene of solemn devotion, with Chun Miao's family among them. As the number of believers grew, the sorcerer began to plot his next move. He claimed that his sorcery was the sole path to the pure land of bliss, open to all villagers, regardless of age or aptitude, each having the chance to attain enlightenment. Periodically, he would select one individual to take away, declaring that they had entered the pure land, destined to live a life akin to that of deities. However, those who departed never returned. The villagers, blinded by appearances, yearned for the so-called pure land, igniting a fervor for the sorcery throughout the village. As men, women, and children rushed to pledge themselves to the sorcerer, fearing they might miss the opportunity to ascend, Chun Miao, wise beyond her years, remained skeptical. Why had those taken never come back? Did one truly have to forsake their family for the sake of the pure land? She was not one to chase illusions, never desiring extravagant things, only wishing to protect the simplest of her heartfelt intentions. She feared separation from her brother and grandfather, for compared to the elusive promise of the pure land, she cherished the reunion and peace of the present moment even more. Thus, her family did not pursue the allure of the pure land like the other villagers. They believed that simply being together with their loved ones was the most beautiful place in the world. As more and more people followed the sorcerer in practicing his magic, the village atmosphere gradually grew strange and somber. Neighbors who once lived harmoniously now displayed altered temperaments. The sorcery seemed to amplify the hidden desires within people, revealing greed, jealousy, and brutality that should have remained concealed. The village was no longer the haven it once was. Instead, it was filled with strife and turmoil. Relations among people became distant and wary, often erupting into violence over trivial matters. The sorcerer proclaimed that the more individuals practiced his sorcery, the closer they would be to the pure land. His rhetoric drove the entire village into a frenzy, as everyone clamored to learn his magic, believing it to be the only escape from worldly suffering. Yet, in a village consumed by obsession with sorcery, Chuan Miao's family steadfastly refused to follow the tide, thus becoming outcasts in the eyes of the villagers. The village chief repeatedly visited to persuade them, veiled threats lurking within his words, accusing them of being a hindrance to the entire village's progress. However, no matter the pressure applied, Chuan Miao's family remained resolute, unmoved that a few days later, as night fell, a sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by a violent pounding on their door. Chuan Miao's heart raced. Before she could react, the door was forcefully pushed open, and several burly men burst in, dragging out their only old cow without a word. Chuan Miao cried out in protest, but was pushed to the ground. Her grandfather, trembling, stepped forward to intervene, only to receive a brutal blow, his leg broken with a sickening crack, causing him to collapse, groaning in agony. Chapter 39. Fate. The courtyard echoed with the old cow's mournful bellowing as those men mercilessly felled it before the family's eyes, blood gushing forth. Chuan Miao clutched her younger brother, who was huddled in fear beside her, tears streaming down her face, despair washing over her. The night wind carried the scent of blood through the cracks of the door, extinguishing the oil lamp. Plunging the entire room into silence, Chuan Miao's family huddled in a dim corner, hearts heavy with grief, yet they could only endure in silence. From that point onward, the villagers' cold stares and rejection grew even more pronounced, making mere survival an arduous challenge. With the cow dead and her grandfather's leg injury rendering him unable to work, their family could no longer make ends meet, their grain bin empty in desperation. Chuan Miao decided to leave her young brother at home to care for their grandfather while she ventured out to beg. Dressed in tattered, thin clothing, she trudged to the village entrance, her voice trembling as she softly implored the villagers for scraps of food. However, those familiar villagers, some of whom her grandfather had once helped repair farming tools, had transformed, meeting her with indifference and mockery. "Your family has dragged the entire village down. Do you really expect us to aid you?" Following a derisive laugh, she received a brutal kick. Chuan Miao was knocked to the ground, curling into a ball, clutching her shattered bowl tightly. Someone stepped on the bowl, shattering it, and more insults followed. "You might as well starve to death." Enduring the pain coursing through her body, Chuan Miao struggled to rise, seeking a glimmer of hope. Yet, she scoured every corner of the village, only to be met with hostility. Some even threw refuse at her. Driving her away like a beggar as the sun set, Chuan Miao returned home, clutching her empty stomach, her body battered and weary. The silence inside was heart-wrenching, as Chunxing and their grandfather sat by the cold stove. Anxiety etched on their faces, yet no words were spoken. Gazing into the expectant eyes of her family, Chuan Miao choked on her words. "Today, I couldn't get anything." She lifted her head, forcing a smile, but tears continued to stream down her cheeks. Determined to survive, Chuan Miao had no choice but to embark on a long journey to beg in the distant Baiyin village. Baiyin village was starkly different from Niujia village. Its inhabitants had not been deceived by the sorcerer's words and continued to lead their tranquil lives. They did not practice magic nor pursue the illusory Pure Land, but instead relied on their hands for farming, living stable and simple lives. Chuan Miao trudged along the winding mountain path, her feet aching, her clothes drenched in sweat. The smoke from Baiyin village rose gracefully in the sunset, the earthly aroma filling her with nostalgia. Upon reaching the village entrance, Chuan Miao lowered her head and knocked on a door, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Please, have mercy and give me some food." Unlike the coldness and brutality of Niujia village, the villagers of Baiyin treated her with warmth and sincerity. Some offered her steaming porridge. Others provided dry cakes, and even an elderly person inquired about her well-being. At that moment, Chuan Miao could hardly contain her tears. The long-lost kindness melted her scarred heart like the gentle sun of spring. Gratefully clutching the food given to her, she left. Though it was little, it was enough for her family of 3 to fill their bellies. However, this happiness was short-lived. The village chief of Niujia soon learned of Chuan Miao's begging in Baiyin village and felt a surge of apprehension. He feared that Chuan Miao would reveal the sorcerer's secrets and the truth behind the Pure Land to Baiyin village, thus competing with Niujia village for the opportunity to ascend. Consequently, he incited the villagers' anger, accusing Chuan Miao of treason and disloyalty for her alleged collusion with outsiders, and led a group to invade her dilapidated cottage in the evening, as Chuan Miao returned from Baiyin village with a small cloth bag slung over her shoulder. Filled with meager food, though exhausted, Her heart felt a bit lighter. Just as she entered the village, she saw a crowd gathered in front of her cottage, faintly hearing her grandfather's shouts and Chuanxing's cries. Her heart raced as she dropped the cloth bag and ran towards home. She witnessed several men dragging her elderly grandfather out of the house, beating him mercilessly. Chuanmiao trembled and fell to her knees, crying out, "Please, spare my grandfather." Yet, no one halted their assault until her grandfather fell silent. Immediately after, a burly man raised a club and struck Chuanxing's legs, the sound of breaking bones piercing the air. Chuanxing writhed in agony on the ground, hoarsely calling out, "Sister, save me." Chuanmiao lunged to protect her brother but was violently pulled back, her hands pinned down. She cried and pleaded, "Please, let him go." But in response, the villagers only escalated their brutality. The village chief cast a cold glance her way and commanded, "Set fire to this house." Flames quickly leaped up, licking the withered thatch as smoke billowed into the sky. Trapped within the confines of the dwelling, Chuanxing dragged his severed legs, exerting every ounce of his strength to crawl toward the doorway. The searing flames licked at his skin, and he cried out, "Sister, save me!" As he pleaded, he extended his charred hands towards Chuanmiao's direction. Desperately struggling, Chuanmiao finally bit down on the wrist of the man restraining her, seizing the moment of his pain to dash into the inferno. She collapsed beside Chuanxing, holding him tightly in her embrace, tears mingling with the smoke that blurred her vision. At that moment, Chuanxing was on the brink of death, whispering weakly, "Sister, let us go home with Grandpa." The fire raged on, and the beams of the house crashed down, completely engulfing the siblings. The flames illuminated the sky, yet the surrounding villagers stood indifferent, not a single soul stepping forth to offer assistance. Those who had once coexisted on the same land, relying upon one another, now resembled monstrous beings bewitched by malevolence, cold, numb, even exhibiting a semblance of relief in their smiles. The two figures within the thatched cottage were forever frozen in the blaze. What followed, Lin Beiji had already surmised. The magistrate of Bada County conspired with the sorcerers of the dark arts, and the ensuing tragedy of Lu Sujing was merely the prologue to this sinister plot. Subsequently, Baiyin village, refusing to yield to the sorcerer's threats, met with the horrific fate of a massacre. Had Lu Sujing not perished at that time, the outcome might not have differed. Everything seemed preordained, akin to the iron tracks of fate, inescapable and unalterable. No matter how one struggled, it was merely an inextricable deadlock. Thus, Baiyin village ultimately descended into a hellish realm where sorcerers conducted their cursed rituals. The villagers became experimental subjects, their souls forcibly merged with decaying flesh. And through dark sorcery, the corpses were reanimated, ultimately giving rise to soulless monstrosities, zombies. The bizarre temple discovered by He Tianzhong served as the arena for these ceremonies. Those villagers, who fancied themselves chosen by the sorcerers, believing they possessed the right to ascend to the Pure Land, faced a far grimmer fate. They were utilized to create zombies endowed with sorcerous abilities, yet all experiments ended in failure. The souls and resentments of these individuals were forcibly extracted by the sorcerers, ultimately sealed within paper puppets, reduced to mere shells at the mercy of others. Chapter 40. The obsession across time, whether succumbing to the sorcerers or resolutely resisting as Baiyin village did. Both ultimately fell victim to this mad scheme. Ironically, the villagers of Niujia village continued to fervently revere the sorcerer, viewing him as the savior guiding them to the Pure Land. They disregarded the present tragedy, remaining ensnared in their delusions of hope, akin to blindfolded lambs. Ignorant and pitiable, it dawned upon Chuanmiao that she and her brother had perished in the fire a decade ago. She lifted her gaze, tears blurring her vision, yet failing to conceal the faint smile at the corners of her mouth. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over her face, and as tears silently slipped down her cheeks, she made no effort to wipe them away. She softly murmured, devoid of resentment, only liberation and realization, "Big brother, may I ask you for one last favor?" "Yes, speak your wish," Lin Beiji replied gently. "Please, I implore you to help the villagers of Niujia." Chuanmiao said, her voice fragile yet imbued with sincerity. They were truly kind-hearted individuals before they fell under the sorcerer's spell. "I hope you can assist in dispelling their resentments, allowing Niujia village to return to its former self." Lin Beiji merely nodded slowly, seemingly acquiescing to her request. To his astonishment, Chuan Miao, who had endured such cruelty from the villagers, harbored no animosity but instead earnestly beseeched him to save them. A look of relief graced her features. And she added, "By the way, big brother, your pancakes are delicious." Just as Lin Beiji raised his head to respond, he found himself alone, with only the gentle rustle of leaves carried by the wind. 10 years, an entire decade, unbelievably, he had been rescued by a little girl from 10 years prior. She had amassed her strength over the long years, ultimately entrusting it to him, enabling him to vanquish the sorcerer. Yet, it was surprising that her lingering obsession remained with those villagers of Niujia who had once harmed her. However, while Chuan Miao had forgiven them, he would not let them off so easily. He walked deliberately to the bloodied corpse of the sorcerer. Gazing down for a moment before his eyes fell upon a small, exquisite Qinkuan pouch. Although it resembled a fragrant sachet in its delicate form, it was a favored magical artifact of sorcerers, containing a vast, boundless space capable of holding countless treasures. Undoubtedly, it was the lifetime legacy of a fourth-tier sorcerer, guaranteed to house numerous valuable items. With that thought, Lin Beiji unhesitatingly reached out to stow the pouch in his embrace. With a flicker of intent, he summoned the last remnants of his true essence, and a surge of black mist suddenly erupted. Following this, his figure shimmered, and a black robe enveloped him, revealing a faint white bagua pattern on his chest. Emanating an eerie glow, he picked up the shattered mask from the ground, gently caressing it. The fragments swiftly reassembled, restoring it to its original state, which he then donned without hesitation, turning his gaze to the powerless metal bell at the sorcerer's waist. He removed it and affixed it to his own, making slight adjustments. At that moment, Lin Beiji was shrouded in a chilling aura, resembling the sorcerer in every aspect, his every movement an exact mimicry. As dusk descended, a dark silhouette appeared in Niujia village. "The sorcerer has arrived," a villager spotted from a distance, shouting excitedly, his voice filled with fervor and reverence, as if a savior had descended in an instant. The commotion of the village ceased, only to erupt once more. Crowds of villagers surged towards the figure, encircling Lin Beiji. Among the throng, a gray-haired elder emerged, leaning on a cane, his expression one of respect and devotion. He was none other than the village chief of Niujia. "My lord, you have finally come. We have long awaited your return." The chief beamed, his voice tinged with excitement. "During your absence, the villagers of Niujia have diligently practiced your teachings. Not daring to slacken in the slightest, we beseech you to show mercy and lead us to the Pure Land at your earliest convenience." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding villagers simultaneously knelt, their voices rising in unison. "We implore you, my lord, take us to the Pure Land." Their voices rang out in perfect harmony, echoing in the evening breeze, imbued with an eerie fervor. Lin Beiji raised his hand slightly, gesturing for silence. The once boisterous crowd fell into a profound hush, all eyes converging upon him, as if awaiting the divine decree of their savior. In a low voice, mimicking the sorcerer, Lin Beiji's deep, chilling tones emerged from beneath the mask, carrying an irresistible pressure. "I regret to inform you that you do not possess the qualifications to ascend to the Pure Land. This shall be our last encounter. From this moment forth, I shall depart from here and never return." Upon hearing this, the villagers were struck as if by lightning. Chaos erupted in an instant. Some fell to their knees, hands raised high, their voices hoarse. "Sorcerer, please do not abandon us." Across Niujia, not a soul dared forget your benevolence. "We beseech you, show mercy and rescue us from our suffering." Others pushed through the crowd, panic etched on their faces, tears brimming in their eyes. "My lord, my family has already journeyed to the Pure Land. I alone remain in this world. If I cannot reunite with them, how can I endure?" Even more sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, tears flowing like a torrent. "My lord, please see our plight. We have given everything to follow you to the Pure Land. If hope is lost, how can we bear to endure another day in this world?" The cries and pleas intertwined, resembling a tragic play unfolding at the village entrance. The desperate gazes and choked sobs pierced the air like 1,000 needles, amplifying the atmosphere of sorrow. Seeing the moment had arrived, Lin Beiji raised his hand gently, signaling for quiet as the villagers' sobs gradually subsided. His low yet authoritative voice emerged once more from beneath the mask. "Please remain calm, for I possess a method that can grant you immediate ascendance to immortality, leading you directly to the Pure Land. Please grant us your teachings, my lord." The villagers' voices surged like a tide, filled with hope and sincerity. In that moment, their heartbeats and breaths intertwined, for this was the sole path to the Pure Land. And none wished to miss this final opportunity. Under the fervent gazes of the crowd, Lin Beiji slowly retrieved a small wooden box from his bosom, his movements unhurried. As he gently opened the lid, a pitch-black pill came into view, its surface swirling with wisps of dark mist, as if it contained boundless power, causing all present to hold their breath in anticipation. Chapter 41. The Deception with a gentle flick of his finger. Lin Beiji closed the box once more and proclaimed, "This pill is crafted from the essence of my life's work. Upon consumption, it guarantees your ascendance to immortality and passage to the Pure Land." He paused, a glimmer of cold amusement flashing in his eyes, before continuing. "However, there exists only this single pill, and it can only be granted to one. Who among you can seize it will be determined by your own capabilities." With that, he placed the small wooden box into the village chief's hands, his gaze sweeping over the throng, seemingly relishing the tension and anticipation of the moment. As the crowd remained momentarily stunned, Lin Beiji's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. That moment, the entire village seemed to be enveloped in a surreal haze, an eerie silence pervading the air as if it had congealed. The small wooden box in the village chief's hands felt unbearably heavy, his expression clouded with confusion, as though he had not yet fully grasped the words spoken by the sorcerer moments before. The villagers around him were fixated on the antiqued bronze box, their hearts brimming with a mix of yearning and unease. The oppressive atmosphere grew increasingly palpable until the village chief's low voice shattered the stillness. "Since I am the village chief, and the esteemed sorcerer has personally entrusted this elixir to me, it is only fitting that I consume it myself." His tone was resolute, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Without allowing the others a moment to react, he swiftly opened the wooden box and reached for the black elixir, poised to ingest it, however. Just as his fingers were about to graze the elixir, a robust hand abruptly seized his wrist with considerable force, halting him in his tracks. Startled, the village chief looked up to see a burly middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with indignation and discontent. "Village chief, I believe you have lost your wits. The sorcerer has made it abundantly clear that whoever is worthy may claim the elixir. Why should you be the sole beneficiary?" As his words echoed, the surrounding villagers quickly rallied in agreement, the atmosphere shifting to one of unrest. Indeed, the village chief cannot monopolize it. Everyone deserves a chance. The sorcerer did not designate anyone. Why should it go to the village chief? Now fully awakened, the villagers' voices rose in a chorus of anger and discontent, the once dazed expressions replaced by a fervent desire. The burly man exerted his strength, twisting the village chief's wrist, causing the black elixir to tumble securely into his palm. With a triumphant grin, his voice brimming with avarice and confidence, he proclaimed, "Listen to me, everyone. Rather than hoarding this elixir, we should grind it into powder, allowing each person a share, so that we all might have the chance to ascend." Yet before he could finish, his expression suddenly shifted, turning to the distance, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "Esteemed sorcerer, why have you returned?" The crowd followed his gaze, but only found the empty village entrance devoid of any figures. Just as confusion spread, they turned back to see the middle-aged man hastily swallowing the black elixir without a moment's hesitation, his eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. "You dare deceive me?" A voice erupted in furious condemnation. Immediately, chaos ensued. In an instant, everyone lunged toward the middle-aged man, voices crashing like waves. "Hurry! He is trying to keep the elixir for himself. Let us go!" Shouts, footsteps, and furious curses intertwined, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Each individual was consumed by desperation, their eyes gleaming with a primal hunger. The elixir had become their sole lifeline. A young lad, quick-witted and agile, seized the moment just as the middle-aged man swallowed the elixir. Drawing a dagger with a swift motion, the blade glinted coldly as it mercilessly sliced through the man's throat. Blood erupted like a fountain, and the man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Clutching his throat, he emitted a garbled croak, struggling to wherever the black mist swept through. The ground emitted a hissing sound as if it were being scorched, while the vegetation withered at an alarming rate. And the air became thick with an almost palpable stickiness. Yet, amidst the engulfing darkness, countless glimmers of cold light erupted, as silver needles rained down like a tempest, piercing through the murk with unerring accuracy towards the elderly man and the woman. The old man's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to evade the attack, but it was too late. In an instant, the silver needles found their mark in his throat and chest, glinting with an eerie silver sheen. The woman was equally doomed, having just escaped the onslaught of the black mist, only to be struck by the needles that penetrated her forehead and shoulder, causing her to collapse violently to the ground. In the blink of an eye, two more lifeless bodies lay strewn across the scene. Despite being ravaged by the toxic fog, the towering man held his ground. Just as he attempted to rise, a figure appeared silently behind him, a young man with an expressionless visage, wielding a rusted iron nail. With the swiftness of lightning, the young man drove the nail brutally into the towering man's spine. Its tip sinking deep into flesh as he recited an incantation. The nail emitted a blinding red glow, akin to searing magma, spreading along the man's spine. The towering man jolted, a fleeting look of terror in his eyes. But in the next moment, his body began to astonishingly shrivel. His muscles contracted, his skin lost its color, clinging tightly to his bones, while veins protruded like desiccated vines. The once bulging muscles now deflated like deflated balloons. His entire form deteriorating at a visible pace. It was as if the young man was siphoning the life force from him. The man's eyes transformed from a dull gray to hollow voids, leaving behind a gaunt, emaciated corpse. Just as the young man was about to withdraw the nail, an intense numbness suddenly surged through his body, rendering him immobile. In the next heartbeat, a sharp dagger ruthlessly plunged into his abdomen, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. All of this transpired in an instant, witnessed by Lin Beiji. He observed heaps of corpses scattered around, the ground soaked in blood, the air thick with the scent of rust. The only living soul remaining was a woman clutching a silver needle, dragging her injured body, staggering step by step toward the pill that lay quietly on the ground. However, Lin Beiji's gaze did not rest upon her. Instead, it shifted towards the shadows, a chill mocking smile gracing his lips. The woman's eyes brimmed with longing and greed as she struggled toward the pill, but just as she was about to reach it, her legs suddenly felt as if severed by invisible blades, both giving way. Blood gushed forth as she let out a heart-wrenching scream, her body crashing heavily to the ground, her face a canvas of astonishment and agony. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged slowly from the shadows, holding a small effigy made of straw, inscribed with a myriad of eerie incantations. Without uttering a word, he drew a slender nail from his sleeve. His eyes sharp as blades, and drove it viciously into the heart of the effigy. With this action, the woman emitted another piercing shriek, her body convulsing violently. Nevertheless, her will remained unbroken. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her last ounce of strength to drag her broken form forward. Her eyes blazed with madness and obsession, fixated on the pill as if it were her only hope for transcendence, murmuring weakly yet fervently, almost there, if only I consume it, I shall attain immortality." Chapter 43. Greed. Just as the woman was about to touch the pill, the middle-aged man swiftly snatched it up, cradling it in his palm. He gazed down at the pill with fervor and avarice. However, upon witnessing this, the woman, in a fit of madness, grasped at the man's leg, intertwining fury and despair, her voice a frantic wail. "That is mine. Return it to me." The man paid her no heed, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he continued to scrutinize the pill in his hand. The woman's insanity escalated. She clenched her teeth and lunged forward, biting down hard on the man's leg. The man winced in pain, his expression shifting to one of anger as he bellowed, "Crazy woman!" He then kicked her aside. Her body crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, yet she continued to struggle toward him, her eyes filled with obsession. The man looked down at her, his gaze laced with mockery and madness, laughing heartily. "Your belongings? This is my pill. I shall become immortal. Ha ha ha." The sound of his laughter echoed through the desolate space, infused with insatiable greed and lunacy. The woman, voice hoarse, expended her last strength crawling toward the middle-aged man. He withdrew the slender iron nail from his sleeve, his expression frigid, and without hesitation, plunged it brutally into the back of her skull. In an instant, her body stiffened, her eyes dimming, and she collapsed, silent. The man retracted his hand, letting out a cold huff, his gaze fixated on the pill in his palm, his smile contorting further, radiating an insatiable desire and ambition as he greedily eyed the blood-stained object. Finally, "It is mine," he murmured softly, his voice thick with uncontainable excitement and madness. Without a second thought, he opened his mouth and swallowed the blood-soaked pill whole, the metallic taste of blood flooding his tongue. Yet he did not hesitate, tilting his head back to force it down. In that moment, his Adam's apple bobbed as if he were swallowing a piece of charcoal. He shut his eyes, allowing the pill to descend within him. His expression a mixture of exhilaration and ecstasy. "Quite a flavor, isn't it?" A voice suddenly emanated from behind the middle-aged man. He whirled around to find the figure of the sorcerer lord before him. Initially taken aback, his face quickly morphed into one of realization, and he forced a sycophantic smile. "My lord, I knew you were testing us. Only the strongest are worthy of this pill. I have not disappointed your expectations." At this, he licked his lips, eagerly inquiring, "My lord, when shall I reach the pure land of ultimate bliss?" "Ha ha ha, the pure land of ultimate bliss," Lin Beiji scoffed, stepping forward with a hint of amusement in his tone. "You might as well save yourself the trip. I have a splendid destination in mind. Would you care to hear of it?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, puzzled, yet instinctively pressed on. "Is there a place better than the pure land of ultimate bliss?" "Where might that be?" Lin Beiji's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice frigid as ice. "Hell." As soon as the words left his lips, he slowly raised his hand to remove his mask, revealing his true visage, while his dark robes shifted to the garb of the Celestial Strategy Academy sorcerers. "Take a good look at who I am," Lin Beiji declared coldly. The middle-aged man stared, momentarily dazed by Lin Beiji's appearance. After all, he had never seen the true face of the masked sorcerer lord. However, having survived thus far, he possessed some wits, and in an instant, everything clicked into place. You are not the sorcerer lord. Who are you?" Panic engulfed him, and he staggered back a step. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen. His face contorted in agony as he clutched his belly, barely able to remain upright. "What have you made me consume?" "Ah!" He crumpled to the ground, curling into a ball, his countenance filled with horror and suffering. Lin Beiji looked down upon him, his gaze as icy as steel, laced with mockery and derision. "Did you truly believe that was a pill for immortality? Ridiculous. It was crafted from the flesh and blood of the sorcerer lord you revered so deeply." Upon hearing this, the color drained from the middle-aged man's face, his eyes widening in terror, lips trembling. What did you say?" Lin Beiji's lips curled into a smirk as he coolly continued. "Yet? Consider yourself fortunate. Have you not always desired to follow him? Fear not, you shall meet him soon." The man trembled, his eyes increasingly consumed by dread and despair. His pupils dilated, and soon, a stream of black blood oozed from his mouth. However, the truly sinister metamorphosis was only beginning. He suddenly felt something writhing within his mind, an itch that drove him to madness. He began to claw at his head frantically, his fingers entangling in his hair, pulling fiercely until large patches of scalp and hair were wrenched away, blood gushing forth, rendering the scene grotesque. "It itches. It itches like hell. Ha 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 ha." The man's expression twisted in pain, yet tinged with a frenzied laughter. As he clawed at his head, his nails embedding deep into his skull, forcibly creating a horrific fissure in his cranium. As the gap widened, his agonized expression morphed into a grotesque grin. He screamed, forcefully prying open his skull, and a torrent of thick black blood surged forth, mingled with unidentifiable writhing entities. The sight was nauseating. In the next instant, his body stiffened abruptly, and a chilling sound emanated from within his cracked skull before he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. The desires of humanity are akin to an abyss without end, leading one to blind faith, devoid of rational thought, reduced to an instinctual pursuit. Whether it be the illusory dream of eternal life or the heavy temptation of wealth, the essence of greed lies in an insatiable quest for more, ultimately leading one to lose oneself and become a prisoner of desire. This desire, known as greed, is the essence of human nature. From ancient times to the present, how many emperors and generals have, in pursuit of the illusory quest for immortality, exhausted their nation's resources and inflicted suffering upon the people, all for the sake of a vaporous elixir of eternal life? Furthermore, how many power-hungry officials and corrupt bureaucrats, driven by their own selfish desires, have disregarded familial bonds and blood ties, casting aside their dearest kin as if they were mere trifles? Lin Beiji, having seen through this folly, resorted to such means. He understood that a seemingly resplendent pill could easily stir the deepest yearnings of the human heart, engulfing reason and drawing one into the abyss of darkness. This is what is meant by, to besiege a city is to conquer it. To conquer the heart is to prevail above all. Fortunately, he refrained from acting rashly. Lin Beiji pondered inwardly, realizing that his true essence had been nearly depleted. Judging by the prior skirmish, the villagers were quite formidable. With many practicing dark sorcery, their strength comparable to the peak of the first tier, and some even nearing the early stages of the second tier. Should he confront them head-on, he feared he would not survive. Lin Beiji dismissed further thoughts, stepping over the corpse of the middle-aged man before him and crushing the fractured skull beneath his foot. Chapter 44. Chun Long. After ensuring all matters were settled, Lin Beiji sought out a robust steed in Yojia village. He retrieved the last remaining talisman of swift movement, mimicking He Tianzhong's demeanor, and gently placed the talisman upon the horse's forehead. Instantly, the talisman ignited into roaring flames, imprinting a fierce mark upon the horse's brow. Lin Beiji mounted the horse, gripping the reins tightly, and the steed took off like an arrow released from the bow, galloping forth. Many years later, a certain sorcerer passed through Bada County once more, only to find a desolate wasteland, with two gravestones standing solemnly upon a hillside point. One of the stones bore the inscription Lu Suzhen. Weathered by time, as if it had endured years of storms, yet the characters remained as clear as if freshly carved. The other gravestone appeared relatively new, inscribed with the words Chun Miao and family rest here. At that moment, these two gravestones stood quietly amidst the wilderness, as if they had found a rare companionship, no longer seeming lonely or desolate. The sorcerer gazed at the gravestones, and in a moment of reverie, it seemed as if he could see a kind-hearted elder sitting on the stone steps, resting with a dust brush, while a young woman busied herself by a cooking stove, the smoke curling gently upwards. And two children played nearby, their laughter filling the air with warmth that stirred the heart. The sorcerer rubbed his eyes, looking again, only to find everything had vanished, as if it were a fleeting dream. However, all of this was merely a tale for another time. The Yuyo Xian cave lay nestled beneath a perilous cliff, a natural cavern of shadows. A man clad in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, stood at the entrance. This was Wu Ma. The entrance gaped like the maw of a colossal beast, surrounded by jagged stones and entwined vines, with the cold wind weaving through, emitting mournful howls. Wu Ma's expression was cold as he stepped into the cave with measured strides. In an instant, the entrance seemed to vanish as if cloaked by illusion, leaving only a barren cliff behind, as if no one had ever been there. The passage was long and dim, with flickering candlelight casting peculiar shadows upon the stone walls. Along the way, bronze lamps lay scattered. The further he ventured, the more expansive the space became, and the walls began to reveal stone-carved deities, their solemn expressions instilling a sense of oppression. After about 15 minutes, Wu Ma arrived at a vast stone hall, the ceiling adorned with stalactites, twinkling like stars, evoking the sensation of being beneath a night sky. Surrounding the hall were bronze braziers, their flames roaring and illuminating exquisitely carved stone pillars, adorned with various ferocious beast totems that seemed poised to break free from their confines. Yo, Wu Ma, a sharp voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. The sound reverberated, becoming increasingly grating, akin to a piercing needle stabbing at the eardrum. Wu Ma's footsteps faltered slightly, his expression darkening, impatience evident in his brow. He glanced in the direction of the voice, feeling a surge of annoyance. At that moment, a figure emerged from a side passage, dressed in the same black attire as Wu Ma, wearing a mask that bore the character Shun. He raised his hands and waved enthusiastically at Wu Ma, his gestures overly familiar. His tone was flippant, entirely oblivious to Wu Ma's icy demeanor concealed beneath the mask. Or perhaps he simply did not care. He approached with a spring in his step. each stride relaxed and contrasting sharply with the surrounding ominous atmosphere. Compared to Wu Ma's tall and imposing figure, the Shun monkey appeared particularly slender, his height a full head shorter than Wu Ma. His voice rang clear, imbued with a hint of youthful innocence, clearly marking him as a young man. The Shun monkey stepped forward, unabashedly patting Wu Ma's shoulder, teasingly asking, "Wu Ma, long time no see, have you missed me?" Wu Ma's expression remained unchanged, slightly tilting his head as if he had not heard, coldly avoiding the exchange, showing a clear lack of interest in the boisterous individual before him. Yet the Shun monkey was undeterred, playfully insisting, "Oh, come now, don't be so cold." Wu Ma halted his steps, turning his head to say softly, "If you dare to prattle on further, do not blame me for being merciless. I shall end you here today." The Shun monkey, however, showed no hint of fear, the pair of eyes behind the mask glimmering with a faint blue light, seemingly mocking as they pierced through the mask's openings. He clicked his tongue lightly and nonchalantly replied, "If you truly possessed the ability to kill me, you would have acted long ago. Why wait until now?" The Shun monkey's steps were light, and as if recalling something, he inquired with feigned interest, "By the way, what of that stinky weasel of yours? Still alive, I presume?" No sooner had he spoken than a glossy yellow weasel leapt from Wu Ma's embrace, standing upright, its eyes glinting with indignation. Sharply retorting, "You are the stinky weasel. I am a yellow weasel, a yellow weasel." The Shun monkey burst into laughter at the sight, reaching out to tease it, but was swiftly blocked by Wu Ma's hand. His gaze as cold as steel. "Do you truly think I would hesitate to strike you down? Enough." A deep and authoritative voice resonated from ahead, like a muffled thunderclap rolling through the Yuyo Xian cave, reverberating endlessly. Upon hearing this voice, the yellow weasel immediately shrank back into Wu Ma's embrace, as if instinctively sensing a formidable pressure, daring not to show itself again. The Shun monkey too instantly subdued his earlier antics. Standing upright and bowing in unison with Wu Ma, "We greet the leader." Though the speaker had yet to appear, an invisible aura enveloped the cave, invoking an involuntary sense of reverence. The cave grew silent. Even the distant sound of dripping water became distinctly audible. The newcomer was none other than Chen Long. Both men dared not breathe loudly, as if they were genuinely fearful of the man before them, whose mask bore the character Chen. "Wu Ma, have you brought back the items?" Chen Long's voice was low and measured, devoid of anger yet imbued with an irresistible pressure, as if an unseen mountain weighed upon their hearts. Wu Ma remained silent, retrieving the exquisite bag containing the eyes of Qi from within his garments. He raised his hand slightly, loosening the thread and opening the bag's mouth in an instant. A fierce and sinister aura swept forth, sending shivers through the soul. Within the bag, an eye that seemed to blaze with flames emerged, entirely crimson, with flames swirling within the pupil, burning incessantly. That malevolent eye fixed its gaze upon Wu Ma, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. The fire danced within the eye, distorting the shadows surrounding them. The Shun monkey could not resist leaning closer, peering through the mask's openings at the sinister eye. A smile crept upon his lips, tinged with curious mockery. "Oh, is this the so-called ancient evil god Qi?" No sooner had he spoken than the sinister eye abruptly contracted, the flames within surging violently. Its gaze filled with murderous rage. Wu Ma reverently presented the exquisite bag, its opening slightly ajar, revealing the eerie eye emanating a strange aura. Chen Long remained silent, slowly extending his hand to steadily accept the bag. Chapter 45. The great undertaking. The sinister eye of Qi seemed to sense something, the flames abruptly stalling. The once unruly blaze now extinguished under an invisible pressure, becoming a dim, lifeless orb. The eye trembled, staring at Chen Long, as if confronted with an exceedingly terrifying presence, filled with shock and profound fear, too frightened to struggle further. The undying and unyielding Qi's sinister eye, under Chen Long's oppressive aura, experienced an unprecedented terror of death. Chen Long lowered his gaze to examine the exquisite bag in his hands, his tone grave yet authoritative. "You have done well. We are one step closer to our grand undertaking." He paused, a glimmer of profound meaning flashing in his eyes, before continuing, "Fortunately, the power of Qi remains but a fraction. Otherwise, with your strength, it would have been quite challenging to retrieve it so easily." Having said this, Chunlong shifted his gaze to the Shin Monkey, asking in a deep voice, "Shin Monkey, how goes the plan for the Chechen nation?" Upon hearing this, the Shin Monkey trembled slightly, then respectfully replied, "Everything has been arranged according to your instructions, and all is progressing smoothly." Chunlong nodded slightly, "Very well." Before he could finish speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it against the adjacent stone wall, his palm infused with essence, causing intricate spiritual patterns to emerge, emitting a faint glow. With a series of rumbling sounds, the stone wall slowly split open, resembling an ancient door being pushed aside. Chunlong stepped forward, followed closely by Wu Ma and the Shin Monkey, as they ventured deeper into the cavern. Within the cavern lies a hidden realm. At its center stands a black stone pool, its waters as dark as ink, exuding an eerie, spectral glow, as if capable of devouring all light. Floating within the pool is a humanoid figure, shrouded in tattered garments, the frayed fabric concealing most of its form, revealing only skin as pale as parchment. Etched with intricate and ancient runes, the figure's limbs are bound by 10 thick iron chains, which are firmly locked, their ends piercing into the pool's bottom, faintly radiating a chilling spiritual light. Yet, it remains utterly motionless. Like a long-dead relic, Chunlong calmly raises his hand, the cloth bag in his grasp slowly unfurling, and in an instant, an eye pulsating with dark resentment floats out from the bag. The eye burns with a sinister flame, seemingly harboring countless whales within its depths. Drawn by some invisible force, the eye flies straight into the pool, submerging into the black waters. As the eye disappears, the water churns, the inky essence expanding like a dense fog, which is then gradually absorbed by the figure within. Its pallid, emaciated skin begins to show a faint, ashen hue, yet it still emanates a sinister chill. Soon, the dark essence of the eye is entirely consumed. The flames extinguished, and what remains of the eye sinks to the pool's bottom like a withered fruit pit. At that moment, the figure in the pool trembles slightly, and a low sigh reverberates through the surroundings. An intangible sound imbued with a sense of oppressive weight, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Wu Ma and Shan Ho hold their breath, scarcely daring to lift their eyes, not even daring to exhale. Suddenly, one of the 10 chains binding the figure snaps with a resounding crack, the sound echoing like thunder in the deep cavern, lingering endlessly. Yet, the figure falls silent once more, as if all that transpired was but an illusion, and the water returns to its original stillness. Observing this, Chunlong's lips curl into a knowing smile, and he murmurs in a low, cold tone, "Only 9 ancient beasts remain to be sealed, and the seal shall be completely broken." Ling Xiaozu, did you ever foresee this day in your lifetime? It is said that the once great Ling Xiaozu had laid out a grand scheme spanning hundreds of years. When the beast tide invaded, his prophecy came to fruition, and his subsequent maneuvers manifested as magical symbols descending upon the world, sweeping across vast expanses and quelling the monstrous tide. Only the world's foremost powers are qualified to step into this unparalleled game. Otherwise, they would meet a fate akin to moths drawn to a flame, shattered to pieces, and Chunlong is one such player, engaged in this great game. His gaze lingers on the still figure submerged in the pool, as if peering through the fabric of time at an ancient entity on the verge of awakening. He then turns to Wu Ma and Shan Ho, stating, "The need for funding is merely a facade. Firstly, to gather sufficient resources, and secondly, to ensure our actions remain inconspicuous." Chunlong's gaze sweeps over the two, a shadow flitting through his profound eyes. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back, as if possessing an omniscient understanding of the world, his voice resounding once more. "Once the strength of the 20 ancient beasts converges, the heavens will turn, and all things shall revert to their primordial order. You must remember, any oversight could undo our efforts. Everything is for the grand undertaking." Wu Ma and Shan Ho, upon hearing this, bow deeply and exclaim in unison, "Everything is for the grand undertaking." The cavern reverberates with their echoes, resembling whispers emanating from the abyss, instilling a chill in the heart. And though the figure in the pool remains silent, it seems to watch over this realm, awaiting the moment of its awakening. My lord, will the organization of the guides interfere with our plans? If necessary, please allow me to personally eliminate them. Wu Ma steps forward, his tone resolute, volunteering for the task. However, Chunlong merely gestures dismissively, his voice cold yet composed. There is no need. Firstly, we are still unaware of their true nature. Acting rashly may invite unnecessary trouble. Secondly, creating too many enemies will inevitably raise suspicion. In light of the greater scheme, discretion is the better part of valor. Although Wu Ma refrains from opposing him, discontent simmers beneath the surface, and he scoffs. They are but insignificant ants, easily crushed. Shen Ho, overhearing this, laughs and chimes in. My lord, you may be overly cautious. If you fear Wu Ma's inadequacy, I am here as well. Wu Ma glares fiercely at Shen Ho, but Shen Ho remains undaunted. Grinning widely, Chun Long falls silent. Wu Ma then shifts the topic, stating, the snake of the sea truly seems to have forgotten us, as if transformed into another person. Oh? A flicker of interest sparks in Chan Long's eyes. What is his strength? I have observed him from the shadows. He possesses some remarkable abilities, employing exceedingly peculiar methods I have never encountered, and his magical energy fluctuations are exceptionally weak, entirely unlike that of a sorcerer from this realm. A being from another world, it appears the formation was indeed successful, which presents me with yet another surprise. Qian Long murmurs softly. He vaguely senses that this individual's appearance is not coincidental, but rather connected to Ling Xiaozu in some way. Narrowing his eyes, he contemplates. Ling Xiaozu, was this yet another move you made in your lifetime? After a moment of silence, as if engaged in a silent duel with an unseen opponent, Chen Long ponders whether this is merely his own overthinking. Chapter 46. The guide Ling Xiaozu has been dead for centuries, yet the world remains unchanged. Every era is never devoid of top-tier powers. However, this name looms like an eternal mountain in the hearts of countless individuals, with every formidable figure yearning to challenge him, yet also compelled to accept his gifts. It was he who carved a path for the practitioners of the world, opening a celestial gate leading directly to the heavens. This enabled mortals to glimpse the ethereal threads of fate, embarking on the path of cultivation, transforming into sorcerers akin to deities, what the common folk refer to as terrestrial immortals. Yet, the rise of each high-level sorcerer is invariably accompanied by the loss of national fortunes. Even the once mighty Zhao Wu dynasty was not spared. During the Beast Tide invasion, several high-level sorcerers fell in battle, severely wounding the Zhao Wu dynasty. Chen Long is a witness to this calamity. This man nearing 60 belongs to a nation that has become a casualty of this disaster. As a survivor, he understands the terror of this calamity more than anyone else. Should the gates of hell prophesied by Ling Xiaozu be reopened, there may be no force capable of resisting it. Consequently, various factions have already begun to prepare, some dedicating themselves to strengthening their own powers, while others choose to align with stronger entities. Chen Long, too, is concocting his own plans. At this moment, Wu Ma's voice interrupts Chen Long's contemplation. My lord, shall we recruit this individual now? Chen Long lifts his gaze, his eyes deep and calm. It is not yet time. He is still incomplete. Hearing this, both Wu Ma and Shen Ho display confusion, unable to comprehend Chen Long's meaning. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, Chen Long's tone shifts, imbued with undeniable authority. Shen Ho, you are to immediately inform the other members of the earthly branches to prepare for the next phase of the plan, as you command. Shen Ho acknowledges and promptly vanishes in a flash. Chen Long's attention turns to Wu Ma, his tone growing gravely serious. I have a special task for you. He draws closer to Wu Ma, stating, conduct a covert investigation into the movements of the guides. If necessary, eliminate them, but ensure not a trace is left behind, and remember, do not stir the grass and alert the snake. Wu Ma, somewhat puzzled, inquires, did you not just say not to act against them? That was merely for Shen Ho's benefit. Chen Long sighs, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Upon hearing this, Wu Ma instantly grasps Chen Long's deeper intent. Bowing deeply, understood, my lord. Chen Long nods, gesturing for him to depart. Go, proceed with utmost caution, and leave no traces. Yes, Wu Ma obeys and sets forth. Outside the cave, the night wind howls, stirring the pines and cypresses of the mountains. Producing a chorus of low murmurs, Wu Ma stands at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the endless abyss, the starlight casting a cold glow upon his stern mask. It seems the tides are about to change. He muses softly, his tone laden with significance. As his words fall, he leaps gracefully, his figure tracing a swift arc before vanishing into the dense night. At Tianzhou Mansion, outside Tianshu Hall, Lin Beiji arrives on horseback. Dust-covered and weary, the setting sun paints the western horizon crimson, elongating his shadow as it stretches across the mottled stone path leading to Tianshu Hall. His steed, an ordinary chestnut horse, is utterly fatigued. After one final, long whinny, it collapses onto its knees, exhaling hot breaths tinged with exhaustion. This horse is not one of the rigorously trained steeds from the Tiance Institute, its speed and endurance far inferior. Thus, it has exerted its utmost to carry Lin Beiji to this place. Lin Beiji strokes the damp mane of the horse, murmuring softly. "You've worked hard," he then rises, straightening his somewhat disheveled attire, and proceeds indoors. Within the hall of Tianshu, the hallmaster, Chen Shang, has returned from his duties and is seated in the main position, engrossed in a stack of documents. Hearing the footsteps, he lifts his head, his gaze falling upon Lin Beiji. Despite the fatigue evident in the young man's countenance, his eyes remain clear and resolute, his strides composed and unhurried. He is adorned in the standard attire of Tianshu Hall. Slightly soiled, yet undeniably the authentic garb of a sorcerer from Tianshu Hall. Chen Shang felt a twinge of confusion in his heart. He had never encountered this individual before and presumed he must be the newly arrived first-tier sorcerer in the hall. It was said that this newcomer had accompanied He Tianzhong on a commission mission, yet why had only he returned at this moment? Chen Shang harbored an unsettling premonition. Lin Beiji nodded slightly, his tone composed, as he recounted the experiences of the past few days. Of course, he made slight alterations to the details, deliberately attributing the death of the demonic sorcerer to He Tianzhong's valiant strike with the life-burning talisman, while omitting any mention of Qi Yi and Wu Ma, ensuring his narrative was watertight. Upon hearing the news of He Tianzhong's demise, Chen Shang was engulfed by profound sorrow. Unable to contain his emotions, he smashed the porcelain teacup beside him and roared in furious indignation. Cursed beings of the demonic path! Originally, the death of Jingku had already robbed him of a capable aide, and now the loss of He Tianzhong undoubtedly deprived him of a crucial pillar of support. The Xiaowu kingdom was beset by internal strife and external threats, and the entire Tiansu Institute was stretched thin. He Tianzhong was not only a core figure he had meticulously nurtured, but also an ideal candidate for his future deputy hall master. Now, with his demise, Chen Shang felt as if his left and right arms had been brutally severed. A tumult of anger and grief intertwining within him, rendering him almost speechless. However, he swiftly suppressed his fury, unwilling to lose composure before the young man. He let out a deep sigh, gradually regaining his composure, and patted Lin Beiji on the shoulder, his tone shifting to one of gentleness, albeit tinged with heaviness. "You have endured much in these past few days. It is fortunate that you survived." Lin Beiji had not anticipated that this junior would possess such deep sentiments, stirring even the heart of a demonic lord like himself. He mused that the sorcerers of the Tiansu Institute were likely all individuals of similar loyalty and affection as Chen Shang and He Tianzhong. This inevitably reminded him of the disciples of his former sect with whom he had shared life and death. When they fell before his eyes, he had felt a similar anguish. Yet, in the face of mortality, he could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. "Hall Master, there is a rather peculiar matter concerning this commission task," Lin Beiji revealed, detailing his encounter in Bada County, particularly noting that the county magistrate had long since passed away, making it impossible for anyone to have sought assistance from the Tiansu Institute. Lin Beiji hoped to leverage Chen Shang's connections to uncover the truth behind this matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Shang's brow furrowed slightly, indeed finding the situation unusual. If the distress signal had not been sent by the magistrate, who could be attempting to use the Tiansu Institute to investigate? "And what of the guiding organization you mentioned? Do they bear any distinctive insignia?" he inquired. "I recall their garments bore a pattern resembling an 8-trigram cloud," Lin Beiji responded. Chen Shang's gaze sharpened, deep in thought. "That confirms it. I did not expect this organization's influence to have expanded to such an extent." Before his demise, Jingku had described an encounter with a demonic sorcerer who also bore the 8-trigram cloud insignia. It appeared that both individuals belonged to this so-called guiding demonic organization. Chapter 47. Legacy. Chapter 48. Reverse refinement. First, an ancient scroll unfurled slowly, clearly of great antiquity yet remarkably well preserved. It contained various spells. The text obscure and difficult to comprehend. Any ordinary person who chanced upon this scroll would likely struggle to decipher the characters, let alone grasp the profound meanings within. However, Lin Beiji had previously studied countless celestial texts, particularly excelling in the arcane arts, and was already quite adept at navigating such intricate and perplexing content. Indeed, there exists a transmission of sorcery. Lin Beiji gazed intently at the ancient scroll, his fingertips gliding over its surface. Feeling a faint chill seep into his skin. This must be the core of the demonic sorcerer's lifelong studies, he thought, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Currently, he possessed only means of self-preservation, lacking appropriate offensive capabilities. And with his magical essence at a mid-level first tier, acquiring knowledge of some demonic sorcery would undoubtedly serve as a shortcut to rapidly enhance his strength, if he were to adhere strictly to the conventional sorcerer training system. Achieving a breakthrough to the fourth tier in a short time would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, even for someone as gifted as Lin Beiji. However, while demonic sorcery boasted remarkable power, it came at a price that could not be overlooked. Prolonged use of such sorcery would cause malevolent thoughts to fester within the heart like venomous serpents, gradually eroding the practitioner's sanity. The more powerful the sorcery, the more terrifying the backlash, hence why higher-tier demonic sorcerers often succumb to madness. Lin Beiji, however, remained unfazed. His mental fortitude had been forged through countless trials. The scroll primarily documented curse-type sorcery, corpse control, puppet manipulation, soul extraction, heart-burning, witchcraft, and hexing, the latter commonly referred to in colloquial terms as casting down. Many of these required specific magical tools, such as small flags crafted from the bones of the deceased and Insha bells. Lin Beiji retrieved the dark silver bell from his possession, examining it closely, murmuring to himself, "Is this the Insha bell?" He gently shook it a few times. However, the sound it produced was remarkably dull. Devoid of any echo of Insha energy, frowning slightly, he recalled the scroll's description and murmured, "It appears I will need to use paper puppets infused with malevolent energy to truly unleash the bell's power." With this in mind, he carefully set the Insha bell aside. Next, he rummaged through his belongings and produced the small straw figure used by the middle-aged man. Upon closer inspection, he realized, to his earlier oversight, that the figure's framework was astonishingly constructed from small segments of white bone, the bones stitched together with black threads that seemed to be spun from human tendons, exuding a putrid odor. The exterior was covered with a layer of wrinkled leather, its texture both slick and rough, akin to dehydrated human skin. The surface was densely inscribed with incantations. The so-called straw covering was actually a tangled mass of human hair, with remnants of oily grime still clinging to the strands, evoking a sense of nausea in Lin Beiji. Disgusted, he removed the entangled hair and began to mobilize his magical essence. According to the scroll's records, to invoke cursed sorcery, one must first allow their magical essence within the spiritual aperture to be tainted by malevolent energy. This malevolent energy was no ordinary substance, but a special force coalesced from negative emotions such as resentment, fear, and wicked thoughts. Malevolent energy originates from places of extreme negativity in the world, such as battlefields ravaged by war, mass graves where countless souls lay buried, or execution grounds where vengeful spirits accumulate over time. These locales, where living beings' resentments and fears lingered at the moment of death, gradually formed a dense concentration of malevolent energy. The potency of this energy depended on the depth of the deceased's obsessions and resentments. The more intense the emotions, the stronger the malevolent energy generated. The scroll even meticulously described various methods for collecting malevolent energy, utilizing paper puppets to absorb it from places of Insha, invoking buried spirits through blood sacrifices, or directly extracting the dying thoughts from severely wounded individuals. However, Lin Beiji harbored a different plan. He resolved to attempt an alternative method to taint his magical essence, one unique to the arcane path of cultivation, the black energy. This black energy was formed through the reverse refinement of true essence, combining the host's innate desires and delusions to endow it with a corrosive quality akin to malevolent energy, yet more gentle and controllable. Unlike the ferocity of malevolent energy, the infiltration of black energy was more stable. It would not readily retaliate against the practitioner's mind. This was why Lin Beiji had not suffered backlash while cultivating the arcane arts. If it were possible for someone to transform magical essence into true essence, then there must exist some inherent common principle between the two. Thus, reverse refining true essence to form black energy, and subsequently using this black energy to taint magical essence, should theoretically be feasible. Lin Beiji firmly believed in this, for cultivation fundamentally revolved around the understanding and mastery of energy, as long as the correct path was found. Conventional limitations could be transcended. If true interchange could be achieved between the two systems, this would imply that whether cultivating true essence or magical essence, as long as one system was perfected, one could directly harness the pinnacle power of the other through transformation. Lin Beiji settled into a meditative posture, his breath steady and profound, as strands of pure true essence gradually transformed into deep black energy. Breaking forth from the essence pool, following this, the black energy surged into his meridians like a rampaging beast. As the black energy flowed, he experienced a searing pain that felt akin to molten lava ruthlessly burning through his veins. This was his first attempt at such an extreme form of cultivation. Beads of sweat now dotted his forehead, his brow furrowed with unwavering determination. His body trembled slightly, yet his mind remained as steadfast as a rock. The black energy wound its way through his meridians, ultimately converging deep within the spiritual aperture, spreading like spilled ink, gradually tainting the originally pure magical essence. This tainting process was irreversible. Once the magical essence within the spiritual aperture was touched by malevolent energy, it would become utterly murky and foul. To restore its clarity, the only recourse was to exhaust all magical essence within and then seek the aid of a high-tier sorcerer who could cleanse the spiritual aperture with their pure and potent magical essence. Dispelling the impurities within, however, such a price was exceedingly steep, and the process fraught with peril. Especially for sorcerers with fragile spiritual apertures, a moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences, damage to the aperture or even its shattering, rendering them incapable of condensing magical essence and relegating them to a lifetime of stagnation. For this reason, those who tread the path of demonic sorcery often embarked on a road of no return. Once this step was taken, the chances of retreating were almost non-existent. One could only stake everything in the endless darkness, either becoming a formidable figure of the demonic path or perishing in the attempt. Paying any price for their ambitions, unfazed by the circumstances, Lin Beiji was solely focused on swiftly enhancing his strength. The so-called costs were utterly trivial to him. Chapter 49. Breakthrough successful. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the spiritual orifices within, and indeed, as he had anticipated, the power within appeared even more abundant after being tainted by the dark energy, with the fluctuations of his law essence growing deeper and more substantial. It seemed that this method was indeed effective. If he continued to cultivate at this pace, he would soon be able to transcend the bottleneck of the mid-stage of the first rank, advancing into the late stage. However, he found himself devoid of any surplus true essence to continue his cultivation, leaving him to await its gradual recovery. Lin Beiji grasped the scarecrow, crafted from assembled bones, and carefully wrapped a strand of his hair around its chest. He then began to infuse it with dark energy, softly reciting the curse inscribed in the scroll as he chanted the incantation. The scarecrow appeared to respond, emitting faint tremors as if it were coming to life. The rhythm of its heartbeat, though faint, seemed to synchronize with his own. Lin Beiji's gaze sharpened as he sensed the power of the curse gradually taking effect. He then retrieved a sharp needle from his bosom and pierced it into the scarecrow's chest. As the needle penetrated its surface, Lin Beiji felt a sudden stab of pain in his own chest, albeit not overwhelmingly intense. This was the art of hexing, colloquially known as cursing. The scroll detailed how the caster could suppress, control, or even harm others through specific items, talismans, or rituals. However, the conditions for casting were exceedingly stringent, requiring the victim's skin, hair, or other intimate possessions to establish a mysterious connection with the caster. The closer the item was to the victim, the greater the potency of the spell. Lin Beiji glanced down at the scarecrow in his hand, pondering, if a single hair could cause me such pain, what if I used something even closer to myself? He gently let a drop of his blood fall, allowing it to seep into the scarecrow's form. He then recited the incantation once more, casting the curse upon himself. Perhaps I am the first to have ever done such a thing throughout history, he mused with a hint of self-deprecation. At that moment, the Scarecrow's reaction intensified. The heartbeat grew more pronounced, the weak vibrations evolving into a heavy and forceful rhythm. Lin Beiji could distinctly feel the connection between himself and the Scarecrow tightening. It was as though an invisible thread bound him to it. With resolve, Lin Beiji picked up the sharp needle again and thrust it into the Scarecrow's chest with equal force. An immediate wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, followed by a scream echoing through the room. Knock, knock. An urgent rap at the door ensued. "Young master, are you all right? What happened?" came Chun Tao's worried voice from outside. Lin Beiji quickly composed himself, suppressing the agony, and replied, "I'm fine. Just accidentally twisted my ankle." To his surprise, the pain from this thrust was several times more intense than the last, and he had not mentally prepared himself for it, leading to his outcry. It seemed that future experiments with spells would require seclusion, lest he risk exposure. Lin Beiji contemplated. This also validated his earlier hypothesis. Indeed, using hair as a medium to control others was far less potent than employing blood. It appeared that in future confrontations, he could procure the enemy's blood, collect it, and hide it away, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This method would allow him to end their lives quietly, without needing direct confrontation, significantly minimizing his own risk. Subsequently, Lin Beiji stored the Scarecrow and the Yin Sha bell, murmuring to himself, "Next, there's the soul-calling banner for reanimating corpses, which should function similarly to that flute. Unfortunately, I destroyed that flute during combat. It seems I will need to seek out the bones of the 100 corpses to forge another." Lin Beiji knew that he could not yet wield the full power of these magical tools. His gaze drifted to the other treasures, noticing that aside from this scroll, the rest were merely talisman papers, lacking even a single coin. However, this was to be expected. Sorcerers of the dark arts required no currency, as they could simply seize what they desired. Soon, his attention was captured by a perfectly round black orb. Its surface, as dark as ink, appeared to encapsulate the essence of endless darkness, emanating a chilling aura. Lin Beiji extended his palm, and the orb slowly descended into his grasp. Such a fine treasure, he breathed, a mix of surprise and delight washing over him. This orb seemed to be anything but ordinary. It appeared to contain a formidable power, undoubtedly the most precious item he had acquired this time. Aside from the scroll, Lin Beiji could sense the energy flowing within the black orb, clearly a powerful magical artifact. Though its specific function remained a mystery, he infused it with his infused dark essence, but the orb merely quivered slightly, as if responding to his essence before returning to its previous state. Showing no further reaction, he attempted several more times with no success. Could it be that my essence is still too feeble? Lin Beiji pondered. This black orb likely possessed some form of restriction. Requiring a robust essence to breach it seemed that only by reaching the level of that dark sorcerer, namely the 4th rank, could he break through this barrier. It was clear that seeking assistance from Hall Master Chun Shang to this restriction would expose him. Perhaps he could wait until his true essence had recovered somewhat before attempting to forcibly breach it with sheer power. With this thought, he waved his hand, causing all items to be drawn into his exquisite bag like fish returning to the sea. He then carefully tucked the bag away into his bosom. For the past few days, Lin Beiji had secluded himself, engrossed in cultivation within the Lin residence. Though modest in size, it was not a distinguished household. Ranking as a small family in the esteemed Yangzhou Prefecture, a region near the capital city of Ningjing, known for its congregation of high-ranking officials, which rendered the cost of living exorbitant. With Lin Rahai's meager salary, acquiring a more spacious residence was an impossibility. Thus, he had to settle for the status quo, striving to maintain a semblance of dignity. The household was not populous, consisting only of a few maidservants attending to daily affairs, along with 2 or 3 servants managing chores, resulting in a tranquil and orderly atmosphere with little commotion. As Lin Beiji's true essence gradually recovered, his level steadily ascended to the pinnacle of the foundational stage. Yet he found himself unable to condense the golden core once more. It appeared that a substantial conversion of true essence was necessary to regain the level of the core formation stage. Nevertheless, in recent days, he had repeatedly washed the spiritual orifices with the tainted dark essence, akin to river water nourishing a parched riverbed. Under the erosion and nurturing of the dark energy, the walls of the spiritual orifices gradually expanded. The essence transformed into a gentle stream, flowing into the newly expanded channels of the spiritual orifices, filling them more fully with every circulation. Each cleansing seemed to carve out new space for the spiritual orifices, incrementally elevating their capacity to hold true essence. Chapter 50. The Sour Zhai. When the final round of cleansing was completed, he held his breath, concentrating on the changes within. The aura within the spiritual orifices became rich and refined, akin to a deep pool that had accumulated over the years, exuding an unmistakable grandeur. With this transformation, how is it, elder brother? Please share your thoughts, Lin Qingyan eagerly inquired. Lin Beiji nodded slightly, pondering momentarily before responding. The scene of the river, the slanting sun, the moonlight, and the bamboo groves, intertwined with the gentle breeze caressing the sleeves, evokes a harmonious ambience. It subtly conveys the essence of the unity between man and nature. From the quietude of late autumn to the dreams of 1,000 sails. It integrates the beauty of nature with the philosophy of life, portraying both the serene and desolate qualities of autumn while encapsulating the grandeur of dreams, symbolizing the ups and downs of existence and the pursuit thereof. While it superficially describes the splendor of the banquet and the beauty of the Yinfeng Pavilion, it deeply resonates with the emotions of reunion and the aspirations of elegance, allowing one to reflect on the leisurely pleasures of a life filled with poetry and wine. The interplay of emotions within this piece is vibrant and truly commendable. The brightness in Lin Qingyan's eyes intensified, and he silently marveled. Truly, he is my elder brother, able to discern the essence I wish to convey after just a single reading. This poem had been a labor of love for him, meticulously crafted over many days, and to receive his elder brother's acknowledgement filled him with pride. Yet, Lin Beiji found himself lost in thought. He had never delved deeply into poetry. Rather, he had relied on his memories from the past to commit the exquisite lines of history to heart. However, now, as a distinguished student of the most renowned academy in this realm, Shuyuan Shulu, was this truly the extent of his abilities? It was likely that the so-called literati of this world were not much superior either. If he were to present Ode to the Goddess of the Luo to his younger brother for him to offer to Zhao Ruoxue, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to their peers. Yet, such an act might burden him with a reputation unsuitable for his age. Fame, when undeserved, may not be a blessing. It could foster arrogance and complacency, leading one to become ensnared by hollow accolades and neglect personal growth, ultimately jeopardizing his future. Most importantly, his intention remained to protect Lin Qingyan. Excessive notoriety would inevitably attract the attention of the Second Prince's faction. And given Lin Qingyan's youthful exuberance, he might find it difficult to resist the allure of power. Lin Beiji understood that the current situation was still unclear. Premature allegiances could endanger their family. The world of court politics was fickle and treacherous. Having witnessed the ebb and flow of power for decades, he possessed a profound insight into the dynamics at play. Though Lin Qingyan was young, he was by no means foolish. He would surely come to appreciate his elder brother's good intentions in due course. This fleeting thought brought a faint smile to his lips, yet he refrained from revealing it. Instead saying slowly, "However, while your poem is indeed commendable, it appears somewhat restrained, lacking the grandeur befitting your age, making it difficult to leave a lasting impression. At this rate, it may not win the heart of Miss Zhao." Lin Beiji was well versed in the art of critique. After all, in his previous life as a graduate student, he had faced countless reviewers. Those reviewers would often employ a strategy of first praising his reasonable design or innovative points before mercilessly dismantling his work, leaving him with nowhere to hide. This approach not only offered a slight comfort but also made accepting criticism easier. Now, utilizing this method, he found it came effortlessly. Upon hearing his elder brother's critique, Lin Qingyan couldn't help but admire the accuracy of his assessment. He chuckled and replied, "You speak truly, elder brother. I have indeed been overly focused on ornate language, eager to showcase my literary prowess, resembling those pretentious scholars." Before he could finish, Lin Qingyan suddenly realized something, his expression shifting as he hastily added, "Elder brother, please do not jest. I have long since stated that I am not doing this for Miss Zhao." A flush of crimson washed over his face. "In my opinion, your poem could benefit from further embellishment." Lin Beiji smiled faintly. "Oh, pray, elder brother, bestow your guidance." Upon seeing his elder brother's willingness to offer advice, Lin Qingyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "By the flowing Jinlan River, the Yinfeng Pavilion stands, the autumn breeze stirs, and the shimmering river reflects silver light. The eaves swallow the vast sky, while the wind caresses the jade tower. The sound of waves echoes the dreams of 1,000 sails, moonlight dances upon the tranquil bamboo grove. A piece of clear radiance is hidden within the painting. Together, heaven and man indulge in the elegance of poetry. Lin Beiji recited with a sonorous voice, each word resonating powerfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyin's spirit soared, feeling that under his elder brother's revision, the poem's essence had expanded and its rhythm flowed more smoothly. Particularly, the lines "the eaves swallow the vast sky," while the wind caresses the jade tower vividly depicted the grandeur of the river scenery and the elegance of the pavilion, surpassing the leisurely charm of his original lines. The concluding line, "Together, heaven and man indulge in the elegance of poetry," was a masterstroke, instantly transforming the previously restrained and delicate sentiment into a magnificent composition, evoking admiration. He clasped his hands in a bow, exclaiming, "This revision not only broadens the vision and smoothens the rhythm, but also adds a majestic force. It is truly a stroke of genius. Tomorrow, at the banquet hosted by the Zhao family, you shall surely shine." At that moment, Lin Beiji recalled that tomorrow was indeed the day of the banquet. He had already promised to accompany Lin Qingyin to the event during their late-night conversation. Chapter 51. The banquet. On the day of the banquet, Lin Beiji, Lin Qingyin, and Lin Daihe were all prepared early on. Their aunt, having learned that Huayan would also be attending, felt somewhat displeased but did not show it. Just before their departure, she quietly pulled Lin Beiji aside and admonished him. "When you attend the banquet, be sure not to hold back your younger brother and sister. Remember, sit steadily and do not speak out of turn. It is one thing to bring shame upon our family, but if you jeopardize your brother's future, that would be a grave matter." Lin Beiji simply smiled calmly, as if he had anticipated this outcome, and replied gently, "Aunt, rest assured, I shall exercise discretion." Upon hearing this, the aunt felt slightly relieved, her tone softening as she continued, "Huayan, it is good for you to experience the world and learn how your brother performs. In the future, as your brother rises in rank, such occasions will be commonplace." At this point, a sense of pride was unmistakable on her face, a subtle smile playing at her lips, as if envisioning Lin Qingyin stepping into an official career, bringing glory to their family. By the banks of the Jinlan River, within the Yinfeng Pavilion, the autumn breeze danced playfully, and the river's surface sparkled as if scattered with silver. Lin Beiji's gaze swept over the layers of shadows cast by the pavilions, and he faintly heard the melodious sound of strings. Zhao Chonglu, the son of King Wunan, stood at the entrance in a light blue robe, gracefully welcoming each guest with poise and charm, exuding an air of composure and elegance that garnered admiration from all present. Lin Qingyin, clad in a plain white brocade robe and wearing a high crown, walked ahead with an unmistakable excitement on his face. For the young Lin Qingyin, this gathering of literary figures was an excellent opportunity to showcase his talents and make a name for himself. However, Lin Beiji merely smiled faintly, maintaining a steady pace behind him, while Lin Daihe followed slowly, dressed in a light green gown with a white jade pendant at her waist, exuding elegance and grace. Her features were enchanting, yet her demeanor remained calm, as if she were untouched by the revelry of the banquet, instead radiating a contemplative tranquility. Though she lacked Lin Qingyin's youthful exuberance and Lin Beiji's profound restraint, she possessed a unique purity that stood apart from the clamor of the world. As they passed the riverside stone railing in front of the Yinfeng Pavilion, Lin Daihe paused, lifting her gaze toward the distant river. Her eyes glimmered as they swept over the shimmering water, seemingly intent on capturing the poetic essence of the world around her. Observing this, Lin Qingyin called back to her with a smile, "Daihe, amidst such a grand gathering today, why do you remain as tranquil as ever? Shouldn't you join your brothers in expressing your poetic aspirations?" Upon hearing this, Lin Daihe smiled gently, glancing at her brother with a warm yet enigmatic tone. "You may indulge in your poetic expressions, but Daihe is merely here at her leisure, unworthy of competing with such esteemed scholars." Lin Beiji, listening to their exchange, felt a soft warmth in his gaze. He spoke, "Daihe's temperament is refreshing, contrasting with the bustling grandeur, which only accentuates her ethereal elegance." Lin Daihe couldn't help but let out a light laugh. "Elder brother, please do not jest. I merely recognize my own limitations and do not wish to speak presumptuously." As the three of them shared laughter, They had already stepped into the Yinfeng Pavilion. Inside, the seating was distinctly arranged, with guests seated in a manner befitting their status, all young talents of extraordinary repute. Whether of noble birth or renowned for their talents, the literati and refined gentlemen gathered here, each displaying their elegance and grace amidst laughter and conversation. The hall was permeated with a subtle fragrance, while the gentle sound of the river flowed outside, accompanied by a soft breeze that rustled the bamboo curtains, imbuing the entire venue with an air of tranquil elegance. The men's seating was arranged in the main hall, with Zhao Chonglu occupying the host's seat, demonstrating his distinguished status as the host. Clad in a flowing robe, he sat at the center, with the surrounding guests respectfully focusing their attention on him. To his left sat Wei Chengde, the eldest son of Wei Jing, the Minister of Personnel, occupying the chief position, as is customary. Young and already notable for his talent, he was revered for his exquisite literary abilities, especially in classical prose and poetry, exuding the refined demeanor of a noble family. Following him were Li Jingyuan, the son of the governor of Hedong, a prodigy well-versed in military strategy, often garnering applause for his insightful discussions. Followed by Su Huai, the second son of the Vice Minister of Justice, Gao Yizheng, the second son of the Minister of Punishment, and Cheng Zian, the son of the Right Vice Minister of War. Among others, additionally, there were several young gentlemen from illustrious families, each possessing their own talents, not seated at the forefront but still showcasing their literary charm, contributing to the grand gathering's splendor. To the right sat many refined gentlemen, lacking prominent lineage, yet having earned their reputations through talent, truly the distinguished talents of the AG.in the foremost position of the gathering. The second prince's trusted confidant, Han Shiqing, sat resplendently amidst the assembly. Clad in deep-hued brocade garments, his demeanor was tranquil, exuding an air of composure and grace. Although Han Shiqing did not hail from a family of literary renown, his exceptional intellect had garnered him acclaim in the capital at a young age, particularly due to his renowned treatise on statecraft, on governing the nation. Zhao Chonglu's decision to place Han Shiqing in such a prominent position ostensibly celebrated his scholarly prowess, elevating him among the esteemed literati. Yet it concealed deeper intentions. This arrangement was designed to emphasize that the banquet was solely a gathering of scholars engaged in literary discourse, deliberately distancing itself from the intrigues of the court, thereby subtly masking Han Shiqing's brilliance. Nevertheless, this meticulously orchestrated setting did not escape the keen perception of Lin Beiji, who had already discerned the underlying intricacies. Following him was the calligraphy maestro, Wang Maxuan, a prodigious talent whose reputation had soared in the realm of calligraphy despite his youth. He excelled in both cursive and running script, his strokes flowing with the vigor of dragons and serpents traversing the earth. Imbued with an elegant spirit and a formidable presence, earning him the title of the new master of cursive script, revered throughout literary circles. Wang Maxuan's character was carefree, often finding inspiration in wine. Whenever the mood struck, he would swiftly create masterpieces, his ink drying into exceptional works, making him a luminary in contemporary calligraphy and a pride of the scholarly community. Next was the poet Li Qingyun, a distinguished figure among the youthful talents. With a wealth of knowledge and overflowing creativity, Li Qingyun's poetry was particularly remarkable, his verses imbued with a striking beauty that conveyed a grandiose atmosphere. His poem The Fallen Blossoms had gained him widespread acclaim in the literary world. Seated alongside Wang Maxuan, the two, one bold and one gentle, complemented each other like the interplay of ink and brush, showcasing the brilliance of contemporary talents while adding an air of elegance to the Yinfeng Pavilion. Zhao Chonglu's arrangement was evidently deliberate, aiming for their contrasting temperaments to reflect one another, thus becoming the highlight of the literary gathering. As more literati took their seats, each renowned in their own right, the two brothers, Lin Qingyan and Lin Beiji, occupied the last seats. Lin Qingyan emanated an air of refined elegance, his demeanor embodying both composure and spirited vitality. In contrast, Lin Beiji appeared contemplative, his gaze profound, creating a sense of dissonance with the refined atmosphere of the gathering, thus adding a unique layer of meaning. Chapter 52. The elegance of the screen. The women's seats were positioned behind a screen, where a group of ladies took their places, their laughter and soft whispers resonating like pearls falling upon a jade plate. The screen was adorned with intricate depictions of clouds, cranes, and landscapes, skillfully separating the inner and outer realms. preserving the decorum while enhancing the elegance of the occasion. At the center sat Zhao Yanqing's eldest daughter, Zhao Ruolin. Dressed in a simple yet graceful azure gown, she gently held an embroidered fan. Her brows and eyes painted like a delicate portrait, her demeanor calm and refined. Though she lacked the flamboyant talents of her sister Zhao Ruoxue, she possessed her own serene and gentle charm. She sat quietly, occasionally sharing whispers with the ladies beside her, her smile radiating warmth akin to a spring breeze. Beside Zhao Ruolin was Zhao Ruoxue, who sat with poise, her eyes sparkling with deep thoughts. A hint of imperceptible pride evident in her brow. Her presence was akin to the melting snow of early spring, fresh and ethereal, yet full of poetic grace, her literary talent shining through in every movement. Exuding an awe-inspiring aura, following her was the talented Chen Shuyu, cradling a pipa. Slightly off to the side, she seemed to intentionally conceal her brilliance. However, her gentle smile and the melodious strains of her music provided an effortless allure. Her delicate fingers strummed the pipa strings, each note akin to a gentle breeze caressing the lake surface, entrancing all who listened. The sound was perfectly balanced, harmoniously blending into the atmosphere of the gathering. Her performance, understated yet exquisite, added a unique charm to the banquet. Each time her pipa resonated, the laughter and chatter of the guests seemed to soften, as if all discord and clamor were gently soothed by her melodies. The rhythms danced gracefully, sometimes lingering delicately, other times soaring with passion, perfectly mirroring her own refined temperament, significantly enriching the soirée. Additionally, a few young women from illustrious families, despite their youth and splendid attire, exuded an aura of scholarly elegance. They either sat quietly with lowered gazes or exchanged soft words, occasionally sharing a few phrases, epitomizing the restraint and grace of noble lineage. Among them was Lin Daihe, accompanied by the exceptional Jiang Wan'er, granddaughter of the Marquis of Xuanwu, a woman of valor. The Jiang family had a long-standing reputation for loyalty and martial prowess, and Jiang Wan'er, having been raised amidst such an environment, was well-versed in both literature and martial arts, excelling particularly in archery and horseback riding, embodying the spirit of a heroic woman. Dressed in a simple azure ensemble, she stood tall, her demeanor cool and noble, resembling a plum blossom blooming defiantly in early spring, unadorned yet striking. Her features conveyed the resolute determination of a general's progeny, her gaze fierce and unwavering, commanding respect, in stark contrast to the surrounding gentle and demure ladies. Jiang Wan'er's icy demeanor and valiant spirit left a lasting impression. Due to Lin Daihe's keen interest in military strategy, the two often engaged in discussions on the art of warfare, forming a deep friendship since childhood. After all guests had settled, Zhao Chonglu rose slowly, clasped his hands in salute, and proclaimed that this gathering of distinguished talents was a fortunate occasion for all. This banquet was arranged solely to inspire the literary spirit of scholars and celebrate the grandeur of the universe. His eloquent and courteous remarks garnered widespread nods of approval. Subsequently, attendants presented a fragrant altar, igniting sandalwood incense, the subtle aroma wafting delicately through the air. The acts of burning incense, playing the zither, and composing poetry were all noble pursuits. Today, let us follow this sequence and commence the festivities. The banquet began with a poetic couplet, and Zhao Chonglu instructed the unveiling of a landscape painting, showcasing the exquisite scenery of the Yinfeng Pavilion. The pavilion perched by the river, its eaves and corners reflecting the distant mountains, the shimmering waters of the Jinlan River, and the willows swaying gently by the shore, evoking a serene ambience, as if one were immersed in the scene. Wang Mashuan nodded slightly, dipped his brush in rich ink, and elegantly inscribed 4 large characters. The landscape is like a painting. His strokes flowed with the grace of a river, exuding an air of elegance that drew admiration from all present. Zhao Chonglu smiled gently, clapping his hands to summon an attendant for an embroidered fan, and spoke softly. In today's gathering, we must surely enhance the atmosphere. Thus, he proposed a game of passing the fan while drumming. The fan would land in the hands of someone who must compose a poem inspired by the scene in the painting. Should one struggle to formulate a verse, they would be required to drink 3 cups of wine. However, those who crafted exceptional poetry, surpassing all others, would earn the title of the day's champion and receive a modest reward. What do you all think? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere erupted with laughter and agreement. The women behind the screen exchanged amused glances and whispered among themselves. If poetry were to be evaluated, Li Qingyun's brilliance was unparalleled, his poetic talent renowned and unmatched. Though Li Gongzi possesses extraordinary poetic skills, in terms of charisma, it is undoubtedly Wei Gongzi. Should he showcase his talents, he would be the prime contender for victory. I believe Wang Mashuan's cursive script infused with poetry carries an elegant charm that would surely enhance the refinement of the gathering. In terms of poetry, I believe none could surpass our Zhao sister. If she were to compose a poem, I fear even the most talented gentleman here would bow in deference. Would you not agree? The gaze of the assembly turned toward Zhao Ruoxue, who offered a gentle smile, lowering her eyes as she delicately held her teacup, responding calmly. This gathering is for the esteemed talents to find enjoyment. My abilities are humble. How could I compete with you, gentlemen? Her words were filled with humility and grace, while her demeanor radiated a serene elegance, adding a touch of enchanting intrigue to the atmosphere both within and beyond the screen. Lin family young lady, who do you think will emerge victorious? Lin Daihe, not hailing from a particularly prominent family, occupied a slightly more modest position. Zhang Wan'er, intentionally seated beside her to alleviate her solitude, responded to the inquiry, drawing the attention of the surrounding women, who seemed to just now notice Lin Daihe's presence. I believe my second brother also has a chance, Lin Daihe remarked with composure, responding with a dignified tone, neither overly humble nor arrogant, embodying both modesty and confidence. It must be Lin Qingyan from Shiyuan Shulu. I have heard he is accomplished in both martial and literary arts. And indeed, he is quite impressive upon this encounter. The assembly erupted into discussion, with Shiyuan Shulu enjoying a prestigious reputation. Those who were able to enter its doors were certainly no common talents. And in an instant, Lin Qingyan became the focal point of conversation. I hear that the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Beiji, is also in attendance. Isn't he the one known for being mediocre in both literature and martial arts? Indeed, that's him. I cannot fathom why both Lin sisters and the second son of the Lin family are so astute. Yet there exists such a dim-witted elder brother. Lin Daihe chose not to speak further, seemingly unwilling to engage in debate with the others. However, a sharp voice suddenly interjected. What audacity! The assembly turned toward the source of the voice, which belonged to Su Qiyun, daughter of the chief inspector Su Lingfeng and sister of Su Huaizhang. Slightly raising her chin, she regarded them with an air of arrogance and disdain, her soft voice laced with barbs. I see that Shiyuan Shulu has begun to decline, to have accepted such a person among their ranks. What talent could possibly come from a mere 7th-rank official's descendant? Were it not for the generosity of our Zhao young master, such a declining family as the Lin household would hardly even have the privilege to step through the doors of this banquet. Pausing briefly, she cast a condescending glance over Lin Daihe, her tone dripping with derision. If we speak of the Lin family as a whole, only Lin's face could barely be presented to others. As for the rest, she deliberately paused, then let out a soft hum, leaving her words hanging, yet thoroughly conveying her scorn. Chapter 53. Contest of Wits. With these words, the atmosphere at the table shifted to a delicate tension. Many cast sympathetic glances at Lin Daihe, while others expressed dissatisfaction with Su Qiyun's aggressive demeanor. Yet, constrained by Su Qiyun's prestigious family background and influence, the discontent remained unvoiced, leaving all to choose the path of silence. In truth, everyone was acutely aware that Su Qiyun's words stemmed merely from jealousy. Her brother, Su Huaizhang, although possessing some literary talent, was characterized by his arrogant demeanor and excessive flamboyance. Despite their father, Su Lingfeng, holding a prominent position, he had still failed to gain admission to the Shiyuan Academy, a fact well known within their circles. In stark contrast, Lin Qingyan, who hailed from a far less affluent family, managed to enter Shiyuan Academy through her own scholarly achievements and humility, which inevitably stirred some resentment in Su Qiyun's heart. Moreover, the fact that the second son of the Lin family had now become the focal point of conversation only added to her bitterness, leading her to transfer all her grievances and jealousy onto Lin Dai. As Su Qiyun observed Lin Daihe sitting there with an air of tranquility, her dissatisfaction surged even higher, though she feigned nonchalance. Her words dripped with provocation and disdain. Those eager to ingratiate themselves with Su Qiyun in hopes of gaining favor with the Su family quickly flocked to her, leaving Lin Daihe as the target of collective scorn, with no one willing to speak up for her. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruolin had remained silent since taking her seat, a testament to her profound composure. Zhao Ruoxue, too, offered no words, merely lifting her teacup to sip delicately. As if she were a cold observer, keen to witness how the Lin family's younger daughter would navigate her predicament. A triumphant smile graced Su Qiyun's face as she envisioned Lin Daiha's public humiliation. A wave of satisfaction washing over her. Fortunately, Jiang Wanner intervened at this moment. Had it not been for her consideration of Zhao Ruoxue and Zhao Ruolin's feelings, this fierce daughter of a military family would likely have already taken action against Su Qiyun. She smiled gently, her tone serene yet laced with underlying sharpness. Miss Su, while one's family background may indeed reflect the accomplishments of previous generations, the art of poetry and talent depends solely on individual merit. The Shuyuan Academy is renowned for its fair selection of scholars. If one lacks genuine talent, how could they gain entry? I fear that some individuals, lacking in true ability, resort to belittling others out of their own inadequacy. Su Qiyun's complexion paled suddenly, her body trembling with rage, but she swiftly regained her composure. You are nothing more than a lowly daughter of a military family, daring to lecture me? If the Duke of Xianwei were still alive, I might have regarded him with some trepidation, but he has long since passed. What gives you the audacity to speak so recklessly? Do you think your grandfather's former prestige will continue to protect you? At this moment, those around her who had previously flattered Su Qiyun seized the opportunity to fan the flames, their words increasingly vitriolic. They had once harbored reservations about Jiang Wanner, the fierce daughter of a military family. But now, with Su Qiyun as their shield, they grew emboldened and spoke without restraint. Our Miss Su is the daughter of the current Minister of Justice, a position of great honor. When has a crude military girl ever had the right to admonish Miss Su here? Indeed. It seems the Jiang family is nothing but a shadow of its former self, mingling with the likes of the Lin family, a mere fallen house, and thereby diminishing its own worth. Their words dripped with scorn and derision, each syllable sharp as a dagger. Jiang Wanner's face flushed with anger, her temper on the verge of erupting, yet Lin Daiha timely placed a gentle hand on her knee, signaling her to remain calm. With bright eyes and an unruffled demeanor, a faint smile graced her lips as she slowly spoke, her tone soft yet imbued with hidden strength. What you term as leveraging one's connections is truly nothing more than this. She paused, her gaze steady upon Su Qiyun. Miss Su, since you place such importance on lineage, it is worth noting that the Su family is also a lineage of scholars, rich in talent across generations. Surely, Miss Su's literary prowess must not be inferior. Why not compose a poem to showcase your skills? It would provide the esteemed company here with a glimpse of the Su family's elegance. Would it not be better? Su Qiyun found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her face shifting between shades of green and white. She opened her mouth but could utter nothing. How could she possibly compose a poem? Accustomed to relying on her father's power to bully others, she had little true talent to speak of. Aside from her habitual arrogance and overbearing nature, she possessed scant genuine ability. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon her, some mocking, some scrutinizing, and a few tinged with concealed disdain, leaving her feeling as though she were sitting on pins and needles, trapped and unable to escape. With a cold huff, she suppressed her anger, raising her chin defiantly. I cannot be bothered to waste words on you lowly individuals. Soon, my brother will arrive to restore the Su family's honor. Before she could finish her sentence, she swept her sleeve and returned to her seat, sulking in silence. This scene elicited a few hidden smiles of delight among the onlookers. Those who had long been displeased with Su Qiyun's overbearing attitude, yet felt unable to contest her due to her family's influence, now felt a sense of relief. Casting grateful and admiring glances toward Lin Daiha, Zhao Ruoxue observed everything with keen eyes, lingering her gaze on Lin Daiha a moment longer, a slight smile curling at her lips and within her heart. She quietly developed a measure of admiration for this seemingly fragile yet remarkably courageous girl from the Lin family. Soon, the game of passing the flower drum commenced in earnest, the gentle beats echoing in the hall, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of the pipa, adding a layer of elegance to the ambience. Guests sat upright, their gazes following the embroidered fan as it circulated, each hoping that when the drumbeats ceased, the fan would land in their hands. As the fan was passed around, laughter and merriment filled the air. Those with exceptional poetic talent would rise gracefully to compose verses, showcasing their literary flair. while those momentarily at a loss for words could only smile and accept their penalty, downing a cup of fine wine, which elicited hearty laughter from the assembly, further elevating the jovial atmosphere. The first peak of the evening was led by Wang Mashuan, who, upon receiving the fan, dipped his brush and inscribed on its back, "The waters of Jinlan reflect the tower's glow, willows bend low, casting shadows that flow. Within the painting lies a poetic realm, mountains and rivers unfold in my heart's helm." As soon as this poem was recited, the hall fell into a hushed silence, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause. Everyone was captivated by Wang Mashuan's brilliance, whispers of praise echoing throughout the room. Shortly thereafter, the fan found its way to Li Qingyun. He raised his cup with poise, taking a sip before standing, sweeping his sleeve and reciting. A pavilion stands tall by Jinlan's stream. The evening breeze carries melodies that gleam. The moon stirs poetic souls beyond the hills, drunk amidst the beauty, crafting verses with thrills. Each line resonated with rhythm and elegance, commanding a powerful and grand presence that prompted the entire hall to erupt in cheers. Even the women behind the screen could not help but murmur their admiration. Truly, young Master Li is unmatched. It seems he shall claim the title of champion tonight. With Li Qingyun's poem, the assembly reached a consensus, convinced that no other verses could rival his. Those still wishing to showcase their talents, hoping to seize the crown, were left with no choice but to concede in quiet disappointment. After downing a few cups of light wine, they seemed to relax even further, their verses revealing a newfound humor and spontaneity. In the landscape of ink, many charms reside, yet none compare to the intoxication of spring tonight. This elicited laughter throughout the hall, the atmosphere growing increasingly warm and congenial. As it was Su Huaizhang's turn, yet another highlight emerged. From behind the screen, Su Qiyun smirked knowingly. She was aware that her brother had meticulously prepared for this grand event, having crafted a poem with great care, further refined by several esteemed scholars. Its grandeur would undoubtedly eclipse Li Qingyun's brilliance, bringing unparalleled glory to the Su family. For this occasion, her brother had been preparing for months, even suppressing multiple topics, awaiting the moment to shine. With a deeper smile, Su Qiyun envisioned her brother's triumph and the admiration of the crowd. All eyes in the hall were now focused on Su Huaizhang, who rose with an air of calm confidence, holding the embroidered fan. His demeanor exuding grace, and without uttering a word, he already commanded anticipation. The Jinlan River reflects the sunset glow, towering green mountains merge with azure flow. Stars in the heavens consume vast breath, the cosmos embraces. Transforming into clarity's depth, as this poem left his lips, the crowd was momentarily stunned, surprised that Su Huaizhang, who was not known for his poetic skills, could produce such a masterpiece. Soon, murmurs of astonishment surged like a tide. The poem's extraordinary charm and elevated realm were rivaled only by young Master Li. Li Qingyun, renowned for his poetic prowess, had not anticipated encountering such a worthy opponent today, marking a remarkable competition. The atmosphere in the hall ignited in an instant. It became increasingly difficult to discern a clear victor between Li Qingyun and Su Huaizhang. Both poems held their own distinct allure, resisting simple comparison. Li Qingyun's work triumphed in imagery, light as the wind, akin to a delicate landscape painting, fluid and unconstrained, embodying the poet's carefree spirit blended with the serene beauty of nature. In contrast, Su Huaizhang's poem soared with ambition. Reminiscent of an eagle in flight, consuming the vastness, its forceful strokes commanding attention. Exuding a thunderous, might point one was graceful like a breeze, while the other was bold and unyielding, each possessing its unique merits. As the crowd erupted in praise, Su Qiyun felt a swell of pride within her, unable to resist casting a glance at the myriad of female gazes peering from behind the screen. Feeling an inner satisfaction, however, one amongst them held an entirely contrary sentiment. Lin Beiji. What nonsense are they writing? It's hardly better than the doggerel I penned in middle school. It seems the literary standards of the Zhao Wu dynasty are even worse than I had imagined. Had this thought been voiced aloud, it would likely have drawn ire from all present. Contemplating this, Lin Beiji could not suppress a knowing smile. At that moment, Su Huaizhang wore an expression of smugness, his eyes dancing with a hint of arrogance and mockery. He cast a glance at the Lin family's two younger brothers seated at the end of the table, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upwards as he casually remarked, Ladies and gentlemen, let us not rush to conclusions, for the two young masters of the Lin family have yet to present their verses. It remains to be seen whether they can unexpectedly surpass me and young Master Li. Though his tone feigned humility, it was laced with an imperceptible hint of sarcasm, as if he eagerly anticipated witnessing the Lin brothers embarrass themselves before the assembly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's gaze collectively shifted towards the Lin family's second young master. Although the Lin brothers were not particularly renowned for their literary prowess, and certainly could not be compared to young Master Li or young Master Su, in such a setting, it would be unseemly to express disdain openly. The onlookers wore strained smiles, echoing, "Then, might we request the two young masters of the Lin family to recite a poem?" Their tone, while tinged with polite expectation, betrayed a subtle undercurrent of mockery and amusement. They were all too aware that the two young masters would likely struggle to produce verses that could rival those of Li and Su, and thus they silently awaited the spectacle of their folly. Creating an atmosphere that was both delicate and intriguing, at that moment, Lin Qingyan's face revealed a trace of anxiety, his eyes fixated on the embroidered fan that was being passed around the table. The fan had made its way to him multiple times, yet it always missed the rhythm of the accompanying music, failing to pause at the opportune moment. His fingertips tightened around the fan. Yet he dared not linger in his grasp, fearing it would appear deliberate and provoke laughter from those around him. In contrast, Lin Beiji appeared utterly unfazed, as though indifferent to the literary gathering. Lounging casually against the back of his chair with a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly unconcerned with the proceedings, at last, the fan settled firmly in the hands of the Lin brothers, prompting Lin Qingyan to exhale a sigh of relief as his taut nerves began to ease. The preparations of the past few days had not been in vain. Yet he was acutely aware that Su Huaizhang had been subtly undermining him earlier, and his current remarks were undoubtedly laced with ill intent, eager to witness their embarrassment. "Soon, my brother will deliver a verse that will strike the hypocrite's face with force, teaching you what true talent is. And we shall see how Su Huaizhang will continue to belittle us," Lin Qingyan thought to himself. Lin Qingyan raised his hand slightly, adopting a posture of deference, signaling for his elder brother to compose the poem first. His gaze sweeping across the assembled scholars, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible confidence. Observing this, Lin Beiji did not hesitate. Instead, he rose leisurely from his seat, exuding an air of relaxed elegance. He inclined his head slightly, offering a courteous salute to the surrounding guests, his tone calm yet imbued with an effortless composure. "I am but a humble man, and I shall now present my clumsy attempt." He did not rush to seize the brush. Rather, he lifted his wine cup and took a delicate sip, as if savoring the poetic inspiration, or perhaps dismissing the eager, mocking gazes of those around him. An imperceptible pressure seemed to fill the air, causing Su Huaizhang's smile to falter momentarily. Could it be that the Lin brothers had prepared their verses in advance, just as he had? In truth, Su Huaizhang harbored a flicker of concern. For Lin Qingyan had been admitted to the Shiyuan Shulu, indicating that he possessed some talent. He slowly lifted his brush, his gaze unwavering, and with a fluid motion reminiscent of flowing clouds, he penned his poem in one breath. Before the ink had dried, a splendid piece of poetry had leaped onto the page. The scholars, who had initially anticipated amusement, suddenly found their expressions shifting, their previous indifference gradually giving way to astonishment. They had heard tales of Lin family's eldest son being a man of no talent, a veritable mediocrity, and had expected him to retreat in the face of challenge. Yet, to their surprise, he exhibited such composure and was able to compose poetry so swiftly. Su Huaizhang's heart raced as he witnessed Lin Beiji set down his brush. He could no longer contain his impatience, seizing the paper with an eagerness that betrayed his earlier composure, desperate to validate his assumptions. He glanced at the page and could not help but read aloud. "The great Lan River, oh how grand it flows, within its depths a mighty toad, with every poke it leaps and goes." As the last word left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, the audience rendered speechless, some twitching at the corners of their mouths, while others struggled to suppress their laughter. After a prolonged moment, one individual finally burst into laughter, and like a stone cast into water, the sound rippled through the assembly, prompting a chorus of uproarious laughter. Even the women hidden behind the screens stifled their giggles. The loudest laughter came from Su Qiyun, who unabashedly reveled in her triumph, her laughter causing her to tremble with delight. Amidst the laughter, she mockingly exclaimed, "Is this truly the caliber of your elder brother? Ha, perhaps we ought to call him the Toad Prince instead." Yet Lin Daiha remained unfazed. She was astute enough to sense that her elder brother must have his reasons for such behavior. He was typically reserved, but never dull-witted. It was merely a matter of lesser talent. At that moment, Lin Qingyin's mouth fell agape, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at his elder brother. Wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. Chapter 55. Is it not romantic? Su Huizhang, realizing the absurdity of the situation, laughed until he doubled over, pointing at Lin Beiji as he declared, "Indeed, young Master Lin is a true genius. Such poetry has certainly opened the eyes of all present, truly unparalleled." His words dripped with derision and mockery. Lin Beiji, however, remained unperturbed, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he lifted his wine cup, as if the raucous laughter was precisely the outcome he had anticipated. With unhurried poise, he remarked, "Merely a fleeting jest, my friends. Should you find it amusing, consider it a source of mirth. If you deem it lacking, simply laugh it off. No need to take it to heart." As Lin Beiji settled back into his seat, a hint of softness flickered in his eyes. Leaning slightly, he spoke in a low voice meant only for Lin Qingyin to hear, "Go forth, brother, this moment belongs to you. I willingly play the supporting role." His words were as light as a whisper, yet carried an undeniable weight of steadfastness and assurance. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyin's heart trembled, a flood of emotions surging within him. He finally understood his brother's intention. If Lin Beiji, with his prodigious talent, had genuinely wished to compete, no one in the room could match his brilliance. Yet he chose to relinquish this dazzling opportunity, willingly ceding the stage to his younger brother. This was not a sign of weakness, but rather an act of fulfillment. He sought to allow Lin Qingyin to bask in the spotlight, to become the most resplendent flower, while he contentedly remained in the background, a humble leaf, without regret. With this realization, Lin Qingyin felt a swell of emotion, a hint of moisture gathering in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed that vulnerability and straightened his back. He gazed deeply at his elder brother, responding with resolute determination in his eyes, as if silently affirming, "Rest assured, brother, I shall not disappoint your expectations." In this moment, the depths of their emotions were known only to the two brothers. As Lin Qingyin rose to his feet, the laughter of the crowd began to soften. All eyes turned towards the second young master of the Lin family, some filled with curiosity, others with playful mockery. While many were eager to witness yet another comical spectacle, having already been entertained by the first young master's farcical performance, would the second young master surpass him? Su Huizhang leaned back in his seat, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression brimming with mockery. His gaze was sharp, revealing his disdain, as if he had already concluded that Lin Qingyin would prove to be no more impressive. Yet, in that moment, Lin Qingyin appeared remarkably composed. His calm demeanor mirrored that of Lin Beiji just moments before. The crowd had little time to contemplate, as he grasped the brush beside him and confidently bent down to write. The brush danced across the paper, the characters flowing with the vigor of a surging river, powerful and grand, executed in one fluid motion. As Su Huizhang took the paper, he noted that the Lin family's writing style remained consistent. He regarded it with disdain, beginning to read aloud. By the wind chant pavilion, leaning against the flowing brocade, the sounds of the river echo into the autumn dusk. Eaves reflecting the vast sky swallow the boundless. The wind caresses the jade waves, brushing against the ethereal tower. Upon reaching this point, he looked at Lin Qingyin in disbelief, before continuing with the remaining verses. The sounds of the waves resound within 1,000 sails' dreams. The moonlight dances over 10,000 bamboo groves in tranquility. A single beam of clear light conceals within a painting, as celestial beings intoxicate in poetic flow. The imagery within the poem unfurled like a slowly revealing scroll, depicting the towering wind chant pavilion, the surging Jinlan River, alongside the boundless night sky and the serene moonlight, all vividly brought to life upon the paper. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Those who had been eagerly awaiting amusement were now doused with a cold splash of reality, their smiles freezing in place. Su Huizhang, once brimming with scorn, found his expression utterly petrified. His hand trembled slightly. as if the paper had become scalding hot. Recalling his prior mockery, he felt an intense heat rise to his cheeks, as though he had received a stinging slap. After a moment's stillness, the room erupted into exclamations of awe. Marvelous, truly marvelous. This poem possesses a clarity of spirit, an intricate structure, far beyond the ordinary. The closing line, as celestial beings intoxicate in poetic flow, is a masterstroke that elevates the entire piece to the pinnacle of artistic expression. Not merely a masterstroke, the opening couplet was grand, the subsequent couplets painted vivid scenes, and the closing lines seamlessly connected the themes, creating a harmonious whole. For the second young master of the Lin family to compose such a masterpiece in a mere instant is genuinely humbling. Indeed, such poetic talent may even outshine young Master Su. The accolades surged forth, each word echoing in Su Huaizhang's ears. His complexion shifted from green to white, the paper in his grasp feeling as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. He clenched his teeth, struggling to maintain a semblance of a smile, yet he could not mask the humiliation and disappointment that flickered in his eyes. Once filled with confidence, he now felt as though he had been yanked from the clouds and cast down to earth with a resounding thud. Amidst the chorus of admiration and awe, Lin Qingyan exhibited not a trace of pride, maintaining instead a serene humility. He inclined his head slightly and spoke with clarity. "Esteemed guests, your praises are too generous. I am but an obscure scholar, and to receive your attention is indeed a great honor. The poem I just recited is merely a modest accumulation of my daily studies. Should there be any shortcomings, I implore you to offer your guidance." This young man, brimming with talent, displayed not a hint of arrogance, exuding a tranquil grace. The learned assembly could not help but nod in quiet approval, their respect for him deepening. It was evident that in this poetic contest, the second son of the Lin family was destined to claim victory. His work, both in its lofty themes and its grand resonance, surpassed those of Li Gongzi and Su Gongzi. Such literary prowess truly inspired admiration. At this moment, Li Qingyun could hardly conceal his own admiration, exclaiming, "This poem is indeed a masterpiece. I, Li, concede with utmost sincerity. To witness such brilliance is a fortune for our era." The most awkward figures in the room, besides Su Huaizhang, were Su Qiyun and Su Huai. Previously, they had strutted about, intent on embarrassing Lin Daihe. Yet now they had become the subjects of mockery. Su Qiyun's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, her heart seething with indignation as she muttered beneath her breath, "What a useless brother! This time, he has truly brought shame upon the Su family." However, at this moment, Su Huaizhang's expression darkened. Rather than retracting his earlier remarks in light of the audience's reactions, he stood up and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me a moment to speak." Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent, their attention fully directed at Su Huaizhang. He surveyed the room, his tone tinged with skepticism, and began, "Indeed, Lin Gongzi's poem is exquisite, yet I cannot help but harbor doubts. Such an expansive and profound work could hardly be conceived by an unknown individual in mere moments. Moreover, Lin Gongzi is a student of Shiyuan Shulu. It remains uncertain whether this poem has benefited from the guidance or embellishment of the esteemed masters there. If this poem was prepared in advance, would it not be unfair for him to claim the top prize?" The atmosphere became tense at Su Huaizhang's words, which starkly contrasted with the poise and grace exhibited by Li Qingyun. The audience, witnessing such an inappropriate challenge to the integrity of the poetry, felt an undercurrent of disdain for Su Huaizhang, their initial goodwill toward him plummeting. Nevertheless, some remained silent out of fear of the Su family's influence, carefully weighing their responses. Among this gathering of literary figures, who could truly arrive unprepared? While not everyone possessed the quick wit of Li Qingyun or Wang Mashuan to compose an instant verse, it was nearly impossible not to deliberate before the banquet. In the realm of literature, spontaneous brilliance is a rarity. Most expressions are simply a reflection of human nature. Yet, Su Huaizhang's assertions were not without merit. Shiyuan Shulu has long been a cradle of talent, and it is customary for its students to engage in mutual critique and discourse regarding poetry. However, should there indeed be suspicions of a great master's involvement in Lin Qingyan's work, it would indeed compromise fairness. Nevertheless, if Lin Qingyan possessed such remarkable talent, able to compose impromptu in this setting, would that not further highlight his exceptional abilities? After all, his admission to Shiyuan Shulu already indicated his distinction. Thus, the brilliance of his poetry might well be attributed to innate talent, not to be easily dismissed. In that moment, the assembly contemplated Su Huaizhang's words, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lin Qingyan. Just then, Zhao Chonglu rose at an opportune moment, adjusting his sleeves, and spoke with a hearty laugh. What Brother Wenqing says holds some truth. Yet, poetry is a refined pursuit. Why must we scrutinize its origins so harshly? Whether one's talent is innate or cultivated, time will reveal all. Today's banquet is centered on elegance and camaraderie. If we were to quarrel over this, we would risk losing our gentlemanly decorum. Zhao Chonglu paused, surveying the crowd before continuing with a smile. Regardless of the poem's origins, Lin Gongzi's contribution has undoubtedly enriched our gathering. Since doubts have arisen regarding his verses, let us engage in a poetic discourse. In due time, the truth shall emerge, and there is no need to argue over it at this moment. Today is a celebration. Let us raise our glasses to commend the fine work, and not allow a fleeting dispute to dampen our spirits. Zhao Chonglu's words were tactful yet firm, providing some comfort to Su Huaizhang while simultaneously shielding Lin Qingyan from further scrutiny. His remarks struck a balance, alleviating the tension that had enveloped the gathering. Only Lin Beiji harbored a different sentiment, secretly scoffing. To think such a mediocre poem could be suspected of having been refined by a great master. The literary standards of the Zhao Wu dynasty are disappointingly low. However, Su Huaizhang was undeterred. He smirked slightly, his tone steady yet resonant. Though Zhao's words are commendable, they do not assuage my lingering doubts. Lin Gongzi's poem is indeed a fine work, a fact no one can dispute. Yet, the origins of the poem cannot be overlooked. If we were to award the top prize without clarification, would it not dishearten the other talented individuals present? If this matter has raised concerns among you all, why not have the two sons of the Lin family compose another poem on the spot? This way, authenticity may be established and true talent may shine through. Such a course of action would ensure fairness and quell any doubts. Seeing Su Huaizhang's insistence, Zhao Chonglu realized he could not press further. He understood that if Su Huaizhang retreated now, it would compromise his pride, and he preferred to align himself with Su Huaizhang over Lin Qingyan. Yet, only Lin Beiji thought otherwise, internally lamenting the absurdity of questioning the authorship of such poetry. Behind the screen, Su Qiyun perked up upon hearing these remarks, quickly chiming in with a sarcastic tone. Indeed, some individuals go to great lengths to make a name for themselves at this banquet. Whether this poem is truly original remains in question. It takes 8 lifetimes of fortune to gain a seat at such a gathering, and yet they bring along their brother to bask in the glow, as if they could drag the whole family into the limelight. What a spectacle! Yet, despite her fervent rhetoric, Su Qiyun could not conceal her own insecurity. She was well aware that her brother, Su Huaizhang, had also relied on others for assistance in crafting his own poetry, and her accusations against the Lin brothers inadvertently reflected upon herself. But she could not afford to dwell on that now. At this moment, the uninformed ladies began to murmur among themselves, speculating about Lin Qingyan's superiority over Li Gongzi and Su Gongzi, attributing his success to external assistance. I had thought Lin Gongzi to be graceful and uniquely talented, but it seems he is willing to resort to underhanded tactics to claim victory. How disappointing, Sister Zhao. What do you think? A young woman turned to Zhao Ruoxue, her gaze filled with anticipation, as if seeking validation. Zhao Ruoxue smiled gently and replied, Lin Gongzi's poetry indeed demonstrates remarkable talent. However, it may be premature to draw conclusions at this juncture. Let us observe how he responds next. Afterward, she turned to her sister Zhao Ruolin, speaking in an affectionate tone. Sister, what is your perspective? To everyone's surprise, the usually reticent Zhao Ruolin spoke softly. I find that gentleman named Lin Beiji to be quite intriguing. Though her words seemed unremarkable, they carried profound implications. Zhao Ruolin, possessing a keen intellect, had already discerned that Lin Beiji was no ordinary individual, yet others remained oblivious. Even Zhao Ruoxue failed to grasp the underlying significance. Instead, she casually agreed. Indeed, his poem about the frog certainly captured attention. The moment Zhao Ruoxue uttered this, the young ladies erupted into laughter. The previously humorous piece had already brought smiles, and now, with Zhao Ruoxue's mention, the laughter rang out even more heartily. Lin Mei, do not mind their idle chatter. Jiang Wan'er offered with a gentle gaze, though her demeanor held a hint of coolness. They are merely envious of your brother's brilliance. For their own families have little to boast of. Why lower yourself to their level? Lin Daiha smiled softly in response, her exquisite features devoid of any hint of annoyance, as she calmly replied, "Sister speaks wisely. The idle remarks of others are as fleeting as clouds, hardly worth my concern." Faced with Su Huaizhang's relentless scrutiny, Lin Qingyan's expression faltered slightly, revealing a hint of insecurity. He understood that the poem he had presented earlier was indeed premeditated and had been refined by his elder brother Lin Beiji. To be asked to compose a poem spontaneously before the assembly was undoubtedly a daunting challenge. Although Lin Qingyan had made notable achievements in literary pursuits, his ability to create poetry on the spot remained somewhat underdeveloped, standing in stark contrast to the composure he had previously displayed. This poem, while indeed my creation, has benefited from my elder brother's meticulous refinement and was prepared in advance. I admit this, but I did not come here to claim victory. Rather, I wish to uphold the Lin family's reputation and honor the gracious invitation extended by His Highness. I am grateful for the love shown and for being granted a place at this gathering. I simply sought to give my utmost, not wishing to disappoint His Highness. As soon as these words were spoken, several individuals nodded in agreement, their dissatisfaction towards Su Huaizhang laid bare, subtly tinged with a hint of mockery. Listening to the crowd defend Lin Qingyan, Su Huaizhang displayed a momentary hesitation, yet the doubts in his heart remained unabated. He inwardly scoffed. Lin Qingyan is indeed adept at evasion, claiming that this poem was polished by his elder brother. The poem that his brother just composed about frogs elicited laughter from the entire assembly, clearly indicative of a person of shallow literary talent. How could he possess such skill? This assertion is likely mere lip service. Today, I shall seize this opportunity and ensure he reveals his true self, compelling him to lose face in front of everyone. Reflecting on his earlier heated remarks, he vaguely sensed that he had acted impulsively and lost his composure. Yet at this moment, retreating was not an option. To concede on the spot would not only strip him of dignity but would also label him as weak. His gaze darkened slightly, and with a cold snort, he spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, I do not wish to unduly criticize young Master Lin. However, this literary gathering concerns the contest of talent and virtue, and it must not be tainted by fleeting personal sentiments. Furthermore, young Master Lin, you assert that this poem was crafted with the assistance of your esteemed brother. Forgive my candor, but the poem your brother just penned does not exhibit much literary prowess. How could he have created such a magnificent piece? I fear this reasoning is hardly convincing." He paused, scanning the assembly before fixing his gaze on Lin Qingyan, his tone growing increasingly incisive. "If this poem is indeed your creation, why not compose another one right here and now? If you cannot achieve even this, it will inevitably raise suspicions of ulterior motives. This literary gathering is filled with talented individuals. If young Master Lin truly possesses genuine talent, he should have no cause for fear." His words served both as a defense for himself and as a relentless pursuit of Lin Qingyan, maintaining restraint in his tone while exuding a sense of sharpness. Clearly determined to force Lin Qingyan into a corner. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but agree with his reasoning. If Lin Qingyan were to readily admit that this poem was refined by the sage of Shuyuan, people might commend his humility and refrain from further inquiry. However, the ludicrous nature of Lin Beiji's earlier poem had already exposed his shallow talent, and Lin Qingyan's implication that he had elevated Lin Beiji's literary merit was tantamount to treating the assembly of scholars as fools. Allowing him to deceive them die in this light, Lin Qingyan's claims were riddled with inconsistencies, the suspicion of deceit becoming apparent, and Su Huaizhang had seized upon this point, emboldening him to press on and challenge Lin Qingyan's genuine abilities. His remarks seemed to awaken the crowd, prompting them to question Lin Qingyan's assertions. "Young Master Lin, are you suggesting that this poem was not guided by the sage of Shuyuan but merely refined by your brother?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Then we must witness how you and your brother collaborated to achieve this masterpiece." At this moment, the atmosphere gradually shifted in favor of Su Huaizhang, as murmurs filled the room, and the gazes of the crowd bore more scrutiny and suspicion. Though Lin Qingyan endeavored to maintain his composure, a hint of unease flickered across his expression. Till lost for words, he turned his gaze to Lin Beiji, his eyes betraying a mixture of helplessness and urgency, as if seeking his brother's assistance. Lin Beiji could no longer remain silent. He had originally intended to merely support his brother Lin Qingyan's moment of glory without intervening. Little did he anticipate that this group, particularly Su Huaizhang, would relentlessly corner him, aiming to undermine the first admirer he had gained since his rebirth. This he could not allow, as Lin Beiji slowly rose to his feet. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Su Huaizhang's eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips, his emotions swirling within like a tempest, jealousy, resentment, and a surge of uncontrollable malice. He inwardly laughed coldly. Yes, precisely. I shall ensure that both of you brothers lose face before everyone. From a lowly background, one who dares to covet my limelight? A mere descendant of a low-tier sorcerer, having gained entry into Shuyuan through dubious means, and yet he has the audacity to appear at such a grand gathering? Young Master Zhao is truly foolish to invite such a person of humble origins to debate talent alongside us noble youths. This is nothing short of an affront. Lin Qingyan, do you think that by associating with the sages of Shuyuan, you can ascend to my level? Utterly ludicrous. You, a person of such lowly stature, are not even worthy to gaze upon my splendor. Today, I shall unveil your true nature for all to see. You are merely a worm in the mire, foolishly dreaming of becoming a dragon. Such delusions shall be your undoing. I shall ensure you fall to pieces, with no hope of rising again. With this thought, Su Huaizhang could not help but chuckle softly. The onlookers seemed to regard the two brothers as a source of amusement, yet Zhao Ruolin held a different opinion. Sitting quietly to the side, she had remained taciturn throughout, seemingly indifferent to the gathering. However, unbeknownst to others, her seemingly carefree demeanor concealed a keen observation of everyone's words and actions, a testament to the astuteness expected of the Zhao family's eldest daughter. Her regard for Lin Beiji was not without reason. Having encountered countless individuals, Zhao Ruolin had long since learned to see through facades. Although Lin Beiji's earlier poem about frogs had evoked laughter, she noted that the young man maintained his composure throughout, exhibiting neither embarrassment nor fluster. Despite being his first time at such a grand affair, he appeared remarkably at ease, even more so than his academically gifted brother, while Lin Qingyan displayed dignified poise. His brilliance shone too brightly, revealing his emotions too overtly, rendering him somewhat juvenile. In contrast, Lin Beiji exuded an unspoken steadiness, his actions imbued with a subtle, indescribable calmness, his feelings concealed beneath an inscrutable facade. As if everything was firmly within his grasp, his demeanor resembled that of a seasoned strategist well-versed in the intrigues of court life. At this moment, Lin Beiji, the focal point of attention, remained unfazed. A knowing smile playing on his lips as he mused. I intended to quietly play the role of the handsome gentleman, yet you all insist on forcing my hand. Very well, let you narrow-minded individuals witness what constitutes timeless literature and unparalleled excellence. Chapter 58. Arrogance and recklessness. In this moment, Lin Beiji appeared particularly composed, devoid of any semblance of urgency, instead wearing a profound smile that hinted at mischief, his gaze locked onto Su Huaizhang. Still lost in his own triumph, Su Huaizhang found himself unnerved under such scrutiny, the smile on his face faltering slightly, a wave of doubt washing over him. He forced himself to remain calm, though an undercurrent of panic seeped into his tone. What do you intend to do? Lin Beiji, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening, his eyes glinting with a disdainful sharpness. He appeared to be scrutinizing some bizarre curiosity or reviewing a ludicrous farce, his gaze sweeping over the gathered guests with an air of imperiousness, with a casual inspection of his surroundings. Hands clasped behind his back, he strode leisurely yet defiantly, his laughter ringing clear and audacious. You dare accuse the Lin brothers of deceit? Very well, today shall serve to enlighten you frogs at the bottom of the well. The assembly was taken aback by Lin Beiji's reaction, while Li Qingyun, observing with interest, narrowed his eyes slightly, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he thought. This lad is even more audacious than I was at his age. He possesses a certain spirit that I find commendable. The majority of the crowd, however, reacted with incredulity. Is this fool out of his mind? Let us see how he extricates himself from this predicament. Such a lively scene could not be without the ever-contriving Su Qiyun, who, upon witnessing Lin Beiji's brazen demeanor, could not help but stifle a giggle, her voice barely above a whisper yet audible enough for those nearby. Look! That frog prince seems to have lost his mind. Lin Beiji regarded the gathering as though they were nothing more than a troupe of self-important jesters. Resolute, he no longer hesitated, his voice low yet clear, infused with an undeniable authority as he commanded, "Bring me paper and ink. Are you about to compose another doggerel, young Master Lin?" Su Huaizhang said with a hint of sarcasm as he slowly extended paper and ink toward Lin Beiji. A playful smirk adorning his face. As his words fell, a wave of laughter erupted in the hall, clearly indicating that most shared this sentiment. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyan, though still appearing somewhat tense, held faith in his elder brother's capabilities. Certain he could create a poem of equal merit, Lin Beiji leaned closer to Lin Qingyan, whispering softly into his ear. Lin Qingyan, momentarily taken aback, looked at his brother with a puzzled expression and asked quietly, "Elder brother, what does the word emptiness mean? What are you implying?" Lin Beiji, however, offered no further explanation, merely flashing a mysterious smile, patting Lin Qingyan's shoulder and assuring him with a tone of conviction, "You shall understand soon enough. Just remember this word." Lin Qingyan remained perplexed, yet as he observed his elder brother's confident demeanor, he felt a slight sense of reassurance, pondering the profound significance of this emptiness as Lin Beiji took the paper and ink without hesitation. With swift strokes, he penned words that exuded an aroma of ink, each character seemingly infused with immense power, captivating the attention of all present. Yet, after a brief moment, he abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as he raised his voice. "Not enough. Bring me more sheets of paper," putting on airs of grandeur, merely wasting paper. "Give him more if you must." One might think he could conjure a masterpiece, came the derisive commentary. Yu Huaizhang let out a cold snort, his face betraying unwillingness, yet he still commanded someone to present more sheets of paper. A smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth as he imagined how amusing it would be to see Lin Beiji's embarrassment later. The onlookers observed Su Huaizhang's actions, some unable to suppress their laughter, while others were expressions of mockery, seemingly anticipating that Lin Beiji would produce a poem even more ridiculous than the frog poem. However, Lin Beiji remained unfazed. After accepting the paper, he lowered his head anew, his gaze sharp as a blade, appearing to be entirely engrossed in his own world. With a swift motion, Lin Beiji halted his writing. Flinging several pages directly onto Su Huaizhang's face, the sound crisp and resonant, and the papers fell to the ground, plunging the hall into silence. He looked down upon Su Huaizhang, his brow slightly arched, and coldly commanded, "Read, read aloud. Let everyone present hear it clearly." For a moment, Su Huaizhang was taken aback by this imposing demeanor, seemingly unable to believe that Lin Beiji would dare to be so disrespectful. After a brief pause, he suddenly regained his composure, his face instantly paling, his eyes ablaze with fury. His chest heaved violently, fingers trembling as he pointed at Lin Beiji, gritting his teeth. You audacious low-born wretch. How dare you address me in such a manner? Do you have any idea who I am?" Yet Lin Beiji appeared to have heard nothing, turning on his heel and departing, his robe billowing slightly, his steps leisurely. That nonchalant figure radiated an air of unrivaled arrogance and fearlessness, rendering onlookers momentarily incapable of averting their gaze. Within the Yinfeng Pavilion, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. The crowd stood frozen, sensing an indescribable aura that permeated the hall with Lin Beiji's departure, clearly intimidated by his presence. At that moment, Jiang Wanner, hidden behind a screen, let out a soft chuckle, her laughter as clear as a bell, which seemed particularly delightful in the tranquil Yinfeng Pavilion. She turned to Lin Daihe beside her, her eyes gleaming with admiration, and whispered, "Your elder brother is quite the interesting character. Previously he seemed so carefree. Yet who would have thought he possesses such spirit now? I find him far superior to those pretentious scholars present." Lin Daihe, too, felt a newfound respect for her elder brother. After a long while, the crowd finally regained their composure, finding the scene before them utterly unbelievable. "How audacious! This is nothing short of an affront," exclaimed one individual, slamming his palm on the table, his voice brimming with indignation. "Indeed, such impudent disrespect from a mere youth, daring to act so brazenly at the Zhao heir's banquet, is simply outrageous," remarked another elegantly dressed gentleman with a disdainful snort. "How noble of the Zhao heir to extend an invitation to their brothers. What an honor. Yet they remain oblivious to their fortunes and dare to flaunt their insolence here. It's truly laughable." In an instant, the hall was filled with murmurs of discontent, all directed toward Lin Beiji, as they collectively condemned him for his ignorance of decorum and his arrogance. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyin, sitting to the side, was already fidgeting restlessly. He clenched his fists, his heart a tumult of emotions. He felt both admiration for his elder brother's audacious actions and concern for the consequences. Increasingly worried about his own future prospects. This was disastrous. He had offended every learned gentleman present. How could he establish himself moving forward? Anxiety was evident on Lin Qingyin's face as his gaze frequently flitted toward the discontented expressions of the scholars and nobility in the hall. His unease mounting. What troubled him even more was that this matter not only affected the two brothers, but also the reputation of the entire Lin family. If the Zhao heir were to take offense, there would be no room for maneuvering for the Lin family. This thought. Lin Qingyin instinctively tightened his grip on his sleeves, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Oh, brother, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. Chapter 59. Slapping the face at this moment, Su Qiyun was seething with rage, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, her slender fingers pointing accusingly at Lin Daihe, her voice sharp as a blade. That ignorant low-born wretch dares to publicly humiliate my brother. What an arrogant fool! If I do not teach you the rules today, will that not leave my Su family a laughingstock? With that, she made to step forward, ready to unleash her fury. However, before she could take a step, a soft scoff was heard. Jiang Wanner slowly rose, saying nothing, yet casting a chilling glance that froze Su Qiyun in her tracks, causing the previously aggressive demeanor to dissipate instantly. Su Qiyun gritted her teeth, striving to maintain her composure, yet the latent authority in Jiang Wanner's eyes instilled an inexplicable fear within her. That was the unique presence of a warrior maiden from a prestigious family, and a single glance was enough to deter her from any further transgressions. Fine, Lin Daihe, just you wait and see. Su Qiyun sneered, her eyes filled with resentment and disdain. Jiang Wanner may protect you for a moment, but can she shield you for a lifetime? I shall see how much support you, this despicable wretch, truly have. After this, she ceased speaking and retreated in frustration. At that moment, the expression on Zhao Shizi's face had darkened to the utmost degree. However, as the host, he had to suppress his displeasure, maintaining a semblance of amiability. Winching, he cleared his throat, his tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Since Lin Gongzi has spoken, perhaps it would be best to share this poem with all present. At this juncture, Su Huizhang slowly bent down to retrieve the papers from the floor. Although his face was etched with reluctance, he dared not defy Zhao Shizi's order. Though unwilling, he suppressed his anger, cleared his throat, surveyed the surroundings, and read aloud, Preface to the Yinfeng Pavilion. The sun shines on the old county, the new residents of Xiaola. Stars divide the constellations, the earth connects to the clouds, embracing 3 rivers and encompassing 5 lakes, controlling the Miao and Jing while guiding O and U. The beauty of nature and treasures of the world, the dragon's light illuminating the ruins of the Bull and Dipper, remarkable individuals and geographical wonders. Su Ru descending from Chen Fan's couch, the majestic state shrouded in mist, the talented racing like shooting stars. The platform rests at the crossroads of the east and west, hosts and guests enjoying the beauty of the southeast. Upon hearing this, the once boisterous hall fell into an immediate silence, as if an unseen wind had whisked away all sound. Every gaze fixated on the paper in Su Huizhang's hands, unblinking, unwilling to miss a single moment. Each individual held their breath, as though standing on the pinnacle of an awe-inspiring landscape. Their eyes widened beyond the ordinary, filled with shock and anticipation, as if what was being recited transcended mere words, but rather was a divine decree descending from the heavens. Their chests rose and fell rapidly, breaths slightly uneven, yet they feared even the slightest sound might disrupt the ethereal prose cascading into their ears. The atmosphere in the hall grew exceedingly tense, with no words spoken, no actions taken, as everyone immersed themselves in the grandeur of Lin Beiji's writing, as if they were lost within a majestic painting. Their hearts and souls shaken, as Su Huizhang continued. His initially reluctant tone gradually became imbued with a sense of enchantment. His brow furrowed slightly, as if he sensed something amiss, yet the elegance of the prose, its resounding majesty, made him momentarily forget his earlier displeasure, his spirit unwittingly captivated, compelling him to read on in the 9th month. The prelude belongs to the 3rd autumn. The water has receded, leaving the cold pond clear. The mist lingers, and the evening mountains turn purple. Clad in embroidered curtains, overlooking carved rooftops, the vast mountains are filled with sight, and the rivers and marshes twist and turn. The residences of the wealthy are bustling with sounds of bells and feasts. Ships crowd the river, the prows of the Blue Sparrow and Yellow Dragon. Clouds disperse, rain clears, colors brightening the sky. The setting sun and lone wild goose fly together, the autumn waters blend into the vast sky. When Su Huaizhang reached the lines, the setting sun and lone wild goose fly together, the autumn waters blend into the vast sky. His voice trembled slightly, the fingers holding the paper quivering in excitement. The beauty of the words struck deep into his soul, rendering him almost oblivious to his surroundings. He swallowed hard, staring vacantly at the text, as if it no longer mattered whether this work truly belonged to Lin Beiji. The onlookers, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency. They were captivated by the stunning verses, yet Su Huaizhang's pause only heightened their impatience. They began to urge him to continue, their voices rising in a chorus. Hurry! Continue reading. What are you hesitating for? Are there more exquisite lines to come? Don't keep us in suspense. Read on. Prompted by their insistence, Su Huaizhang felt the weight of their eager gazes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He took a deep breath, his emotions still unsettled, gripping the paper tighter as if he were a marionette. With a series of oh responses, he hurriedly lowered his head to continue reading. His voice grew slightly hurried, yet the rhythm of the words gradually steadied, as if drawn by an unseen force. He had entirely forgotten his anger and pride, leaving only a sense of submission and reverence for the masterpiece before him. At that moment, the audience held their breath, completely absorbed, disregarding their identities and postures. Those who had once held themselves in high regard, the proud scholars and lofty nobles, even Zhao Shizi himself, leaned forward slightly. Fearful of missing a single word or phrase, in this instant, they forgot their own identities, their eyes blind to one another, solely focused on the words on the page, the flowing poetry that washed over their souls like a clear spring. Cleansing their spirits in the hall, whether they were talented scholars or officials, all seemed to transform into fervent disciples of literature, united in their passionate pursuit of the written word. Su Huaizhang's voice trembled with excitement, yet remained clear and powerful. When he reached the lines, even in destitution, one remains steadfast, unyielding in one's lofty aspirations. His voice soared suddenly, imbued with the spirit and grandeur of the text itself, resonating throughout the entire Yinfeng pavilion. The assembly within the hall was already enraptured, as if each utterance had struck at the very depths of their souls. When the phrase old but still vigorous, unyielding in heart even in white-haired age reverberated once more, it resonated like a thunderclap in the hearts of the audience. Suddenly, someone quietly wiped away the tears from their face. Their voice choked, yet they could not suppress their profound emotions, softly sighing. What a noble aspiration! Unyielding to the heavens, such passionate sentiment could only be pinned by an extraordinary talent. Another individual, unable to contain themselves, rose in fervor, tears brimming in their eyes, excitedly murmuring. The gentleman perceives opportunity, the sage knows his fate. What lofty aspirations! What profound understanding! A genius, indeed. This is surely the mark of a genius. Chapter 60. The pinnacle, the atmosphere in the hall had transformed from mere silence to an undercurrent of awe and emotion-laden whispers. Each person captivated by the ambition and fervor of the text. They were no longer the self-proclaimed literati or talented scholars of yore, but rather like children, awestruck by this grand composition and sincerely enchanted by the brilliance it exhibited. Xi, a mere scholar with a trifling fate, an opath to seek the favor of the elite, akin to the youth of Zhong Jun, with aspirations to wield the pen, longing for the winds of Zhongquan, to forsake the trappings of power for 100 years, to dedicate the days and nights to 1,000 miles. Not the treasured tree of the Wei family, but the fragrant neighbor of the Chung clan. One day, I may visit the court, hoping to accompany the carp. Today, I hold my sleeves high, joyfully entrusting my aspirations to the Dragon Gate. Yearning unfulfilled, I caress the clouds in self-pity. Having met the esteemed Zhong Qi, how could I feel shame in playing the flowing waters? The treasured tree of the Wei family refers to the son of Wei Chengde, does it not? The crowd suddenly grasped this, echoing in agreement. The word master of scholar Li must refer to the son of Li Qingyun, right? And what of General Zhang's arsenal? Indeed. And was it true that the heir had stayed at the Lin family? The phrase having met Zhong Qi, how could I feel shame in playing the flowing waters, left many puzzled. Which gentleman did Zhong Qi refer to? What did playing the flowing waters signify? In an instant, the topic was reignited, discussions rising and falling like the tide, as if the entire Yinfeng pavilion were engulfed in a whirlwind of contemplation and clamor. Those gentlemen mentioned in the text were destined to be inscribed in the annals of history, celebrated by future generations as paragons of elegance, while those left unmentioned could only silently swallow their disappointment and regret. However, to witness the birth of this extraordinary work was already a glory for many in attendance. To depict the characters and scenes so vividly, could it be that this Lin gentleman truly improvised? Surely, this is no longer the time to debate whether he improvised. Such literary talent, even if you or I were to prepare for 100 years or even 1,000, we might still struggle to pen such an unparalleled masterpiece. Another person sighed, their tone filled with admiration and disbelief. Su Huaizhang took a deep breath, seemingly recovering from the stirring words, and continued, Alas! The favored ground is not everlasting, the grand feast difficult to replicate. Lanting is no more, Zais has become ruins. Farewell words, each line crafted, all rhymes complete. Please pour out the Pan River, let the seas and clouds flow. Upon hearing Su Huaizhang pause, it seemed he had no intention of continuing, and though the audience felt satisfied by the grand and majestic article, a hint of reluctance lingered. After all, to hear such brilliant prose was indeed a rare event in their lives. Scholar Su, is this truly the conclusion? Is there no more, no further lines? The crowd gazed at Su Huaizhang with anxious eyes, their expressions brimming with expectation, akin to children yearning for another tale. Su Huaizhang hesitated briefly, raised his head, surveyed the surroundings with a hint of lingering depth in his expression, and then slowly spoke. There is more, a poem yet to be recited. With these words, the hall erupted in excitement. Quickly, recite it. In an instant, the crowd urged him, their voices imbued with uncontainable eagerness. Everyone stood breathless, their eyes fixed on the paper in Su Huaizhang's hands, as if it held not mere words but the exquisite rhythms of heaven and earth. Even the women hidden behind the screen could not resist rising, eager to catch a glimpse through the intricately carved partition. The usually composed Zhao Ruolin and Zhao Ruoxue found themselves leaning forward, their gazes riveted. The hall fell into a profound silence, save for the slight rustling of the paper in Su Huaizhang's hands, as if it were tugging at the heartstrings of all present. The lofty pavilion of the Tang King overlooks the riverbank, jade ornaments sound as the song and dance cease. Painted beams soar towards the southern clouds, pearl curtains roll up the rain of the western mountains at dusk. Leisurely clouds cast reflections in the pond, as time shifts the stars through several autumns. Where is the emperor's son in the pavilion today? Beyond the railing, as Su Huaizhang's voice trailed off, the audience lingered in the poetic imagery, only to suddenly realize he had paused once more, jolting them from their reverie, and an overwhelming sense of urgency filled the air, disregarding the Su family's influence. Scholar Su, what is the meaning of this? Why the suspense? Why have you stopped again? The crowd could no longer hide their impatience, some unable to restrain themselves, striding forward to snatch the paper. Dear friends, I assure you, I am not intentionally withholding anything. Su Huaizhang waved his hands in exasperation, helplessly explaining. The final line is missing a word. Beyond the railing, the Yangtze River flows. It seems I have left a blank. As he spoke, he extended the paper to the nearest person. Sighing, do verify for yourselves, is there not a word missing? No sooner had Su Huaizhang's words left his lips than those who could not contain their impatience seized the paper, bending down to scrutinize it. And indeed, as he said, there was an unmistakable gap after beyond the railing, the Yangtze River, as if a word ought to be present, but had not been penned. It was truly a word missing. What could this mean? The talent of Lin Gongzi is extraordinary, his writing seemingly divinely inspired. How could he have omitted a word? Could it be a deliberate, profound intention, leaving a blank for readers to ponder? Someone speculated, their tone filled with suspicion yet tinged with admiration. Not necessarily, another replied thoughtfully, shaking their head. In my view, while Lin Gongzi's literary brilliance is remarkable, it is inconceivable that he would overlook a word. Perhaps it was a conscious choice, testing whether we can discern the hidden meaning. Hidden meaning? Someone interjected immediately, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the paper. Are you suggesting that this missing word harbors some significance? In an instant, this interpretation resonated with many. Indeed, the absence of a word compels us to fill in the blank ourselves. Perhaps Lin Gongzi intended to gauge the talents of those present. At this moment, the ambience shifted dramatically, the atmosphere turning fervent. The crowd began to roll up their sleeves, each offering their own interpretations to fill the void, some reciting their answers with excitement, while others reflected thoughtfully before speaking. As if this were a golden opportunity to showcase their own talents. The once tranquil hall transformed into a lively arena of literary competition. Only Zhao Shizi remained composed, his expression unchanged, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the bustling scene before him. He silently observed the crowd compete to fill the blank, revealing their talents, and could not help but sigh inwardly. Who could have anticipated that the mere omission of a word by Lin Beiji would stir such a commotion? Becoming the focal point of competition, this missing word, seemingly unintentional, adeptly stirred the creativity and fervor of everyone present, transforming the previously serene atmosphere of the gathering into one of spirited excitement. Zhao Shizi's gaze shifted slightly, his assessment of Lin Beiji rising another notch. This was not merely astonishing literary talent, but also a precise understanding of human nature. At this moment, Zhao Shizi began to ponder how to win over this exceptionally gifted young talent. Chapter 61. Filling the blank. Chapter 62. Winning over. Subsequently, the hall fell into another spell of silence, each person lost in their own calculations, their gazes wandering restlessly. Yet, amidst this quietude, a figure stealthily approached Lin Qingyan. It was none other than the esteemed calligrapher Wang Mashuan. Clad in a simple white robe adorned with subtle patterns, he held a jade-inlaid folding fan, exuding the refined demeanor of a scholar. However, at this moment, his demeanor seemed somewhat incongruous with his scholarly bearing. As he neared Lin Qingyan, Wang Mashuan suddenly slowed his pace, lowering his stature as if fearing to disturb those nearby. He cleared his throat softly, surveying his surroundings, and upon confirming no one was paying attention, he offered a slight smile, his tone gentle yet laced with an undeniable confidence, speaking in a hushed voice. Lin Gongzi, I, Wang, do not presume to claim the title of the world's foremost in calligraphy. Yet I consider myself among the elite of this era. This article, a masterpiece from your esteemed family, each word a pearl, its spirit unparalleled, a work destined to be renowned through the ages. However, he intentionally paused, a hint of regret crossing his features. Yet, the final word seems a tad less than satisfactory, struggling to harmonize with the overall essence of the piece. If it were to be passed down, it would likely leave a sense of incompleteness. Provoking lamentation. Wang Mashuan gently closed his fan, his expression serious yet tinged with humility. If Lin Gongzi does not mind, I would be willing to transcribe the entire piece anew, to render this work even more perfect, ensuring it resonates through the ages. This would also allow me, Wang, to make a modest contribution to mend the oversight. What does Lin Gongzi think? At this moment, the crowd finally regained their composure, realizing Wang Mashuan's true intention. His previous confident and seemingly noble words were merely a calculated ploy to seize the opportunity for personal glory and etch his name in history. How cunning of you, Wang Mashuan, to seek to monopolize the limelight in such a manner. The crowd quietly cursed within their hearts. They were acutely aware that if Wang Mashuan were to transcribe the article anew, the original work penned by Lin Beiji would, in name and substance, transform into his revised version. Though he vocally claimed to be merely supplementing the deficiencies of the celestial craft, in reality, he sought to establish his own authority in the realm of calligraphy, positioning himself as the second author of this piece, thereby carving his name into the annals of history, effectively placing himself as the corrector. The onlookers hesitated no longer. At that moment, considerations of elegance and integrity were cast aside as they surged forward. Encircling Lin Qingyan, those who had previously prided themselves on their lofty principles now wore smiles plastered across their faces, their words dripping with affability, their tones as gentle as a spring breeze. Indeed, young Master Lin is a paragon of youth and talent. The spirit of your elder brother Lin Beiji is manifest in you. I, Li Qingyun, have always taken a keen interest in poetry and prose. Today, witnessing your esteemed work, I am left breathless, Its grandeur and magnificence truly provoke deep contemplation and resonate profoundly within me. If you would not mind, I would be honored to forge a brotherly bond with you. And together we could explore the intricacies of poetry and literature, undoubtedly gaining much from such an alliance, not to mention this fortuitous encounter. To his astonishment, even Li Qingyun disregarded any semblance of pride, willingly seeking to ally himself with Lin Beiji's younger brother merely to draw closer to Lin Beiji. Observing this, the crowd cast aside any pretenses of etiquette or social rank, their faces alight with smiles as they vied for Lin Qingyun's favor. They offered overt compliments while secretly calculating their own gains. If they could leverage their connection with Lin Qingyun to approach Lin Beiji, it seemed as though Lin Qingyun had transformed into a coveted opportunity, a means to etch their names into the pages of history. At that moment, only Su Huaizhong stood isolated, surrounded by indifference, all eyes fixated on Lin Qingyun. In that instant, an unprecedented sense of humiliation and powerlessness surged within him. Watching as everyone flocked to Lin Qingyun, eager to forge a connection with Lin Beiji through him, the intense feelings of resentment and shame within Su Huaizhong remained unexpressed. As he exited, he encountered his sister, Su Qiyun, who had been waiting outside. Standing at the entrance, her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at him. "You useless elder brother! You have brought disgrace upon our Su family." Su Qiyun spoke with barely concealed anger. "Did you not swear to bring glory to the Su family this time, to utterly humiliate Lin Qingyun? What has become of you? In the end, you have turned into a laughingstock. Who will still hold you in esteem?" Each word pierced Su Huaizhong's heart like a needle, leaving him speechless. Shame and anger reached their peak. "You." He inhaled deeply, his voice low and hoarse. "Do you think I desired this? Do you think I do not wish to bring honor to the Su family?" Su Huaizhong clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury, the pent-up rage finally erupting like a flood. Who could have anticipated that Lin Beiji could truly compose such an article? I prepared with utmost diligence, only to be thoroughly humiliated by his single work, turning our esteemed Su family into a laughingstock. Su Qiyun let out a cold laugh, her eyes glinting with a hint of malice. "You intend to let him off so easily? He has publicly shamed you, stripped our Su family of its dignity, and you remain silent? Are you truly content with that?" Her voice gradually lowered, her gaze brimming with restless anger, particularly towards that lowly woman named Lin Qingdai. Who dared to look at her with such disdain? How could someone of her lowly status disregard her? You stand idly by while they bask in triumph. Her tone grew increasingly aggressive, her face etched with fury. You do not seek vengeance for yourself? But will you not avenge the Su family? Shall we merely allow them to insult us, to tread upon our heads? You owe me an explanation and a chance to vent my anger. The once formidable Su Huaizhong now resembled a deflated balloon, exhaling a long sigh, his expression laden with fatigue and helplessness. He spoke slowly. "Enough, sister. Now that Lin Beiji has released such an article, a talent of his caliber, how many would wish to court his favor? Though the Su family wields power, it would be unwise to forge enmity with so many influential figures over such a trivial matter." Upon hearing this, Su Qiyun frowned, her face a mask of anger and disdain. She coldly smiled, her voice icy and resolute. "How could I have such a cowardly elder brother? If you are afraid, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Today, he has brought shame to our Su family. How can we let this go? If we do not make him taste the consequences, we shall become the subjects of ridicule." Chapter 63. A stealthy escape. Having said this, Su Qiyun disregarded her brother's admonitions and turned on her heel, striding away. Meanwhile, the throng in the hall continued to crowd around Lin Qingyun, as if he were the moon surrounded by stars. However, beneath the surface, rivalries brewed, each vying for attention. Noticing the atmosphere escalating beyond control, Lin Qingyun sighed inwardly, realizing that remaining any longer would serve no purpose but to increase the turmoil. He scanned the surroundings, and seizing the moment amidst the crowd's clashes, he discreetly slipped away, taking his sister Lin Daihe by the hand, and swiftly retreated toward the exit, quietly escaping the hall. Once outside, a refreshing breeze brushed against him, and Lin Qingyun felt a weight lift from his chest. He glanced back at the hall, the cacophony still faintly audible, and could not help but admire his elder brother more. Reflecting on his brother's early departure, He began to comprehend the depth of his brother's foresight. Just his presence had resulted in such chaos. Had his brother been there, the situation would likely have spiraled even further out of control. As the discussions raged within the hall, someone called out, "Everyone, please cease your quarrels. Where has young Master Lin gone?" With that, the crowd seemed to awaken from a stupor, glancing around, suddenly realizing that Lin Qingyan had quietly slipped away without their notice. A moment of shock ensued, and they felt a void in their hearts. The arguments that had once seemed so vital now appeared utterly meaningless. As consciousness returned, they recognized that their disputes had merely made them subjects of mockery. And the atmosphere turned awkwardly tense, suffused with embarrassment and shame. This exemplified a common human trait. The more fiercely individuals compete for something, the more likely they are to incite imitation and follow suit, resulting in the notorious herd behavior. Those who prided themselves on being gentlemen now found themselves bickering like vulgar brutes, their faces flushed with shame, their hearts filled with regret. Such disgraceful conduct surely undermined their dignity as cultured individuals. The women hidden behind the screens watched in astonishment as these young talents displayed such unbecoming behavior, unable to suppress their laughter, leaving everyone at a loss for how to conclude the scene. Meanwhile, on Lin Beiji's side, "Oh, Qingyan, Daihe, you have finally emerged." Standing beside the carriage, Lin Beiji, having grown somewhat impatient, spoke with a tone laced with levity and mockery. "What is this? The atmosphere within was so lively. Did you not wish to linger a while longer?" Upon seeing his elder brother, Lin Qingyan felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face breaking into a relaxed smile. "Elder brother, you left too soon. You missed the sight of Su Huizhang's dismal expression." At that moment, he looked as though he had lost all hope. Lin Daihe stood beside him, stifling a giggle, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "Elder brother, you possess such talent, yet you never reveal a hint of it to me or the second brother. You have led us to believe you truly lack both literary and martial prowess. Daihe, you misunderstand. Elder brother embodies the principle of hidden talents. A true gentleman operates discreetly, never revealing his brilliance too readily." Lin Beiji smiled slightly at this, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "I have always been low-key, never one to flaunt my abilities. Yet, when the moment calls for it, it is impossible not to step forward." He feigned a deep sigh, though his pride shone through. Suddenly, Lin Qingyan appeared to connect the dots, his expression darkening with dissatisfaction. He furrowed his brow, speaking with a hint of reproach. "Elder brother, did you not promise to be the green foliage complementing my red flower? How is it that in the end, you have stolen the spotlight?" Lin Beiji paused, momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly scratched his head, clearing his throat to change the subject. "All right, enough of this. Let us depart swiftly, lest that crowd emerges and entangles us further." Thus, the three of them bantered and laughed as they boarded the carriage. By the way, elder brother, will our abrupt departure not embarrass those influential figures? Especially young Master Zhao, since he personally extended the invitation for this banquet. Lin Qingyan questioned with a hint of concern in his gaze. Yet Lin Beiji remained nonchalant, casually dismissing the worry. "What is there to fear? Even if the emperor himself were present, I would still show no deference." With a scornful smile, Lin Beiji's gaze was cold and resolute, as if he had long seen through the hypocrisy and shallowness of these aristocrats. These literary elites paraded around as if they were well-versed scholars, yet in truth, they lacked any genuine talent or learning, merely putting on a fade, utterly absurd as for the emperor of the Zhao Wu kingdom. He was likely nothing more than an utter fool. Upon hearing the elder brother's words, Lin Qingyan was both awed by his imposing demeanor and astonished at his audacity to speak so candidly, even daring to pass judgment on the emperor himself. Lin Qingyan quickly interjected in a hushed tone, "Elder brother, please lower your voice. Although we are not in the capital, we are not without ears and eyes here. If others were to hear such reckless remarks about the sovereign, our family could very well lose our heads." At that moment, Lin Beiji's lips curved into a subtle smile, his eyes glimmering with a playful light. His usual lack of formality in speech seemed particularly casual at this moment. He replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. If I were to call the emperor a fool, the worst that could happen is we'd be sentenced to 22 years in prison." Both Lin Qingyan and Lin Daihe were taken aback, puzzled by his statement. Lin Qingyan couldn't help but frown. 22 years? What do you mean by that? Lin Beiji chuckled. 2 years for insulting the emperor. And the remaining 20 for leaking the secrets of the Zhao kingdom. He paused deliberately, a mischievous smile crossing his face. Lin Qingyan and Lin Daihe exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Thus, their laughter occasionally echoed from the carriage, like a gentle breeze, filling the cabin with a sense of ease and joy. Lin Qingyan and Lin Daihe smiled at each other, as if, at that moment, they truly understood their elder brother. He was not only exceptionally talented but also vastly different from those rigid literary figures, possessing a rare blend of nonchalance and humor. His brilliance was not merely confined to the written word but was vibrantly alive in his actions and speech. Fluid and witty, unbound by conventions or traditional decorum. Just as the three siblings were engaged in their light-hearted banter within the carriage, suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. They immediately sensed something was amiss and exchanged glances. Lin Qingyan was the first to pull back the curtain and peer out, only to feel a tightening in his chest at the sight before him. A four-wheeled carriage was blocking their path. Chapter 64. The roadblock. The coachman, perplexed, quickly cracked his whip, attempting to maneuver around the obstruction. However, before they could even move a few paces, several imposing henchmen clad in agile attire leapt out from both sides. Their movements swift as eagles, effectively sealing off their escape route. The situation was evidently unusual. "Get out of the carriage," commanded the leading henchman, his tone cold and his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding an unmistakable air of hostility. The three siblings exchanged glances, their hearts filled with trepidation, yet they still alighted from the carriage with measured steps as soon as their feet touched the ground. 5 henchmen had encircled them, their hands resting on their sword hilts, their expressions grim, clearly indicating that their intentions were far from benign. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Qingyan stepped forward, his voice ringing with authority. Laced with indignation, "This is the Yang Zhao mansion, under the sovereign's rule. How dare you act so audaciously?" Yet, rather than tempering the henchman's demeanor, his words elicited a chorus of derisive laughter. The burly men displayed a disdainful attitude, completely disregarding Lin Qingyan's warning. Lin Qingyan and Lin Beiji exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively positioning Lin Daihe behind them, their stances firm and resolute, clearly unwilling to yield even an inch. The atmosphere was tense, charged like a winter's frost-laden night, with neither side willing to make the first move, resulting in a stalemate. Just then, the curtain of the luxurious carriage opposite them was lifted, and a figure descended. Supported by several maidens, it was Su Qiyun. "Miss Su, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Qingyan's expression darkened, his voice tinged with suppressed fury. "I in broad daylight. You resort to using your servants to obstruct our carriage? If word of this spreads, wouldn't it suggest that your Su family is abusing its power and disregarding propriety?" As he spoke, his gaze bore into Su Qiyun, not concealing his discontent. His voice, though low, was sharp and pointed, directly addressing her stance and intent. "You've insulted our Su family's dignity and expect to walk away unscathed. Do you truly think us so easily bullied? Today, you shall learn the consequences of provoking the Su family." Su Qiyun's lips curled into a faint, icy smile, her tone frosty as she fixed her almond-shaped eyes on Lin Beiji and the others, her words laced with barbs, clearly unwilling to back down. At this moment, Lin Daihe, usually mild-mannered, responded with measured confidence. "Sister Su, your words misrepresent the truth. Literary merit should be based on genuine talent and skill. The contest for supremacy relies on true scholarly prowess. If your household truly possessed superior talent, how could it allow others to overshadow you? Furthermore, since Master Su has yet to pursue the matter, why do you feel the need to defend your brother so hastily? This seems rather perplexing. Such behavior not only fails to restore your family's honor, but may also invite ridicule from outsiders, casting doubt upon your composure. If this were to spread, it would not only tarnish the Su family's reputation, but also jeopardize your own standing." This reasoned discourse left Su Qiyun momentarily speechless, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. Although she recognized the validity of Lin Daihe's points, she was unwilling to show weakness, forcing a calm facade. She sneered, "Lin's sister, you've underestimated me. Just moments ago, in front of others, you appeared so gentle and demure, as if a delicate flower deserving of pity, yet everyone praises you for your understanding and decorum. Now that we are alone, you reveal this sharp tongue. Ah, It seems this fragile facade is merely a well-crafted act. If you have grievances, direct them towards me and my elder brother. Why take it out on my younger sister? She is not one to quarrel with others. Your aggressive stance is rather excessive. At this point, Lin Qingyan stepped forward, his tone resolute, his gaze cold, subtly revealing his indignation. Yet, the henchmen before them were evidently not ordinary foes. Judging by their imposing presence, it was clear they were all at least first-tier sorcerers, robust and ready to unleash their magical prowess at any moment. Looking at their own side, while both Lin Qingyan and Lin Beiji were first-tier sorcerers, Lin Qingyan practiced supportive magic, while Lin Beiji specialized in defensive spells, lacking any offensive capabilities, and they also had to consider Lin Daihe. Acting rashly at this moment would likely worsen their situation, leaving them at a disadvantage. Lin Beiji raised a hand to stop Lin Qingyan, gently shaking his head as a sign to refrain from rash actions. He then turned his gaze towards Su Qiyun. Speaking with calm yet pointed clarity, Miss Su, do not forget the regulations of the Citian Bureau, which prohibit the offspring of officials from engaging in private conflicts using sorcery. If this matter escalates to the Citian Bureau, your Su family would also find it difficult to extricate itself. Are you truly willing to risk imprisonment over such a trivial dispute? Upon hearing this, the henchmen erupted into laughter, their derision palpable. The burly leader stepped forward, a mocking glint in his eye, and boomed, "Kid, we don't need sorcery to deal with two bookworms like you. Let me tell you, just my physical prowess is enough to teach you a lesson about the world. Don't think that just because your father is the current deputy censor, you can act with impunity." Lin Qingyan's eyes flashed with anger and defiance as he attempted to reason with them. "Young Master Lin, you mustn't misunderstand. Earlier at the banquet, I lost my golden-laid jade hairpin, and I suspect your sister Lin Daihe has taken it. After all, among the families present, yours is the poorest, so it stands to reason that you might covet such a valuable item. To concoct a charge, one need not lack a pretext. You are merely seeking a justification for your baseless accusations, should what you claim be true, and the item not in my sister's possession. Then what will you do? Then we must search to find out. Hand over Lin Daihe so we can search her, and if nothing is found, we shall let you go." "Such arrogance," Lin Beiji bellowed. Unable to contain his fury any longer in ancient times, a woman's honor was paramount. To have a group of men forcibly search her would not only ruin her reputation but would leave her with no face to stand in society thereafter. Such an affront was simply unforgivable. "You will not have the authority to do so," Su Qiyun sneered, a cold glimmer flashing in her eyes as she called out, "Song Tiniu, at your service." The surrounding henchmen stepped back in unison. Clearing a path, a towering figure emerged from the crowd, resembling a ferocious lion. His broad shoulders were like iron, muscles rippling beneath his skin, and the scars etched upon his bare arms bore witness to countless battles. His face was rugged, his features seemingly hewn from stone, and beneath his thick brows, his fierce eyes locked onto Lin Beiji and the others like a predator fixating on its prey. Song Tiniu slightly bowed. His voice low and thunderous, "Miss, what are your orders?" Chapter 65. The bet he stood there, exuding an overwhelming presence, as if the very air around them had grown heavier, although the henchmen had withdrawn. A palpable sense of trepidation lingered in the air, indicating that Song Tiniu was not merely the leader of the group, but a formidable force to be reckoned with. Renowned among the household servants, Song Tiniu was a figure of great repute. Though merely a mid-tier sorcerer, his combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers. It was said that he had trained in martial arts from a young age, under the tutelage of a reclusive master known as the Iron-Boned Sage, famed for his unconventional techniques. Under rigorous training, Song Tiniu honed his physique through relentless practice, day after day, utilizing iron sand to toughen his hands and heavy stones to build his strength, ultimately achieving an invulnerable state against blades and arrows. His strength is terrifying, akin to that of a primordial beast. It is said that he once single-handedly killed an enraged armored beast, whose hide was as tough as iron. Yet he managed to crush its ribcage to smithereens. Song Tiniu's reputation stems not only from his rigorous training, but also from his blood-soaked experiences in the arena of life and death. He once stormed into the deadly ring to avenge his family's blood debt, battling 17 times in a single day, facing ruthless killers who reveled in bloodshed. Despite sustaining multiple wounds and being drenched in blood, he persevered with his last breath, ultimately defeating all his opponents and claiming the title of one with a copper body and iron bones. It is rumored that in his final battle, he shattered a steel blade and sent his adversary flying several feet away with nothing but his bare fists, rendering them unconscious on the spot. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. Su Qiyun sneered, her eyes laced with disdain. If you can survive Song Tinia's challenge, I shall cease my pursuit of the matter regarding the golden-laid jade hairpin and immediately allow you to leave. Though her words seemed fair, they were laced with treachery. On the surface, she appeared to offer the Lin brothers a way out, yet she secretly harbored deadly intentions. This seemingly generous proposal was, in reality, a means to provide Song Tiniu with a legitimate reason to strike. She knew full well that the brothers could not stand idly by, nor could they bear to witness their sister being humiliated. Thus, regardless of the outcome, Song Tiniu could openly teach them a harsh lesson, or even make them pay a grievous price for today's affront. Su Qiyun's mind was a fortress of cunning, yet she maintained an air of composure and grace. As if dispensing pity to it seems this battle is ultimately unavoidable, Lin Beiji said slowly, his gaze piercing, his tone heavy. Brother, given Song Tiniu's strength, I fear 10 of us combined would not be his match. What shall we do? Lin Qingyan's brow furrowed, his voice tinged with concern. Lin Beiji gently patted Lin Qingyan's shoulder, reassuringly stating, Do not worry, if the sky were to fall, I shall bear it for you. He then turned, addressing Su Qiyun with a commanding voice, Miss Su, since you have stated it thus, do not go back on your word. His tone was calm, yet it exuded a resolute force. Lin Qingyan felt a surge of emotion and, without hesitation, stood beside him, asserting, Brother, I stand with you. At that moment, Lin Daihe grasped her brother's sleeves, tears brimming in her eyes as she choked out, Eldest brother, second brother, you need not risk your lives for me. If she insists on searching me, let her do so. I do not wish for you to come to harm. However, Lin Beiji waved his hand, his expression calm yet steadfast. Qingyan, you protect Daihe. I shall handle the rest. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Song Tiniu, the atmosphere suddenly thickening with tension. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he spoke in a low voice, I shall be your opponent. Lin Qingyan shot a deep glance at his elder brother, worry and reluctance evident in his eyes. Yet, he ultimately chose to trust his brother, gently pulling Lin Daihe back a few steps, whispering, Brother, do take care. He understood that at this moment, words were futile, since his brother had made a decision. All he could do was trust. Over time, his brother had provided him with countless shocks. He knew that his brother would never act without assurance. This trust was the sole strength that kept him composed in this dire moment. Lin Daihe clung tightly to Lin Qingyan's sleeve, her eyes glistening with tears, filled with guilt and unease. Yet she could only stand by and silently pray for her brother's safety. Seeing the young scholar before him, unyielding in the face of his formidable presence, Song Tiniu couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement. He had encountered all sorts of people, but never had he faced a youth who showed no fear. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Clearly, this lad had never experienced a true beating and was unaware of the bloody lessons that awaited him. Song Tiniu flexed his muscles, a smirk creeping onto his otherwise stoic face. The attendants around him were visibly excited, anticipating the unfolding spectacle, their faces lit with eager expectation, as if they could already envision the imminent drama. Boss, crush him, one shouted. Ha, I bet he won't last 3 moves. Shall we place a wager? Another chimed in, dripping with contempt. With a build like his, he likely can't withstand even a single punch from the boss. I wager he won't last a move. The attendants buzzed with excitement, some even pulling out small silver coins, turning the scene into a raucous betting frenzy. Unexpectedly, Lin Beiji interjected, Oh, such excitement. Might I join in as well? Before the crowd could recover from their surprise, Lin Beiji had produced several pieces of silver from his sleeve, tossing them into the air where they arced beautifully before landing squarely in the betting pool with a resounding clink. That I bet on my own victory, Lin Beiji declared, his tone steady yet imbued with certainty. At this proclamation, the surrounding attendants paused in shock before erupting into laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke in the world. They jostled one another, their faces painted with mockery, their laughter unrestrained and dripping with disdain. I asked this lad mad. Does he truly believe he can triumph over the boss? He is merely feeding us silver. They guffawed. despite their jeers, they collected Lin Beiji's wager, grinning as if they had struck gold. Yet, before the laughter could fully dissipate, all eyes turned to Song Tiniu, whose face had darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife. Fixed intently on Lin Bei's it was evident that this seemingly frail scholar's audacity to belittle him ignited a fire of fury within him. Such an arrogant little brat, Song Tiniu bellowed, his voice like thunder, silencing the crowd. He struggled to suppress his rage, respecting Su Chiyun's presence, yet his tone betrayed his murderous intent. Clenching his fists and flexing his powerful muscles, he coldly commanded, "Get ready and come over to meet your demise." Lin Beiji once more stood before the formidable man, their physical disparity striking. Song Tiniu towered at nearly 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered, his muscles coiling like dragons, exuding an overwhelming pressure. In contrast, Lin Beiji, though tall and upright, was slender and delicate, akin to a bamboo swaying in the wind. Resilient yet fragile, Lin Qingyan and Lin Daihe exchanged anxious glances, but seeing their elder brother's unwavering confidence, they hoped he had a plan. Meanwhile, Su Chiyun had already crossed her arms, eagerly awaiting the spectacle alongside her entourage, envisioning Lin Beiji being easily toppled by Song Tiniu, left in a pitiful state. At that moment, Lin Beiji's gaze remained steady, outwardly calm, yet internally he meticulously observed the imposing figure before him. He focused on Song Tiniu's hands, noting the calluses on his palms, particularly the left hand, where the calluses were notably thicker, especially around the thumb and knuckles, indicative of years spent wielding weapons or tools. In contrast, while the right hand was also strong, it lacked the roughness of the left and exhibited less flexibility, suggesting a deficiency in both power and agility. This subtle difference led Lin Beiji to a swift conclusion. This man was left-handed, relying more on his left side for attacks. Furthermore, he observed that Song Tiniu's stance was slightly askew, his weight favoring his left foot, confirming his earlier suspicion that his dominant side would dictate his offensive approach. Though the brute's movements appeared casual, his right shoulder leaned slightly forward, and his left arm occasionally stretched, all signs that he was preparing to unleash a powerful assault with either his left fist or elbow. Lin Beiji rapidly synthesized these observations, envisioning a clear scenario. The opponent would likely initiate with a swift left jab, followed by a powerful strike, culminating in a left elbow attack for a series of relentless blows. While this strategy might be effective against an ordinary opponent, once exposed, it could become a glaring weakness. With a cold snort, Song Tiniu lunged forward, his left foot crashing down with a cloud of dust. He roared, his left fist striking like thunder towards Lin Beiji's chest, the force of the punch palpable. Yet, Lin Beiji remained unmoved, his eyes sharp as a hawk, seemingly unfazed. As the fist neared its target, Lin Beiji deftly sidestepped to the right, narrowly avoiding the probing strike. True to expectation, after his left punch met air, Song Tiniu pivoted, raising his right fist to strike, but the force was lacking, and the speed was noticeably slow, merely a feint. Almost instantaneously, his left elbow swept in as Lin Beiji had predicted, carrying a fierce gust of wind. "Just as I thought," Lin Beiji silently exclaimed. Already prepared, he spun away, his movements fluid and seamless, narrowly evading the barrage of attacks. In that instant, he realized that Song Tiniu's shift in weight had created a fleeting vulnerability, and with a gentle push of his right hand, he unexpectedly caused Song Tiniu to stumble slightly. At this moment, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. The fact that Lin Beiji could gain the upper hand under the formidable Song Tiniu left those who had initially wagered that Lin Beiji would not last even a single round in a state of palpable discomfort. Their hearts seethed with indignation, yet they dared not direct their ire towards Song Tiniu, choosing instead to vent their frustrations upon Lin Beiji, muttering curses about his sheer luck, their words laced with bitterness. Nevertheless, amidst the onlookers, no one truly believed that Lin Beiji could rival Song Tiniu. Most simply thought that Song Tiniu had been overly complacent in the earlier exchange. However, the expression on Song Tiniu's face darkened considerably. As a robust man of stature, it was a severe blow to his pride to be outmaneuvered by a seemingly frail scholar in front of so many witnesses. He snorted coldly, a flicker of rage flashing in his eyes, and growled, "You've shown some cleverness, but let us see how long you can hold out." Without waiting for a response, he lunged forward, resembling a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, bearing down on Lin Beiji with tremendous force. This time, Song Tinyu's assault was even more ferocious than before, his speed astonishing, the wind from his fists howling as if it sought to tear the very air apart. Yet, Lin Beiji remained composed. He had anticipated that his opponent, having lost face, would allow his anger to eclipse his rationality. Thus, he deftly sidestepped, his movements as graceful as a swan, narrowly evading Song Tinyu's attack, out of the corner of his eye. He noted how Song Tinyu's right shoulder shifted slightly forward, and a thought sparked within him. The next move would be a right punch, followed swiftly by a left roundhouse kick. I see through your intentions. After observing Song Tinyu's previous strikes, Lin Beiji felt he had deciphered all his moves. As expected, after Song Tinyu's right punch missed, he quickly pivoted on his waist, his left leg sweeping in like a whip, carrying a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Lin Beiji's midsection. Lin Beiji had anticipated this as well, bracing himself with both arms, prepared to absorb the blow. However, the force behind this roundhouse kick was far beyond his expectations. Confidently, he met the strike head-on, still contemplating how he would counterattack after this hit. But with a resounding thud, akin to a hammer striking granite, the tremendous impact surged through his arms and into his entire body, causing him to emit a muffled grunt as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him. The crowd erupted in fervent applause upon witnessing Lin Beiji finally struck by Song Tinyu's fierce kick. However, amidst the cheers, Lin Qingyan and Lin Daihe turned ashen, their hearts plummeting into despair. "Elder brother," they cried in unison, eager to rush to his aid, only to be restrained by the surrounding entourage at that moment. Lin Beiji slowly rose to his feet, his arms trembling slightly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, which he wiped away, his gaze devoid of any sign of retreat. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, "I didn't anticipate such overwhelming force. It was my oversight." Thankfully, it's only 2 broken ribs. Upon witnessing Lin Beiji rise, the tension in Lin Qingyan and Lin Daihe's hearts eased slightly, though their expressions remained fraught with anxiety and concern as the situation was still dire. Chapter 67. Defeat. Seeing Lin Beiji manage to stand, Song Tinyu was momentarily taken aback, only to be replaced by a mocking smile. He spoke slowly, an edge of derision in his tone. "Oh, you look so frail, yet you still managed to rise after such a blow." Continuing his taunts, he added, "If you kneel now and bow to me, I might just show you mercy and spare your life." Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Su Qiyun could not help but join in, her tone leisurely. "What happened to that confident demeanor you displayed at the banquet? How did you end up in such a pitiful state?" Lin Beiji offered no further words. In the face of Song Tinyu's disdainful gaze and the crowd's ridicule, he remained unaffected, his expression as tranquil as still water. He advanced slowly, his focus unwavering, perceiving his opponent as the singular entity in his world. At that moment, memories of Sherlock Holmes, whom he had often read about before his journey through time, flooded his mind. Along with the captivating methodology, to regard the opponent as a figment of his imagination, engaging in combat as if it were tangible. Naturally, the more details he grasped about the adversary, the closer the enactment would align with reality. Thus, the deduction commenced. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corners of Lin Beiji's lips as an illusory figure of Song Tinyu formed within his mind, swiftly establishing a framework for combat. First, he needed to distract his opponent. He would exploit the gaps in Song Tinyu's defense to launch an attack, creating diversions to disrupt his rhythm. Next, he would initiate a probing left hook to gauge his reaction. But this would merely be a feint. The true objective was to provoke him into a full-powered strike, allowing for a counterattack when he was fatigued. He would block Song Tinyu's left punch with his right elbow, simultaneously using his left fist to strike at his body to destabilize him. Then he would parry his right punch and deliver a direct blow to the chin with his left fist. Following this, he would concentrate his assault on the right cheekbone, shattering it, thus weakening his opponent's capacity to withstand further blows. Taking advantage of his opponent's unsteady footing, he would then deliver a heavy punch to the ribs, ensuring that Song Tinyu could no longer maintain his stance. When Song Tinyu found himself unable to retaliate, Lin Beiji would strike his abdomen with a ferocious blow, crippling his internal organs, and finally conclude with a knee to his diaphragm, rendering him utterly defenseless. The predicted outcome. The opponent would suffer from relentless ringing in his ears, a dislocated jaw, 3 fractured ribs, massive internal bleeding from the diaphragm, and the complete collapse of fighting spirit. Recovery of the body would require 6 weeks, while psychological healing would take at least half a year. The ability to mock, permanently lost. With the tactical simulation complete, Lin Beiji inhaled deeply, the scenes in his mind seamlessly blending with reality. Without hesitation, he produced a pristine handkerchief from his pocket, giving it a swift shake before accurately tossing it towards Song Tinyu's face. Caught off guard by such a maneuver, Song Tinyu found his vision suddenly obscured. His movements freezing momentarily. Ugh! Reacting instinctively, Song Tinyu raised his hand to swat away the handkerchief, but his response was a beat too slow. In that fleeting second, Lin Beiji seized the initiative, with his sight hindered. The surrounding chaos blurred, and in a state of panic, Song Tinyu began to flail wildly, attempting to overpower his opponent through sheer strength. The moment had arrived. Lin Beiji, composed as ever, locked onto the trajectory of Song Tinyu's punches with keen precision. He raised his right hand, confidently blocking the incoming left punch, while shifting his feet and leaning slightly to evade any subsequent attacks. In that brief instant, Lin Beiji retaliated with a left hook, striking swiftly and accurately at Song Tinyu's right cheek. The impact was akin to a hammer falling, the sharp sound of their collision reverberating through the air. Taken by surprise, Song Tinyu let out a muffled grunt, his head snapping to the side. However, this strike was not Lin Beiji's true aim. It was merely a clever feint, designed to further dismantle his opponent's defenses. As Song Tinyu staggered from the blow, Lin Beiji closed the distance, launching his next strike. With a sudden, powerful motion, he clapped both hands against Song Tinyu's ears, a thunderous attack. The force of both strikes resonated against the eardrums, sending Song Tinyu into a whirlwind of disorientation. As if engulfed by a tidal wave, the world around him becoming a cacophony of buzzing sounds, his center of gravity once again compromised. As Lin Beiji had anticipated, in his confusion, Song Tinyu swung wildly in a desperate attempt to retaliate. His movements appeared fierce, but the excessive force left him open to counterattack. With a sharp gaze, Lin Beiji positioned his left elbow like a shield against Song Tinyu's powerful punches, while his right fist struck like lightning, crashing into Song Tinyu's chest. The blow carried tremendous weight, sending a resounding thud through Song Tinyu's torso, forcing him to stagger back, his breath becoming rapid and erratic. Lin Beiji offered no respite. He quickly retracted his right hand, launching his left fist once more with blinding speed towards Song Tinyu's chin. With a clear crack, Song Tinyu's jaw dislocated on impact, his expression freezing in shock. At this juncture, he was on the brink of collapse, teetering dangerously. Exploiting his opponent's instability, Lin Beiji unleashed another left punch, aimed squarely at Song Tinyu's right cheekbone. The fist struck with precision, shattering the bone, blood streaming down Song Tinyu's face. Before his scream could escape, Lin Beiji's right fist followed swiftly, crashing into his ribs. The resounding crack of breaking bones echoed throughout the arena, at least 3 ribs fracturing under the force. At this point, Song Tinyu could no longer support his weight, instinctively clutching his abdomen in a futile attempt to shield himself. Yet Lin Beiji's onslaught was relentless, his left fist delivering a thunderous blow to Song Tinyu's stomach. The impact sank deep, inflicting excruciating pain as Song Tinyu's body curled inward, almost unable to emit a sound. Lin Beiji's gaze was cold as ice, devoid of mercy. He bent his knees slightly, harnessing his strength to propel himself towards Song Tinyu, crashing his knee into the diaphragm. The immense force compelled Song Tinyu to spit out a mouthful of blood, sending him careening backward like a marionette with severed strings, before he hit the ground. Lin Beiji pivoted, delivering a sweeping kick that landed squarely on Song Tinyu's chest, propelling him like a sandbag across the arena. All of this transpired within a mere 5 seconds, as Song Tinyu crashed to the ground like a marionette whose strings had been cut. Silence enveloped the arena. The spectators appeared as if they had been struck by a spell, their expressions frozen in shock and terror, their eyes wide, unable to adjust to the turn of events. From derision and disdain to astonishment and fear, their faces were etched in a tableau of emotions, vivid yet rigid as stone carvings. Lin Beiji slowly retracted his fist, straightened his posture, and surveyed his surroundings. His gaze swept over the attendants who were still in shock, and a faint smile graced his lips, imbued with a subtle air of composure. He walked directly towards the few attendants who had placed their bets. Bending down to pick up the scattered silver coins from the ground one by one, his movements unhurried and deliberate. The coins chimed melodiously in his hands, the crisp sound piercing through the oppressive silence of the air. "Well then, I shall accept these," he declared. Chapter 68. The young monk had already sensed something amiss. It had been sunny just moments ago, yet now ominous clouds loomed overhead, and an eerie atmosphere hung in the air. He murmured a Buddhist chant under his breath, and as he gently shook his alms bowl, a faint, haunting call resonated through the forest. "Help me! Who can come to my rescue?" The voice floated ethereally, like a delicate thread, softly entwining around the monk's ears. Furrowing his brow, the young monk peered through the shadows of the trees toward the source of the sound, where, amidst the dense foliage, a graceful figure swayed, seemingly ensnared by some unseen force. "Save me!" the voice cried again, imbued with an irresistible allure that beckoned the monk closer. "Benefactor?" he inquired softly, his tone steady yet laced with caution. The mist in the forest thickened, and the enchanting figure gradually came into focus. A woman clad in elegant, sheer fabric leaned against an ancient, sturdy tree, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, with a few strands brushing her cheek, adding to her allure and frailty. Her garment was slightly ajar, revealing a collarbone as white as jade, and her skin shimmered beneath the veil of fabric, exuding a lustrous glow. Her arms were tightly bound by thick vines, rendering her unable to break free, and her wrists bore faint red marks from her struggles. The tendrils, as if animated, coiled around her slender waist and snaked down her legs, firmly constraining her movements. Her knees were slightly bent, exposing her calves, which were as pale as freshly fallen snow. However, a long gash marred her right leg, blood trickling down her skin and pooling onto the moss-covered stones below. She bowed her head, her features exquisite yet tinged with sorrow and helplessness. Her red lips parted slightly, emitting barely audible whispers as if pleading for aid. The glimmer of tears in her eyes rendered her even more captivating, evoking a sense of tender melancholy and sensuality, reminiscent of a wilting rose, compelling one to reach out and save her. Upon noticing the young monk's arrival, hope flickered in her watery gaze, and her voice carried a note of urgency and grievance. "Little master, I beseech you, please save me." The young monk, without hesitation, began to sever the unyielding vines one by one, ultimately freeing the woman from her entrapment. She trembled slightly as she leaned against his arm, softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, little master, for your rescue. I had come to the mountains to gather herbs, but as I passed through this place, I slipped and fell into this tangled thicket. The more I struggled, the deeper I became ensnared, leaving me utterly helpless. Had I not encountered you, I fear I would have perished here." The monk nodded, helping her to sit down. He reached into his sleeve and retrieved a small pouch of medicinal powder, his movements gentle as he slowly offered it to the woman, saying softly, "This is hemostatic herb. It can temporarily halt the bleeding. Once I escort you up the mountain, we can seek proper treatment to ensure your well-being." The woman accepted the powder, her lips parting slightly, yet she did not use it immediately. The smile graced her face, the sound of her laughter like silver bells, yet imbued with an indescribable, bewitching charm that floated into the monk's ears. Stirring his heart, "Little master," she said, her voice low and tender, like cool autumn waters, "could you assist me in tending to my wound?" Her tone held an unmistakable hint of vulnerability and pleading, as if any refusal would leave her deeply disheartened. She inched closer, her smile becoming increasingly alluring, her slender fingers unconsciously brushing against her neck, resembling a flower poised to bloom, enchanting enough to draw one in, making it difficult to resist. The monk was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze, reciting a Buddhist chant to suppress the peculiar stirrings within him. However, he remained oblivious to the deepening allure in the woman's eyes, which glimmered with an indescribable temptation. "Little master, you are truly handsome. Do all monks possess such striking features?" she inquired softly, her fingers inadvertently grazing his arm, the touch as light as a feather, sending ripples through his heart. The monk frowned slightly, withdrawing his hand gently and calmly replied, Benefactor, please exercise restraint. To his words, a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes, yet she maintained her soft tone. Master, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? Just as the monk prepared to rise, the mist around them thickened, rendering visibility nearly impossible, and the woman's figure became increasingly indistinct. An unusual fragrance permeated the air, sweet and cloying, clouding the mind. Benefactor? The monk attempted to stand, but felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. His legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall, and sensing something was amiss, he immediately began to chant. Yet, the fragrance seemed to possess a life of its own, invading his nostrils and gradually eroding his will. The woman's voice echoed again, now even more melodious and enticing. Master, why resist so? Why not let go of your vows and savor this moment? The monk's mind jolted, struggling to maintain focus. Amitabha, benefactor, I am but a humble monk and cannot indulge in such temptations. Before he could finish speaking, the woman suddenly appeared before him, her smile enchanting, her gaze like silk. Her beauty had intensified, her skin radiant as jade, her lips fiery red, exuding an irresistible allure. Master, why must you be so cold-hearted? She murmured, inching closer, her delicate hand lifted as if to caress his cheek. Her eyes grew increasingly dreamy and greedy, and he found his hands instinctively wrapping around her slender waist. At that moment, his cheeks flushed crimson, his breath quickening, as the scene before him transformed peculiarly. The lush green forest faded into a bed of soft, fragrant petals, the air thick with a dreamy, intoxicating aroma. They fell slowly onto the flower-laden bed, and the woman smiled sweetly, her gaze like water, fixated on the monk. She softly asked, Little master, do you know if there is a temple of tranquility upon this mountain? The monk, entranced, nodded foolishly, utterly devoid of reason, exclaiming, Why is there a fierce beast imprisoned within that temple? The woman's voice was a gentle whisper, laced with curiosity. Her fingers glided over the monk's cheek, seemingly intent on ensnaring his very soul. Yest is an ancient ferocious beast. The monk's gaze dulled. His lips trembled involuntarily as he spoke, a faint, foolish smile creeping onto his face, mingled with an uncontainable excitement and intoxication. Thank you, little master. The woman parted her crimson lips, her breath carrying an eerie sweetness. She leaned closer, her eyes flashing with a chilling light, and gently kissed him. Chapter 70. The rabbit and the ox. At the moment their lips met, a warm sensation enveloped the monk's heart, akin to a gentle stream thawing in the spring sun. The fragrance, reminiscent of orchids and musk, carried a mesmerizing sweetness that seemed to penetrate the very marrow of his being. For a fleeting moment, he was entranced, as if the entire world had come to a standstill, leaving only the sound of his own heartbeat, heavy and rhythmic, echoing in his ears. He closed his eyes, inexplicably wishing to remain lost in this moment forever. The woman exhaled softly, her breath akin to morning dew mingling with a gentle breeze, caressing his face and enveloping him in a warm, dreamlike embrace. She tilted her head slightly, her lips curling upwards, her gaze imbued with deep compassion and tenderness, as if everything was a sincere and natural expression of emotion. In that instant, the monk felt himself enveloped by an irresistible gentleness, a profound sense of peace and reliance blossoming within him, a feeling he had never before experienced. His fingers trembled slightly, as if yearning to grasp something, yet hesitating. However, the sweet aroma grew increasingly potent, gradually consuming him, its gentleness intertwined with an imperceptible strangeness that had already led him astray. Suddenly, his body quivered violently, a chilling sensation coursing through him. His heart raced, yet this exhilaration was short-lived, replaced by an unfathomable emptiness and excruciating pain. His limbs grew increasingly weak, as if his very essence were being siphoned away. A warm current drawn into the woman with frenzied intensity. The figure before him was no longer the pitiable maiden. Her beauty morphed into something more sinister, her eyes twisted into an alluring arc. A bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips, enveloped in a chilling aura of seduction. He yearned to struggle, to cry out, but at that moment, he discovered his limbs felt as heavy as lead, even the slightest movement proving to be an insurmountable challenge. A faint sound escaped his throat, yet it was as if his voice were stifled. words lodged firmly within his chest. Simultaneously, an indescribable weakness surged from the depths of his being, rapidly spreading throughout his body. His skin seemed to have weathered decades' worth of storms, the once vibrant and rosy texture fading into a dull, lifeless hue, as if he had aged decades in an instant. His fingers curled slowly, the skin cracking and revealing a web of fine fissures. Immediately, his visage began to rapidly collapse. His cheekbones jutted out prominently as the muscles of his face swiftly withered and shriveled. The once robust and sturdy shoulders sagged, and his spine arched into a desiccated curve. His arms became slender and contorted, the outlines of his bones starkly visible, resembling dried twigs. The veins on the back of his hands bulged, yet there was no sign of blood flowing, as if the vessels had long since run dry. Even his nails gradually turned a dull yellow, before fracturing and peeling away, falling to the ground with faint, brittle sounds. His chest then rapidly caved in, leaving only an empty skeletal frame to support what was once a plump silhouette, akin to a desiccated parchment devoid of content. Thud. The monk finally collapsed to the ground, emitting an imperceptible muffled thump. His body curled into an eerie position, the rigid limbs bending like a shattered marionette. His emaciated skin clung to the bones beneath, and his cracked visage was frozen in the last moment of terror and despair before death. His hollow gaze chilling to behold. The woman rose, tidying her slightly disheveled hair, her crimson lips pursed in satisfaction as she surveyed her handiwork. Her smile, seductive yet frigid, was accompanied by a delicate touch of her finger on the monk's forehead as she softly remarked, "Thank you for your hospitality, young master." With that, her lips slowly parted, her tongue gently sweeping across, savoring the lingering taste, her movements slow and alluring, as if relishing a delicacy that had yet to fade. As the illusion gradually dissipated, a figure emerged from behind the tree. This person was robust, reminiscent of a bull, but what drew attention was the mask upon his face, inscribed with a glaring character of ugliness. At that moment, the woman's appearance transformed as well. Her originally beautiful features were gradually concealed by a cold mask etched with the character for rabbit. Nevertheless, this mask did not obscure her allure. Rather, it added an air of mysterious seduction. Her eyes still sparkled like stars, emanating from the gaps in the mask, resembling an unfathomable chill pool, both unnerving and irresistibly inviting. The two were indeed the ugly bull and the rabbit. "Finally found you." The rabbit's voice remained sultry, yet laced with a trace of unmasked chill, her tone deep and prolonged, akin to a needle piercing the it was worth our efforts. "Must we make such a fuss?" The ugly bull's voice was low and gruff, tinged with impatience. If he dared not speak, he could easily break the arms and legs of the monk. Why waste so much time? Upon hearing this, the rabbit covered her mouth with a light laugh, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "How dull! While violence may be expedient, it lacks much of the fun." Besides, her voice trailed off, the end rising slightly. "Imbued with languid temptation, I haven't absorbed any essence for quite some time." This, she glanced at her fingers, as if still savoring the remnants of the earlier encounter. Raising her gaze to the ugly bull, she lifted her hands, her fingertips seemingly casually resting upon his muscular shoulders, gliding down along the well-defined contours of his muscles. The motion was delicate yet provocatively aggressive. Women also require maintenance, do they not? The ugly bull's body stiffened slightly, a barely perceptible displeasure flickering behind the mask. He snorted coldly, opting not to argue further. "Let us not forget our task." The rabbit narrowed her eyes slightly, a glint of cold light flashing through the mask. But she quickly regained her playful smile, saying sweetly, "Oh, I know. You are as tedious as a midday horse. Let us go to the empty temple." Soon, the two traversed the quiet mountain path in silence. Arriving at the temple's entrance, the temple door was ancient and solemn, its towering wooden panels marked by the scars of time, with faintly visible ancient Sanskrit carvings emitting an aura of mystery and majesty. On either side of the doorframe, stone lions crouched, their expressions regal, eyes gleaming as if silently observing every move of the visitors. Above the temple door hung a massive plaque, the three powerful characters for Empty Temple carved with the strength of a dragon. Chapter 71. The Empty Temple. Two monks stood at the temple entrance, garbed in robes, their heads bowed as they diligently swept the fallen leaves and dust before the temple. When they caught sight of the two figures approaching in the distance, their actions momentarily paused. The rabbit and the ugly bull were dressed in peculiar attire, wearing strange masks. The man, in particular, was as robust as a bull, his shoulders broad like a double-door screen. The elder monk was the first to gently set aside his broom, clasp his hands together, and step forward, a hint of vigilance in his brow. He slightly lowered his head, speaking in a calm tone, "Esteemed visitors, may I inquire your purpose for visiting our humble temple? Today, we are in quiet meditation and do not receive any guest. If you seek to hear the Dharma, please return tomorrow." The ugly bull remained silent, advancing directly, his movements as swift as thunder, as he grasped the necks of the two monks. They were clearly taken by surprise, having no opportunity to evade, and were lifted high. They struggled desperately, attempting to cry out, but found their throats firmly constricted, unable to produce a sound. The ugly bull's grip was like an iron vice. With a sudden tightening, a crisp snap echoed, and their necks were broken in unison. Instantly, their flailing limbs fell limply, and the ugly bull effortlessly tossed them aside. As if discarding refuse to this moment, they stood before the towering wooden doors, which were intricately carved with dense Buddhist scriptures, emanating a faint golden glow. Clearly, this door had been reinforced with spells, exuding an aura of Buddhist authority and intimidation, impervious to anyone who was not a disciple or of formidable cultivation. "Ugly bull, go knock on the door," the rabbit murmured, her tone laced with a hint of lazy mockery. She raised her hand to play with a stray lock of hair, her gaze sweeping over the door before settling on the ugly bull's broad back. Upon hearing this, the ugly bull made no extraneous movements, merely stepping forward. His shoulders, comparable to double doors, sank slightly, and then his muscles bulged like rock, veins prominently etched, resembling a bull poised to charge. He inhaled deeply, raising his massive hand, clenching it into a fist, a palpable energy surrounding it, causing the air before the door to tremble slightly with his approach. Then, he swung his fist down upon the door with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive dent instantly appeared at the center of the wooden door, the golden light of the spell shattering like paper, the Buddhist texts fracturing into countless specks of light. Dispersing into the air, the enormous wooden door flew from its frame as if lifted by a tempest, hurtling through the air with a piercing sound, crashing against the stone wall of the temple with a resounding thud, shattering into countless splinters. The entire empty temple trembled from the impact, birds fled from the eaves, and even the distant pagoda seemed to sway gently. The ugly bull slowly retracted his fist, his expression calm. As if the earth-shattering blow had been but a casual gesture, he turned to the rabbit and softly stated, "The door is open." The rabbit waved away the rising dust, and the two stepped into the temple. Within the main hall of the temple, the martial monks practiced vigorously, their bare arms striking and kicking, creating gusts of wind that surged with their momentum. The thunderous crash of the temple door being blasted open reverberated throughout the empty temple, causing the monks to halt their training, their gazes turning towards the entrance. "Something's happened," a tall, slender monk exclaimed, immediately leading the charge towards the entrance. The other martial monks quickly followed suit, their steps steady and agile. Arriving at the temple entrance in an instant, upon seeing the shattered wooden door lying in pieces on the ground, every monk's expression turned grave. The rabbit and the ugly bull standing at the entrance appeared particularly striking. The rabbit's alluring and enchanting figure contrasted sharply with the ugly bull's towering, iron-like physique, and their strange masks instilled an unsettling feeling. Dozens of martial monks swiftly spread out, their movements as agile as hawks, encircling the two intruders. Their hands were slightly bent, adopting stances either offensive or defensive, their bare torsos revealing tightly coiled muscles, exuding an intimidating aura. Although unarmed, each fist harbored the weight of rigorous training, and every eye glinted with the sharpness of a hawk, fixated intently on the perceived foes. "Is the empty temple a place you dare to intrude? None of you shall leave today," the leading tall monk bellowed, his voice resonating like a bell, despite his slender form, radiating an air of formidable authority. Before his words could fade, the monks behind him stepped forward in unison, their presence imposing. One elder monk was the first to strike, propelling himself forward with a slight push of his foot. launching like an arrow towards the ugly bull. Yet the ugly bull remained unmoved, casually extending a hand as the monk approached, as if swatting away an ant with a single punch. Bang! To their astonishment, this seemingly careless punch wielded immense power. The monk was struck in the chest, unable to utter a sound before his body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing against the stone pillar of the temple. Collapsing to the ground, his chest caved in, breathless. Next, the ugly bull uttered 2 words in a low tone, his voice resonating like thunder in the mountains, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The rabbit stood beside him, still languid and enchanting, her fingers lightly twirling a stray lock of hair, a smile dancing at the corner of her eyes. Master Huejue, witnessing the martial monk being vanquished so effortlessly, the expressions of the onlookers darkened with sudden gravity. Yet more so with indignation. You must hasten to inform the abbot. We shall hold the fort here for now. But, brother, enough of this idle chatter, go quickly. They have realized that they are no match for the imposing figure before them, and thus they must summon the abbot along with the formidable Vajra Arhats from the temple. The martial monks, undeterred by fear, pressed on with their assault. One monk swiftly approached from the side, his palms striking like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, aimed squarely at the temple of Chonyo. His movements were sharp and imbued with immense power. Simultaneously, another monk crouched low, attempting a sneak attack from below. Delivering a vicious whip kick aimed at Chonyo's knee, seeking to topple this iron tower, a few more monks seized the opportunity to leap from behind, their fists cutting through the air with a sound that shattered the silence. Raining down blows upon Chonyo's nape, their assault unyielding and relentless, as if intent on completely overpowering him. Yet, Chonyo stood unmoved. His feet were firmly planted, as steadfast as a rock, not a single rise nor fall in his shoulders. As the gusts of palm winds, shadows of legs, and force of fists converged upon him, he merely emitted a low, rumbling grunt, resonating like thunder rolling through a valley. Chapter 72. The fierce gaze of the Vajra just as the monk's palms were about to make contact with Chonyo's face. He suddenly raised one hand, his broad palm sweeping forward like a fan, firmly catching the fierce strike. The tremendous force erupted between them, yet the monk felt as if his strength had vanished into thin air. While Chonyo's hand remained unyielding in the next moment, with a slight exertion, the monk's body could not withstand the immense force. His bones creaked, blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed, unable to rise. The whip kick below was also closing in. Chonyo lowered his gaze upon the swift leg shadow approaching like a gale, slightly pivoted, allowing the shadow to graze past his pant leg, while his own thigh, akin to a sturdy post, swiftly lifted and struck hard against the monk's chest. Bang! The sheer force sent the monk flying back, his body crashing into several advancing martial monks, toppling 7 or 8 of them to the ground in disarray. Concurrently, a young monk leaped from behind, poised to strike the back of Chonyo's head. Yet, despite his formidable size, Chonyo moved with surprising agility. He deftly grasped the young monk's wrist with one hand and flung him with all his might. The young monk sailed through the air like a puppet tossed by a dragon, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth trembled slightly, and as he struggled to rise, the agony rendered him immobile, his limbs twitching before falling still. Observing this, a few other monks remained undeterred, charging towards Chonyo from various angles. Their fists and feet fell like rain, yet Chonyo stood as an unyielding rock in a storm, every attack proving futile against him. His massive hands swung in succession, each movement accompanied by a whistling sound that tore through the air, sending each monk who dared to draw near flying back. His robust form resembled an immovable iron tower, exuding a sense of despairing dominance. Moments later, without exception, the besieging monks lay sprawled upon the ground. Some with caved chests, others with contorted limbs, their robes stained crimson with blood. They resembled a swarm of ants confronting an indomitable elephant, all their fury and courage rendered insignificant before absolute power. At this moment, none dared to take a single step forward. This was the might of tyranny, an undeniable, unreasonable force. Meanwhile, the figure of the mighty rabbit behind Chonyo had vanished without a trace. "Do not act recklessly," a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a wave of energy. The figure, as imposing as a mountain, approached. His skin gleamed like bronze, radiating a metallic sheen, and his square face bore a fierce glare. His brows knitted with undeniable resolve and solemnity. He was the protector of the Buddhist faith, known as the fierce-gazed Vajra, Huiran. Leaning upon a heavy demon-slaying pestle, entirely black and adorned with runes, he advanced. Followed closely by 18 arhats, each bearing a long staff nearly matching their height, the ends carved with golden lotus patterns. These 18 arhats varied in stature. Some were tall and lean, with piercing gazes and a commanding presence. Some were stout, their arms thick as iron. Others bore dark skin, resembling bronze statues sculpted by the sands of time. And some had gentle, kind faces, their foreheads faintly glowing with the sacred light. The arrival of Huiran and the 18 arhats infused the wavering situation with an overwhelming righteousness. The monks gathered at the temple entrance, once filled with despair and fear, now bore expressions of excitement and solace. At last, Huiran and the 18 arhats have arrived. Someone called out, their voice trembling, as if grasping at the last thread of hope. Though soft-spoken, it ignited a spark of hope, instantly lifting the spirits of the monks. Brother Huiran, it is this masked man who has slain numerous disciples of the temple. A young martial monk knelt. His voice tinged with a clear sob, emotions of grief and rage intertwining. His gaze was locked onto Chonyo, teeth clenched, fists white-knuckled, wishing he could immediately charge forth to avenge his brethren. Huiran cast a glance at the fallen disciples. Now lifeless on the ground, a profound sorrow flickering in his eyes, he slowly brought his palms together and softly chanted a Buddhist mantra, the tone deep and solemn, resonating like the toll of a bell. Amitabha. Yet, as he raised his head, his gaze transformed into a piercing intensity, locking onto the masked man before him. The look was as sharp as a blade, as if intent on dissecting the man before him. The flames of rage in his eyes contrasting starkly with his solemn demeanor. In this moment, Huiran revealed the true essence of the fierce-gazed Vajra. Beneath a heart of compassion lay a burning wrath. Angry for his disciples, furious for the Buddhist order, do not engage. I shall handle the matter from here. Huiran strode forward with great purpose, his towering figure exuding an unstoppable aura. Each punch, each palm strike, was imbued with overwhelming power, compressing the very air around him into a resonant hum. Chonyo grinned, his voice deep and filled with combat fervor. It has been a long time since I encountered an opponent worthy of my efforts. I hope you do not disappoint. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he stomped down with a mighty force, merging with the ground beneath him. The blue stone surface cracked instantly, his feet embedding deeply. Like a colossal tree firmly rooted, immovable, he showed no intent to evade. Instead, he raised an arm as thick as iron, meeting Huiran's thunderous punch head-on with unyielding resolve. Bang! Their fists collided in the air. Producing a sound akin to thunder, the shockwave sent the surrounding monks staggering back, leaves swirling as if caught in a tempest. Huiran retreated a step, yet Chonyo remained steadfast, unmoved. His gaze sharpened, having sensed the terrifying strength of the man before him. Nonetheless, he showed no sign of retreat, roaring once more as he charged forward, his palms striking with the force of 1,000 pounds, aimed squarely at Chonyo's chest. Chonyo neither flinched nor dodged, bracing his right arm to absorb the blow. However, in that instant of impact, his left fist shot forth like a tiger unleashed, mercilessly smashing into Huiran's abdomen. The punch landed with the weight of 1,000 burdens, causing Huiran's body to tremble violently, the stone ground beneath him cracking like spider webs. He tasted blood, his complexion changing dramatically as crimson surged forth, splattering upon the ground. A sight both shocking and vivid. Chapter 73. Abbot Sanzang. Huiran's body shimmered with a golden light, resiliently withstanding Chonyo's assault. He chanted the Buddhist mantra softly, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, sending tremors through the air. As if each syllable contained boundless pressure, he suddenly leapt into the air, his form darting forth like an arrow released from a bow, the wind whistling around him as he unleashed a series of explosive strikes. His hands intertwined, pushing forward, golden light coalescing in his palms, forming an ethereal, shimmering Buddhist seal. As he thrust his palm forward, the seal transformed into a luminous beam, hurtling towards Chonyo. His steps were as steady as Mount Tai, his form standing firm like a Vajra. Each step reverberated with the tremors of the earth, as if a colossal stone were plummeting down. The palm he swung was as tempestuous as thunder, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed through the air, creating an unparalleled sense of oppression. This technique embodied the essence of the Buddhist Vajra palm, subduing demons and bringing peace to the world. Enveloped in golden light, the force of his strike was fierce, as if it contained the supreme power of millennia of Buddhist teachings, capable of vanquishing all malevolence. Simultaneously, the 18 arhats joined the fray, swiftly dispersing to form a formation that encircled Chonyo. "Form the Arhat formation," the leader commanded. As the words left his mouth, 18 staffs rose in unison, crashing down upon Chonyo with the ferocity of thunder. The shadows of the staffs descended like a heavenly net, leaving him no room for evasion. Each swing of the staffs was accompanied by a howling wind, their force so immense it seemed capable of shattering mountains. The situation for Chonyo is perilously precarious. He first endured the force of the Buddha's Vajra palm, raising his hand to block the initial strike of the staffs, remarkably managing to withstand the might of several long rods with nothing but his bare hands. However, the onslaught from the other arhats showed no signs of abating. The shadows of their staffs came in relentless succession, one wave crashing upon another, forcing Chonyo into a position of constant defense. Seizing the opportunity, Hui Ran struck again, his fists enveloped in golden light, targeting Chonyo's vital points. Together with the 18 arhats, their coordination was seamless, fists and staffs unleashed in a torrent of assault, driving Chonyo deeper into a desperate struggle. Within the great hall of the temple, Abbot Sanzong sat cross-legged, a censer of sandalwood burning before him, the tendrils of blue smoke rising gracefully, suffusing the air with a tranquil yet solemn atmosphere. With closed eyes, he chanted scriptures, his demeanor grave yet serene. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the stillness. His fingers gently tapped the prayer beads. As the beads rubbed against each other, they seemed to sense the turmoil of the outside world. Abruptly, a sharp crack resonated from the beads, and the entire strand fractured, scattering beads across the floor, producing a crisp sound. When Abbot Sanzong arrived at the battlefield, a scene of utter devastation greeted his eyes. Chonyo stood as the rabbit of the year felt a stirring within. It dawned upon him that he had indeed arrived at the entrance of the Ksitigarbha's demon suppression cave. Just as he approached the statue, two shadowy figures of monks suddenly emerged, striding forward with grave expressions, demanding, "Who goes there?" Their tone was laced with vigilance. However, the rabbit of the year was well prepared. A subtle smile graced his lips as he deftly flicked a finely crafted handkerchief from his chest. As the handkerchief danced through the air, an invigorating fragrance wafted forth, spreading like a gentle breeze yet dispersing with astonishing rapidity. This aroma harbored an inexplicable hypnotic power, swiftly infiltrating the senses of the two monks. Their expressions momentarily froze, as if their consciousness had been ensnared, and they involuntarily activated the switch concealed beneath the statue's base. With a soft rumble, the surface of the lotus pond parted to reveal a profound stone staircase leading underground, where ancient Buddhist chants and the delicate scent of sandalwood permeated the air. Once the entrance was unveiled, the two monks collapsed, utterly unconscious. The rabbit of the year cast a steely gaze, stepping forth to ascend the stone steps, vanishing into the dense fragrance and the resonating chants, delving deep into the Ksitigarbha's demon suppression cave. Within the cave, the atmosphere was cold and solemn, as if one had entered a secluded sanctuary untouched by time. The expansive space was encased by dark stone walls of heavy bluish-gray rock, upon which faded inscriptions of ancient Buddhist mantras were barely discernible, deeply etched into the stone, their age rendered more profound by the ravages of time. At the center of the cave stood a colossal bell jar, its ancient and dignified form modeled by the passage of years, adorned with moss and delicate green vines, hinting at a history spanning centuries. At each of the four cardinal points around the jar loomed four formidable guardian deities, each towering several meters high, their eyes blazing with a wrath akin to thunder, resembling celestial beings. Each guardian wielded a massive demon-slaying pestle, intricately carved with complex runes that radiated the power to suppress all malevolence. The postures of the four guardians varied, and in comparison to these towering figures, anything or anyone within the cave appeared diminutive and insignificant, evoking a sense of dread. Clearly, this was the place designated to subdue the ancient beast, Barbaric. A sly smile crept across the rabbit of the year's lips. Chapter 75. barbaric in the main hall of the temple. The grotesque ox continued its fierce battle against the Qilin and the law elephant, each clash resonating with thunderous echoes. Yet, the grotesque ox now appeared winded, sweat cascading from its robust form, soaking the ground beneath. Its body was riddled with countless wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, blood staining its garments, a painful fatigue mingling with fury in its glaring eyes. Each strike weighed heavily upon it. It could no longer sustain its azure state. Nonetheless, the grotesque ox gritted its teeth, enduring the pain. Why has that wretched hag not finished yet? It cursed inwardly, beads of cold sweat dotting its forehead. Suddenly, from the rear of the grand hall, a thunderous chime reverberated. The sound rolling like thunder, assaulting the consciousness of all present. The assembly clutched their ears, yet still felt a dizzying wave wash over them. Before anyone could react, the abbot Sanzang's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Not good!" In the next moment, a swirling mass of black energy erupted, carrying a figure upwards. The black mist, seemingly alive, relentlessly attempted to invade the person's body, yet each attempt failed. Enraged, the black mist flung the individual downward. The grotesque ox looked up and felt a jolt of alarm. The figure was none other than the rabbit of the year. With a fierce roar, disregarding its myriad injuries, it leapt into the air. Catching the rabbit of the year securely at this moment, the rabbit was drenched in blood, in a state not dissimilar to the grotesque ox, both battered and bruised. Meanwhile, the black mist, as if possessing sentience, altered its course and sped down the mountain, seemingly in search of a new host. The abbot Sanzang, aware of the gravity of the situation, issued a command without hesitation. All disciples, swiftly pursue the black mist's trail. We must locate it at all costs. Seizing the moment of distraction, the wounded grotesque ox discreetly vanished, dragging the injured rabbit of the year along. Through the forest, the grotesque ox hastened, its steps crushing fallen leaves and startling birds into flight. What happened? Did we fail the mission? The grotesque ox queried in a low, urgent tone. The rabbit of the year coughed lightly, its pallor evident as it forced a pained smile. I never anticipated that Barbaric's power had returned to such a degree. I was utterly outmatched. Thankfully, I had a contingency plan. Otherwise, I would have surely succumbed to his possession. This mission's failure will be difficult to explain to the leader, the grotesque ox muttered, its voice heavy with concern. First, we must tend to our wounds, then pursue the trail of that black mist. At the foot of the mountain, by the lakeside, an elderly fisherman felt a slight tremor in his fishing line. His focus unwavering. Suddenly, a silent mass of black mist rose from the lake's surface, enveloping his entire being. The old man's face paled in horror as he struggled, but the black mist, cunning as a living entity, surged into his nostrils. Moments later, his movements ceased abruptly, his form quivering as a profound transformation took hold. His skin was swiftly covered by a layer of dark, scaly armor, and his once humble garments morphed into a cold, black robe that exuded a chilling aura. The old man's face vanished into the depths of darkness, leaving only a pair of eerie, glowing eyes, sharp and menacing. Ha ha ha! I have finally escaped, Barbaric laughed, unable to contain his unbridled joy and madness. Renowned alongside Qi, Barbaric was one of the infamous beasts of ancient times, yet his fate diverged dramatically from that of Qi. Though both were born from the chaos of primordial times, Barbaric lacked the same formidable renown. His stature was not as colossal as Qi's, resembling that of a human, yet his temperament was ferocious, inherently carrying an aura of destruction, reigning as a tyrant amidst chaos. In ancient times, he had clashed with Qi in a titanic battle, both beasts wielding unfathomable strength, stirring the seas and overturning the mountains. However, this clash lasted only a few days before Barbaric, grievously injured and drained of spiritual power, barely managed to escape the battlefield. He concealed himself in the depths of a mountain, retreating into a dark, lightless cave to regain his strength. A millennium passed in this manner, inadvertently allowing him to evade calamity. When he finally revived from his injuries, seeking vengeance against Qi, he learned that Qi had already been slain and sealed away. Thus began the era of Barbaric. As calamity befell the realm, with living beings suffering and nature lamenting, for eminent monks from the Buddhist order embarked on a fearless quest to thwart Barbaric. Each of these monks possessed unparalleled cultivation and unfathomable magical prowess. Ultimately, they expended their entire spiritual energy, sacrificing their lifespans to severely wound Barbaric, sealing him within the Xitigarbha's demon suppression cave of the Silent Temple with a secret Buddhist method. After completing the seal, they sat down in meditation, transforming into 4 magnificent guardian deities, vigilantly guarding the cave for generations, suppressing Barbaric's malevolence. Yet now, Barbaric had once again escaped his seal, his evil energy soaring, threatening to plunge the world into chaos once more if allowed to regain his strength. The abbot Sanzong understood the gravity of the situation, his heart racing like a beating drum. Standing at the temple's entrance, he gazed into the distance where the black mist had vanished. His brows furrowed as he murmured, "Barbaric has not yet fully regained his strength, but his innate power is sufficient to devastate the mortal realm in this moment. We must reseal him while he is still wounded and his magical energy incomplete, lest we save the world from impending doom." The abbot's voice was deep and resolute, exuding an urgency that was palpable. He turned to summon the temple's disciples, orchestrating various groups to search for Barbaric, simultaneously dispatching carrier pigeons to seek assistance from practitioners across all sections. Time was of the essence. Should they miss this opportunity, it might be too late to remedy the situation. Meanwhile, on the side of Lin Beiji, the emergence of the Peace Prelude to the Wind Pavilion had made him a celebrated figure in the capital. This work swept through the literary circles like a refreshing breeze, captivating countless scholars, including the ladies and princesses within the palace, who eagerly circulated it, singing its praises. Furthermore, many officials regarded this piece as a classic, secretly copying it, even discussing it frequently in the court or at banquets. Many speculated that the young Lin Beiji had achieved such acclaim with a single piece of writing, showcasing extraordinary literary talent. The major academies in the capital began inviting Lin Beiji to lecture as a guest speaker, with some even proposing to establish dedicated platforms for him. Even the Shiyuan Shulu, leveraging Lin Qingyan's connections, extended an olive branch to Lin Beiji, but he declined all these offers, as his sole focus lay on cultivation. Indeed, fame brought with it a fair share of troubles. Lin Beiji sighed with a smile. At that moment, a thought struck Lin Beiji. He contemplated, since I have garnered such renown, why not emulate those before me and compose a few books? Not only could I earn some silver and accumulate wealth, but it would also facilitate my future cultivation. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that excessive fame could hinder his own practice, and thus he resolved to adopt an alias to conceal his identity. Chapter 76. The red sleeve enhances the fragrance. Writing a record of stones was not out of the question, but upon deeper reflection, the content had become hazy and difficult to present cohesively. Moreover, in this era that favored martial prowess over literary pursuits, it seemed unlikely that such a style would be appreciated. Lin Beiji pondered, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Why not pen a romance of the Three Kingdoms, igniting the passions and heroism of the populace with the stirring tales of that tumultuous period? Yes, such content would undoubtedly thrive in this era. With this resolution, a confident smile graced his lips. Now that the novel's content was determined, the next question was who would pen it. Lin Beiji quickly thought of a suitable candidate, his sister, Lin Daihe. By chance, she has always held a deep affection for military strategy. At this moment, it was already the hour of the dog, and it was uncertain whether Daihe had retired for the night. With a hint of trepidation, Lin Beiji strolled into the backyard, only to find Lin Daihe still seated at the stone table. The dim glow of the oil lamp illuminated her focused visage as she perused the scroll in her hands. Lin Beiji cleared his throat lightly, drawing her attention. Upon seeing her elder brother, Lin Daihe smiled gently and inquired, "Why hasn't he brother retired at this hour?" "Oh, the long night stretches endlessly, and I find myself unable to sleep, so I decided to take a leisurely stroll." "I did not expect you to still be awake," Lin Beiji replied casually, his gaze landing on the scroll she held. With a light laugh, Daihe set down her book and remarked, "I recently stumbled upon a fascinating treatise on military strategy, which discusses the art of achieving victory through unexpected maneuvers. It has captivated me, and I find it hard to put down." Upon hearing this, Lin Beiji felt a surge of delight within, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance as he smiled. "Oh, it seems my sister has a keen interest in military strategy as well. In that case, might I test your knowledge with a few questions?" Lin Daihe's interest peaked immediately. "Please do," brother, I am but a fool. If I falter, I hope you will guide me." Seeing her respectful demeanor, Lin Beiji felt a swell of satisfaction. He cleared his throat and stood with his hands clasped behind him, stating, "Very well, I shall start with a simple question. Military strategy states, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If two armies meet, where one is valiant and fierce while the other possesses superior numbers but slightly lower morale, how should one respond?" Dai He pondered briefly before responding. "If the enemy is valiant and fierce, we should avoid their strength and leverage our numbers to simulate a retreat and set an ambush, waiting for the enemy to tire from pursuit before counterattacking." Lin Beiji nodded slightly, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, this strategy seeks to evade the enemy's prowess and secures victory through stability. However, a feigned retreat must be executed with finesse. Should the enemy catch wind of our ruse, it may backfire. One should feign defeat with a small contingent, drawing the enemy deeper into territory, while the main force lies in ambush at a strategic location to achieve success." Lin Daiha nodded repeatedly, her understanding dawning. "You speak truly, brother." Noticing her sharp wit, Lin Beiji continued, "Let me pose you another question. If the terrain is flat and the enemy's commander employs unconventional tactics to raid our supply lines, how should we counter this?" Dai He furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Perhaps we could dispatch troops to defend the supply lines while dividing our forces to distract the enemy, preventing them from executing a full-scale raid." Lin Beiji shook his head with a smile. "While this plan has its merits, it is a lesser strategy. Should the supply lines fall, morale would falter. How can we afford to divide our forces to contend with the enemy? We should instead position feigned troops at the critical points of the supply route, so when the enemy attempts a raid, our deceptive forces can spring an ambush, defeating their unconventional troops and then pressing against their main force. That would be the superior strategy." Dai He immediately grasped the concept, bowing her head in acknowledgement. "Your teachings are profound, brother. I had not considered such thoroughness." Lin Beiji spoke gently, "No need to be disheartened. The study of military strategy lies in accumulation. Do not underestimate yourself. Now, let me ask you one final question. If the enemy advances by both land and water with the intent to divide our forces, and our own strength is limited, how should we respond?" Dai He paused for a moment, hesitating as she replied, "Since the enemy divides their forces, we might concentrate our strength to attack one flank swiftly, securing a quick victory before turning to confront the other." Lin Beiji lightly clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "This plan aligns with the military principle of divide and conquer. Indeed, quite astute. However, remember, when choosing a flank to attack, we must strike where we are weaker against their strength, selecting the path of least resistance to ensure a swift annihilation, thereby guaranteeing our continued strength." Dai He raised her head, her eyes brimming with admiration, and exclaimed, "Thank you, brother, for your enlightening guidance. This exchange has been immensely beneficial." With the moment ripe, Lin Beiji slowly unveiled his thoughts. "I have recently contemplated writing a book, yet alas, my commitments at the Tianqi Institute leave me little time to put pen to paper. Thus, I wish to ask if you might assist me as a scribe. Would you be willing?" Upon hearing this, Lin Daiha's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, "What kind of book does brother intend to write?" With a slight smile, Lin Beiji replied, "I wish to compose a novel titled Romance of the Three Kingdoms." "Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" Lin Daiha asked, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. "What is it about, brother?" Lin Beiji's expression turned serious as he began to explain. "It is a world I envisioned in my dreams. They say that the great tides of the world, after prolonged division, must ultimately unite, and after prolonged unity, must inevitably divide. During the waning years of the Eastern Han, 7 nations vied for power, only to be subsumed by the Qin. Following the downfall of the Qin, the Chu-Han contention ensued, which eventually led to the rise of the Han. After more than 4 centuries, as the Han dynasty began to decline, chaos ensued, and heroes emerged to contend for supremacy during the Three Kingdoms era." As Lin Beiji spoke, he painted the grand tapestry of the Three Kingdoms, detailing the Yellow Turban Rebellion at the end of the Eastern Han, the fragmentation of warlords, and the fierce competition among heroes, making the characters come alive before her eyes. Initially, Lin Daiha listened with keen interest, but gradually, she became utterly absorbed, her eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. "And then, brother? What happened next?" Lin Daiha asked eagerly, what transpired after Elbu's assault on Yinzhou. Once he secured Puyang, Lin Beiji cleared his throat, lifted his teacup to moisten his throat, and shook his head with a smile. Sister, let us pause our tale here for tonight. It is getting late. Tomorrow, I must report to the Tianxi Institute, and we shall continue another day. But brother, Lin Daihe implored, her voice filled with longing. Just one more time. Just once. It won't take much longer. Lin Beiji chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Your brother has spoken so much tonight that my throat is dry and my energy spent. I fear I can say no more. You must also consider the hour. It is already late. Sister, one must not rush. The story of the three kingdoms is vast and intricate. To hastily conclude it would be to lose its essence. Though Lin Daihe felt reluctant, she had no choice but to relent. Saying, then brother must promise to continue upon your return. Lin Beiji nodded slightly, a hint of fondness gracing his smile as he replied, very well, you shall assist me in organizing these notes for transcription, and we will select a reputable publishing house for printing. Just remember, under no circumstances should my name be attached. It should be published anonymously. While Lin Daihe still held some doubts about her brother's intentions, she saw the seriousness in his demeanor and obediently responded, yes, brother, rest assured, I shall make the proper arrangements. Chapter 77. Qualification test. The following day, Lin Beiji set off to report to the Tianxi Institute. Chen Sheng nodded slightly and then summoned two practitioners from the institute, whispering a few instructions before directing them to escort Lin Beiji to the place of qualification testing. The two practitioners flanked Lin Beiji as they traversed the imposing main hall of the Tianxi Institute, stepping into a descending secret passage. This passage, constructed of bluestone, was adorned with faintly flickering lanterns, and as their footsteps echoed, the corridor grew cooler. Before long, they arrived at a heavy stone door, where one of the practitioners murmured an incantation, and a soft glow emanated from his palm as he pressed it against the door's recess. With a resounding rumble, the stone door slowly creaked open. This was the spirit domain of the Tianxi Institute, designed to test one's qualifications, encompassing numerous challenges that would assess not only one's magical prowess, but also one's cognitive abilities and combat experience. Evaluating one's potential in a holistic manner. One of the practitioners turned to Lin Beiji, his gaze reflecting a measure of appraisal. With each challenge you conquer, you shall earn a silver coin. The total number of coins you collect will determine your rank as a practitioner. The other practitioner smiled gently, gesturing ahead. Once you are ready, step inside. We shall await you here. Lin Beiji surveyed his surroundings with a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. Very well, I shall enter and give it a try. He stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the stone door, and as light and shadow intertwined, his figure gradually faded into the depths behind the door. Upon progressing a distance, he found himself in a spacious stone chamber, where 5 exquisitely carved dragon-headed stone pillars stood guard in a pentagonal formation. This appeared to be the first challenge. Lin Beiji observed closely, noting an inscription in ancient script on the base of the pillars. Simultaneously illuminate the 5 dragon eyes to pass. Illuminating 5 dragon heads seemed straightforward. He wondered what hidden intricacies lay within. Focusing his energy, he directed his magical essence toward the dragon head directly in front of him. A beam of spirit light surged into the pillar, and the dragon's eyes instantly blazed with radiant brilliance. Is this it? He pondered. He then illuminated the adjacent dragon head, only to find the first one extinguished. Nodding slightly, he attempted several more times, each yielding the same outcome. Ah, I see now. The connected dragon heads cannot be illuminated simultaneously. Lin Beiji discerned the underlying pattern. Each time he lit one dragon head, the 2 adjacent pillars dimmed, creating a cycle that seemed never-ending. Though the consumption of magical essence for each attempt was minimal, repeated trials would inevitably deplete his reserves. For an ordinary person, losing magical essence in such a manner would render the subsequent trials nearly insurmountable. Even if they managed to pass this challenge by sheer luck, it was clear that the design of this challenge was not merely to puzzle the participant, but to subtly assess 2 crucial factors. First, the reserve of magical essence, which reflected the practitioner's depth and qualifications. Second, the meticulousness of thought and logical deduction skills, which pertain to one's wisdom and composure. Only those endowed with both robust magical reserves and agile minds could navigate this challenge with ease. Lin Beiji stood in contemplation for a while, his gaze resolute as his fingers traced the arrangement of the stone pillars in the air. ordering the 5 dragons. The one directly opposite him is 1, followed by 2, 3, 4, and 5 in a clockwise direction. He set his plan into motion, first illuminating the second dragon head, then swiftly turning to light the 4th. Next, he stepped to the center of the pillars, using his magical essence to simultaneously ignite the 1st, 3rd, and 5th dragon heads. In an ephemeral moment, the 5 dragons simultaneously illuminated their eyes, their radiance intertwining into a resplendent tapestry, reminiscent of the awakening of an ancient celestial dragon. Exuding an imposing aura as the 5 dragons flickered to life, a deep rumbling resonated within the stone chamber. The ground trembled beneath his feet, and the stone door ahead gradually creaked open. Lin Beiji brushed off his sleeves, a faint smile gracing his lips. Nothing more than this. He stepped forward, approaching the dragon-headed stone pillar, where he observed one of the dragon's mouths slowly exhaling a silver coin, shimmering with a soft glow. He casually retrieved the coin, examining it closely for a moment before carefully tucking it into his bosom. It appeared that this silver coin was the token for passage. He murmured softly, his gaze imbued with a sense of resolve. And without halting his stride, he continued onward. Soon after, Lin Beiji arrived at the second trial. Before him stood yet another ancient stone door, flanked by 2 towering stone statues. The statue on the left depicted a human with a horse's head, its robust neck raised high with an air of authority, while the one on the right portrayed a human with a bull's head, its sharp horns and eyes resembling cold bronze bells. Emanating an oppressive aura, above the stone door, an inscription of archaic script read, "Infuse the law into the pattern, awaken the guardians, answer their queries to pass." Lin Beiji lifted his gaze to scrutinize the inscription, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered the underlying enigma. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively placed his hand upon the groove of the stone door, gradually channeling his essence into the intricate patterns etched upon it. In an instant, those patterns seemed to come alive, glowing with an ethereal blue light, as a deep, resonant vibration emanated from the door, echoing throughout the chamber. With a thunderous crash, the horse-headed statue on the left and the bull-headed statue on the right began to stir. Their once stone bodies now animated, their joints moved as if imbued with life, dust cascading from their forms. The 2 statues opened their eyes, each pair glowing with a soft golden light. "Who dares approach?" inquired the horse-headed statue, its voice resonant like a bronze bell, imbued with authority yet laced with scrutiny. "The one who treads this threshold, a sage." The bull-headed statue followed suit, its voice deep and sonorous. Lin Beiji smiled slightly, standing tall, his hands clasped behind his back, and he bowed respectfully. "I am Lin Beiji, a new student of the Tiansu Institute, here to pay my respects to the 2 guardians." The 2 statues inclined their heads slightly and spoke in unison. "As one who seeks passage, you must answer our questions. Answer correctly, and the door shall open. Answer incorrectly, and you must once again infuse your essence, gaining a second chance." However, Lin Beiji's expression remained calm, his demeanor unruffled, his eyes flashing with a sharp glimmer, akin to a hawk poised to seize the wind, confident in his understanding. "Please, proceed with your inquiries," he stated nonchalantly, exuding an air of assuredness, as steadfast as Mount Tai. The 2 statues intoned in unison, their voices booming. "Among us, one speaks only truth, while the other utters naught but lies. You may pose one question to each of us, and we shall respond. Subsequently, you must discern which is truthful and which is false to pass." Upon hearing this, Lin Beiji lowered his head in contemplation, recognizing the logical reasoning puzzle reminiscent of cognitive psychology, quite intriguing indeed. After a moment's deliberation, he gradually lifted his gaze, his eyes flitting between the 2 statues, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Oh, have you perhaps arrived at an answer?" the statues warned, their voices low and tinged with mockery. "I advise you to think thrice before acting, for hastily drawn conclusions will only squander your essence." Yet, Lin Beiji remained unfazed, standing with hands behind his back, his tone imbued with certainty. "There is no need for excessive deliberation. I need only to pose one question, and that shall suffice to discern truth from falsehood." The statues paused, their golden eyes flickering momentarily, as if encountering such a confident challenger for the first time. "One question alone can lead to passage?" Such a method is unprecedented in our experience. "Then let the questioning commence," But remember, you possess but a single opportunity, declared the horse-headed statue coldly, its voice laced with authority. Should you fail to answer correctly, you must again infuse your essence and attempt anew, the bull-headed statue added, its tone equally solemn. The two statues straightened slightly, though made of stone. An unmistakable glimmer of anticipation flickered in their eyes. Clearly, they too were eager to discover what intriguing ploy this seemingly composed young sorcerer might employ. Lin Beiji approached the horse-headed statue deliberately, hands clasped behind him, raising his gaze to meet its own. A knowing smile gracing his lips. After a brief moment, he posed his question. Do you harbor feelings for the wife of this bull-headed statue? The moment the words left his lips, the entire stone chamber fell into a brief silence. As if the very air had solidified. The horse-headed statue's golden eyes flickered abruptly, and oh no, the entire horse, was rendered utterly speechless. Its stone-carved mouth twitched oddly, and bound by the rules, it found itself unable to utter a single word. Stuttering in confusion, "Hey, horsehead, you must respond. Say yes or no," the bull-headed statue exclaimed, its eyes wide with incredulity and impatience. The horse-headed statue's gaze darted erratically, its lips parting and closing, as if choked, producing only muffled sounds. Lin Beiji stood to the side, an amused smile playing on his lips, adopting an observer's stance. The bull-headed statue, ever astute, quickly grasped the abnormality of the horse-headed statue's response and turned sharply, its eyes narrowing like a knife, locking onto the horse-headed statue with an intensity that bore down with barely concealed rage. Do you have feelings for my wife? The horse-headed statue was taken aback by this sudden accusation, panicking. No, brother, let me explain. Explain? What is there to explain? The bull-headed statue roared, causing the entire chamber to tremble. It raised its stone fist, preparing to strike the horse-headed statue. I considered you a brother, and yet you dare covet my wife. Today, I shall ensure you taste defeat. Don't strike, brother, calm down. I swear, I only have a crush, it's not what you think. The horse-headed statue exclaimed, raising its arms to shield its head, retreating as it pleaded, a crush. What a fine crush it is today. I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom so red. The bull-headed statue bellowed, swinging its fist toward the horse-headed statue. Within the stone chamber, the two massive statues engaged in a fierce brawl, fists and feet flying, creating a chaotic melee with stone debris scattering in every direction. Seizing the moment while the two statues were engrossed in their tumultuous scuffle, Lin Beiji stealthily approached the stone door behind them, moving as silently as a cat, barely making a sound. He reached into the door and felt a cool silver coin, tightening his grip slightly before securing it within his bosom. Bro, stop. You must listen to my explanation. Not a chance today. I will make you regret ever having such thoughts. The sounds of fury and clashing fists continued unabated behind him. Yet he pressed onward, undeterred, advancing to the next trial. Lin Beiji gently stroked the two silver coins concealed within his clothing, the words of his mentor echoing in his ears. Passing the first two trials signifies a rank of C, placing you among the elite of common sorcerers. Should you conquer yet another trial, that would elevate you to rank B, truly extraordinary. And should you reach the fourth trial and succeed, you would attain rank A, a rarity among 100, and perhaps become a favored asset to the Tiansu Institute. He raised his eyes to the path ahead, the light and shadows within the stone passage flowing like water. And Lin Beiji continued onward. Upon passing through the stone door, he found himself in a vast hall, its walls adorned with starry runes, faint glimmers of light appearing to flow like the night sky's celestial river. At the center of the hall stood a colossal star formation, the ground etched with intricate symbols and trajectories. Surrounding the formation were 6 statues: White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Qilin, and Tao Tai, each exuding a formidable presence. Seemingly alive. However, as Lin Beiji approached, the eyes of the 6 statues suddenly ignited with brilliance, and with a resounding crash, they detached from their bases, positioning themselves menacingly around him. Etched upon the stone wall were the words, Celestial Disarray. The 5 deities reversed. The breaker of the formation must solve the star riddle, using their essence to repel the guardian beasts, realigning the positions of the 5 deities to procure the silver coin and pass. Lin Beiji surveyed the formation, noting that the patterns upon the ground formed a pentagram, each vertex corresponding to a constellation symbol, aligning perfectly with the positions of the 5 deities. The Qilin, however, stood outside the star formation. Suggesting it held the KEY.IT seemed that to unravel the formation, one must first ascertain the correct positions of the 5 deities. Just as Lin Beiji was deep in thought, a low, thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the black tortoise statue. Sending tremors through the entire hall, the black tortoise opened its massive jaws, unleashing a freezing arrow that surged toward Lin Beiji's face, accompanied by a gust of icy wind. He pivoted on his feet, lightly tapping the ground, and leapt gracefully into the air, narrowly evading the icy projectile. As the air behind him instantly crystallized into frost, upon landing, he refrained from retaliating immediately, instead taking a moment to calmly observe the movements of the statues. However, the black tortoise was relentless, launching another icy arrow, this time firing 3 projectiles that blocked Lin Beiji's left, right, and retreating paths. Seeing no alternative, he boldly charged forward toward the arrows, lowering his body and darting through them with the agility of a fish, narrowly escaping as the ground behind him was rent with 3 deep fissures. Their assaults were mere tests. The true challenge lay in the orientation of the formation. Lin Beiji's mind raced, and he resolved to disengage from combat. Deftly maneuvering toward the white tiger statue, reaching out to touch the runes on its base, he applied a slight force, yet it remained immovable. It appears that the stone statue can only be forcibly moved by external force. A subtle smile of amusement curled at the corners of his mouth, and he thought, since that is the case, let us test your strength. At that moment, the white tiger statue suddenly sprang to life, its front paw striking the ground with a resounding thud, accompanied by a fierce roar that sent shockwaves through the air, creating visible ripples. It then raised its hind legs and lunged forward. Lin Beiji deftly sidestepped, gliding close to the ground, while simultaneously gripping the texture on the statue's shoulder, using its momentum to nimbly leap onto its back. The white tiger, seeming provoked, angrily shook its body in an attempt to throw Lin Beiji off. Yet Lin Beiji remained as steady as a rock, letting out a cold chuckle as he struck the statue's nape with his elbow, skillfully manipulating its center of gravity, guiding it off course and slowly moving it towards the western end of the star formation. Chapter 79. Mirage of flowers and moonlight. The white tiger struggled momentarily, ultimately being expertly maneuvered to a halt at the western edge of the star formation. The first step was accomplished. His gaze then shifted to the Xuanwu and Qinglong. The Qinglong had long been poised, its sharp claws scraping against the ground, and in the next moment, it let out a dragon's roar, its long tail sweeping through the air like a whip. Lin Beiji was already prepared. He crossed his hands before his chest and rolled away at lightning speed to evade the sweeping tail, simultaneously hurling a piece of rubble he had picked up from the ground towards the Qinglong's head. The Qinglong was struck, momentarily halted, and Lin Beiji seized the opportunity. He advanced, grasped the Qinglong's horn with one hand, and with a sudden pull, unbalanced the Qinglong's massive tail, sending it crashing towards the direction of the Xuanwu. The Xuanwu was knocked back 2 steps, sliding directly toward the northern side of the star formation, aligning perfectly with the polar point of the celestial symbols. The Qinglong, too, was deftly adjusted by Lin Beiji to the eastern side of the star formation. Adjacent to the Xuanwu, now, only the Zhuge and Taotai remained. Lin Beiji took a breath, his eyes landing upon the final 2 statues. The Zhuge took flight, its fiery wings unfurling, and a torrential rain of flames cascaded down, enveloping the entire star formation. Lin Beiji crossed his hands over his head, weaving through the flames, nimbly moving his feet to avoid letting the fiery rain impede his progress. He suddenly charged towards the Zhuge, leaping into the air to land behind the statue, utilizing its flight inertia to ensure the Zhuge ultimately descended at the southern end of the star formation. Upon witnessing this, the Taotai finally let out a low, rumbling roar, its form significantly larger than the other statues, with powerful limbs that exuded an imposing presence. The Taotai lunged towards Lin Beiji, its weighty steps carving a deep trench in the ground. Lin Beiji, opting not to confront it head-on, swiftly maneuvered to its rear, delivering a swift kick to its hind leg. The Taotai lost its balance, leaning forward, and Lin Beiji leaped again, pushing with all his might to force it into the center of the formation. As the Taotai settled into position, the entire star formation suddenly illuminated, the runes aligning once more. The 5 divine beings took their places, and the Qilin transformed into a radiant brilliance that showered down upon the center of the hall. While silver coins descended gently from the stone walls, Lin Beiji exhaled a long sigh of relief, lightly leaping to catch the silver coins. It seemed this challenge was indeed formidable. Had it been an ordinary sorcerer, they would likely have expended significant time and effort to barely pass through. However, Lin Beiji was different. Having undergone nearly a century of combat trials, the experiences he had gathered had forged within him a calm heart, rendering these mechanisms and trials mere child's play. With 3 silver coins in hand, he had already attained a secondary qualification. Acquiring just 1 more would elevate him to the primary tier. Lin Beiji pondered to himself as he stepped into the next trial. This scene was starkly different from the previous one. Rather than a room, it resembled a cave. The rock walls were mottled, and the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only a few strands of luminous stones hanging from the ceiling. Emitting a dim glow as he stepped inside, the stone door behind him slammed shut with a thunderous noise, isolating him in this tranquil space. The ancient and vigorous inscriptions etched into the wall read, "Conquer thyself." This took Lin Beiji by surprise, but what transpired next was even more unexpected. At that moment, he caught sight of a figure slowly materializing before him. His pupils constricted. The person bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, identical in stature, appearance, and even the subtle nuances of expression, down to the precise details of the Tiansu Academy sorcerer's robe. Upon realizing this, Lin Beiji understood instantly that this figure was his own illusion. He murmured softly to himself, "So it is, the greatest enemy is not others, but oneself, as the saying goes. To conquer others is strength, but to conquer oneself is power." The illusion met his gaze, a slight smile curling at its lips, revealing a trace of gentle amusement. Lin Beiji refrained from further words, suddenly stepping forward and unleashing a swift punch. The blow was as fast as the wind, the sound of air being cut through resonating sharply. Yet, before his fist could reach its target, the illusion evaded with the same posture, its movements as graceful and nimble as a swallow, leaving no openings. Subsequently, the illusion counterattacked with a punch as thunderous as a storm, aiming directly at Lin Beiji's face. Lin Beiji dropped his shoulder and twisted his waist to avoid the strike, then retaliated with a swift elbow. As quick as lightning, the illusion raised its arm in an instant to block, dissipating the force, and grasped Lin Beiji's wrist with a grip as unyielding as iron, causing him a slight twinge of pain. He used the force to flip himself away, retreating several steps to create distance. The two stood still for a moment, neither making a rash move, their gazes locked in a silent confrontation, as if probing each other's intentions. Yet within Lin Beiji's heart, a tempest stirred. This illusion not only mirrored his appearance perfectly but also mirrored his fighting style, speed, and even the strategies he employed, as if confronting another self, accurately anticipating his every movement. After a series of exchanges, the two appeared as reflections in a mirror, each strike and each defense resembling a duel with oneself. Lin Beiji's long punches were steady and powerful, his rapid-fire assaults relentless. However, the illusion matched him in every regard, from footwork to body movements, and even the counter techniques, leaving no room for error, and no matter how Lin Beiji adapted, the illusion always seemed a step ahead. Determined to gain the upper hand through speed, Lin Beiji quickened his pace, his figure vanishing from sight, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged towards the illusion from behind. Yet the illusion remained unfazed. Almost simultaneously turning to deliver a punch, the two fists colliding with a resounding thud that sent dust cascading from the surrounding rock walls. What a formidable opponent! Lin Beiji's heart trembled, but his expression remained resolute. He adjusted his rhythm once more, shifting from an aggressive onslaught to a defensive counterattack. He sought to exploit any openings that might arise during the defense, enticing the illusion to reveal a flaw. However, regardless of the feints or clever retreats he employed, the illusion remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain, completely unaffected, even countering with precision to suppress any gaps in his defense. After exchanging over 100 blows, neither side gained the advantage. Each strike was exquisitely executed, every counter clean and decisive. Yet, this extreme balance caused beads of sweat to form on Lin Beiji's forehead. He understood well that such an adversary was the most terrifying. It was tireless, unhesitating, devoid of emotional fluctuations, akin to a cold mirror faithfully reflecting every ounce of his own strength, without a single flaw. Lin Beiji furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating inwardly. He attempted to employ more complex combinations of attacks, his fists alternating rapidly, occasionally interspersed with knee strikes and elbow strikes, the connections between moves flowing seamlessly. Yet the illusion continued to dismantle his attacks with the same speed and precision, rendering each of his efforts futile. The two stood in a stalemate for a brief moment, both breathing heavily, sweat streaming down their brows. Unexpectedly, the illusion spoke, its voice deep yet oddly familiar. How does it feel to battle with oneself? Chapter 80. Heaven's Assistance. Lin Beiji was taken aback, his brow furrowing. He had not anticipated that this illusion could speak. What exactly are you? His tone carried an air of inquiry tinged with an almost imperceptible curiosity. The illusion smiled faintly, its expression mirroring that of a reflection, chilling him to the bone. I am you, and you are me. Throughout the fierce battle, Lin Beiji maintained a calm composure. In fact, upon entering this enigmatic space, he had sensed a hint of peculiarity. The concentration of magical essence in this area far exceeded the ordinary, almost reaching an infinite state, with every inch of air saturated with rich energy fluctuations. So that is it, Lin Beiji murmured softly, his gaze growing increasingly profound. He quickly deduced that this illusion, which bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, was likely formed from the condensation of magical essence within the formation. Such an astonishing abundance of magical essence would grant this illusion powers, speed, and combat awareness that were in no way inferior to his OWNIT. Seemed this was a trial set forth by some ancient master. Lin Beiji mused. Whenever a sorcerer stepped into this place, the formation would generate an identical opponent from the boundless magical essence. Moreover, this illusion was not merely a copy. It appeared capable of discerning his fighting style and continuously adjusting its strategy. In other words, the magical essence expended in this space could be replenished immediately. Lin Beiji whispered to himself, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. He surveyed the extraordinary space, feeling the continuous influx of magical essence into his being. And a strange, mischievous smile crept onto his face. If that were the case, then this place was indeed a divine sanctuary for cultivation. Lin Beiji narrowed his eyes slightly, an uncontrollable surge of excitement swelling within him. He turned to face the illusion, which still maintained the same battle stance as him, its gaze cold and resolute like a mirror. Yet, Lin Beiji suddenly relaxed his guard, seemingly nonchalantly brushing off his sleeves before sitting cross-legged. Showing no intention of continuing the fight, the illusion paused momentarily, its movements mirroring Lin Beiji's, as if questioning his intentions. If you wish to strike, then do so. Lin Beiji laughed more heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Languidly stating, I shall just cultivate here for a while. If you find yourself bored, consider it practice for you. Before his words had faded, he had already closed his eyes, focusing on cultivating the essence of his internal energy. Indeed, within mere moments, the abundant energy surged through his meridians like the mighty Yangtze River, swiftly replenishing his previous expenditures, even threatening to overflow. Observing this illusion with a hint of irritation, it suddenly launched an offensive, charging directly at Lin Beiji. However, Lin Beiji appeared to have anticipated its intentions, remaining firmly seated on the ground. With a gentle hand gesture, he softly intoned, tortoise-shell protection technique. In an instant, the energy, tainted by dark aura, surged rapidly, coalescing into a colossal black tortoise phantom before him. The tortoise was imposing, its scales deep as the starry night, exuding a chilling pressure. Each scale shimmered with an indomitable brilliance, resembling the most unyielding barrier between heaven and earth. The phantom's fist struck heavily against the tortoise shield, producing a muffled sound, its assault dissipating into nothingness as if it had plunged into the sea. Simultaneously, the energy within Lin Beiji replenished at an even swifter pace, flowing forth like an unending spring, showing no signs of waning. Feeling the fullness of his internal energy, a light smile graced the corner of Lin Beiji's mouth as he slowly opened one eye. Speaking with a hint of pride, indeed, this is an exceptional place for honing one's skills. The tortoise phantom remained steadfast before him, emanating a calm and formidable presence, akin to an immovable mountain. Lin Beiji appeared at ease, seemingly unconcerned by the phantom's onslaught, murmuring to himself, "Heaven aids me." As expected, the phantom soon mimicked Lin Beiji's gestures, beginning to channel its own energy. A torrent of resplendent golden light erupted from its form. And shortly thereafter, a massive golden tortoise emerged. This tortoise was majestic, its scales akin to cast gold, radiating a brilliant and solemn glow, nearly indistinguishable from Lin Beiji's black tortoise except for its dazzling hue. "Oh?" Lin Beiji raised an eyebrow, a curious smile curling at the corners of his mouth, yet still deemed it unworthy of concern. The phantom seemed oblivious to Lin Beiji's demeanor, commanding the golden tortoise to march forward with heavy strides. Crashing directly into Lin Beiji's black tortoise, the two tortoises stood facing each other, their movements appearing cumbersome and slow. With a resounding thud, the golden tortoise collided with the black tortoise's shield, akin to striking an iron wall. Leaving not the slightest tremor, the black tortoise merely swayed slightly before resuming its steadfast stance, its scales' dark radiance deepening, as if an unfathomable abyss were absorbing all impact. The phantom paused momentarily, a flicker of anger flashing in its eyes. Seemingly unwilling to accept that its attack had been ineffective, it swiftly summoned more energy, attempting to command the golden tortoise to charge again. However, regardless of how fervently it urged, the black tortoise remained utterly immovable. Standing tall and unyielding, the phantom, clearly reluctant to concede, abruptly gestured, gathering a surge of energy. This time, it chose to unleash a spell. A dazzling light erupted between the scales of the golden tortoise, coalescing into a golden shockwave that surged toward Lin Beiji. Lin Beiji's eyelids drooped slightly, his expression composed, as if he did not regard this onslaught with any seriousness. The front limbs of the black tortoise lifted slightly, its form leaning forward, as it effortlessly absorbed the golden shockwave without stirring a single ripple. The phantom was momentarily taken aback, quickly gathering even more energy to unleash several spells in succession. Flames, wind blades, arcs of electricity, and even crystallized ice arrows, all relentlessly assaulting Lin Beiji. Yet these spells were as futile as sending a cow into the sea, effortlessly thwarted by the black tortoise, leaving not a single mark on the shield's surface. Lin Beiji slowly lifted his head, gazing at the phantom with a bemused smile, and calmly remarked, "Surely you must know that my offensive spells are merely superficial. Lacking any real power, such a futile endeavor, why persist?" The phantom's expression grew increasingly rigid, its eyes devoid of emotion yet betraying a hint of helplessness. It attempted to channel more energy, continuing to cast spells. But each effort met the same fate, without exception, thwarted by the black tortoise. Gradually, the phantom's movements became hesitant, as if it understood that none of its assaults could budge Lin Beiji's tortoise shield in the slightest. Lin Beiji remained seated, a serene smile adorning his lips, softly murmuring, "You may carry on at your leisure. I shall commence my cultivation now." Chapter 81. Cultivation word another, they would find it challenging to maintain their footing in this place. After all, ordinary sorcerers unleash a myriad of offensive spells, yet their defensive capabilities pale in comparison to Lin Beiji's, which could be deemed hundreds of times stronger. This unique ability allowed him to remain unaffected amidst the relentless pursuit of the phantom, enabling him to cultivate in peace. Should any other sorcerer attempt to cultivate under such circumstances, facing an unyielding phantom capable of precisely replicating their spells, a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. Let alone long-term cultivation. Such a perilous situation was evidently foreseen by the elder who had laid the formation. Indeed, if anyone could sustain long-term cultivation here, even the most abundant energy would be exhausted, rendering the formation ineffective and incapable of replenishing energy. The formation remained intact, thanks to this design, allowing future generations to test their qualifications, yet Lin Beiji was an unexpected anomaly. As Lin Beiji's thoughts stirred, the energy within his meridians flowed gently like a trickling stream, converging toward his spiritual orifice. However, as his focus intensified, the flow of energy accelerated, resembling a mountain stream, ceaselessly surging. This energy followed the trajectory of his meridians, circulating through the pathways, akin to a vast army converging toward the spiritual orifice. The faint, tingling sensation in his meridians gradually transformed into a burning heat, as if an invisible flame were igniting. Melting away all internal chill, Lin Beiji tightly closed his eyes, brows slightly furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. his entire being resembling a statue seated upon the ground. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, a tempest raged within him, akin to a storm sweeping across the sea, stirring tumultuous waves. The abundance of energy in this place was overwhelming, as if an inexhaustible flood were continuously pouring into his meridians. Initially, he could barely manage to circulate his heart method, guiding this colossal force into a cycle, but as the energy surged with increasing ferocity, his meridians began to throb with pain, as if molten iron were searing within, each sinew seeming to cry out in agony. Crack! A faint cracking sound echoed within him, as if his meridians were nearing their breaking point. Lin Beiji struggled to steady his mind, attempting to slow the absorption rate. But no matter how he tried to suppress it, the surrounding energy surged uncontrollably into his spiritual orifice and dantian like a breached dam. Imimim. Lin Beiji let out a muffled groan, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. His body trembling violently in the next moment. A coppery sweetness surged in his throat, and he could not restrain himself from spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood was a deep crimson, akin to congealed fat, falling to the ground and emanating a faint aura, clearly a result of overabsorbing energy, leading to a backlash in his meridians. Before the blood could dry, Lin Beiji's fingers trembled slightly, beads of sweat pooling on his forehead, rolling down his cheeks. Gritting his teeth, he formed a stable seal with his hands upon his knees, desperately suppressing the nearly rampaging energy within him. Yet his chest felt as though struck by a heavy hammer. A dull ache pulsing, and his breath quickening indeed. "I have been careless," he murmured softly, the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth yet to be wiped away, yet his gaze held no hint of retreat. It seemed that only by harnessing the encroaching dark energy could he delay the violent flow of energy. Otherwise, should this continue, it would be difficult for his meridians and spiritual orifice to withstand such an onslaught. Lin Beiji steadied himself, making slight adjustments, guiding the dark energy to flow into his meridians. The dark energy slithered like a serpent, silently traversing his meridians, ultimately converging deep within the spiritual orifice, akin to a drop of ink spilled into clear spring water. Rapidly diffusing, the dense dark energy formed an invisible barrier, enveloping the spiritual orifice, causing the previously tumultuous energy to subside, as if a river had been restrained. Lin Beiji exhaled a long breath, the sweat on his forehead gradually receding, and the pain within him also alleviated. Meanwhile, the phantom beside him persistently launched attacks, as if programmed to know only offense. Tirelessly and unyieldingly, it would occasionally unleash heavy punches upon the tortoise shield, its fists like the wind, striking with great force, while at other times, it would alternate between casting fire spells and wind blades, yet still to no avail. The phantom seemed oblivious to the concept of discouragement, mechanically continuing its futile assaults, as if its sole purpose was to exhaust the energy in this place. However, the tortoise shield showed no signs of damage, and Lin Beiji remained as steady as a mountain, creating a comical sense of absurdity in their standoff. Time became a vague notion for Lin Beiji, as he lost track of its passage in this lightless expanse, apart from the surging energy around him. All connections to the outside world seemed severed. He remained seated within the tortoise shield, diligently cultivating, the energy within him flowing like an unending river, repeatedly crashing against his spiritual orifice in this silent span. His cultivation gradually accumulated like droplets converging into a river, progressing from the first to the second tier, and from the second to the third tier, each breakthrough accompanied by endless patience and accumulation. He could no longer recall how many years had passed. Occasionally, he would halt his cultivation, open his eyes, and gaze at the phantom before him. It remained as it had at the outset, mechanically throwing punches, kicking, and casting spells. Despite its attacks being consistently ineffective, it never wavered. Each strike would resonate with a dull thud upon the tortoise shield, akin to a rhythmic drumbeat, becoming his sole companion in this desolate environment. Lin Beiji silently gazed at the illusion before him, a faint, enigmatic smile occasionally gracing his lips. A peculiar sense of wonder welled up within him. This illusion was both his adversary and his sole companion in the endless solitude. Gradually, the monotonous thumping sound became an integral part of Lin Beiji's existence. It transcended mere assault from the illusion, evolving into a form of unspoken communication, an unbroken companionship. Each time he broke through a barrier, he would pause momentarily, allowing the sound to linger in his ears, as if deriving a semblance of solace from it, enabling him to continue facing the protracted years of cultivation. T last, Lin Beiji opened his tightly shut eyes, his pupils shimmering like stars, emanating a faint glow. The essence of law within him now flowed with profound depth, and his spiritual orifices expanded like vast oceans, signifying that he had surpassed the limits of mortals and stepped into the realm of a fourth-tier sorcerer. The once dense essence of law within the cave had now become as insubstantial as mist, nearly exhausted from his extensive cultivation. The intoxicating scent of spiritual energy in the air gradually faded. He rose slowly, feeling the immense essence flowing within him, and as his sleeves fluttered slightly, a gentle breeze seemed to follow. Breaking through to the fourth tier of sorcery is an unattainable realm in the eyes of mortals. Chapter 82. The power of immortals. The third tier is the utmost limit achievable by mortals, while the fourth tier demands a combination of a century of arduous cultivation, the powerful assistance of true essence, and the almost extravagant support of law essence. Lin Beiji skillfully integrated these three elements, finally seizing this elusive opportunity to make his breakthrough before his essence was entirely depleted. The essence here had also been exhausted. Any further attempts would merely be a waste of time. Lin Beiji murmured softly to himself, fully aware that beyond the fourth tier, each advancement requires immense fortune and transformation, realms that cannot be reached solely through effort and resources. Having broken through to the fourth tier, he could now reverse cultivate law essence to replenish true essence. Lin Beiji retrieved the tattered manual from his bosom. He had finally awaited this day. The damaged golden core within him began to recover slowly under the nurturing of true essence. The surface of the golden core was etched with cracks resembling a spider's web, yet under the infusion of true essence, these fissures began to heal gradually. As the true essence continued to pour in, a faint golden radiance emerged on the surface of the golden core, as if it were revitalizing. Time passed without notice, and the golden core finally restored itself completely, radiating dazzling golden light. After what seemed like eons, the golden core began to crack slowly under the continuous infusion of true essence. When it cracked, light burst forth, as if the sun and moon were shining together. It was time. Lin Beiji murmured to himself, taking a deep breath and suddenly channeling all his true essence into the golden core. In an instant, the golden core shattered completely, transforming into countless luminous particles that subsequently coalesced into a baby-like phantom deep within his spiritual orifice. Yuan Ying. The small figure of the Yuan Ying resembled an immaculate jade sculpture, seated in the depths of Lin Beiji's spiritual orifice, surrounded by a misty glow of true essence, exuding vibrant vitality and an indomitable presence. Lin Beiji felt the familiar surge of power as the true essence in his Yuan pool surged like a roaring river, unceasing. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of thunder flashing within their depths. As Lin Beiji restored his initial cultivation of Yuan Ying, to maintain the Yuan Ying level, he could only rely on the continuous consumption of law essence. Thus, he still appeared to be at the first tier of sorcery on the surface. Moreover, the true essence could not be excessively consumed, as the law essence reserves of a fourth-tier sorcerer were still insufficient to sustain the overconsumption of true essence at the Yuan Ying level. But it was enough. Heh heh heh. Ha ha ha. Lin Beiji laughed skyward, his laughter revealing an unmistakable arrogance and exhilaration. He slowly raised his hand, his palm coalescing, as true essence and law essence intertwined and flowed, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. This was the power of the third world, the power of immortals. His gaze was piercing, his tone laced with an air of invincibility. Now, I am the strongest in this realm. Sensing the drastically different aura emanating from Lin Beiji, the illusion ceased its mechanical and meaningless attacks accumulated over countless years. It stood silently, as if observing Lin Beiji. Almost forgot about you, old friend. Lin Beiji smiled faintly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. So, how is it? You should be at the fourth tier by now, right? With Lin Beiji's breakthrough, his illusion, as his reflection, naturally ascended to the realm of a fourth-tier sorcerer. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Beiji withdrew the tortoiseshell protective technique and slowly stepped forward. However, the illusion had grown numb over the long years, upon witnessing Lin Beiji dispel his defenses. Its eyes suddenly ignited with a strange light. Without hesitation, the illusion lunged at Lin Beiji like a ferocious tiger, its movements swift and fierce. Yet, just as it approached, Lin Beiji lightly tapped his finger, causing the golden glowing giant tortoise before the illusion to shatter into countless starlit fragments. "No need to rush, old friend," Lin Beiji said with a smile. "I still wish to spend some more time with you." At this moment, the illusion had long lost its reason. Accompanied by a silent roar, it turned its hands. Flames surged from its left hand while ice blades coalesced in its right, unleashing a barrage of spells toward Lin Beiji. Although these spells were of low rank, they still possessed terrifying destructive power due to the strength of a fourth-tier sorcerer. Nevertheless, Lin Beiji showed no inclination to evade, as the flames and ice blades were about to reach him. The illusion suddenly froze. Lin Beiji had vanished without a trace. In the next instant, he appeared behind the illusion, his movements so swift that the illusion had not even noticed. The illusion abruptly turned its head. Disbelief etched across its face. This is impossible. I know every move you make." "How could?" Before its voice could finish, its expression shifted from astonishment to terror. Like a malfunctioning machine, its body began to convulse violently. Flickering with faint light, cracks spread across its form, the brilliance dimming gradually, until, under Lin Beiji's calm gaze, the illusion's figure completely disintegrated into silent nothingness. This symbol of A-grade aptitude, the fourth silver coin, descended with a silver glow into Lin Beiji's palm. The final test relied purely on the reserves of law essence. Lin Beiji surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the formation at the center of the secret chamber had begun to operate slowly. If he could still muster enough law essence to activate the entire formation after depleting it in the previous 4 trials, he would be able to acquire additional silver coins based on the degree of activation. The number of silver coins could range from 1 to 3, representing the 3 tiers of A-grade aptitude: lower, middle, and upper. Lin Beiji stood before the formation, contemplating briefly, yet he did not make a move. He knew very well that he was currently only at the first tier. To maintain the operation of the true essence at the Yuan Ing level, his law essence was almost entirely consumed, and his current state was insufficient to activate this complex formation. However, that was for others. A glint of cunning flashed in Lin Beiji's eyes, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. The rules never stated one could not destroy the formation. Did they? He slowly approached the stone wall, his gaze fixed on the slowly rotating center of the formation. The surrounding runes flickered, emanating an intimidating pressure. Yet, at this moment, Lin Beiji paid it no mind. He did not even employ any sorcery, directly raising his fist, gathering fiery power upon its edge. Boom! With a resounding crash, his fist descended like thunder, striking the core of the formation with force. The once incredibly stable runes cracked like a mirror, their brilliance suddenly dimming. With a piercing crack, the formation collapsed instantly, transforming into a cascade of flowing light. Lin Beiji withdrew his fist, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. Without hesitation, he reached into the collapsed center of the formation, his fingertips brushing against several silver coins, and with a gentle scoop, he grasped them in his hand and his palm. 3 silver coins radiated a soft silver glow, their edges faintly adorned with a swirling halo. Distinct from the previous Ford, Chapter 83. Red refinement rules can only bind the weak. Lin Beiji gently caressed the silver coins in his hand, a playful smile gracing his lips, since he aimed for A-grade aptitude. He would certainly choose the finest. He casually stowed the 3 silver coins away, placing them alongside the previous 4, and turned to leave with purposeful strides. Behind him, the collapsed formation lay quietly in place. Upon stepping out of the secret chamber, he was greeted by the familiar stone steps and light, seemingly unchanged from when he had entered. At the entrance, the 2 sorcerers who had brought him remained standing silently. "How long was I inside?" Lin Beiji inquired nonchalantly. 2 hours. One of the sorcerers replied succinctly. Lin Beiji smiled slightly upon hearing this. 2 hours. It seemed his conjecture was indeed correct. The passage of time within the illusion cave was exceedingly slow. He had seemingly endured countless years inside, yet only 2 hours had elapsed outside. In the astonished gaze of the 2 sorcerers, Lin Beiji casually tossed the 7 silver coins to them. This news swiftly swept through the entire Tiansu Academy like a tempest, igniting a tremendous uproar, especially within the Tianshu Hall. which erupted into chaos. Have you heard? A new sorcerer has recently arrived, and his aptitude is actually at the A-grade upper tier. Is that true? A-grade upper tier, that essay prodigy who can rival the master of the Xiaowei Hall. Absolutely true. Moreover, this person is from our Tianshu Hall. What a stroke of luck! The disciples of the entire Tianshu Hall buzzed with excitement. Their words filled with shock and disbelief. A-grade aptitude was already exceedingly rare, and an upper-tier A-grade aptitude was a once-in-a-century phenomenon. It is worth noting that the esteemed leader of the Xiaowei Hall has swept through the Tiansu Academy with such remarkable qualifications, becoming a legend revered by all sorcerers. Yet now, a prodigy of comparable caliber has emerged within their Tianshu Hall, igniting a fervor among all present. The most elated of all is undoubtedly the leader of Tianshu Hall, who could hardly have anticipated that such a once-in-a-century talent would join their ranks. This extraordinary individual, Lin Beiji, has ascended to the position of class head despite merely being at the first rank of sorcery. In the Lingchang town, within the Wind Dust Inn, Lin Beiji pushed open the door, brushing off the dust from his shoulders as he stepped into the somewhat dilapidated establishment. The furniture was worn, and the oil lamps cast a dim glow, yet it remained one of the few havens in the area. He had intended to rest for a night to recuperate from his arduous journey, but a swirl of complex emotions rendered him exceedingly weary. Behind him, two young sorcerers followed suit, one named Lu Yun and the other Ji Qiu, both disciples of the former class head, He Tianzhong. After He Tianzhong's demise in battle, these two had come under the command of the new class head, Lin Beiji. Initially, he had thought that having two younger companions would ease his burdens, yet to his astonishment, these two did not acknowledge him as their elder brother. As Lin Beiji reflected on this being only their second mission together, he felt a sense of bittersweet irony at becoming the class head. He cast a glance at Lu Yun and Ji Qiu, both standing with their swords, their gazes silently betraying a hint of defiance. Rubbing his temples, he mused, who would have thought that I, a mere sect master, would find myself in such a position? Indeed, Lu Yun's voice drifted over, neither too soft nor too loud, laced with mockery. You possess only first-class qualifications. What is so commendable about that? Your cultivation at the late stage of the first rank is nothing more than mediocre, hardly matching my peak first rank. Ji Qiu interjected with a cold laugh, his tone even more acerbic than Lu Yun's. What a farce! How dare you even compare yourself to brother He? In terms of strength and demeanor, you fall woefully short. What gives you the right to lead us? Listening to their barbed words, Lin Beiji maintained an outward calm, while internally his thoughts were a tumultuous mess. What troubled him most was that these two rebellious spirits not only showed him no respect but also appeared to be at odds with one another. Lin Beiji could only force a smile. Sighing internally, two tigers cannot share a mountain, and yet here we are, clashing in a confined space. I cannot tell if this is a blessing or a curse, if these two were to discover that he possessed the strength of the nascent soul stage. They would likely be terrified. However, Lin Beiji was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities, for he sensed that there were still forces in this world that rivaled his own. The mission at hand involved the pursuit of the fugitive Qi Lian, who was listed on the wanted poster. Capturing him would not only yield a substantial reward, but also bolster his standing within the court. Qi Lian had once been the personal guard of Zhao Yu, the minister of personnel in the Zhao dynasty. Zhao Yu was a high-ranking official responsible for the examination and promotion of civil servants, a significant figure in the court and a trusted advisor to the emperor. However, 3 years prior, Qi Lian had inexplicably slain his master within his residence and subsequently vanished without a trace. The news of this act sent shockwaves through the court, inciting the emperor's wrath, who personally issued an edict placing Qi Lian on the wanted list, commanding all local authorities to capture him. Qi Lian bore a distinctive tattoo of a red lizard on his waist, one of his identifying marks. Despite numerous rumors over the years, his whereabouts remained elusive. Recently, however, news had surfaced that Qi Lian might have been spotted in Lingchang town, perhaps having disguised himself and blending in among the common folk. Upon receiving this lead, the Tiansu Academy had dispatched Lin Beiji, Lu Yun, and Ji Qiu to apprehend him, with the dual aims of securing the bounty and earning merit for the court. Legend has it that a celestial tome once graced Lingchang town, containing profound mysteries, regarded as a guide to the path of immortality. This tale attracted countless individuals who flocked to the town in pursuit of the tome's remnants. seeking to enhance their cultivation. However, as time passed, this fervor drained the town's resources, turning it into a chaotic mix of fortune seekers and rogues, transforming the once serene locale into a hub of disorder. Recently, the court had appointed a formidable official, Lord Ma, whose iron-fisted rule swiftly established order. Upon assuming office, he laid down strict regulations. Anyone wishing to establish themselves in Lingchong town must adhere to the rules, or face dire consequences. Under his governance, the chaos began to subside, as the populace dared not overstep. Lord Ma now controlled all resources within Lingchong town, wielding absolute power over life and death, with rumors suggesting that no one who defied his edicts escaped unscathed. Lin Beiji's objective in Lingchong town was singular and straightforward: to capture Qilian and complete his mission without provoking the likes of Lord Ma. After all, as the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Especially in such a tumultuous environment, he wished to avoid entanglements as much as possible. Chapter 84. Lord Ma, if he could indeed capture Qilian, reward of 500 taels of silver would be his. Perhaps he might even consider a career as a bounty hunter, a venture fraught with challenges but lucrative nonetheless. He had started to contemplate the use of the silver once it was in his possession, perhaps to acquire alchemical pills or manuals for cultivation. After enjoying a meal, Lu Yun and Ji Qiu retired to their respective rooms for rest. Lin Beiji, however, lingered, engaging the innkeeper in conversation, hoping to glean some information. Innkeeper, though your establishment may not be grand, it seems to attract a fair number of patrons. You must earn a respectable amount each day, Lin Beiji remarked casually, his tone amiable. The innkeeper, upon hearing this, scrutinized him for a moment, his smile tinged with a hint of wariness. Esteemed guest, you seem unfamiliar with this place. You must hail from afar? Indeed, Lin Beiji replied with a slight smile. I have come from Luchuan in the north, passing through to conduct some minor business and hoping to stay for a few days. Conducting business? The innkeeper shook his head, sighing. I would advise you to leave Lingchong town as soon as possible. This place is rather perilous. Oh? Pray tell, what do you mean by that? Lin Beiji asked, feigning nonchalance as his curiosity piqued. The innkeeper glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice. What you may not know is that while this appears bustling, we barely make a profit over the year. As it stands, we might not even be able to pay next month's taxes. Is that so? Lin Beiji raised an eyebrow, his tone inquisitive. May I ask why this is the case? The innkeeper sighed, carefully shutting the inn's door before leaning closer and speaking in hushed tones. To be frank, ever since the arrival of the new official, Lord Ma, we shopkeepers have been suffering immensely. The taxes he levies each month far exceed our earnings, and any hint of non-compliance invites legal trouble. This inn is on the brink of collapse, and I may have to sell it at a loss to one of Lord Ma's enterprises. His voice thick with bitterness, the innkeeper quickly waved his hands. Esteemed guest, please do not take this too seriously. I merely mentioned it in passing. Do not ask further, lest you attract trouble. Thank you for the warning. Innkeeper, Lin Beiji replied with a smile, then shifted the topic casually. By the way, have you seen anyone particularly unusual around here? Unusual? The innkeeper's brow furrowed, his expression one of confusion. Yes, someone with a tattoo on their waist resembling a lizard. Have you seen anyone like that? Lin Beiji asked, pulling out a few pieces of silver and casually tossing them onto the counter, the coins glinting enticingly in the candlelight. The innkeeper's eyes widened momentarily in surprise, but he quickly masked it with a casual smile. Oh, such a person? I haven't heard of anyone like that. Perhaps you are looking in the wrong place. Though the innkeeper's demeanor remained composed, Lin Beiji had keenly noted the brief flicker of hesitation. He had come to a conclusion. The innkeeper must know the whereabouts of Qilian. Maintaining an unruffled exterior, Lin Beiji deepened his smile. If you haven't seen him, that's quite all right. I merely asked out of curiosity. Please keep an eye out and consider this silver a small token of appreciation. The innkeeper nodded eagerly, his expression still a touch flustered. After Lin Beiji retired to his room, the previously quiet back of the inn began to stir. The innkeeper's wife emerged, leading their 5 or 6-year-old son, Duya, who, despite his tender age, bore a maturity beyond his years. The wife, her brow furrowed with worry, looked at her husband. The day after tomorrow is the tax deadline, but we still haven't gathered the funds. What shall we do? The innkeeper did not reply immediately. Instead, he knelt down, gently ruffling Duya's hair. His eyes clouded with a complex mix of emotions. With a heavy sigh, he said, "Tomorrow, I will try to plead with Lord Ma for an extension." His wife, her voice tinged with urgency, replied, "But even if we scrape together this month's taxes, what about next month? At this rate, we will inevitably falter." Hearing this, the innkeeper's expression grew more somber, his sigh laden with resignation. "I understand, but for now, we have no choice but to take it one step at a time. We cannot hope to match Lord Maya's power." His wife opened her mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent, lowering her gaze to Duya. The child, sensing the gravity of the situation, tugged at his father's sleeve and softly said, "Father, don't worry. When I grow up, I will be able to help you." Upon hearing the tender words, the innkeeper felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He reached out to embrace the bean sprouts, choking back a laugh as he said, "Very well. When the bean sprouts have grown, father shall have no more worries." At that moment, the dim light flickered, casting the shadows of the family of three against the walls. Though a hint of warmth lingered in the room, the heavy reality weighing upon their hearts felt as piercing as a chilling wind. Leaving them nowhere to hide, by the way, Fu, I overheard your conversation with that gentleman. It seems he is from the government? It appears so. Then why not seek his assistance? I have already tested him. He does not wish to involve himself in this matter. Moreover, Ma Guiren is not someone an ordinary person can contend with. Indeed, Fu, the innkeeper's wife lowered her voice, her eyes glimmering with hope. I heard your conversation with that gentleman. He does not seem like an ordinary individual. Could he be from the government? Upon hearing this, the innkeeper furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding in a hushed tone. It seems likely. His wife's eyes sparkled with a flicker of light as she quickly suggested, if that is the case, why not try seeking his help? If the government intervenes, perhaps Ma Guiren would be compelled to show some restraint. The innkeeper, however, shook his head, his expression growing increasingly grave. I just tested him. He does not wish to get involved. Furthermore, you know well enough the means of Ma Guiren. He is not someone an ordinary person can handle. Getting entangled in this could provoke even greater calamities. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of hope in his wife's eyes faded, and she lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. Seeing this, the innkeeper sighed. Placing a hand on her shoulder, his tone tinged with helplessness, "We must only seek to preserve our own safety, avoiding trouble. Perhaps there remains a sliver of hope." The room fell into a profound silence, with only the faint flickering flame of the oil lamp swaying in the dimness, reflecting the deep fatigue and helplessness etched on their faces. The following morning, Lin Beiji set out early with Lu Yun and Yi Qiu to visit the residence of Ma Guiren. After all, this was Ma Guiren's territory, and it was prudent to announce their intentions beforehand. Moreover, it was quite possible that Ma Guiren was acquainted with this Qilian. Chapter 85. Tension in the air before long. The trio arrived at Ma Guiren's residence. Looking up, they beheld high walls and deep courtyards, with vermilion gates adorned by lifelike stone lions, exuding an air of grandeur that rivaled even the duke's residence. Lin Beiji could not help but exclaim inwardly, "My goodness, this hardly resembles a common magistrate's residence. It is indeed more lavish than the marquis' residence in the capital." At the entrance of Ma Guiren's estate, a tattered old woman knelt on the bluestone slab, accompanied by her family, her frail body appearing even more pitiful as she incessantly prostrated herself. Her forehead was already swollen from repeated blows. Yet she continued to sob, pleading, "My lord, I beseech you, have mercy. Our fields have been confiscated. How are we to survive?" Behind the old woman stood a pair of terrified children and a young man with a vacant gaze, clearly indicating that the family had been driven to the brink of despair. Several guards at the entrance stood rigidly, indifferent to the scene, some even displaying impatience as they coldly barked, "Get lost. Is this place for you to cause a ruckus? If you persist, do not blame us for being ungracious." At these words, the old woman shuddered but refused to rise, instead bowing even more fervently, blood seeping from her forehead. Her voice trembled with desperation, "Please, grant us a chance to live. Without our fields, we will starve." One of the guards, growing impatient with the old woman's refusal to leave, suddenly kicked her, sending her sprawling to the ground. She cried out in pain, and the children rushed to embrace her, their faces already streaked with tears. Meanwhile, two other guards, unwilling to be outdone, raised their fists to continue the assault. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Lu Yun and Yi Qiu stepped forward. Lu Yun seized one guard's wrist, while Yi Qiu pressed down on another's shoulder, coldly commanding, "Stop!" The subdued guard, filled with rage, struggled and shouted, "What are you doing? Let go!" With an icy demeanor, Lu Yun replied, his voice low yet commanding, in broad daylight, striking an innocent old woman. "Is there no law?" Yi Qiu, standing nearby, scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Want to fight? How about practicing your skills with us?" The guards exchanged glances. Though intimidated by Lu Yun and Yi Qiu's imposing presence, they mustered the courage to retort, "This is Ma Gui-Ren's residence. We are the law here. Do you dare to cause trouble?" By now, the old woman had been helped to her feet by her son, trembling and filled with fear. Lin Beiji glanced at the tragic scene, slowly stepping forward to shield the mother and son. Lu Yun and Yi Qiu wasted no time, launching their counterattack. With a swift motion, Yi Qiu propelled himself towards the most arrogant guard, his arm striking like a whip as he delivered a powerful elbow strike directly to the guard's chest. Thud! The guard gasped in pain, sent tumbling like a kite with its string cut, crashing against the stone lion of the estate and collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest, struggling to breathe. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's movements were even more graceful. Faced with two guards charging at him, he remained calm, his body shifting like a swimming dragon as he effortlessly evaded one guard's punch, then swiftly delivered a side kick to the other guard's knee. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the guard cried out, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yun struck the other guard's shoulder, sending him sprawling, rolling several times before coming to a stop. The remaining guards, witnessing this, felt a twinge of fear but still charged forward, drawing their blades to attack Yi Qiu. Yet Yi Qiu remained unperturbed, taking a nimble step aside to evade the blade, then swiftly grasping it and wrenching it from the guard's grasp. Pressing the blade against the guard's neck, his voice was chilling. "Next time you consider attacking, think about your own worth." Lu Yun, with one hand locked around the last guard's wrist, disarmed him with a flick, leaving the guard crumpled on the ground, pale and curled up in fear. In a matter of moments, all the guards at the entrance lay on the ground, groaning in pain, none able to stand. Yi Qiu clapped his hands, casting a cold glance at the fallen guards, a smirk curling at his lips. "With such skill, you dare to boast before me? You haven't even warmed up yet." Lu Yun chuckled, crossing his arms, his gaze laced with scorn. "Just a few insignificant lackeys. What is there to brag about? Look at your proud demeanor. You seem eager to announce your triumph to the world." Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow, a glint of cold light in his eyes as he casually brushed off his sleeves, half smiling. "Oh? Are you feeling envious? Do you want me to give you a chance to stretch your muscles?" "With you?" Lu Yun sneered, his tone dripping with disdain as he shot Yi Qiu a sideways glance, a slight smile playing on his lips as if he had heard an absurd joke. "Your mediocre skills dare to present themselves? You truly have a knack for humor." Yi Qiu scoffed, taking a light step forward as if to advance but suddenly halting, his gaze like a blade slicing through Lu Yun. "I wonder who it was last time that I forced back 3 steps with a single strike, losing all face." Lu Yun's gaze hardened, a cold huff escaping his lips that was merely out of courtesy. "Otherwise, how much of your arrogance would remain?" Humph, a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking itself invincible. The two stood at odds, their words laced with tension, a palpable air of conflict brewing between them. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a servant peered out, evidently having come to investigate the commotion. However, upon witnessing the scene of groaning guards sprawled on the ground and the tense standoff between Yi Qiu and Lu Yun, his face turned pale with fear, and he began to retreat, hastily attempting to close the door. Hey, young brother, don't rush to close the door." Lin Beiji reacted swiftly, stepping forward to block the entrance, his face adorned with an awkward yet friendly smile. "Please inform Ma Ren that the sorcerers from the Tiansu Academy wish to meet him regarding urgent matters." The servant's eyes widened, lips parted as he processed the weight of the words Tiansu Academy sorcerers. Glancing nervously at Lin Beiji and then at the fallen guards, clearly torn. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Beiji softened his tone further, slightly stepping aside to create a path, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. "Fear not, my friend. This minor misunderstanding has nothing to do with the estate. It is merely some grievances from the rivers and lakes. We come with no intention of offense, only seeking an audience with Ma Dongran. Chapter 86. Threats. Though the servant found Lin Beiji's tone gentle, it carried an undeniable authority that left him no choice but to comply. He nodded repeatedly. All right, please wait a moment. I shall go inform him. With that, the servant hurriedly turned and disappeared deeper into the estate. Lin Beiji finally exhaled, turning to exchange glances with Yi Qiu and Lu Yun, who each huffed in response, gradually easing the earlier tension. Next time, temper your spirits. We are here on serious business, Lin Beiji advised in a lowered voice. Inside the grand hall of the estate, the air was fragrant with sandalwood, curtains hung gracefully, and the decorations were opulent. Madame Ma sat gracefully beside an intricately carved tea table, delicately savoring her tea from a purple clay pot. On either side stood two enchanting maidens, gently attending to her point. One of the maidens softly massaged her back, while the other presented a platter of exquisite tea treats, creating an atmosphere that exuded both opulence and leisure. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the hall, and a flustered steward rushed in. Madame Ma's brows furrowed slightly as she set down the teapot and raised her gaze, her tone laced with veiled displeasure. What is all this commotion? What has happened? The steward hurriedly approached, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and bowed deeply, saying, My lady, it is grave news. 3 individuals have arrived at the door, dressed strangely, claiming to be sorcerers from the Tiansu Institute, and they demand an audience with you. The Tiansu Institute? Madame Ma raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised by the mention of such a name. Yes, the steward swallowed hard and quickly added, they possess formidable skills. They have incapacitated all the guards at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Madame Ma's expression darkened, a flicker of annoyance flashing in her eyes as she slammed the teacup onto the table, causing tea to spill slightly. Sorcerers from the Tiansu Institute, she scoffed, a hint of disdain evident in her gaze. How audacious of them to act so brazenly at my doorstep, clearly showing they do not regard me. Ma, with any respect. The maidens, sensing the tension, quickly stepped forward to console her, softly saying, My lady, do not be angry. They are likely just ignorant of proper decorum. Madame Ma snorted coldly, casting a frigid glance at everyone in the hall, her voice low yet defiant. What do you know? The sorcerers of the Tiansu Institute are notoriously difficult to deal with in the capital, and they may have their way there. But this is my territory, and no matter how bright their reputation, it holds no weight here. She waved her hand dismissively, her voice deep yet authoritative. Since they seek me, let them enter. You may all leave for now. Yes, my lady, the maidens replied in unison. Given permission, the 3 were soon ushered into the residence. As they approached the main hall, several guards blocked the way with their sword hilts, their tone brusque. Only the leader may enter. You two must wait here. Lin Beiji turned back, waving his hand with a smile. Wait for me here. I will be back shortly. Lu Yun frowned, unable to suppress her concern. Be careful inside. Lin Ban too. With your meager skills, don't let them really take you down. Yi Qiu coldly added. Though you may be useless, you are still our leader now. Do not embarrass us. Despite the reluctant and mocking tone, their words carried an undercurrent of genuine concern, clearly not wishing for Lin Beiji to encounter any misfortune. Lin Beiji said nothing further, adjusted his attire, and stepped toward the main hall. There, Madame Ma was seated at the intricately carved tea table, leisurely pouring tea from her purple clay pot. Amidst the wafting sandalwood fragrance, the entire hall enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility and authority. The drapes hung softly, while the gilded wall murals depicted a splendid landscape, subtly revealing the host's ambitions and power. Beside Madame Ma stood a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man, his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing with a gaze that was deep yet devoid of warmth. The moment Lin Beiji stepped into the hall, he instinctively sensed a subtle yet sharp aura. This man's strength seemed to be around the 4th tier. It was no wonder, after all, that Madame Ma had ruled here for so long without anyone daring to resist. She must indeed have formidable allies. Who are you? Madame Ma suddenly inquired, her voice low and powerful, as if carrying an invisible pressure. Lin Beiji stepped forward, respectfully bowing with a humble smile, yet maintaining his composure. I am Lin Beiji, a sorcerer from the Tiansu Institute. Madame Ma gently set down her purple clay teacup, causing the tea to ripple, her gaze shifting slightly as if contemplating. Subsequently, she gestured for him to take a seat, her tone bearing a hint of courtesy. "Please, sit down and let us converse at ease." Although her demeanor was not overly warm, it was clear she had no intention of dismissing him outright. As the actual power holder of this domain, Madame Ma, despite her imposing nature, understood the importance of propriety. She could not afford to dismiss the Tiansu Institute's reputation, particularly at such a moment. As she preferred not to complicate matters, Lin Beiji expressed his intentions to Madame Ma, sincerely requesting her assistance in providing leads. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Ma's expression turned slightly grave. She slowly replied, "The individual you mentioned, Qi Lian, I must admit, I have never heard of. However, given that you from the Tiansu Institute have come forth, I will instruct my subordinates to pay closer attention. Should any news arise, I will surely inform you." Lin Beiji nodded slightly, respectfully saying, "In that case, I sincerely thank you for your efforts, Madame Ma." Madame Ma waved her hand with a gentle smile, her tone amicable. There is no need for such formality. We all serve the court, and naturally, cooperation is essential." Before she could finish, Lin Beiji's expression suddenly turned serious, and he shifted the topic. "Madame Ma, in addition, I encountered an elderly woman at the door today who mentioned that her land has been usurped by your people. Might there be any truth to this?" Upon hearing this, Madame Ma's expression momentarily faltered before quickly returning to normal. She chuckled lightly, shaking her head. This is a long story." Lin Beiji's gaze sharpened, patiently awaiting further explanation. Madame Ma lifted her teacup, taking a slow sip, her tone unhurried. "Have you ever heard of the largest gambling house in Lingchong Town?" Lin Beiji frowned slightly, shaking his head. "I have not." Madame Ma set down her teacup with a sigh. "That elderly woman's son is named Chai Qingshan. He is a notorious gambler who squandered all his family's savings in a gambling spree, accumulating a significant debt to the gambling house. As you know, debts must be repaid. It is only natural. When the gambling house could not recover their dues, they had no choice but to seize his land and property as repayment. It is indeed a lamentable situation, but there is little that can be done." She spoke with an air of resignation, her tone tinged with a hint of sympathy for Chai Qingshan's plight, yet also carrying a sense of detached ease. Chapter 87. The Gambling House. Lin Beiji smiled slightly, his tone unhurried. "Oh, so this matter has nothing to do with you, Madame Ma?" Madame Ma raised her teacup, gently swirling the tea within, her gaze lifting slightly to meet Lin Beiji's, a bemused smile playing on her lips. "Your words are quite excessive, Lin Darren. I am but a minor official in this locality, merely doing my duty, and as for a gambling house, it is also sanctioned by the authorities." Though she spoke lightly, there was an underlying tone of warning. After saying this, Madame Ma leisurely placed her teacup down, her gaze casually drifting to the man standing beside her, hands clasped behind his back. The man seemed to understand, stepping slightly closer, his aura suddenly shifting, like a sharpened blade concealed within its sheath, its edge fully revealed. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce you, Lin Darren. This is my adopted son, Yinlu. Don't be misled by his youth. He is quite devoted to the study of sorcery and has achieved some minor success. I've heard that the sorcerers of the Tiansu Institute are renowned for their skills. Perhaps you could take some time to spar with him and help him learn." Upon hearing this, Yinlu slightly cupped his hands, his gestures polite, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain, as if he held Lin Beiji's abilities in contempt. Madame Ma appeared entirely oblivious to her adopted son's attitude, continuing with a relaxed tone that concealed sharpness. "I remember when I first arrived here. This place was a chaotic mix of people, with no rules in place, and everyone seeking to take advantage of one another. Being sent here by the authorities, I could not stand idly by, so I had to personally establish order." As she spoke, her tone suddenly shifted, her gaze locking onto Lin Beiji, her smile unwavering but her voice taking on a deeper timbre. "However, there are always one or two troublemakers who do not know their place, attempting to stick their necks out. Thankfully, my adopted son was there. He single-handedly quelled those unruly elements. I dare not take credit." Yinlu murmured softly to "It is not a matter of taking credit or not." Madame Ma waved her hand dismissively, her smile casual yet tinged with a hint of mockery, as if discussing a trivial matter. "After all, I merely fulfilled my duty. This Lingchong town cannot be allowed to appear lawless, can it?" As she slightly shifted the conversation, Taking a sip from her teacup, her gaze inadvertently swept over Lin Beiji. However, there are always some who believe themselves quite capable and insist on stepping forward to meddle in matters that do not concern them, and the outcome. He sighed lightly, his tone lowering, yet the smile in his eyes gradually grew colder. Now they lie among the graves outside the town. Though her words seemed mundane, they concealed a sharpness like a hidden dagger, radiating an icy chill. I have learned much, Madame. Lin Beiji replied with a slight smile. Rising to bow, his tone still calm, but a glimmer of profundity flashed in his eyes. I hope, Madame, that you will take extra care regarding the matter of Qi Lian. Upon hearing this, Madame maintained her smile. Nodding slowly, if Lin Darren has no further matters, then I shall not see you out. Her tone was gentle yet carried a note of distance, subtly implying that this meeting should come to a close. Upon hearing these words, Lin Beiji maintained his composure, offering a slight bow as he replied with measured politeness, Then I shall not trouble Master Ma any further. With that, he turned and departed, his steps steady and unruffled. Accompanied by Lu Yun and Yi Qiu as they exited the residence. Just beyond the gates, Lu Yun approached, lowering her voice to inquire, How did it go, Ban Tu? Any leads from the nobleman Ma? Yet, Lin Beiji remained silent, his gaze drifting into the distance as if lost in contemplation. Observing this, Yi Qiu's frustration flared, prompting her to murmur, Are we truly just going to leave? What will happen to that old woman's family? At her words, Lin Beiji halted, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Qiu. Though his expression was serene, a faint smile graced his lips, hinting at deeper meaning. He spoke softly, I will take you to a place of significance. Once we arrive, all will become clear. Exchanging glances filled with trepidation, Lu Yun and Yi Qiu followed closely behind. Soon, they found themselves in a bustling area, where the streets were alive with throngs of people. The cacophony of vendors hawking their goods intertwined with the bargaining of passers-by, creating a symphony of noise. Shops lined both sides of the street, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, captivating the attention of all who strolled by. The ground, worn smooth and mottled by countless footsteps, reflected the vibrant essence of the marketplace. However, Lin Beiji suddenly paused, his gaze fixating on a grand edifice at the street's edge. The towering structure boasted a striking vermilion entrance, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, flanked by two large red lanterns. Beneath the lanterns hung a conspicuous plaque inscribed with the words Gambling House, written with a bold and commanding stroke. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback, quickly furrowing her brow as she questioned, Ban Tu, what brings us here? Are we truly here to gamble? Lu Yun scoffed, crossing her arms in derision. Lin Ban Tu, you can't possibly be a gambling enthusiast. Can you? I never imagined your idea of a place of significance would lead us to such a lowly venue. Their banter, tinged with dissatisfaction and mockery, echoed in the air. If you wish to pursue this folly, go ahead. I would rather assist the old woman and her family. Yi Qiu retorted coldly. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, both ready to depart. Do you not understand why that old woman lost her land? Lin Beiji's voice cut through the conversation, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The two halted in their tracks, turning to face him. Why? Lu Yun asked, confusion etched on her features. Lin Beiji's expression sharpened as he replied. Her son accrued debts that were lost in this very gambling house. If we can reclaim that land deed, the issue will be resolved. Why? Yi Qiu and Lu Yun were taken aback, finally grasping Lin Beiji's intentions. Yet, Yi Qiu's brow furrowed again as she asked, But what if we lose? Would that not mean a loss for both our efforts and our resources? Lin Beiji's lips curled into a confident smile. Just trust me, I possess the means to ensure a flawless outcome. They exchanged wary glances. Despite their lingering hesitations, Lin Beiji's resolute demeanor ultimately swayed their trust. Very well, but should we lose, you must take responsibility, Yi Qiu declared with irritation. Thus, the trio approached the gambling house, and as the heavy wooden doors swung open, they were enveloped by a dazzling scene of lights and the din of excitement. Lin Beiji remained composed, though a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Inside, the establishment was brilliantly illuminated, with several large red lanterns suspended from the beams, casting a glow akin to daylight upon the gambling house. The decor was lavish, with silk wall hangings depicting lavish feasts and hunts, exuding opulence. The floor was laid with smooth blue bricks, worn in places from the passage of many feet. In the center of the hall stood several gambling tables, each draped in purple velvet and adorned with copper trim to prevent slippage. The tables were laden with various gaming implements, dice cups, money trays, chips, and intricately carved ivory betting sticks. Around the tables, a diverse crowd of gamblers gathered, clad in attire ranging from coarse cotton tunics worn by impoverished farmers to resplendent robes adorned with jade pendants, indicating wealth. Regardless of their status, all were captivated, their eyes alight with anticipation, either holding their breath for the reveal or anxiously fixated on the rolling dice. For one side of the hall, a raised platform hosted a commanding figure, the house's host, tall and robust. Wearing a black cap and a red robe, exuding authority. With a beaming smile, he boomed, "Bets are locked in. A single throw determines everything." The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, cheers and gasps punctuating the atmosphere, creating a lively and raucous scene. In a quieter corner near the hall, several low tables accommodated less affluent gamblers, while a row of discreet screens concealed a few grand wooden tables, draped in pristine white silk. Wealthy patrons adorned in fine garments occupied these tables, some holding jade pipes, engaged in hushed conversations, their status evident. The screens bore ink-wash landscapes, providing a semblance of privacy yet failing to mask the vibrant ambience of the gambling house. The air was thick with diverse aromas. Sweat from the gamblers mingled with the fragrant tea and the enticing scent of roasted meats wafting from a nearby stall. A tea vendor busily attended to guests, steam rising from the teapots, the clinking of cups creating a melodic undertone. Next door, a snack vendor displayed steaming buns, some gamblers tossing coins to the vendor while hastily devouring the treats. A woman in a rosy dress cradled a pipa, her melodious voice weaving through the noise, adding an air of antiquity to the ruckus. Yet her song drew little attention as most gamblers remained engrossed in the stakes at the tables. To think a small town could house such a lavish gambling establishment. This truly opens my eyes, Lu Yun and Yi Qiu marveled, surveying the grandeur. Even in the capital, few places rival this scale. Lin Beiji, however, appeared unfazed, his hands clasped behind him, moving with an air of casual ease, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding fervor. He gestured for the hesitant Lu Yun and Yi Qiu to follow. "Let us proceed and take a look." His tone was calm, yet his steps were resolute, devoid of hesitation. Just as he took a step forward, he abruptly stopped, turning to face the two with a subtle smile. He then extended his hand toward them, prompting confusion. "Do you have some spare silver?" "I find myself short. I don't have any," Lu Yun replied, her tone firm. "What are you staring at?" "I have none either," Yi Qiu added, her impatience evident. "Don't be so stingy. Trust me, should we win, I shall return it to you," Lin Beiji assured them. Frustration washed over the two, for in the Tiansu Academy, funds were typically dispersed from higher to lower ranks, yet now they were expected to finance their superior. After a shared glance of resigned understanding, Lu Yun sighed, and Yi Qiu shook her head, accepting their fate. Eventually, both produced a small pouch of silver coins, handing it to Lin Beiji. Lin Beiji received the coins. Weighing them before tucking them away, he then surveyed the gambling house, his expression indifferent as he scanned the myriad of games available. The betting methods were diverse. There were various forms of wagering, pai gao, and intricate local games. Each table was surrounded by eager participants, the air thick with cheers and lamentations, creating a vibrant tableau of gambling activity. Moving at a deliberate pace, Lin Beiji appeared to be casually wandering. Yet his keen eyes were meticulously observing every game, noting the rules and the dealer's techniques, even the expressions of onlookers in his mind. He calculated. Among the games, while the elegant pottery throwing relied heavily on skill, pai gao demanded extensive strategizing amidst a complex and unpredictable environment. Only the dice games, though seemingly reliant on chance, were the most susceptible to manipulation and offered the greatest opportunity for victory through cunning and bravery. Finally, Lin Beiji halted beside a table encircled by eager gamblers. A glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. This game, though appearing simple, concealed intricate layers of strategy, particularly demanding of situational control and an understanding of human nature. With a slight smile, he declared, "This will do." Lu Yun furrowed her brow, perplexed. "Why choose this one? I've heard it's rife with tricks." Yi Qiu scoffed, her voice tinged with displeasure. "If you lose, don't come to us for money." Lin Beiji merely chuckled, his tone imbued with conviction. The presence of tricks only adds to the thrill. The more tricks there are, the more opportunities for exploitation. With that, he produced a handful of silver coins, placing them on the table and calmly pushing them forward, betting on a high outcome that I'm in for this round. Lu Yun and Yi Qiu stood behind him, apprehension etched on their faces. But bound by their roles, they could only silently observe. The bronze dice cup spun in the dealer's hands, producing a crisp clattering sound that captured everyone's attention. Bets are locked in, bet high or low. It's your choice. The dealer's voice boomed as he deftly placed the cup on the crimson tablecloth. Surrounding gamblers eagerly pushed their coins onto the table, the atmosphere thick with tension. The dealer lifted the cup, revealing 3 dice that rolled across the surface. 3, 2, 1. Low. Lin Beiji lost the first round, and Lu Yun's face darkened as she muttered, "What kind of skill is this? How could you possibly gamble? I can't believe I placed my trust in you." Yi Qiu could not resist voicing her skepticism either. Lin Beiji, however, maintained a calm demeanor, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What's the hurry? It's merely a small test of skill. With that, he placed the remaining silver coins on the table, once again opting for a bet on big. When the dice cup was revealed in the second round, it echoed with the proclamation, "Small." At this moment, Yi Qiu could no longer contain his frustration and whispered sharply, "If you keep losing like this, we won't have any money left to cover your losses." Chapter 89. The Flaw. Lin Beiji chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping across the table as he began to speak slowly. "Haven't T, you noticed the issue?" "What issue?" Lu Yun and Yi Qiu exchanged puzzled glances, their faces a picture of confusion. "There's a problem with the dice," Lin Beiji asserted with unwavering confidence. "A problem with the dice." The two were even more perplexed. "Indeed," Lin Beiji replied softly, his tone laden with significance. "According to the rules of the game, the total points of the 3 dice range from 3 to 18. Points 4 to 10 are considered small, while 11 to 17 are deemed big. When the points are 3 or 18, the banker wins everything. Now, let us calculate the probabilities." He paused, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "There are a total of 6 multiplied by 6 multiplied by 6, which equals 216 possible combinations for the 3 dice. However, there is only one combination each for the points of 3 and 18, totaling 2 combinations. This means the probability of the banker winning everything is merely 1 out of 216, or approximately 0.926. Meanwhile, the combinations for betting small and big each consist of 108 possibilities, giving both a probability of 99.074. On the surface, this appears to be a simple game of chance, where the banker's slight advantage of 0.926 seems insufficient to secure a win. He shifted his tone, gently tapping the table. "But let us not forget, this seemingly probability-based game is the perfect facade for hidden tricks. The secret lies within these dice." Lu Yun and Yi Qiu were momentarily stunned, feeling a sense of logic in his words, yet unsure how to counter them, instinctively casting a few more glances at the dice cup. Indeed, under Lin Beiji's guidance, they began to perceive the underlying issue. Among the 3 dice, one seemed to consistently favor the roll of a 1.its filled with lead. Lin Beiji remarked nonchalantly, "Filled with lead?" Lu Yun frowned in inquiry. "Precisely," Lin Beiji nodded, explaining, "Many bankers mix specially crafted fake dice into the game. These dice undergo unique processing, such as having lead weights injected inside or being embedded with magnetic materials, altering their center of gravity, thereby making it easier to roll specific numbers. The banker is well acquainted with the characteristics of these fake dice and can manipulate the results through touch and specific rolling techniques." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun and Yi Qiu exchanged knowing glances, a dawning realization washing over them, though concern lingered in their eyes. But wouldn't that make it easy for others to spot the flaw? "The key lies in the perspective," Lin Beiji smiled. "Perspective? What do you mean?" Yi Qiu asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Do you know why I deliberately chose this position?" Lin Beiji's eyes sparkled with mischief. "You should observe from other locations. The lighting here is cleverly arranged. The flickering candle flames reflect off the dice cup, and combined with the rapid unveiling of the cup, it creates a play of light and shadow that obscures the true state of the dice from other players. Moreover, this angle conveniently avoids most visual blind spots." Skeptical yet intrigued, the two moved to different positions to observe closely. Just as Lin Beiji had asserted, The interplay of light and the placement of the dice cup rendered the subtle movements of the dice nearly indistinguishable. Now I see. Lu Yun and Yi Qiu exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their newfound understanding. Noticing their realization, Lin Beiji smiled slightly before shifting the topic. However, this is not their most sophisticated tactic. There's more? Yi Qiu exclaimed, clearly astonished. Psychological warfare, Lin Beiji stated, and without hesitation, he placed his silver coins firmly on small. Did you notice that the banker opened big in the previous 2 rounds? Naturally, after losing twice, the gamblers would psychologically assume it's unlikely to open small 3 times in a row, leading more of them to choose big. As anticipated, the surrounding gamblers began placing their bets on big, with some even doubling their stakes, evidently eager to recoup their losses. The banker, with a command, unveiled the dice cup, revealing small. The gamblers who had wagered on big erupted in dismay, their faces etched with regret, while those who, like Lin Beiji, had bet on small joyfully collected a substantial sum of silver coins, recovering all their earlier losses. With a gentle smile, Lin Beiji tossed 2 heavy bags of silver to Lu Yun and Yi Qiu, his movements graceful and composed. The sound of silver clinking as it landed in their hands rang clear. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his voice. So, what do you think? I haven't deceived you, have I? Take this. The extra is merely interest. Lu Yun and Yi Qiu caught the bags, weighing them in their hands, unable to suppress their murmurs. I didn't expect you had such skills. I underestimated you. Though tinged with complaint, a smile crept upon their lips. Then let us follow the banker's lead and continue betting on small, Lu Yun suggested, his tone brimming with eagerness. Things are not that simple. Lin Beiji shook his head, his gaze penetrating as it scanned the crowd at the gambling table. Have you noticed that among the gamblers, there are actually some planted by the gambling house? Planted? Yi Qiu blinked in surprise, then followed Lin Beiji's gaze to see a man in a brown linen shirt standing leisurely by the table. He always placed his bets last, unfazed and unhurried. Indeed, that's him. Lin Beiji smiled slightly. This individual places his bets with precision every round, appearing like an ordinary gambler, yet his presence is designed to guide the situation and confuse others' judgments. Did you notice? He too bet on small last round, which is no coincidence and a wonder. Lu Yun frowned, recalling his earlier suspicions about the man. I sense something odd about him. Though his movements are slow, he never seems hesitant. And he always bets last. Exactly, Lin Beiji affirmed, his gaze fixed on the man. This time, I will bet on small again. However, the banker undoubtedly has other methods to shift the tide. It's time to unveil their hidden cards. With the crisp sound of the dice cup hitting the table, the 3rd round of betting commenced. This time, the players betting on big and small were evenly split, while the banker confidently placed his chips on big. Yi Qiu and Lu Yun held their breath, their eyes glued to the wooden cover concealing the dice, eager to glimpse the outcome. However, just as the cover was about to be lifted, a barely perceptible ripple of spiritual energy swept through. Captured keenly by Lin Beiji's sharp senses, a glimmer of golden light flickered in Lin Beiji's eyes, akin to the sun reflected in an ancient well, profound and composed. His consciousness extended, instantly revealing the numbers within the dice cup. Moments later, the wooden cover was lifted, and the result was shockingly 1-1-1. The banker won everything. A collective sigh arose from the onlookers. Some appeared discontent, while others silently rejoiced for not having placed hefty bets. Chapter 90. Countermeasures. Chapter 91. Conflict. As the 3rd round began, the banker continued to shake the dice cup, yet Lin Beiji appeared resolutely confident. When the cup landed, he unhesitatingly placed the remaining silver on small. The cup was unveiled, revealing 3-1-1. Indeed, a small. Lin Beiji had regained some of his silver. In the subsequent rounds, Lin Beiji seemed to place bets at random, yet each time, he was unfailingly accurate. The banker's expression gradually soured, while the surrounding gamblers grew increasingly animated, exclaiming, "This young master is extraordinarily lucky." In reality, before each of Lin Beiji's bets, his consciousness precisely penetrated the dice cup, even catching the banker attempting to cheat with subtle movements. He placed his safe bets while gradually guiding the situation, systematically winning the banker's silver. Lin Beiji's streak of victories continued. The atmosphere in the gambling house grew increasingly heated, with onlookers crowding around the table. The banker's expression fluctuated between dark and light, His earlier triumphant smile now replaced by a chill. Taking a deep breath, he feigned calmness, though the dice cup trembled slightly in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, this young master is on a winning streak. Why not increase your bets for added excitement? The banker's smile was strained, yet his voice remained steady. His gaze lingered on Lin Beiji, as if testing him. Lin Beiji returned a calm smile, unhesitatingly pushing forward the silver he had just won, softly stating, "In that case, let us gamble once more." A glint of malice flickered in the banker's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, an almost imperceptible wave of anomaly surged within the dice cup. Lin Beiji furrowed his brows, immediately on guard. As expected, he intends to cheat using sorcery. The banker had quietly cast a spell, embedding a subtle wave of spiritual energy within the dice cup. This energy lay dormant, concealed within the cup, poised to influence the dice's outcome the moment the cover was lifted, ensuring it aligned with the banker's desires. Lin Beiji's consciousness stealthily extended, tracking the trajectory of that spiritual energy. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, his expression unchanging. "Bet confirmed?" The banker bellowed suddenly, the dice cup firmly placed on the table, the spiritual energy growing more pronounced. Lin Beiji, however, feigned ignorance, his gaze tranquil as he wagered on big. The banker chuckled coldly within, convinced of his impending victory. However, when he unveiled the dice cup, the 3 dice revealed were 6, 5, 6, big. Another win. The surrounding gamblers erupted in excitement, joining Lin Beiji in betting, their coffers overflowing, while Lin Beiji remained composed. Slowly gathering his winnings, the dealer's expression shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by the unexpected failure of his magical prowess. He lowered his gaze to scrutinize the dice, only to discover that the spiritual energy within had been quietly subdued by an even more potent aura. A jolt of alarm coursed through him as he raised his eyes to Lin Beiji, only to find the latter's demeanor utterly composed, as if the preceding events were merely a stroke of chance. Reluctantly, the dealer continued to cast spells in secret during several rounds, each time attempting to manipulate the outcome of the dice, even resorting to employing greater spiritual power. However, regardless of his efforts, the results within the cup were consistently rectified by an unseen force. Clearly, the reversal formation was at play. Gradually, beads of cold sweat began to form on the dealer's brow, and the cup in his hand became increasingly rigid. Terror gripped his heart, yet he dared not make a scene, forcing himself to maintain the facade of the game. Deep down, he had come to realize that the earlier mishap was certainly no coincidence, but rather the handiwork of the young man before him. That moment, a discreet attendant, having ensured that no one was watching, swiftly retreated to a secluded back room. "What, are you saying that a sorcerer has come to disrupt the game?" the man whispered, his eyes flashing with astonishment and unease. "Quickly, inform the boss and report this matter urgently." He issued his commands, his expression tense as he vanished into the back room. Before long, the news reached the ears of the gambling house owner. Seated at a desk in his inner chamber, he idly toyed with a few chess pieces, his countenance appearing relaxed, yet the slight furrow of his brow betrayed a hint of anxiety. He gently set down the piece in his hand, his gaze turning cold and contemplative as he murmured, "It seems this individual possesses some skill, able to achieve victory repeatedly in my establishment, clearly not an ordinary foe." Rising slowly, he approached the window, overlooking the raucous crowd within the gambling house, a glimmer of frost flashing in his eyes. "Regardless of who he is, causing chaos on my turf will not come without consequences." A cold smirk graced his lips, his tone laced with confidence and threat. He waved his hand lightly, commanding, "Go, inform all the enforcers to be prepared, and see just how capable this young gentleman truly is in daring to challenge my limits." Observing the dealer's unsightly expression, Lin Beiji could not help but chuckle internally, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "Today seems to be quite fortuitous. It appears that these silver coins are a gift from the heavens." The surrounding gamblers readily echoed, "Indeed, this young gentleman possesses remarkable luck. It seems the dealer may lose everything today." At that precise moment, heavy footsteps resonated from the back of the crowd. The gambling house owner, flanked by several burly men, parted the throng of onlookers and strode directly toward Lin Beiji. His gait was steady and powerful, his gaze sharp, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he approached with palpable menace. Lin Beiji remained rooted in place, his demeanor unruffled, as though he had anticipated this very scene. However, Lu Yun and Yi Qiu, upon witnessing the situation, instinctively stepped forward, forming a protective barrier in front of Lin Beiji. Their expressions vigilant and resolute. Both placed their hands on the hilt of their swords, ready for battle at a moment's notice. The surrounding gamblers cast fearful glances, exchanging worried looks and whispering among themselves. Yet none dared to step forward to assist. After all, the gambling house had the backing of the influential Ma Guoran. Offending the establishment was akin to incurring the wrath of the powerful. And the onlookers discreetly retreated, creating a wide path for the owner and his subordinates. Lin Beiji was the first to speak, his voice steady and unhurried, imbued with an air of authority. What is this? Is the owner about to violate the rules of the gambling house? Am I to be punished simply for my good fortune in winning a bit of silver? His words, though light, rang with conviction, causing the retreating gamblers to cast sidelong glances. Lu Yun and Yi Qiu, undeterred, added defiantly, indeed. Does this gambling house only allow the dealer to set traps while forbidding others from winning a little silver? If that is the case, then perhaps you should just remove the word gamble and leave only trap, to spare the unsuspecting from further deception. Liu Yun's tone dripped with sarcasm, while Yi Qiu fixed a steely gaze on the burly men behind the owner, subtly challenging them. The gambling house owner was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for the audacity exhibited by these individuals, who showed no signs of trepidation. His expression shifted through various shades, a mixture of sternness and curiosity emerging. As a figure who had ruled this domain for many years, his keen eye quickly discerned that the young man before him was no ordinary challenger. Weighing the implications in his mind, he ultimately huffed with disdain. Humph! These arrogant youngsters seem unaware of who wields power here. This gambling house is backed by Ma Guoran. Even if they possess some connections, they hold no sway within my domain. Young man, you must not realize that this is my territory. Dare to cause a ruckus here, and I will ensure you cannot even find the exit. At that moment, one of the subordinates barked coldly, his tone laced with intimidation. Lin Beiji, however, was unfazed. Instead, he chuckled, casting a calm glance over the group before him as he replied, "Cause a ruckus. Your words are indeed refreshing. We have neither stolen nor robbed. We have merely relied on our skills to win. Are the rules of this gambling house such that only the dealer may set traps while others are forbidden from earning a few coins? Or is it that the notion of fairness here is merely a jest? If that is the case, you might as well dismantle the word gamble and leave only trap to spare those who are unaware from being deceived." You? The subordinate was left speechless, his frustration evident as Lin Beiji's words struck home. The surrounding gamblers began to murmur among themselves, while the dealer's subordinate's visage shifted through various hues of blue and white, rendered momentarily mute. The gambling house owner feigned a smile, his tone cordial yet underscored by an unmistakable firmness. "It appears that you young gentlemen are quite the connoisseurs. I must admit, I am somewhat impressed. How about this? I shall personally join you for a game. What do you say?" Lin Beiji narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Oh, the owner personally entering the fray is indeed a grand gesture. What do you wish to wager? Have you ever heard of the Leaf Game cards?" "The Leaf Game cards?" Lin Beiji pondered for a moment, a look of contemplation gracing his features. He swiftly rifled through the historical knowledge he had amassed prior to his arrival in this realm. The Leaf Game, considered one of the progenitors of modern playing cards, boasted a rich historical lineage. He recalled glimpses of it in ancient texts, noting that it was not only a means of entertainment for the ancients, but also an art of strategy and intellect. Legend had it that during the Chu-Han contention, Han Xian devised this game to alleviate the soldiers' homesickness. At that time, the cards were merely the size of leaves, thus the name Leaf Game, which purportedly served as the prototype for playing cards. In the 13th century, Marco Polo brought this card game from China to Europe, where it sparked immense interest among Europeans. Initially, it was a luxury item for the nobility, but due to its low cost and diverse gameplay, it quickly gained popularity among the masses. The Westerners, building upon the foundation of Chinese cards, innovated through various phases, eventually culminating in the modern playing card. The origins of the Leaf Game can be traced back to the Tang dynasty, flourishing during the Song, Yuan, and Ming Qing periods. Historical records indicated that by the Tang era, the Leaf Game had become a favored pastime among the upper echelons of society and literati, its prevalence extending beyond the common folk to the aristocracy and intellectual circles. Evolving into a cultured affair, the Leaf game is a card game designed around points and suits, emphasizing a blend of luck and skill. Typically, it consists of a deck featuring multiple suits and point values, adorned with specific patterns and symbols. Common components include 1-point cards. Each card displays a point value ranging from 1 to 9, with higher values indicating stronger cards. 2. Suit cards. The Leaf game often features various suits, such as plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, akin to the hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs in modern playing cards. The diversity of suits partially determines the combinations and values of the cards. 3. Special cards. In addition to point and suit cards, the Leaf game incorporates special cards, such as Dragon and Phoenix cards, which possess unique rules and significant powers within the game. Reflecting on this, Lin Beiji felt a surge of confidence. Prior to his arrival in this world, he had been a seasoned player, often gathering with friends for marathon sessions from dawn until dusk, mastering the art of deception and strategy at the card table. What tactics had he not encountered? The current situation was merely a different form of card game, providing an excellent opportunity to showcase his skills. However, I have heard a little about it, since the owner has taken the initiative. Please elucidate the rules, Lin Beiji replied with a calm smile, his tone composed. Yet, the gambling house owner merely flashed a sly smile, shaking his head as he said, "As for the rules, I cannot divulge them just yet. Only once you confirm your participation in this wager will I reveal them. Rest assured, the rules will be fair to both parties, with no bias whatsoever." Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Ichio exchanged concerned glances, murmuring, "This owner seems rather cunning. He has likely set a trap for us to fall into. We should proceed with caution and not agree too hastily." Upon hearing this, Lin Beiji waved his hand nonchalantly, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain and certainty. No matter how perilous the situation may be, it is merely a contest of wits. I possess the confidence to prevail. With that, he turned to the proprietor, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Since you are so inclined, I shall indulge you in a game and see just how your fair rules unfold." The proprietor, upon witnessing this, let out a hearty laugh, repeatedly clapping his hands. "Excellent! How refreshing! No wonder it is said that heroes emerge from youth. Your audacity surpasses that of many seasoned veterans." Subsequently, the proprietor gently clapped his hands, summoning a servant who approached with a finely crafted wooden box. The box, entirely ebony, was intricately adorned with elaborate engravings. Upon closer inspection, one could discern vivid clouds and swirling dragons intertwined, as if they were poised to leap from the surface at any moment. The edges were inlaid with delicate strands of gold, delineating exquisite patterns that lent the entire box an air of opulence and mystery. At the center of the lid lay a small, exquisite jade plaque, its texture smooth as water, translucent and glimmering softly in the light, resembling a rare treasure that exemplified the box's extraordinary worth. In the middle of the box, a meticulously crafted brass lock secured it tightly, its intricate design seemingly narrating its ancient lineage. The gambling house proprietor slowly extended his hand, deftly unlocking the clasp with a crisp click. Inside lay a set of exquisitely detailed playing cards, vibrant in color, each card adorned with lifelike depictions of flowers, birds, fish, insects, or human scenes, akin to miniature works of meticulous art that left onlookers in awe. This set of playing cards appeared to embody the tumultuous history of countless gambling matches. The corners slightly curled, adding a sense of weighty history. The surrounding gamblers widened their eyes, whispering among themselves. Most had frequented the gambling house for years, yet had never encountered such exquisite playing equipment, let alone such a grand game. Some wore expressions of envy, others harbored trepidation, while many were simply curious, eager to witness what would transpire next. This visit to the gambling house had truly opened their eyes. Chapter 93. The stakes. At this moment, the proprietor of the gambling house squinted slightly, a gentle smile still gracing his face, yet his tone carried a hint of gravity. "Before the game commences, we must first establish the rules and determine the stakes. If we are to gamble, let us wager something of significance to demonstrate our sincerity. May I inquire what you propose? Whether it be gold, silver, jewels, or rare treasures, this establishment can provide it all for your selection." Lin Beiji, maintaining a calm demeanor, smirked slightly, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. "Might I inquire if you have heard of the name Chai Ching Shan?" Chai Ching-shan? The proprietor's eyes flickered with recognition. As if the name rang a bell, Lin Beiji's smile widened as he elaborated. He once lost a substantial sum here, pledging his land deeds and all his possessions as collateral. Therefore, my desired stake is everything he has pledged. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure, intrigued. I see it appears you have come well prepared. He gestured to a servant. Go. Check if we have Chai Ching-shan's land deeds. If so, bring them to me. Before long, several servants presented the land deeds and account books. The proprietor casually flipped through them, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, these belong to Chai Ching-shan. However, if you desire these items, the stakes must be equivalent. Chai Ching-shan lost a total of 500 taels of silver here. 500 taels of silver. Lin Beiji smirked, his demeanor unfazed. That is indeed something I currently lack. However, he paused, his gaze intense. I can provide you with an IOU. At this, laughter erupted around them. Even the proprietor let out a low chuckle, a hint of derision in his gaze. An IOU? Surely, you jest. In all my years running this establishment, I have never heard of anyone using an IOU as a stake. He shifted his tone, his eyes narrowing with coldness. However, I am not particularly interested in silver. If you lose, I shall require a hand from each of you. The room fell silent upon this proclamation, while Lu Yun and Yi Qiu glared in fury, Yi Qiu coldly retorting, Do you know who we are? How dare you speak such arrogant words? Clearly, you seek trouble with us. Let us leave. As the two attempted to pull Lin Beiji away, a tall figure emerged from the side, blocking their path. This individual was clad in a deep gray outfit. The fabric taut against his well-defined muscles. A black satin sash adorned his waist, subtly revealing the hilt of a short blade. Glinting ominously, he wore black cloth boots, each step exuding a steady and powerful presence. His face was stern, features chiseled like stone, and his gaze was as piercing as a hawk's, emanating a chilling intensity. With his chin slightly raised, he exuded an air of arrogance, yet his lips betrayed no excess emotion. His arms crossed firmly over his chest, revealing bulging veins, unmistakably a battle-hardened warrior. He spoke slowly, his voice low and gravelly, yet it resonated with an irresistible pressure. Since you have entered the game, it is illogical to withdraw midway. Attempting to leave before the game concludes could disrupt the rules, and you may find yourselves paying with your lives. As his words echoed, the surrounding gamblers held their breath, too intimidated to make a sound. Yi Qiu displayed no fear, letting out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with defiance. If we wish to leave, I would like to see who dares to stop us. Lu Yun was equally dismissive, suddenly launching a kick aimed at the gray-clad man's chest. However, the man remained as immovable as a mountain, allowing Lu Yun's kick to strike him without flinching. Not even the hem of his garment fluttering. Lu Yun's expression faltered momentarily, and feeling a sense of embarrassment, he executed a swift side kick, his leg slicing through the air like a blade aimed at the man's head. Yet the gray-clad man merely raised a hand, seemingly effortless, but firmly grasped Lu Yun's ankle as if it were a vice. With a cold snort, he pushed past the onlookers, gamblers surrounding the scene. Fell silent in awe, their hearts filled with a mixture of respect and trepidation towards the gray-clad man's formidable skills and ruthless demeanor. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu and Lu Yun could only grit their teeth and glare at the gray-clad figure. Though their hearts brimmed with discontent, the stark disparity in strength rendered their frustrations futile. Lin Beiji observed the two in silence, yet inwardly sighed. Perhaps this is for the best. Youthful exuberance often leads to overexposure. Enduring some hardships may not be such a bad thing. If one fails to learn restraint, they may inevitably capsize amidst greater storms in the future. At that moment, the gambling den's proprietor approached leisurely, a half-smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the crowd. He then spoke slowly, his tone measured yet laced with subtle mockery. Gentlemen, you have all witnessed the situation. It is not that my associate intended to bully them. Rather, they brought this upon themselves due to their inferior skills. This conflict was instigated by them, violating the rules from the outset. As his words fell, the crowd erupted into hushed discussions, some marveling at the gray-clad man's prowess, while others scoffed at Yi Qiu and Lu Yun's audacity. The proprietor's remarks not only quelled the tense atmosphere but also deftly distanced himself from any blame. leaving no room for criticism. "What shall we do now?" Yichio inquired, his tone tinged with resignation. The three exchanged glances, seemingly trapped in a dilemma. "We might as well die." Lu Yun scoffed, disdain etched across his face. "What, are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Yichio laughed derisively, his voice rising. "How absurd for you to say that. Who was it that got sent flying just now? If it weren't for you, why would I bother meddling in this mess?" "Oh? You speak so lightly. Were you not also left in tatters, unable to stand upright?" Lu Yun crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance filled with contempt. The two exchanged barbs, their animosity intensifying, oblivious to the peril surrounding them. Lin Beiji, feeling exasperated, interjected, "Can you both cease this bickering? Now is not the time for arguments. We must strategize on how to extricate ourselves." Yet, Ichio coldly retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm, "Isn't this all your fault? You insisted on coming to this wretched gambling den, and now we've all become sitting ducks, unable to escape." "Indeed." Lu Yun chimed in, seizing the opportunity to vent his frustrations. If he were here, he would have knocked that fool down with a single punch, and it wouldn't he have come to me having to deal with this idiot. "Idiot? Who are you calling an idiot?" Yichio's temper flared. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yun, as the two prepared to launch into another heated argument, Lin Beiji felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his expression a mix of helplessness and weariness. He closed his eyes, attempting to suppress the rising sense of powerlessness, regretting his earlier words. At this juncture, the proprietor of the gambling den smiled slightly, his long robe swaying as he spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Gentlemen, now that you have placed your bets, let us attentively listen to the rules of this gambling game." Lin Beiji maintained a composed demeanor as Ichio and Lu Yun also stifled their quarrel, holding their breaths in anticipation of the secrets this gambling match would unveil. The flickering lights within the den cast an atmosphere that grew tense and grave as they focused intently on the proprietor. "First, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Lin, and I am the owner of this establishment. You may refer to me as Boss Lin." He smiled faintly, his tone calm yet seasoned. Standing with his sleeves gracefully draping, he scanned the assembly before continuing. "This place not only serves as a venue for amusement, but also engages in financial lending. Should you find yourselves short of funds, you may borrow from me. Of course, with interest to be expected. All of this is founded upon trust. Those who wager must be prepared to accept their losses if they wish to thrive in the long run. Next, I shall explain the rules, and whether you comprehend them is entirely up to you." Boss Lin began, his voice steady and authoritative as he gestured towards the central table of the gambling den. A fine blue and white patterned cloth adorned the table, its motifs ancient and elegant. He gently placed a deck of leaf game cards upon it, the designs of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum subtly visible, glimmering faintly under the light. "The rules are quite simple." Boss Lin caressed the cards lightly, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Each player will initially receive 2 cards, while the remaining cards will be placed in the center as a community card pool for everyone to draw from. You must utilize the cards in your hand to form various combinations, prioritizing the strength of the hand, and considering the value of the points as a secondary factor to determine the victor. As for whether one can grasp the essence of this game, it depends on each individual's skill. Simple enough, wouldn't you agree? What is the basis for determining the strength of the hand?" Ichio could no longer contain his curiosity and interjected. Boss Lin smiled upon hearing the question, tapping his finger lightly on the cards laid upon the cloth, his gaze sweeping over the audience with calm assurance. "The strength of the hand indeed follows certain principles." He paused, noticing the audience's rapt attention. Before continuing, the supreme hand is the 3 dragons, formed by 3 dragon cards, which requires a stroke of divine fortune to assemble, an occurrence rarely seen in 100 rounds. When this hand appears, it is unmatched. It reigns supreme. Next is the 3 phoenixes, which ranks just below the 3 dragons, but is equally rare and extraordinary. Boss Lin's tone rose slightly as he elaborated. Following that is the flush, requiring consecutive points of the same suit, such as plum 1, plum 2, plum 3, representing a perfect blend of skill and luck. If both players possess a flush, the total value of their points must be compared, with the higher sum declared the winner. For instance, plum 2, plum 3, plum 4 totals 9, surpassing plum 1, plum 2, plum 3 with a sum of 6. At this point, Boss Lin lightly tapped the table, his gaze carrying a deeper significance. If the total values are identical, then we consider the highest single card within the hand. The one with the greater value triumphs. Should those also match, the suit hierarchy shall determine the victor, with the order being plum superior to orchid, orchid superior to bamboo, and bamboo superior to chrysanthemum. For example, plum 2, plum 3, plum 4 versus chrysanthemum 2, chrysanthemum 3, chrysanthemum 4 may bear the same point values, yet the plum ultimately prevails. He paused slightly, surveying the crowd before adding, next. We have the full house, where both your hand and the community cards must share the same suit, be it plum, orchid, bamboo, or chrysanthemum. As long as the suit is pure and untainted, it constitutes a premier hand, though it does not reach the heights of the 3 dragons or 3 phoenixes. Continuing, he elaborated further. If none of the aforementioned high-tier hands are present, we then look to the straight, which requires all 4 suits to have values exceeding 6. While not as rare as the full house, it is still remarkable. If there are no valid hands, the player with the highest total points wins. Boss Lin's gaze swept the room, his tone suddenly turning grave. Additionally, remember the rules regarding 2 special cards. The first is Dragon, the highest card of all, which supersedes any hand, capable of overpowering point values. The second is Phoenix, which is versatile, able to substitute any suit or point, its ingenious application entirely relying on your strategic acumen. As the game commences, each participant will receive 2 cards. The first phase is termed Concealed Strength. Boss Lin's voice grew somber yet authoritative, infused with an air of solemnity and mystery. These 2 cards are your whole cards, for your eyes only, to be kept hidden from others. They form the foundation of your victory or defeat. Concealed within your sleeve, and must be utilized skillfully, hence the term Concealed Strength. He paused, letting his gaze linger over the audience before continuing. Next comes the community card phase, divided into 3 rounds. Before each round, you must decide to call, raise, or fold based on your hand. In the first round, I will reveal 1 community card on the table, referred to as Concealed Strength. In the second round, a card named Shadow Change. Finally, in the last round, another card known as Open Strength. Upon reaching this point, Boss Lin smiled slightly, his eyes glinting with a hint of sharpness. Within the game, each player may freely combine their whole cards with the community cards to form the best possible hand. The distinction between victory and defeat lies solely in this hand. He paused, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. The final phase is termed Reveal Hands. When the last community card is unveiled, each of you must present your best combination and compete against the rest. At that point, the outcome will be clear. Boss Lin lifted his gaze, surveying the players at the table, his tone suddenly sharp. The rules have been stated. They are unchangeable. Should you have any questions, please address them after the game. For now, let each of you give it your all. The onlookers crowded around the table, holding their breath in eager anticipation, as if awaiting a thrilling climax of a high-stakes gamble. Their eyes shimmering with a mix of curiosity, excitement, and tension. At this moment, Lin Beiji sat firmly at the gambling table, his expression calm, fingers lightly tapping the surface, as he savored the surrounding atmosphere. On either side of him, Lu Yun and Yi Qiu sat poised. Lu Yun had ceased his playful antics, a glimmer of battle intent in his eyes, while Yi Qiu gently caressed his weapon, his countenance grave, exuding an aura akin to a blade poised for action. Its edge concealed yet formidable. Across from them, Boss Lin sat with a smile, his demeanor relaxed, as if he held the reins of the entire affair. 2 attendants flanked him, standing opposite Yi Qiu and Lu Yun. Their expressions indifferent, eyes occasionally glancing over the trio, revealing a faint hint of disdain and mockery, clearly seasoned veterans of the gambling world, confident in their superiority. In contrast, despite the uncertainty of their situation, the morale of Lin Beiji's side appeared somewhat diminished. Lin Beiji's gaze was calm and composed. Though he revealed no outward emotion, his mind was racing with calculations. The rules of this game, Yazixi, while reminiscent of the Texas Hold'em he was well acquainted with, possessed distinct differences. With my experience, I could manage to navigate through it, albeit with some difficulty. It was evident, however, that both Lu Yun and Yi Qiu were utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the game. Perhaps still grappling with the rules as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Beiji couldn't help but furrow his brow. He understood that their opponent, being the master of the casino, was undoubtedly skilled in more than just the game itself. This gambling session was likely fraught with hidden dangers, Among the three of them, although he held a slight advantage, victory was by no means guaranteed. The Yazixi cards were neatly arranged on the table. Lin Boss slowly began to speak, his smile tinged with a hint of amusement. In that case, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Let us commence. He personally shuffled the deck, deftly spreading the cards across the table with precise and fluid motions. Leaving no room for error, he raised his eyes to survey the others and declared, "Gentlemen, the hidden stakes are now revealed. Please check your whole cards." As his words fell, the attendant swiftly dealt 2 whole cards to each player. Lin Beiji gradually revealed his cards, Bamboo 8 and Bamboo 6. One was a high-value bamboo card, while the other was of medium value, subtly suggesting the potential for a straight. Yet, in this round, mere whole cards were insufficient to determine the outcome. The interpretation of the situation and control of the rhythm were paramount. Lin Boss's action of revealing his whole cards was as fluid as flowing water, his smile unwavering. Lin Beiji detected no hint of emotional fluctuation. The calm demeanor of Lin Boss made him appear as a seasoned hunter, seemingly having already secured the win. With a slight smile, Lin Boss, maintaining his composure, slowly pushed a small pile of silver to the center of the table. The silver glinting coldly under the light. His tone was leisurely yet carried an undeniable air of authority. "This is 10 taels of silver, gentlemen. Are you willing to call?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 attendants next to him acted swiftly, almost without hesitation, shoving 10 taels of silver forward, their expressions indifferent yet exuding a habitual calmness, clearly seasoned players. Every movement was crisp and efficient, as if they were entirely accustomed to such an opening. Lin Beiji nodded slightly, his fingers lightly tapping the table, steadily pushing forward his 10 taels of silver, his motions as firm as a mountain. He cast a fleeting glance at Lin Boss across the table before subtly surveying Lu Yun and Yi Qiu beside him. Although both attempted to mimic the gesture of pushing forward their silver, their expressions betrayed their inner turmoil. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Yun's eyes, his movements slightly stiff, though he remained silent. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, clearly anxious. He was not devoid of judgment, but rather overwhelmed by the atmosphere of the gambling table, struggling to maintain composure. Yi Qiu, on the other hand, appeared somewhat steadier, a forced smile gracing his lips as he attempted to mask his unease. Yet, his grip on the silver tightened, the veins on the back of his hand subtly protruding, revealing that his inner tension far exceeded his outward appearance. Lin Beiji internally sighed. While these 2 refrained from acting rashly, their lack of experience made their emotions easily detectable, especially in the presence of a cunning fox like Lin Boss. However, this novice caution and meticulousness inadvertently served as a veil for their true intentions. The more Lin Boss noted their anxiety, the easier it would be for him to underestimate Lin Beiji. In the first round of the flop, a community card was slowly turned over, Bamboo 4. Lin Beiji's gaze sharpened, his expression remaining impassive, yet his mind was rapidly calculating. He lowered his eyes to his 2 cards, Bamboo 6 and Bamboo 3. A glimmer of hope subtly emerging. The Bamboo 4 perfectly connected with his Bamboo 3 and Bamboo 6. Lin Beiji pondered, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. If either Bamboo 5 or Bamboo 7 were to appear, he could form a flush. Though this hand was not the highest, it was still formidable enough to stand out in this round. He briefly contemplated the possibilities. Within the entire deck, each suit contained 10 cards, totaling 40 cards across 4 suits. At this moment, one community card had been revealed as Bamboo 4, while his whole cards were Bamboo 3 and Bamboo 6, leaving 35 undisclosed cards. In this remaining deck, both Bamboo 5 and Bamboo 7 occupied 1 card each. He lowered his brow, calculating, muttering to himself. From a probability standpoint, after the first round of the flop, the chances of either Bamboo 5 or Bamboo 7 appearing are 1 in 35. However, it is essential to note that in the next 2 rounds, 2 community cards will be revealed at once. Thus, considering both, the overall probability should be the sum of 2 chances. Lin Beiji's gaze flickered as he continued his calculations. Thus, the probability for a single card is 2 in 35, which translates to 5.7. If another required card appears, I could achieve a flush. While this probability is not absolute, it ignites a glimmer of hope. However, his calculations did not cease there. Lin Beiji was acutely aware that gambling was not solely about the quality of one's own hand. One must also consider the potential hands of others. He scanned the remaining players, continuing his deliberation. In the entire deck, 3 bamboo cards have already been played, leaving 7 bamboo cards, excluding bamboo 5 and bamboo 7. The remaining cards, bamboo 1, bamboo 2, bamboo 8, bamboo 9, and bamboo 10, do not contribute to a flush. In other words, the only threats to my hand among the bamboo cards are those that could form 3 dragons, 3 phoenixes, or players also aiming for a flush. A calm expression settled on his brow. If any other player holds high-ranking bamboo cards, such as bamboo 7, bamboo 8, or bamboo 9, they could overpower my combination with their higher point values. Yet, from a probability perspective, the likelihood of an opponent forming a flush is still minimal. He paused slightly, his mind racing. Even if someone shares my suit, achieving a flush would still require a comparison of point values. My highest card is bamboo 6. If the opponent does not possess a card exceeding 6, then even if they form a hand, the suit's priority would come into play. Bamboo may not be the highest, but if a suppression occurs, it would suffice. At this moment, he silently estimated the probability of successfully forming the required hand at 10.52. Nevertheless, the unpredictable variables of the game extended beyond this, encompassing the unknowns of others' hands, which made his head spin. Calculating was truly taxing. He shook his head, self-deprecatingly musing that if only this era had computers, he could simply code Python inputs np.random.rand 10,002 outputs np.clip1 inputs e1 inputs e0 2 0 1 model tf.keras sequential tf.keras.layers dense 16 activation relu input shape 2 tf.keras.layers dense 16 activation relu tf.keras.layers dense 1 activation sigmoid model.fit inputs outputs epochs 10 verbose 0 test input np.array 37 2 predicted win probability model predict test input 0 is 0 100 print predicted win probability, and that would suffice. No need for personal calculations. With this thought, he let out a sigh, feeling a myriad of emotions. Regrettably, in this age, the computational power was non-existent, leaving one to rely solely on the human mind's raw strength. A hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by calmness. Lin Boss, however, maintained an air of nonchalance, his smile unaltered. He slowly pushed in 50 taels of silver. His tone casual yet composed. At the outset, one must inject a bit of excitement. Gentlemen, please proceed. Call. Ichio inhaled deeply, gradually pushing his purse to the center of the table. His movements lacked any overt hesitation. Yet his brows furrowed slightly, his gaze revealing a cautious exploration. He was not without judgment, but was gambling on the potential of his whole card. I shall follow as well. Lu Yun's voice was low, his actions somewhat sluggish, clearly lacking a sense of security. Nevertheless, he ultimately pushed forward 50 taels of silver, a stubborn determination evident in his eyes. Though anxious, he endeavored to control his emotions, striving to mask his wavering with action. Meanwhile, Lin Beiji steadily retrieved 50 taels of silver, pushing them toward the table, his demeanor calm, his voice devoid of any tremor. At that moment, the atmosphere at the gambling table grew increasingly tense, the crisp clinks of silver resonating clearly in the silent hall. The onlookers' gazes fixated on the center of the table, eagerly anticipating this seemingly tranquil yet perilous contest. In the second round of the flop, a card was unveiled. Bamboo 6. A profound silence enveloped the table as the players tacitly refrained from raising the stakes, seemingly plotting for their final gamble in secret. Lin Beiji's brow slightly furrowed as he lowered his gaze to inspect his hand. Bamboo 3, bamboo 6, his eyes then swept across the already revealed bamboo 4 on the table. And a spark ignited within him. If the final card were bamboo 5, he would achieve a flush and secure victory. In the third round, the last communal card was slowly revealed, bamboo 5. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Beiji's eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. His heart was already resolute. His expression remained impassive as he gently tapped the table with his fingers and spoke softly. Raise. 50 taels. This 50 taels represented his entire fortune won today. Chapter 97. A desperate gamble. The crowd paused, then collectively turned their gazes towards him. At that moment, Lin Beiji appeared profound, calm, as if he had already secured victory. After a brief silence, no one retreated. They all matched the bet, 50 taels of silver piled high on the table. As the final round of betting concluded, all players revealed their hands. Lin Beiji slowly displayed his bamboo 3 and bamboo 6, forming a flush with bamboo 4, bamboo 5, and bamboo 6 before him. Under the flickering light, his hand shimmered like a sharp sword, piercing through the remaining players. A faint smile graced his lips as he prepared to collect his winnings, only to see Boss Lin across from him smiling silently, then revealing his hand. Chrysanthemum 7, Chrysanthemum 8, perfectly connecting with the communal card, Chrysanthemum 6, astonishingly forming a higher flush. Boss Lin lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, speaking with an air of composure. A flush is commendable, yet the value differs. Though bamboo is nimble, it ultimately pales in comparison to the splendor of chrysanthemum. Lin Beiji's expression stiffened slightly, his gaze drifting to the others. He noticed a companion beside Boss Lin slowly revealing his hand, blue 8, blue 9, which, combined with the communal cards blue 7 and blue 10, astonishingly formed a splendid hand. Another companion lifted his cards to reveal blue 1, blue 2, which, in conjunction with the blue 3, blue 4, and blue 5 on the table, formed a full house. At that moment, the entire table of blue flowers shimmered under the light, resembling a celestial maiden scattering blossoms, exuding an ethereal grace that was almost soul-snatching. Turning to Yi Qiu, his hand revealed plum 5 and plum 7, just one card short of a flush, yet ultimately falling short, his expression dimming in an instant. When Lu Yun unveiled his hand, all eyes converged upon him. A dragon card prominently displayed. Though it was a supreme card, it stood alone, unable to form a hand, leaving him to lament the unfolding situation. The scene was now clear. Boss Lin's chrysanthemum flush ranked first, followed by the full house and the splendid hand, while Lin Beiji's bamboo hand, despite being formed, ultimately lost due to inferior value. In this round, Lin Beiji, Yi Qiu, and Lu Yun had nearly wagered all their silver, only to lose everything. At that moment, a disquieting smirk appeared on Boss Lin's face as his gaze swept over the crowd. His tone dark and leisurely. The second round is about to commence. If any of you are financially constrained, you may have to wager your hands as collateral, of course, if you feel outmatched. You may also choose to withdraw. However, his voice paused, turning icy. Those withdrawing must leave one hand behind as a price for their exit. With his words, the atmosphere in the gambling den grew tense. Yi Qiu and Lu Yun were now visibly anxious. To lose a hand at such a young age was an unbearable thought for them. How could I accept such a fate? Yi Qiu murmured. Fists clenched, his demeanor akin to a cornered beast, eyes betraying despair mingled with unwillingness. Lu Yun's face turned ashen, though he remained silent, his agitation palpable. Despite their reluctance, they understood that this was Boss Lin's territory. Even the strongest dragon could not suppress the local snake. With no path of retreat, it was evident that their opponent sought to humiliate them and would not easily let them go. In the midst of the silence, Lin Beiji's gaze narrowed, seemingly pondering a strategy. After a moment, he feigned a light sigh and suddenly spoke. How about this? This matter arose because of me, so naturally. I shall bear the responsibility. As he spoke, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a mixture of resignation and determination. His voice, though soft, rang with conviction. I will leave one of my hands behind, allowing the three of us to depart. You need not be burdened by my predicament. The two were taken aback, then quickly regained their composure, almost simultaneously voicing their objections. Abandoning a comrade to save myself is not my style. Lu Yun asserted firmly, a spark of resolve igniting in his eyes. If that is the case, I would rather die here. Yi Qiu added vehemently, his tone resolute and unmistakable. At that moment, Lin Beiji felt a strange sensation bubble within him. He had expected Lu Yun and Yi Qiu, being novices, to fear such a situation, yet they exhibited an indomitable spirit in the face of life and death. His gaze softened slightly, and within him, a sense of admiration arose. Indeed, these two young men possessed a certain valor. Lin Beiji glanced at Yi Qiu and Lu Yun, his expression calm yet imbued with an unyielding resolve. He spoke softly. You too may stay. But remember, when the game commences, if your hands are weak, do not cling to the battle. Withdraw decisively. There is no room for hesitation, as our remaining chips are scant. His tone, though gentle, carried an air of persuasive certainty. Noticing the hesitation from Yi Qiu and Lu Yun, Lin Beiji paused briefly before continuing. I will confront them alone, concentrating all our strength on me. Only then may we have a chance to turn the tide. In this round, we are not betting on luck, but on strategy. Yi Qiu and Lu Yun exchanged glances, seemingly finding resonance in one another's eyes. They nodded slowly, determination flickering within them. Yi Qiu sighed softly and said quietly, Indeed. Rather than recklessly raising the stakes, it is better to let Lin Ban Tu take the lead. If we are to turn the tide, we must rely on you. Soon, the second round of the game commenced. When it was Lin Beiji's turn to deal, he adeptly picked up a deck of leaf cards, his demeanor composed and his actions swift. As a seasoned player, his hands moved with fluidity, and in no time, the cards were shuffled neatly. These leaf cards were thinner than the popular playing cards of later times, light as autumn leaves, with a soft texture. However, this seemingly fragile paper boasted remarkable resilience, not easily damaged despite frequent handling, aptly reflecting its name. After the dealer finished distributing the cards, Yi Qiu and Lu Yun glanced at their hands, frowning slightly before shaking their heads in resignation. They exchanged a sigh and opted to forfeit, pushing their remaining 10 taels of silver into the center of the table. This was all they had left. Lin Beiji, however, was entirely different. Without even glancing at his cards, he resolutely chose to continue, neither raising the stakes nor retreating. His composure was strikingly unusual, yet it exuded an enigmatic confidence. Seeing this, Boss Lin's lips curled into a knowing smile. His gaze settled on Lin Beiji, seemingly intrigued by his nonchalance. He gestured lightly to the two companions beside him. Understanding immediately, they did not even glance at their cards before choosing to withdraw, leaving the stage to Boss Lin. He leisurely lifted a teacup, took a sip, and with a half-smile, said, You indeed possess remarkable audacity. Such courage is commendable. Though his words were soft, they concealed a sharp edge, heightening the tension in the gambling den. Chapter 98. Arrogance. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Beiji spoke slowly, his voice calm yet tinged with a hint of amusement. Though his tone was not raised, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a sword, directed at Boss Lin, his demeanor proud as if victory was already within his grasp. In that instant, he bore no resemblance to a defeated player, rather as if he were the true victor of this game. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned before reacting. Wait, did I just hear that right? What did this kid just say? I thought I misheard. This person is so audacious, is he out of his mind? Murmured someone, their gaze laced with mockery. Having just suffered a crushing defeat, he still dared to speak such words. Had he lost his wits? Another person scoffed, clearly dismissive. The murmurs of the crowd were rife with derision and confusion. Yet Lin Beiji appeared unfazed, maintaining his composure, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of unflustered ease. Lin Beiji's words incited irritation in Boss Lin. This seemingly casual remark struck like an invisible slap across his face. Challenging his authority, as a seasoned proprietor of the gambling house, how could he tolerate such an attitude from a newcomer? Yet, his expression remained unchanged as he plotted how to dismantle this audacious individual before him. The first round of cards was gradually revealed, a communal card, Plum 3, laying quietly upon the embroidered cloth. Lin Beiji still did not glance at his own cards, his expression as calm as ever. As if he had already placed the game within his grasp. In contrast, Boss Lin, after stealing a glance at his own cards, and then surveying the revealed communal card, scoffed inwardly. He regarded Lin Beiji's composure as laughable. A fledgling dared to put on airs in front of him, and such ignorance was truly irksome to present. The reluctance to confront him stems merely from the presence of onlookers among the gamblers. However, it would not be too late to deal with him openly after winning the game. Indeed, such an approach would render the encounter even more intriguing. Why then? Onlookers could only declare that he was outmatched, and that it was merely a matter of adhering to the rules of the game to address him. Contemplating this, Boss Lin revealed a barely perceptible smile, a fleeting shadow of mirth that flitted across his visage and vanished in the guise of composure. This thought filled Boss Lin with a secret delight, and his gaze grew increasingly icy. He understood well that the outcome of this hand had long been predetermined. Ultimately, he alone would emerge victorious. For the game had been rigged. Young man, I wonder how long you can maintain your arrogance, Boss Lin coldly mused within, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Soon, I shall dismember you and feed your remains to the dogs. When it was Boss Lin's turn to raise the stakes, he let out a cold chuckle and unhesitatingly produced a property deed from his bosom, placing it upon the table with a gentle thud. The azure floral patterns on the brocade cloth accentuated the corners of the deed, making it all the more conspicuous. The deed to Chai Ching-shan's property, Boss Lin declared, his tone measured yet laced with mockery and provocation. You desire this deed, do you not? Consider it a wager of 500 taels of silver. Does that not convey sufficient sincerity? Upon witnessing Boss Lin's nonchalance, Lin Beiji raised both hands and gently placed them on the table. Locking eyes with Boss Lin, as per our earlier agreement, I wager my own 2 hands, is this stake not substantial enough? At this pronouncement, the room erupted in astonishment. The surrounding gamblers were taken aback. Some whispering in disbelief, this young man truly dares to wager his own hands. He must be out of his mind. Others shook their heads in lament. This young one is perhaps too naive to grasp the perilous depths of this game. Boss Lin, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of cold light in his eyes, and the smile on his lips deepened. He averted his gaze, fixating on the property deed before him, then glanced at Lin Beiji's hands, his tone oscillating between jest and menace. Your boldness is indeed remarkable, yet I fear that should you place those hands on the line, they might not be returned to you. Lin Beiji paid him no heed. Signaling to continue, at this moment, he had quietly employed his spiritual sense, discerning Boss Lin's hidden cards with clarity. Possessing the ability to see through deceit, he deemed it foolish to refrain from using it. Against an opponent like Boss Lin, he dismissed the notion of fairness. The so-called rules of this world were merely shackles binding the weak, while the strong only ever crafted the rules in his eyes. Boss Lin's demeanor of assured victory was nothing more than the foolishness of a pompous clown. The second community card was revealed, Bamboo 5. Just as Lin Beiji glanced at the community card, he turned to see that Boss Lin's hand, initially holding Plum 4 and Plum 5, had now transformed into Bamboo 6 and Bamboo 7. It appeared that, upon the unveiling of the cards, Boss Lin had swiftly exchanged his hand, executing the maneuver with remarkable finesse, taking advantage of Lin Beiji's momentary distraction. Lin Beiji observed this without so much as a frown. Such petty tricks were, to him, mere trifles unworthy of mention. He maintained his composure, showing no interest in his own cards, embodying an air of calm indifference. When it was his turn, he merely waved his hand lightly, indicating he would not raise the stakes. The third community card was then slowly revealed, Bamboo 8. As anticipated, Boss Lin's hand shifted once more, with Bamboo 6 discreetly transforming into Bamboo 9. At this juncture, his hand was now comprised of Bamboo 7, Bamboo 8, and Bamboo 9, a perfect sequence capable of overshadowing all others present. From both a hand and point perspective, this was the largest combination possible at the table. With victory seemingly within his grasp, Boss Lin's lips curled into a subtle smirk of satisfaction. Unless he possessed 2 Phoenix cards that could substitute for any cards and exceed his points, he was assuredly without hope. A cold chuckle echoed in Boss Lin's mind, his gaze dripping with disdain. He rapped lightly on the table, his thoughts icy. Your cards were tampered with from the very moment they were dealt. Even if you refrained from looking, I am fully aware. Chrysanthemum 1 and Plum 2, merely discarded cards I intentionally arranged for you. Let us see how you intend to contend with me now. A hint of scorn and amusement danced in Boss Lin's expression, as if he had unraveled Lin Beiji's every intention, reveling in the knowledge that this young man had no chance of turning the tide. The anticipation of witnessing the proud youth kneeling in surrender filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Chapter 99. The final gamble. Though Boss Lin had not managed the gambling den for long, he had already amassed considerable wealth, with silver stacked high. It was no longer his primary pursuit. Presently, his greatest pleasure lay in tormenting others, especially those who appeared arrogant and self-important. He relished the sight of them plummeting from their lofty heights, shattering into pieces, ultimately compelled to grovel at his feet, their faces etched with pain and humiliation. Such scenes seemed to satiate a hidden, morbid pleasure deep within him. A smirk graced Boss Lin's lips, revealing a sinister and chilling smile, reminiscent of a predator fixated on its prey. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. It seemed the outcome of this game mattered little to him. What he truly anticipated was the despair that would follow, the humiliation of kneeling in supplication, and the exhilarating sensation of completely subjugating his opponent. Under the dim lighting, Boss Lin's smile appeared cold and twisted, embodying a malevolent specter lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting his prey to fall into his trap. Meanwhile, Lin Beiji remained inscrutable, as if everything unfolding was precisely as he had foreseen. To him, Boss Lin's arrogance was merely a farcical display of self-importance. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the stakes of the game reaching a fever pitch. Just as Boss Lin prepared to reveal his cards, Lin Beiji suddenly interjected, "Boss Lin, this wager seems rather dull. When gambling, one ought to bet big for it to be truly entertaining, would it not?" Boss Lin paused at this remark, looking up to meet Lin Beiji's gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, followed by an intrigued smile. "Oh, and how do you propose we raise the stakes? Have you heard of the Wind Dust Inn?" Lin Beiji replied leisurely. "Naturally," Boss Lin responded, already intrigued. "Very well," Lin Beiji smiled, his tone suddenly taking on a weighty gravity. "I propose a wager on the taxes of the Wind Dust Inn for the next 100 years. Should you lose, you alone shall bear the tax obligations for that century. What say you?" At this declaration, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Boss Lin's eyes. He pondered for a moment, then revealed his trademark smile, seemingly unconcerned as if he had seen through all that is no trifling sum. "I wonder what you intend to wager in return?" Unfazed, Lin Beiji maintained his calm demeanor, but his tone shifted abruptly. "Why, legs can serve as collateral, cannot they?" And additionally, he gestured towards Yichio and Lu Yun behind him. A knowing smile gracing his lips. "How about one hand from each of these two gentlemen?" At this pronouncement, the gambling den fell into a stunned silence. The onlookers, who previously suspected the young man of being somewhat unhinged, now recognized the depth of his madness. Who else would dare propose such a wager? Yichio and Lu Yun, who had been bowing their heads, abruptly lifted them in shock, exchanging incredulous glances. Just moments ago, they had admired Lin Ban's willingness to sacrifice himself rather than endanger others. Now, he had taken them as mere bargaining chips without so much as a discussion. Lu Yun was so enraged that his vision blurred. Wishing to rush at Lin Beiji and deliver a punch, Lu Yun muttered under his breath, "If it weren't for the precariousness of this situation, I would kick him to kingdom come." Yichio gritted his teeth in agreement. To be so shameless and still hold a position of authority. I was foolish to admire him. What a heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog. One more thing, Lin Beiji began slowly, his voice neither hurried nor sluggish. "Please return the silver we lost earlier. Surely this amount is inconsequential to Boss Lin." Upon hearing this, Boss Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, then laughed heartily. "Very well, it is settled then." He exhibited no hesitation, eager to secure the agreement before Lin Beiji could reconsider. "Reveal the cards." With a shout from the attendant overseeing the game, the entire gambling den plunged into a profound silence, as if the very air had solidified. The spectators held their breath, their eyes fixated on the cards laid upon the table, tense enough that they scarcely dared to blink. Their hearts raced as if gripped by an invisible hand, each beat echoing with anticipation, every moment stretching into an agonizing eternity, as if the fate of this game weighed heavily upon them all. Surrounding the table, flickering lights illuminated the expressions of each individual with startling clarity. At this moment, none were more anxious than Lu Yun and Yichio, sweat beading on their foreheads, gripping their sleeves tightly, their knuckles turning white from exertion. Others craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the cards. "Who has emerged victorious?" someone whispered, their voice trembling slightly. "This wager surpasses any I have ever encountered. It is a matter of life and death," another murmured, his tone betraying uncontainable shock. The atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring, poised to snap at any moment. Both parties had yet to fully reveal their hands, yet at that instant, it felt as if the collective attention of the room was irrevocably ensnared by those few cards. Every pair of eyes in the room bore down upon the table like sharpened blades, all anticipation, tension, and unease coalescing around the cards that were soon to be revealed. Boss Lin remained reclined against the back of his chair, his fingertips gently tapping the surface of the table, as if orchestrating the rhythm of this unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Lin Beiji maintained an inscrutable demeanor, his expression serene, not even lifting his gaze by a fraction. As though he were a mere observer in this spectacle, slowly, Boss Lin unveiled his hand, revealing the formidable Bamboo 7 and Bamboo 9, complemented by the Bamboo 8 on the table, forming an impeccable sequence of Bamboo 7, 8, and 9. At that moment, the crowd erupted in a chorus of astonishment, the gambling den buzzing with excitement. Undoubtedly, Boss Lin had secured victory, especially considering the audacity of the young man opposite him, who had not even deigned to glance at his own cards. Indeed, it was no surprise that he was Boss Lin. A voice in the crowd murmured, imbued with admiration and reverence. That young man was exceedingly arrogant, neglecting to examine his own hand. Was this not a path to self-destruction? Another voice dripped with scorn and derision. He deserves it. So oblivious to the gravity of the situation, daring to challenge Boss Lin. Truly a recipe for disaster. Those reveling in his misfortune chuckled with glee, their eyes brimming with the thrill of the unfolding drama. Others, however, could not suppress their sighs, lamenting Lin Beiji's predicament. A youth, though bold, lacked prudence. At this moment, he seemed poised to stake not only his limbs but perhaps his very fate. Forever altered by this encounter. Seated behind Lin Beiji, Lu Yun and Yichio wore expressions as pale as parchment, as if they had just received a death sentence. Their gazes were fixed intently on Boss Lin's hand.